Welcome, dear friends, to a haven of warmth and wonder. As you settle in, leave your worries at the door and prepare to embark on a journey through the gentle embrace of comforting stories. Let your imagination drift into whimsical worlds where magic whispers through the air and dreams take flight. We're so grateful for your presence here, sharing this serene moment with us. If you find solace and joy in these tales, we invite you to subscribe to our channel for more bedtime stories. Thank you for being here, and let's dive into the enchantment together. Story 1. In the heart of a serene valley, where time seemed to linger softly, there was a quaint village embraced by rolling meadows and the gentle murmur of babbling brooks. The air was a fragrant blend of wildflowers and earth, and the sky stretched in an endless canvas of azure and gold. It was a place where nature spoke in whispers, and those who listened could hear its secrets. This village, nestled amid the gentle embrace of nature, was a tapestry of vibrant life and age-old customs. The cobblestone paths wound through cottages with thatched roofs, and the chimneys exhaled wisps of smoke that carried the scent of home-cooked meals and stories shared by the hearth. Each morning, the village awoke to the soft symphony of roosters crowing and the distant chiming of a bell from the chapel atop the hill. Among the villagers was a spirited young girl named Lily, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. She had an uncanny ability to find enchantment in the simplest of things, a butterfly's wings shimmering like stained glass in the sunlight, or the unique constellation of freckles that dusted her nose, each one a small star in a universe of her own making. Lily was known to wander the village paths, often lost in her own thoughts, yet always discovering something extraordinary. Lily's family was a warm, close-knit tapestry of love and laughter. Her mother, with her auburn curls and gentle hands, was the village healer, known for her soothing remedies and songs that could lull even the most restless child to sleep. Her father, a humble woodworker, sculpted wonders from timber, his creations as intricate as the stories he told at night. Lily often felt like a bridge between her parents' worlds, where healing met creation, and dreams took shape in both flesh and wood. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was crisp and tinged with the scent of fallen leaves, Lily set out on her usual adventure. The winding path she followed led into the enchanted forest, a place where the trees whispered ancient tales and the wind carried the soft echoes of forgotten songs. The forest was her sanctuary, a realm where magic felt as tangible as the earth beneath her feet. As she entered, the forest seemed to breathe in tandem with her, each rustle of leaves a gentle exhale that lifted Lily's spirits higher. Her bare feet skimmed the forest floor, the cool earth grounding her, while the sun's golden fingers played upon her skin. Lily often found herself drawn to a particular clearing in the forest, a place where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden streams, illuminating a small pond that reflected the sky as if it were a mirror. Here the water whispered secrets of the world beyond, and the ripples carried echoes of distant lands and times yet to come. It was here she would sit for hours, listening to the symphony of nature, dreaming of worlds beyond her own. As Lily skipped along, humming a tune that mingled with the rustling leaves, she noticed something unusual. The trees, usually a riot of crimson and gold this time of year, were cloaked in hues of blue, purple, and green, each leaf a vibrant masterpiece. The colors seemed to pulse with a luminescent glow, casting an ethereal light on the forest floor. Her heart danced with delight as she reached out to pluck a leaf, its surface smooth and cool against her fingertips. It sparkled like a precious gem, reflecting her wide-eyed wonder. As she admired this marvel, a soft rustling behind her made her turn. "Well, well, if it isn't young Lily, what brings you to my neck of the woods?" Came a voice as familiar as the forest itself. Lily spun around to see Hazel, the village's beloved witch. Hazel's eyes twinkled with mischief, a crooked smile playing on her lips. Her presence was comforting, like a warm breeze on a chilly day. Known for her playful and kind-hearted nature, Hazel was a guardian of the forest's secrets. "Oh, Miss Hazel," Lily exclaimed with a grin. "Did you cast a spell on the leaves? They're so beautiful." Hazel's laughter rang out like the tinkling of 1,000 tiny bells. "Ah, you've noticed my handiwork, have you? I thought the forest could use a bit of extra sparkle this season." As Lily peered closer, she saw that the leaves weren't just changing color. They were sprouting delicate wings and fluttering about like miniature birds. It was as if each leaf had a life of its own, a tiny spirit eager to explore the world. "That's incredible!" Lily gasped. "But won't the trees be sad without their leaves?" Hazel waved her hand with a gentle chuckle. "Pish-posh, my dear. The trees are generous souls, more than happy to share their foliage with the world. But I may have gone a tad overboard with the spell." Indeed, the winged leaves were now swarming together, a kaleidoscope of colors in a chaotic dance, zipping through the canopy with no clear destination. "Oh dear," Hazel fretted, her brow creasing with concern. "If we don't do something soon, those leaves will fly off and get lost forever." Lily's mind raced. She was a problem solver at heart, always looking for creative solutions to unexpected challenges. Her eyes lit up with an idea, her excitement as bright as the morning sun. "Miss Hazel, do you think you could teach me that spell? I have a plan." With Hazel's guidance, Lily learned the intricate gestures and incantations needed to harness the wayward leaves. As she concentrated, a serene calm settled over her, and she pictured her plan as clearly as a painting in her mind's eye. Gradually, the leaves began to swirl and dance in a coordinated pattern, shaping themselves into whimsical creatures. A unicorn prancing through the dappled light, dragons soaring majestically, and even a gigantic, grinning cat with a swishing tail, its laughter echoing like a melody. Hazel clapped her hands in delight, her pride in Lily evident. "Why, Lily, you're a natural. Look at those marvelous creations." The leaf creatures frolicked and cavorted through the forest, their vibrant colors painting the world in a tapestry of joy and wonder. Each creature seemed to tell a story of its own, bringing life to the forest in a way Lily had never imagined. Their whimsical dance attracted the attention of the villagers, who gathered at the forest's edge, their faces alight with awe. Among them was Lily's father, a humble woodworker with hands as rough as bark, but a heart as tender as the new leaves in spring. Seeing his daughter at the center of such marvel, his heart swelled with pride and a touch of melancholy for her growing independence. The villagers, with their varied pasts and stories, contributed to the forest's magic. Old Mrs. Whitaker, who had once been a renowned painter, saw in Lily's creations the vibrant colors that had long faded from her own palette. Young Tom, the blacksmith's son, imagined the leaf creatures as companions on his imagined adventures beyond the village's confines. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the enchanted forest, Lily stood in awe of what she had helped create. Her heart swelled with pride, a warmth radiating through her that was as magical as the forest itself. She realized then that magic wasn't just about spells and enchantments. It was about the imagination and the friendship that could transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. From that day on, Lily's leaf creatures became a beloved attraction in the enchanted forest, delighting all who encountered them. The villagers would often journey into the woods, eager to glimpse the magical menagerie that had become a symbol of creativity and wonder. And whenever the leaves began to wilt or lose their luster, Lily would simply cast her spell once more, breathing new life into their whimsical forms. The forest, with its ever-changing tapestry of colors and creatures, became a living testament to the power of imagination and the bonds of friendship. As for Hazel, she never again underestimated the power of a young girl's imagination, or the magic that can bloom when creativity and friendship intertwine. The enchanted forest remained a place where dreams took flight, and where the magic of one girl's vision could touch the hearts of all who wandered its paths. In the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silvery glow upon the land, Lily would sit by the pond, reflecting on her adventures and the newfound depths of her own heart. She understood now that the true magic lay not in the spells she had learned, but in the courage to believe in the impossible and to share that belief with those she loved. And so, beneath the starlit sky, the enchanted forest thrived, a testament to the wonder of dreams and the transformative power of shared imagination. One evening, as the forest basked in the twilight's embrace, Lily noticed a change in the air. The usual tranquility was replaced by a subtle tension, as if the very forest held its breath. Curious and slightly uneasy, she ventured deeper into the woods, following the path that led through the heart of the enchanted realm. The air here was cooler, laced with the scent of dampened leaves and the rich aroma of earth after rain. As she walked, the shadows grew longer, and the trees seemed to lean in, their branches whispering secrets only they knew. In this part of the forest, the magic felt different, more ancient and profound. Lily soon reached a clearing she had never seen before. At its center stood a great stone archway, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with an inner light. She felt a magnetic pull towards it, a warmth that beckoned her to step closer. As she approached, a low hum resonated from the stones, filling the air with an almost musical quality. It was then that Hazel appeared, her presence as sudden as the breeze that rustled the leaves around them. Her expression was serious, her eyes reflecting the archway's glow. "Lily," she said softly, "you found the Gateway of Echoes." "What is it?" Lily asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Hazel's gaze softened, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. "It's a portal, a bridge between worlds. It only appears to those who have the heart to see beyond the ordinary. Many have searched for it, but few have found it. It reveals itself only when the time is right." Lily's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Can we go through it?" Hazel nodded, her eyes twinkling with the promise of adventure. "We can, but only if you're ready. The Gateway of Echoes will show you truths about yourself, about the past and future. It can be a journey of great discovery, but also one of challenge." Taking a deep breath, Lily stepped forward, her hand reaching for Hazel's. Together, they passed through the archway, and the world around them shimmered and transformed. The forest faded, replaced by a landscape that seemed to shift and change with every step they took. They found themselves in a realm of swirling colors and ethereal forms, where time flowed differently and the air was filled with the songs of ages past. Here, Lily glimpsed visions of her village, the lives of her ancestors, and the futures of those she loved. Each image was a thread in the tapestry of her life, woven with care and intention. In one vision, she saw her mother, young and vibrant, learning the healing arts from her own mother. Lily watched as her mother sang the same lullabies that had comforted her as a child, her voice a gentle balm to those in need. In another, she saw her father as a boy, crafting his first wooden toy, his face alight with the joy of creation. She realized then how deeply her parents' passions had influenced her own, their love and wisdom guiding her on her path. As the visions faded, Lily felt a profound sense of connection to her roots and to the future she was yet to shape. She understood that her place in the world was not just about the magic she wielded, but the love and legacy she carried forward. Returning to the forest, Lily felt a renewed sense of purpose. The Gateway of Echoes had shown her the strength in her heritage and the power of her dreams. She knew now that her journey was just beginning, and the enchanted forest would always be her home, a place where the magic of the past and the promise of the future intertwined. And so, with Hazel by her side, Lily stepped back into the village, her heart full of wonder and her spirit alight with the possibilities of what lay ahead. The enchanted forest thrived, a living testament to the power of dreams and the bonds of friendship, where the magic of one girl's vision continued to touch the hearts of all who wandered its paths. In the days that followed, Lily found herself more attuned to the world around her. She spent more time with her father in his workshop, marveling at how his hands transformed raw wood into objects of beauty and utility. She learned the art of patience from him, understanding that each piece, no matter how small, was a part of a larger whole. With her mother, Lily explored the village and its outskirts, gathering herbs and learning the delicate balance of medicine. Her mother taught her to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart, to understand the needs of those who came to them for healing. These experiences deepened Lily's connection to her village and its people. She began to see the enchantment in everyday life, in the laughter of children playing in the fields, in the small acts of kindness that wove the community together. One afternoon, as she wandered the forest, Lily met an unexpected visitor. A young boy from the neighboring village, his clothes patched and his face smudged with dirt, was sitting by the pond, staring into its depths. His name was Finn, and he had heard tales of the magical forest and sought its wonders. Lily approached him with a friendly smile. "Hello, I'm Lily. Are you looking for something? Finn looked up, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. I'm not sure. I've heard stories about this forest, and I wanted to see if they were true. Lily nodded, understanding the pull of curiosity. There's magic here, but it's not always what you expect. Sometimes, it's just about seeing the world a little differently. Together, they explored the forest, Lily showing Finn the leaf creatures and the wonders that lay hidden among the trees. As they walked, Finn shared his own dreams and stories, his voice filled with the excitement of discovery. Through their shared adventures, Lily realized that the true magic of the forest was not just in its enchantments, but in the connections it fostered. With each new friendship, the forest grew richer, its stories weaving together the lives of those who visited. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the enchanted woods, Lily and Finn sat by the pond, watching as the leaf creatures danced in the twilight. In that moment, Lily understood the power of her journey, not just in the magic she wielded, but in the friendships she forged and the dreams she inspired. The enchanted forest remained a place of wonder, where the magic of one girl's vision could touch the hearts of all who wandered its paths. And Lily knew that as long as she believed in the impossible, the forest would continue to thrive, a living testament to the power of imagination and the bonds of friendship. Story 2. In the quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the cobblestone paths seemed to echo the laughter of bygone days, lived a young girl named Lila. Her home, a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof, sat at the edge of the village. Here the lanes curled away like tendrils into the great, mysterious forest beyond, a realm that held the secrets of time itself. Lila's heart was woven with the very essence of this forest, its emerald canopy rustling secrets in the gentle breeze, and its soft carpet of moss inviting her to wander deeper into its enigmatic embrace. On one particular morning, as the sun peeked through the clouds like a shy friend, casting dappled patterns on the path ahead, Lila felt the forest's call more strongly than ever. Her chestnut hair was tied back with a ribbon that fluttered softly in the gentle breeze, and a small satchel filled with essentials for her journey hung at her side. Today was the perfect day for an adventure. The gentle tug at her heart, urging her to explore the forest, felt like the whisper of an old friend calling her home. As she stepped beyond the village's comforting boundaries, a sense of excitement tingled in the air, wrapping around her like a warm, familiar shawl. The path was lined with wildflowers swaying like dancers in the wind, their vibrant hues a symphony of color, and the scent of pine and rich earth filled her senses, grounding her in the present moment. Lila wandered deeper, her footsteps light and her spirit bright, until she encountered a peculiar sight, an ancient archway made of intertwined branches, adorned with vibrant, glowing mushrooms that pulsed softly like tiny lanterns in the dim underbrush. Intrigued by the mystical allure of the archway, Lila hesitated only for a moment before stepping through, feeling a gentle tingle as if she were crossing into a realm woven with magic. On the other side, the forest transformed before her eyes. The trees stood taller here, their trunks twisted into elegant spirals, reaching skyward in a dance of nature's own making. The leaves shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and the air was cooler, infused with the sweet scent of unknown blossoms that sang to her senses. Venturing further, Lila's journey brought her to a stream that sang as it meandered over smooth pebbles, its melody a tinkling lullaby that calmed her soul. She paused to admire the water's clarity, noticing small, luminescent fish darting like shooting stars beneath the surface. As she sat by the stream, a gentle rustling drew her gaze upwards to a curious creature perched on a low-hanging branch. It was a small, fluffy creature with scales that twinkled like stardust under the dappling sunlight. Its eyes, large and wise, regarded Lila with a friendly glimmer. "Welcome, traveler," it chirped in a voice as soft as the breeze. "I am Orion, guardian of this enchanted grove." Lila, her heart warmed by the creature's kind demeanor, introduced herself and shared her desire to explore the unknown, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within the forest's depths. "Many paths lie within this forest," Orion said, his voice a gentle caress to her ears, each revealing its own wonders. "Trust your heart, for it knows the way." With Orion's words echoing in her mind, Lila continued her journey, the forest unfolding like a storybook with each step. She marveled at the sights. A meadow where butterflies danced in kaleidoscope colors, their wings a blur of vibrant hues. A hidden glade where fireflies twinkled like stars in the dim light of dusk, casting a magical glow, and a towering waterfall that sang an ancient song of its own, its voice a powerful symphony of nature. Yet amidst the beauty, Lila faced gentle challenges that tested her courage. She stumbled upon a tangled thicket, its brambles woven into a seemingly impenetrable wall. Her heart fluttered with uncertainty, but she remembered Orion's words and listened to the rhythm within. With careful hands, she discovered a hidden path, cleverly concealed among the thorns, leading her onward. As she journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Lila discovered an unexpected clearing where the sunlight poured in like liquid gold, illuminating a circle of ancient stones. The stones hummed with a soft, resonant energy, their surfaces etched with cryptic runes that seemed to whisper forgotten stories. Here, she encountered an elderly man named Calum, a wandering bard with an air of mystery and wisdom. His presence was as ancient as the stones themselves, and his eyes twinkled with the knowledge of countless tales. Calum greeted Lila warmly, his voice resonating like the deep chords of a lute. He spoke of the forest's history, of ancient guardians who once roamed its paths, and of the symphony of life that connected every being to its heart. Lila, enraptured by his stories, felt an even deeper connection to the forest, as if the very roots beneath her feet pulsed with the rhythm of the tales he shared. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows and bathing the forest in a golden glow, Lila's path took her to a small glen where she found an old wooden bridge stretching over a wide, misty pond. The air was thick with the fragrance of blooming lilies, and the surface of the water mirrored the sky's fiery hues, creating an ethereal landscape that seemed to pulse with life. As Lila crossed the bridge, she noticed a figure at the far end, a tall woman, cloaked in robes of deep green, her hair a cascade of autumn leaves. Her eyes were as old as the forest itself, yet they sparkled with youthful curiosity. The woman introduced herself as Alara, the keeper of the forest's ancient stories. Every tree, every stream, every creature here holds a story, Alara explained, her voice a melodic whisper that seemed to echo the breeze. Would you like to hear one? Lila nodded eagerly, her heart swelling with anticipation. Alara led her beneath a sprawling willow, its leaves forming a natural canopy. As the two sat, the world around them seemed to fade away, replaced by the vibrant tapestry of the story Alara wove, a tale of a brave fox who once outwitted a storm to save the forest from destruction. Through Alara's story, Lila felt a deep connection to the forest, an understanding of its timeless wisdom and the harmony that pulsed through its roots and branches. She realized that every adventure, every challenge she faced, was a story in itself, adding to the rich tapestry of life. As Lila absorbed the tales, a new understanding began to blossom within her. She realized she was not just a visitor in this forest, but a part of it, her own story, interwoven with the ancient narratives that Alara shared. This revelation filled her with a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found a piece of herself she hadn't known was missing. When the tale ended, Lila thanked Alara, feeling the weight of her own story, still unwritten, yet full of promise. Alara, sensing Lila's burgeoning understanding, gifted her a small, intricately carved pendant shaped like a leaf, a token to remind her of the forest's enduring wisdom. May it guide you, Alara said softly, as you continue to weave your own tale. Twilight painted the sky with hues of pink and silver, as Lila found herself in a clearing bathed in moonlight. There stood an ancient tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. In its trunk was a door, carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the moon's glow. With a deep breath, Lila pushed the door open, revealing a room aglow with soft golden light. Inside, she found a gathering of creatures, each as whimsical as Orion, who welcomed her with warmth and joy. They shared stories of their world, of courage and exploration, and Lila listened, her heart full of wonder and understanding. As the night deepened, Lila realized that her journey had taught her the true nature of courage. It was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to face the unknown with an open heart. She knew she would carry this lesson with her always, a light to guide her through life's many adventures. With a grateful heart, Lila bid farewell to her newfound friends and retraced her steps through the enchanted forest. The path home seemed shorter, the stars brighter, as if the forest itself was guiding her safely back. When she emerged from the archway, the village lay before her, peaceful and familiar under the starlit sky. Lila returned to her cottage, where the hearth crackled warmly and her bed awaited, soft and inviting. As she drifted into a gentle sleep, Lila knew that the forest would always be there, a magical place where courage and exploration walked hand in hand. And in her dreams, she danced with the butterflies, laughed with Orion, and wandered the enchanted paths once more, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world. Story 3. In a forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there lay a hidden world, vibrant and alive with the magic of nature. This was a place where every creature, from the tiniest beetle to the grandest stag, played a role in a delicate symphony of life, orchestrated by the unseen hands of time and season. As dawn broke, the forest awoke with a soft rustle, the golden light filtering through the dense canopy like liquid warmth, casting dappled patterns onto the forest floor. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, mingled with the sweet aroma of blooming wildflowers. The gentle hum of life was underscored by the distant gurgle of a brook, its waters shimmering like liquid silver as they meandered through the undergrowth. In this serene setting, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thallo. Thallo, with his shell etched with the stories of many seasons, was known far and wide for his gentle wisdom. His eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the myriad of sunrises he had witnessed and the countless tales he had heard. He was the keeper of the forest's history, a living archive of the knowledge passed down through generations. Each line on his shell told a story, a testament to the trials and triumphs of the forest, as etched by time's gentle hand. One chilly morning, as the dew clung to the leaves like 1,000 tiny diamonds, a young squirrel named Nimble approached Thallo. Nimble, with fur as soft as thistledown and eyes bright with curiosity, had a question that had been gnawing at him like an acorn buried too deep. "Thallo," he began, his voice a gentle squeak amidst the morning chorus, "how does the forest stay in harmony? How do the creatures and the trees and the very earth beneath us work together so perfectly?" Thallo, with a slow nod, began to recount a story as old as the forest itself. "Long ago," he said, his voice a deep, soothing rumble, "when the world was still young, the seasons made a pact with the earth. They promised to dance in harmony, each taking its turn to nurture and renew the land." As Thallo spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with the magic of his words. Spring, with her gentle touch, would awaken the sleeping seeds, coaxing them to sprout and reach for the sky. Her breath was the warm breeze that carried the scent of new beginnings. Summer followed with his vibrant energy, the sun's kiss coaxing the land to bloom in full glory, painting the forest in shades of emerald and gold. Nimble listened, entranced, as the forest around them seemed to echo Thallo's tale. Then came autumn, with her cloak of russet and amber, gently ushering the forest into a time of reflection and preparation. Her winds whispered secrets to the falling leaves, bidding them to rest upon the earth as a blanket of warmth. And finally winter, Thallo continued, his voice a soft lull, wrapped the forest in a quiet, peaceful slumber. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for spring's gentle touch to begin the cycle anew. Nimble's eyes widened, understanding dawning like the morning sun. "So, it's the balance of the seasons that keeps the forest in harmony," he said, his voice a soft rustle in the quiet morning. "And each creature, each tree, plays a part in this dance." "Exactly," Thallo nodded, his eyes twinkling with pride. "Every creature, no matter how small, has a role to play. Even you, Nimble, with your boundless energy and curious heart, contribute to this balance. You help sow the seeds of tomorrow, carrying them far and wide, ensuring the forest's future." As the morning stretched into day, a gentle breeze began to stir, carrying with it the distant call of a woodpecker echoing through the trees. Nimble's heart was still full of questions, yet now they were tinged with understanding and a desire to learn more. "Thallo," Nimble ventured, a new curiosity shining in his eyes, "have you ever left the forest? Seen what lies beyond these trees?" Thallo chuckled softly, the sound like leaves rustling in the wind. I have ventured to the edges, young one, but my heart belongs here. However, there was a time when a wanderer from beyond visited us, a peregrine falcon, swift and bold, whose tales of distant lands and vast skies captivated us all. Nimble's ears perked up, intrigued. What did the falcon say? She spoke of mountains that kissed the sky and oceans that sang to the moon. But what struck me most, Talo said, his voice tinged with nostalgia, was her mention of how even in those faraway places, there was a balance, a harmony that resonated with the pulse of life here. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Thallo continued. The world, Nimble, is a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven into the next. Our forest is but one vibrant thread in the grand design. Nimble paused to absorb this new insight, his small heart swelling with a mix of awe and responsibility. The forest, his home, was part of something much larger. I want to be like the falcon, he declared, determination shading his voice, to see and understand more, so I can protect our home better. Thallo regarded Nimble with a fond smile. Then you must listen, learn, and carry the stories of our forest with you, wherever you go. Knowledge is a powerful seed, young one, and when planted in the right place, it can grow a forest of wisdom. With that, Nimble scampered up the oak tree, the bark rough beneath his tiny paws, to survey the world around him. The forest stretched as far as his eyes could see, a tapestry of life woven together with threads of sunlight and shadow. He saw the birds flitting between branches, their songs a joyful chorus, and the deer grazing peacefully in the glade. He watched as the wind rustled the leaves, setting them dancing in a playful waltz. In that moment, Nimble felt a deep sense of peace and gratitude. He understood that the forest's harmony was a gift, one that he was privileged to be a part of. He scampered back down to Thallo, his heart full of a newfound appreciation for the world around him. Thank you, Thallo, Nimble said, his voice a soft whisper on the breeze. I promise to cherish and protect this harmony, just as you have taught me. Thallo smiled, a slow, wise smile, and nodded. Remember, Nimble, wisdom lies not just in knowing, but in understanding and living in harmony with the world around you. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting its warm glow over the forest, Nimble felt a sense of calm settle over him. He knew that the seasons would continue their eternal dance, and that he would play his part in this wondrous symphony of life. The day unfolded in a series of gentle events. Nimble spent hours exploring the forest, meeting with other inhabitants who shared their own stories. A family of rabbits, with their twitching noses and soft twitching ears, spoke of the underground burrows they crafted, safe havens amidst the roots. A pair of frogs, their skin glistening like emeralds in the sunlight, croaked tales of the pond's depths and the life it teemed with beneath its placid surface. As the afternoon sun began to dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Nimble found himself reflecting on the many lives that intertwined within the forest. Each creature, each element of nature, from the buzzing bees to the whispering winds, contributed to a larger story, one of survival, resilience, and beauty. As night fell and the moon rose to cast its silver light over the land, the forest whispered a lullaby to all who dwelled within. The creatures nestled into their beds of leaves and moss, secure in the knowledge that they were part of something beautiful, something eternal. And as the stars blinked into existence, a gentle peace settled over the land, cradling the forest in a tender embrace. In that moment, all was right with the world, and the forest dreamed its ancient dreams, content in its timeless dance of life. Yet as Nimble lay curled up in his nest, his mind wandered once more to the falcon's tales of far-off lands. He imagined vast deserts and endless seas, and the creatures that called them home. With a heart full of dreams, he resolved to one day venture beyond the forest, to seek the wisdom that lay in distant places, and to bring back stories that would enrich his beloved home. For Nimble knew that the forest's harmony was not just a gift to be protected, but a legacy to be shared, a story to be told anew with each passing generation. And so, as sleep claimed him, he dreamed of journeys untaken, of horizons yet to be explored, and of the boundless tapestry of life that awaited him beyond the trees. Story 4. In the embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, guarding secrets as old as time, the village of Luminara thrived in a delicate dance with nature's wonders. This hidden enclave was a place where magic was not just an art, but a way of life, as much a part of the villagers as the air they breathed. The air itself carried the sweet fragrance of lavender, mingling with the warm scent of honey, creating an aroma that was both comforting and invigorating. Lanterns, gently suspended in midair, cast a soft, golden glow that illuminated the cobblestone paths winding through the village like veins of light. The villagers, with their open hearts and easy smiles, lived in a harmonious partnership with the forest's mystical inhabitants. It was not uncommon to see a cluster of pixies flitting about the gardens, tending to the vibrant blooms, or to hear the distant call of a unicorn echoing through the trees at dawn. Each day was a testament to the peace that reigned between the natural and the supernatural. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun began its descent, painting the horizon in a breathtaking palette of fiery oranges and dusky pinks, an unusual spectacle unfolded. Flickering lights, brighter and more vibrant than any lantern, danced across the treetops, creating an ethereal ballet that captivated the villagers. The lights appeared and vanished in an instant, leaving behind a sense of wonder and curiosity. The cobblestone square buzzed with the villagers' murmurs, their voices a blend of excitement and confusion. Among them stood Isla, a young girl with a heart as boundless as her imagination. Her eyes, the color of the twilight sky, sparkled with intrigue as she observed the enchanting display. Isla was known for her keen sense of observation and an unyielding curiosity that often led her to explore the forest's hidden corners. Driven by a desire to uncover the mystery behind the lights, Isla sought the wisdom of Old Willow, the village elder. His presence was like that of the forest itself, ancient, wise, and comforting. His silvery beard cascaded down his chest, and his eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the very essence of the woods. "Old Willow," Isla called, her voice carrying a hint of excitement, "do you know what causes these lights to dance above the trees each night?" Old Willow chuckled softly, a sound reminiscent of leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. "Ah, Isla, the forest always has its secrets. But remember, every mystery in Luminara has a gentle purpose, waiting to be discovered." Isla left the elder with renewed determination, her mind alight with possibilities. The next morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, she prepared for her journey. She packed a small satchel with essentials: warm bread, a wedge of cheese, a notebook for her discoveries, and a tiny lantern that shimmered with a soft inner light. As she stepped into the woods, the morning sun filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves, hinting at the changing seasons. Accompanied by Bramble, her loyal lumen companion, Isla ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. Bramble, with wings that glowed like embers and a voice as melodious as a lullaby, was a creature of light and warmth. His presence was a comforting constant, a reminder of the magic that thrived in the world around them. The forest was alive with the gentle hum of life. Isla and Bramble wandered the winding paths, pausing to listen to the whispering breeze or to observe a family of rabbits nestled in a hollow. Isla took careful notes, sketching the various plants and creatures she encountered, her curiosity insatiable. Yet the mystery of the dancing lights remained unsolved. As the day waned, the golden light of afternoon giving way to the cool embrace of evening, Isla and Bramble found themselves at the edge of a glistening pond. The water mirrored the vibrant sky, a perfect reflection of the world above. They settled on a moss-covered log, sharing their simple meal as the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the land. Just as the last of the sunlight faded, Isla noticed something extraordinary. Tiny, glowing orbs began to rise from the water's surface, twirling gracefully into the air. The lights danced in intricate patterns, weaving stories with their movements. Isla watched, entranced by the beauty and serenity of the scene. "Bramble," she whispered, her voice filled with awe, "do you see? They're not just lights, they're stories." The lumen nodded, his wings casting a soft glow. "These are the stories of the forest, told by the water sprites. They gather each evening to share tales of the day." As Isla listened, she felt a profound connection to the forest and its magical inhabitants. The tales of the water sprites spoke of ancient times and forgotten lore, of the bond between the village and the woods. She realized that the strange occurrences were not meant to be mysteries to solve, but gifts to cherish, an invitation to pause and appreciate the beauty and wonder of their world. In the days that followed, Ela devoted herself to understanding the language of the forest. She spent hours by the pond, her fingers tracing the outlines of the glowing orbs in her notebook. She began to recognize the patterns of the stories, the subtle shifts in color and movement that signaled joy, sadness, or a lesson learned. The forest, in its silent wisdom, was teaching her to listen with more than just her ears. One afternoon, as Isla sat beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient oak, she noticed an unusual visitor, a lone fox with fur as white as snow. Its eyes, a piercing shade of emerald, met hers with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. The fox approached slowly, its movements deliberate and graceful, as if it carried the weight of 1,000 untold stories. "Who are you?" Ela asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. The fox paused, its gaze unwavering, and in that moment Ela felt a flood of emotions wash over her, curiosity, longing, and a deep sense of kinship. The fox turned, beckoning her to follow. Isla rose, her heart pounding with anticipation, and trailed behind the enigmatic creature. As they moved through the forest, the landscape transformed around them. The trees swayed in a rhythmic dance, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal light. It was as if the entire forest had come alive, guiding Isla on a journey she was destined to undertake. Finally, they reached a hidden glade, a place untouched by time. In the center stood an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with intricate runes that glowed softly in the twilight. The fox sat at the edge of the circle, watching Isla with expectant eyes. Drawn by an unseen force, Isla stepped into the circle. As she did, the runes flared to life, casting a warm golden light that enveloped her in a cocoon of magic. Visions danced before her eyes, scenes of the village in days long past, of villagers and forest creatures living in harmony, of the very first lights that had danced across the treetops. In that moment, Ela understood. The lights were not just stories of the past, but guides for the future, illuminating the path that lay ahead. They were a reminder of the delicate balance that must be maintained between the village and the forest, a bond that must be nurtured and cherished. With newfound clarity, Isla returned to Luminara, her heart brimming with purpose. She shared the visions with Old Willow and the villagers, urging them to honor the wisdom of the forest and to listen with open hearts. Together, they crafted a new tradition, a celebration of the lights, where villagers and forest creatures gathered to share stories, songs, and laughter. From that night on, the villagers of Luminara gathered by the pond, watching the lights and listening to the whispered tales of the forest. In doing so, they learned that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those that invite us to stop and listen, to see beyond the ordinary, and to find joy in the simple, magical moments of life. Thus, with hearts full of peace and wonder, Isla and her friends drifted off to sleep, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the forest. They knew they were part of a world where magic and kindness danced hand in hand, lighting up the night with their gentle glow. And as the whispering woods sang its timeless song, the villagers of Luminara embraced their roles as keepers of the forest's tales, ensuring that the magic of their world would endure for generations to come. In the quiet aftermath of their new tradition's first celebration, Isla found herself wandering the cobblestone paths alone, her thoughts a gentle swirl of the night's stories. The village was nestled in a tranquil hush, the only sound the whisper of leaves rustling in the night breeze. As she walked, she pondered the fox's silent invitation, the ancient runes, and the deep connection she now felt with the forest. It was then she realized that the forest had chosen her for a reason. Its ancient heart had recognized in her a spirit that could bridge the gap between the world of humans and the mystical realm. The realization filled her with both awe and a sense of responsibility. She understood that her journey was just beginning. There was so much more to learn, to protect, and to share. Determined, Ela resolved to spend more time learning from the forest's inhabitants, to become fluent in the language of whispers and shadows. She envisioned a future where the villagers of Luminara could deepen their bond with the forest, ensuring that its magic continued to flourish. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, casting a soft glow over the village, Ela returned home. Her heart was full, her mind alive with the possibilities of the days to come. She knew that with each step she took, guided by the luminance of the forest's stories, she would help lead Luminara into a harmonious future, where the dance between the natural and the supernatural would continue to thrive, an eternal testament to the magic of their world. The dawn cast a warm light over the village, reflecting off the dew-kissed petals of the flowers lining the cobblestone paths. Ela, invigorated by the night's revelations, decided to share her newfound vision with the others. She convened a gathering in the heart of the village, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks that bordered the square. The villagers assembled, their faces alight with curiosity and anticipation. As Ela spoke, her words wove a tapestry of hope and unity. She recounted her journey, the guidance of the mysterious fox, and the wisdom she had gleaned from the ancient runes. Her voice, steady and earnest, resonated with the hearts of her listeners. She proposed a new era for Luminara, one where the village and the forest were not mere neighbors but kin, bound together by the threads of magic and mutual respect. The villagers listened intently, their eyes glistening with understanding. They nodded in agreement, inspired by Ela's vision. Old Willow stepped forward, his eyes twinkling with approval. "Isla speaks the truth," he declared. "We are the stewards of this land, entrusted with its magic and its mysteries. Let us embrace this responsibility with open hearts." A sense of unity enveloped the gathering, and from that day forward, the villagers began to weave Ela's vision into the fabric of their lives. They established a council of elders and young ones alike, dedicated to fostering the bond between Luminara and the Whispering Woods. They organized regular gatherings where stories were shared, and knowledge of the forest's creatures and plants was passed down through generations. Isla, now seen as a bridge between the human and mystical worlds, continued her explorations with Bramble by her side. Together, they forged deeper connections with the forest's inhabitants, learning their languages and understanding their needs. The villagers, inspired by Ela's dedication, followed her lead and found their own ways to contribute to the harmony of their world. As the seasons turned, the village of Luminara blossomed anew. The bond between the villagers and the forest deepened, creating a symphony of life that resonated through the woods. The Whispering Woods, in return, revealed more of its wonders, sharing secrets and stories that enriched the lives of all who listened. In time, Isla's vision became a legacy, carried forward by the children of Luminara, who grew up knowing the magic of their world and the importance of protecting it. The village thrived, its spirit intertwined with the heartbeat of the forest, an enduring testament to the power of unity and the magic of belief. And so, in the embrace of the Whispering Woods, the story of Luminara continued, a tale of harmony and wonder that would echo through the ages, carried on the wings of the forest's whispers, forever illuminating the path of those who dared to listen. Yet as the unity between the village and the forest grew stronger, Isla sensed a new challenge on the horizon. One evening, as she sat by the pond, the water sprites shared a story that left her with a sense of unease, a tale of a shadow lurking at the edges of the Whispering Woods, threatening the balance they had worked so hard to maintain. The next day, Ela sought the counsel of Old Willow. His eyes, usually filled with warmth, were troubled as she recounted the sprite's warning. "The forest has many layers," he said gravely. "Not all who dwell within it mean well. We must be vigilant, for the harmony we have achieved is precious and must be protected." With this knowledge, Ela embarked on a new quest, one that would test her resolve and the strength of the bonds she had forged. She knew that the shadows could not be faced alone. She called upon the villagers and the forest creatures, rallying them to a common cause. Together, they formed a watchful alliance, a network of guardians who would protect the Whispering Woods and the village of Luminara. The days that followed were filled with silent watchfulness and quiet determination. Isla and Bramble led patrols through the forest, their senses attuned to the slightest disturbance. The villagers took turns standing guard, their lanterns casting reassuring light in the dark of night. The forest creatures, from the smallest pixie to the mightiest unicorn, lent their aid, using their unique abilities to keep the shadows at bay. Through their collective efforts, the shadow was held at the forest's edge, unable to penetrate the heart of Luminara. The villagers and the creatures of the forest learned that together they were a force to be reckoned with, their unity a powerful shield against the darkness. As the moon rose high above the whispering woods, casting its silver light upon the village, Isla stood at the edge of the pond, her heart filled with gratitude and hope. The forest had tested them, but it had also shown them the strength of their community and the power of their shared beliefs. With the shadow held at bay, Isla knew that their work was far from over. They had not only to defend their home, but to nurture the harmony they had worked so hard to achieve. As she gazed at the dancing lights reflecting on the pond's surface, she was reminded once more of the stories and the magic that bound them all. And so the villagers of Luminara continued their watch, their hearts steadfast and their spirits unwavering. They knew that as long as they stood together, the light of their world would never be extinguished, and the Whispering Woods would remain a sanctuary of magic and wonder for generations to come. Story 5. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled within the lush embrace of an ancient forest, where the air was always tinged with the scent of pine and sweet wildflowers, there lay a mystery waiting to be unfurled. The village, known for its blend of magic and the mundane, was a haven where villagers lived in harmony with gentle enchantments that graced their daily lives. The forest, vibrant with life, whispered secrets to those who listened, and its towering trees seemed to cradle the village in a protective embrace. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, villagers gathered around the central fountain. This fountain, crafted from stones smoothed by centuries of rain and wind, was no ordinary water feature. Enchanted by the village's founding guardian, a wise and benevolent griffin named Thistledown, the water glimmered with a silvery sheen. Those who drank from it found their spirits lifted, their dreams vivid and insightful, carrying whispers of the past and glimpses of possible futures. But lately, something peculiar had begun to occur. The once crystal-clear waters of the fountain had turned a curious shade of blue, a color reminiscent of the deepest ocean depths. Though the villagers were not frightened, they were puzzled. The change seemed to coincide with a series of curious events. Whispers of laughter in the breeze when no one was around, footprints in the morning dew that led nowhere, and most bewilderingly, the sudden disappearance of the village's supply of moonberries, a rare fruit that only blossomed under the moon's gentle gaze. In the heart of Willowbrook, a young boy named Finn lived with his grandmother, a respected herbalist known for her wisdom and kindness. Their cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, was filled with the soothing scents of dried herbs and blooming lavender. Finn, with his bright eyes and curious nature, found himself irresistibly drawn to the mystery. His grandmother's stories of Willowbrook's history and its magical inhabitants had always fascinated him, igniting a spark of adventure in his heart. One evening, as he sat by the fireplace, its warm glow casting flickering shadows on the walls, his grandmother spoke to him softly. Her voice, a gentle melody, carried the weight of countless tales and the wisdom of years. "Finn, my dear, sometimes the world speaks to us in riddles, and it is up to us to listen carefully," she said, her eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky. "The fountain's change is a whisper of magic, a call to see what lies beneath the surface." Finn nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. He knew he had to uncover the cause of the village's strange occurrences and restore the fountain's clarity. With a heart full of determination, he set out on his quest the following day. His first stop was the village library, a cozy nook filled with the comforting scent of old parchment and polished wood. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting golden patches on the wooden floor. There, he found Mrs. Ainsley, the librarian, surrounded by towering stacks of books. Her spectacles perched precariously on her nose. She looked up with a warm smile as Finn approached. "Ah, Finn, what brings you here this fine morning?" she asked, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Her love for books and knowledge was well known, and she had become a trusted guide for those seeking answers. Finn explained his mission, and Mrs. Ainsley's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "There is a book," she mused, an old tome about the magical creatures of our forest. Perhaps it holds the clues you seek. With Mrs. Ainsley's guidance, Finn discovered the book, its pages filled with illustrations and tales of the enchanted beings that called the forest home. As he turned the pages, a particular entry caught his eye: the moonlit sprites, tiny, ethereal creatures known for their mischievous nature and love of moonberries. Armed with this new knowledge, Finn decided to venture into the forest that very night, when the moon would be at its fullest. As twilight descended, casting long shadows and painting the forest in silver light, Finn quietly made his way through the whispering trees. The air was cool, and the soft hoot of owls accompanied his steps. Each step seemed to echo the rhythm of his racing heart, a mixture of anticipation and excitement. Reaching a small clearing bathed in moonlight, Finn paused. The air here felt different, alive with a gentle hum. He closed his eyes and listened, just as his grandmother had taught him. The forest seemed to breathe around him, its ancient wisdom wrapping him in a comforting embrace. It was then he heard it, a soft melodic giggle, like the tinkling of tiny bells. Opening his eyes, Finn caught sight of the moonlit sprites. They were delicate, shimmering beings, their wings like gossamer threads, flitting around a patch of moonberry bushes. The berries glowed softly beneath the moon's gaze, and the sprites danced joyfully among them. "Hello," Finn called gently, not wanting to startle them. The sprites paused, their eyes wide with surprise, and then one, braver than the rest, fluttered forward. "Greetings, young one," the sprite said in a voice as light as the breeze. "We meant no harm. The fountain's change was our doing, a playful spell to see if the villagers would notice our presence. We adore the moonberries and wish to share their magic." Finn smiled, understanding their intent was benign. "The villagers were curious, not afraid," he assured them. "Perhaps we can find a way for you to enjoy the moonberries without causing confusion." The sprites nodded eagerly, their wings shimmering with excitement. Together, they devised a plan. The sprites would gather a small portion of moonberries each month, leaving a gift of their own, a sprinkle of stardust in the fountain's waters, restoring its clarity and adding a touch of magic that would make the villagers' dreams even more wondrous. Before leaving the clearing, Finn shared a moment of contemplation. He realized that deeper within the forest lay paths unexplored, secrets of Willowbrook waiting to be unveiled. Whispers of ancient tales suggested that the forest once harbored a circle of ancient stones, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. Intrigued by the thought, Finn made a silent promise to return, to uncover more of the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the canopy of trees. As dawn broke, painting the sky with soft hues of pink and gold, Finn returned to the village, his heart light and his mind at ease. He shared the story with his grandmother, who listened with pride and affection. "You have listened well, Finn," she said, embracing him. "You have learned that understanding and kindness are the keys to solving even the most curious of mysteries." With the mystery resolved and the harmony of the village restored, the villagers once again gathered around the fountain, now more enchanting than ever. Finn's heart swelled with joy as he watched the gentle ripple of the water, a testament to the newfound friendship between the villagers and the magical sprites. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, under the watchful eyes of the ancient forest, life continued with a touch more magic, a reminder that even the simplest of wonders could lead to the most delightful discoveries. As the stars began to twinkle above, Finn nestled into bed, his dreams filled with moonlit gardens and the laughter of tiny sprites, knowing that the world was a place of endless enchantment and possibility. In the cozy embrace of his home, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, wrapped in the warmth of the story that had unfolded, a tale of friendship and understanding that would be whispered around the fireplace for generations to come. Yet as the days passed, Finn couldn't shake the feeling that the forest had more secrets to reveal. He often found himself gazing out the window, caught between the comforting routine of village life and the tantalizing mysteries of the woodland. One afternoon, while helping his grandmother sort herbs, the familiar rustle of parchment drew his attention. It was the old tome from the library, resting on a nearby shelf, seemingly calling to him with its stories yet untold. "Curiosity is a powerful guide, Finn," his grandmother remarked, noticing his distraction. Her eyes held a knowing look, as if she too had once felt the forest's call. If the forest beckons, perhaps it is time to listen more closely. Encouraged by her words, Finn decided to return to the forest, this time in search of the ancient stone circle he had read about. As dusk settled, he prepared for his journey, packing a small satchel with essentials, a flask of water, a loaf of bread, and a small pouch of herbs his grandmother insisted he take for protection and clarity. The forest was different at night, shadows weaving intricate patterns across the path. Finn moved with cautious silence, the crunch of leaves underfoot a steady rhythm in the stillness. The moon, a watchful guardian, illuminated his way as he ventured deeper, guided by an instinct he couldn't quite name. After what felt like hours, Finn stumbled upon a clearing unlike any other. In its center stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint, ethereal glow. The air was thick with a sense of history, of stories long forgotten waiting to be remembered. Standing amidst the stones, Finn felt a connection to something greater than himself, a lineage of seekers and dreamers who had once stood where he now stood. As he closed his eyes, a vision unfolded before him, a glimpse of Willowbrook's past, when the forest was young and the stones were a bridge between worlds. In his vision, he saw Thistledown, the Griffin Guardian, weaving spells of protection and prosperity for the village. The Griffin's eyes, wise and knowing, seemed to meet his own, imparting a silent message. The balance of magic and the mundane must be maintained, and it was now Finn's turn to be a keeper of this harmony. As the vision faded, Finn opened his eyes to find the stone circle aglow with a gentle light, a testament to the bond between the village and the forest. He realized that the mysteries of Willowbrook were not just puzzles to be solved, but connections to be cherished, each discovery a thread in the tapestry of the village's legacy. With a heart full of newfound understanding, Finn made his way back to Willowbrook, the first light of dawn softening the edges of the night. He shared his experience with his grandmother, who listened with a quiet pride, knowing that Finn had embraced a journey that would shape not only his life, but the future of their village. And so, the story of Willowbrook grew, enriched by Finn's adventures and the ancient wisdom of the forest. The villagers, too, felt the change, their lives touched by the magic that flowed through their home and the promise that the world held mysteries worth exploring. In Willowbrook, where magic and the mundane danced in harmony, Finn's tale became a beacon of hope and wonder, a reminder that the world was vast and full of secrets waiting to be discovered, each one a testament to the enduring spirit of adventure and the beauty of understanding the language of the world. In the following weeks, Finn began to notice subtle changes around Willowbrook. The villagers were more attuned to the nuances of their magical surroundings, often pausing to listen to the whispers of the forest. The fountain, now sparkling with the sprite stardust, became a popular gathering spot for evening tales, where laughter and stories intertwined with the gentle music of the water. One afternoon, as Finn wandered through the village square, he met a newcomer, a traveling bard named Ilara. Her presence was as vibrant as the colorful threads woven into her cloak, and her eyes sparkled with the promise of adventures untold. She had heard of the village's recent enchantments and was eager to learn more. Ilara and Finn quickly became friends, sharing stories beneath the shade of the ancient oak tree at the heart of the village. With each tale, Finn felt the bond between the villagers and the forest deepen, a reminder of the power of stories to connect and inspire. As Ilara prepared to leave Willowbrook, she gifted Finn a small journal, its pages blank and waiting for his own tales. "Fill it with your adventures," she encouraged, "and let the world know of the wonders that lie within this enchanted village." Inspired by Ilara's words, Finn began to chronicle his experiences, capturing the magic of Willowbrook in words and sketches. He realized that his journey was not just about uncovering secrets, but also about sharing the beauty of his world with others. And so, as the seasons changed and the forest whispered its ancient melodies, Finn knew that his adventure was only beginning. With each sunrise, he felt the call of the forest grow stronger, a promise of new mysteries to explore and new stories to create. In the village of Willowbrook, where magic and the mundane danced in harmony, Finn's story became a beacon of hope and wonder, a reminder that the world was vast and full of secrets waiting to be discovered, each one a testament to the enduring spirit of adventure and the beauty of understanding the language of the world. Story 6. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of a forest where the trees whispered ancient secrets, there was a place called Willowbrook. The village was known for its lush meadows, where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, and the sky was a canvas of soft pastels as the sun began its descent each evening. The villagers lived harmoniously, sharing stories and laughter, and their lives were gently guided by the magic that seeped quietly into every corner of their world. One such evening, as the stars began to twinkle like scattered jewels across the velvet sky, strange occurrences began to unfold. It started with the village's beloved clock tower. The clock, known for its melodic chimes that marked the passage of time, suddenly ceased to sing. The gentle tick-tock that had been a constant companion in the background of village life was replaced by an unsettling silence. The villagers gathered around the clock tower, their faces etched with curiosity and concern. Among them was a bright-eyed young girl named Lila, whose heart was as open as the sky above. Lila had always been fascinated by the stories of the old forest and the magic that lay within. She listened intently as the villagers murmured amongst themselves, each offering theories about the clock's silence. "I bet it's the work of mischievous sprites," one villager exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. "Perhaps it's a sign from the ancient forest," pondered another, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Determined to uncover the truth, Lila decided to embark on a gentle quest to solve the mystery of the silent clock. She believed that the answer lay within the forest, where magic flowed like an unseen river. With a lantern in hand and an open heart, she set off into the woods, the path illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew heavy with the scent of pine and earth, and the sounds of nocturnal creatures filled the air, a symphony of rustling leaves and the occasional call of an owl. She walked with purpose, her footsteps muffled by the soft moss underfoot. It was not long before Lila encountered a wise old owl perched on a low branch. His feathers were a tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes glowed like amber lanterns in the darkness. The owl, named Orion, was known as the guardian of the forest, a keeper of secrets and wisdom. "Good evening, young one," Orion hooted softly, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to the heart of the forest on such a night?" Lila shared her tale with Orion, her voice filled with earnest curiosity. "The clock tower in Willowbrook has fallen silent, and the villagers are puzzled. I believe the answer might lie here, within the magic of the forest." Orion listened carefully, nodding his wise head. "You are perceptive, dear Lila. The forest holds many mysteries, and perhaps it can offer the guidance you seek. Follow the path to the clearing where the elder trees stand. There, you may find what you are looking for." With a grateful heart, Lila thanked Orion and continued on her journey, her path now guided by the owl's wisdom. The forest seemed to open up before her, revealing a hidden trail that led to a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood a ring of ancient trees, their gnarled branches reaching skyward as if holding up the heavens themselves. At the heart of this circle, Lila discovered a peculiar sight, a circle of glowing stones, each pulsating with a gentle light. As she approached, she noticed the stones were arranged in a pattern that mirrored the stars above, their luminescence ebbing and flowing in a rhythm that felt both familiar and otherworldly. Suddenly, a soft voice drifted through the clearing, as sweet as a lullaby. "Welcome, seeker of truth," it said, and Lila turned to see a small, shimmering creature perched atop one of the stones. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's magic, with delicate wings that shimmered like morning dew in sunlight. "I am Amara," the sylph introduced herself with a gentle smile. "The silence you seek to understand is a message from the forest itself, a reminder of the balance that must be maintained between our worlds." Lila listened intently, her heart open to the wisdom of the sylph. What must we do to restore the balance and bring back the chimes of our beloved clock? Amara fluttered her wings, sending a cascade of sparkles into the air. The clock's silence is a reflection of the forest's own quiet. Something has disturbed the harmony here. and it is up to us to set it right. There is a grove not far from here where a gentle stream has been blocked by fallen branches. Clear the path for the water to flow, and the balance will be restored. With a nod of understanding, Leela knew what she must do. Guided by Amara's light, she made her way to the grove where the stream lay still and silent, its usual babble hushed by the debris that had gathered. With careful hands, she began to clear the branches, her heart lightened by the task. As the last branch was lifted, the stream gurgled to life, its waters dancing joyfully over smooth stones. The sound was like music, a melody that echoed through the forest and reached the ears of the villagers waiting in Willowbrook. As if by magic, the clock tower's chimes rang out once more, a symphony of harmony restored. Lila returned to the village, her heart full of warmth and a newfound understanding of the world around her. Her journey had taught her that even the smallest actions could ripple through the world, bringing balance and peace. As the villagers celebrated the return of the clock's song, Lila shared her tale of the wise owl, the sylph, and the magical forest. The gentle mystery had been solved, and harmony was restored not just to Willowbrook, but to the hearts of its people. And so, under the starlit sky, with the soft chimes of the clock echoing in the night, the village of Willowbrook drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle magic of the world they cherished. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Willow was a curious and imaginative child, with a heart full of wonder and a deep appreciation for the natural world that surrounded her. One warm summer evening, as Willow sat by the babbling brook that flowed through the heart of the forest, she noticed something peculiar. A tiny creature, no bigger than her thumb, emerged from beneath a mossy rock, its gossamer wings fluttering gently in the dappled sunlight. Willow's eyes widened with amazement as she realized she was in the presence of a fairy. The fairy, whose name was Zephyr, regarded Willow with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. "Greetings, young one," she said, her voice like the tinkling of delicate chimes. "I see you have stumbled upon our hidden realm." Willow could scarcely believe her ears. A hidden realm? Within the forest she had explored countless times. Zephyr chuckled at the girl's awestruck expression and beckoned her closer. "There is a secret world that exists alongside your own, Willow," the fairy explained. "A world of magic and wonder where the creatures of myth and legend dwell. And you, my dear, have been chosen to embark on a most extraordinary journey." With a wave of her tiny hand, Zephyr summoned a shimmering orb of light that hovered before Willow's face. "This is a starlight sphere, a magical object that will guide you through our realm. Hold it close, and it will reveal the path you must follow." Willow reached out hesitantly, her fingers tingling as they touched the warm, pulsating sphere. A sense of adventure and curiosity overcame her initial trepidation, and she nodded eagerly, ready to accept Zephyr's invitation to explore the hidden world. And so began Willow's extraordinary journey through the fairy realm. Guided by the gentle glow of the starlight sphere, she ventured into a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering mushroom forests, glittering rivers of liquid moonlight, and meadows blanketed in luminescent wildflowers greeted her at every turn. As she delved deeper into this enchanted realm, Willow encountered a diverse array of magical creatures, each one more wondrous than the last. She befriended a mischievous group of pixies who taught her the art of merry mischief, and a wise old treant who imparted ancient wisdom about the balance of nature. Yet not all was idyllic in the fairy realm. Willow soon learned of a dark presence that threatened to disrupt the delicate harmony of this magical world. A wicked sorcerer, consumed by greed and a lust for power, had set his sights on claiming the realm's most precious treasure, the Everlight, a sacred wellspring of pure magic that sustained all life within the fairy realm. Determined to protect this wondrous world and the friends she had made, Willow embarked on a quest to thwart the sorcerer's nefarious plans. Her journey led her through treacherous landscapes, where she faced challenges that tested her courage, wit, and resilience. In one harrowing encounter, Willow found herself trapped in a labyrinth of twisted vines and thorns, the starlight sphere's glow flickering and dim. Just when all hope seemed lost, a majestic unicorn appeared, its ivory horn glowing with a radiant light. With a gentle touch, the unicorn restored the starlight sphere's brilliance, allowing Willow to navigate her way out of the labyrinth safely. As she drew closer to the Everlight's hidden sanctuary, Willow formed an unbreakable bond with her newfound fairy companions. Together, they faced down the sorcerer's minions, their friendship and determination proving stronger than any dark magic. In a climactic battle against the sorcerer himself, Willow's unwavering belief in the power of love and friendship ultimately triumphed. With the Starlight Sphere's guidance and the combined strength of her fairy allies, she was able to shatter the sorcerer's corrupted spells and restore the Everlight's radiant glow. As the fairy realm was bathed in the Everlight's warmth and renewal, Willow stood tall, transformed by her extraordinary journey. No longer was she a timid child, but a courageous young woman who had faced her fears and emerged victorious. She had learned the true meaning of friendship, sacrifice, and the importance of protecting the natural world's delicate balance. Zephyr, beaming with pride, approached Willow and bestowed upon her a most precious gift, a shimmering pendant that contained a fragment of the Everlight's magic. "Wear this always, dear Willow," the fairy said, her voice filled with affection. "And may it remind you of the wonders you have witnessed, the bonds you have forged, and the strength that lies within your heart." With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her fairy companions, promising to cherish the memories of her journey forever. As she stepped back into the familiar forest, she felt a profound sense of gratitude and purpose. The hidden world had taught her invaluable lessons, and she vowed to share her newfound wisdom with others, inspiring them to appreciate the magic that surrounds us all. From that day forward, Willow never looked at the forest in the same way. She knew that beneath the leafy canopy, a realm of enchantment and wonder awaited, a place where friendships defied expectations, and the power of love and courage could overcome even the darkest of forces. And whenever she glimpsed a fleeting sparkle in the air or heard the faint tinkling of fairy chimes, Willow would smile, her heart filled with the warmth and magic of her extraordinary journey through the hidden world. Story 8. In the heart of an ancient forest, where time itself seemed to pause and listen, a gentle hush lay over the tranquil expanse of emerald canopy. Here, beneath the dappled light filtering through leaves that whispered secrets of old, lived a community of creatures, each as integral to the forest as the roots that cradled the earth. The forest was a symphony of life, where every note played its part in a harmonious melody. The gnarled oaks and stately pines stood as sentinels, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, while the babbling brook wove its silver thread through the undergrowth, carrying tales to the sea. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived by an ancient rhythm, guided by the seasons and the wisdom of their ancestors. At the center of this world was a venerable tortoise named Thaddeus, whose shell bore the marks of countless years. Thaddeus was a repository of knowledge, his mind a tapestry woven with stories of the forest's past. It was said that he had seen the forest grow from a sapling into the sprawling haven it was now, and his calm demeanor and gentle eyes were a source of comfort to all who sought his counsel. As the first blush of spring began to warm the soil, a time of renewal and awakening swept through the forest. The air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the soft hum of bees drifted lazily in the sunlit glades. Yet beneath this facade of burgeoning life, a subtle discord threatened the harmony of the forest. It was the arrival of a late frost, creeping through the underbrush like a specter, its icy fingers clutching at the tender buds and blossoms. The creatures of the forest, from the industrious squirrels to the melodious songbirds, whispered their worries as they felt the chill in the air. The frost, if left unchecked, could stifle the new growth and upset the delicate balance that sustained them all. In this time of uncertainty, the creatures turned to Thaddeus, gathering around him in the golden light of dawn. The tortoise, with his slow and measured voice, spoke of the natural cycles of the world. "This frost is but a reminder of nature's unpredictability," he said, his words carrying the weight of ages. "Yet, just as the sun rises after the darkest night, so too will warmth return to our land." But it was the youngest of the creatures, a curious and spirited little mouse named Oliver, who felt a stirring within his heart, a call to action. Oliver had spent many an afternoon nestled beside Thaddeus, listening to stories of old while the tortoise munched leisurely on clover. Inspired by these tales, Oliver believed that the forest could heal itself if only its inhabitants worked together. With a heart full of determination, Oliver scampered through the forest, reaching out to his friends and neighbors. He spoke to the industrious ants, who agreed to help insulate the roots of the trees with their industrious weaving of leaves and twigs. He visited the beavers, who pledged to adjust the flow of the brook, ensuring the soil remained moist and warm. The songbirds, with their sweet voices, carried messages far and wide, coordinating the efforts of all who called the forest home. As the creatures labored side by side, a magical phenomenon began to unfold. The very essence of the forest seemed to respond to their unity, a gentle warmth spreading through the earth and trees. The frost, once a harbinger of doom, slowly retreated, its icy grip loosening under the combined efforts of the forest folk. Thaddeus watched with quiet pride, his wise eyes twinkling as he saw the fruits of his teachings take root. The young mouse, so full of hope and courage, had inspired a movement that transcended generations, reminding all of the power of community and the strength found in harmony. With the frost dispelled and spring blooming in earnest, the forest thrummed with life anew. The creatures celebrated their triumph with a feast beneath the great canopy, the air filled with laughter and the gentle murmur of the brook. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a tapestry of colors across the sky, Thaddeus gathered the young ones around him for a story. He spoke softly, his voice blending with the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. Remember, dear ones, that the forest thrives not because of the strength of one, but through the unity of many. Each of you is a vital thread in the fabric of our home, and together we can weather any storm. As the stars began their vigil in the night sky, a serene peace settled over the forest. The creatures, nestled in their burrows and nests, drifted into dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow. And there, in the heart of the ancient forest, under the watchful eyes of the moon, the balance of nature was restored, a testament to the wisdom of the ages and the power of friendship. In this tranquil haven, where magic and reality danced in harmony, the lessons of the past were cherished, and the future shone with a gentle, enduring light. Story 9. In the heart of a quaint village cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a small, unassuming shop filled with curiosities. Its shelves were lined with trinkets and baubles, each carrying tales of distant lands and forgotten times. The shop was owned by an elderly gentleman named Mr. Thistle, whose eyes twinkled like starlight whenever he recounted the histories of his peculiar wares. One crisp autumn morning, as the village was veiled in a gentle mist, and the air was scented with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara was known in the village for her insatiable curiosity and kind heart. Her golden hair was often tousled by the wind, and her cheeks were kissed by the sun, giving her an ever-present look of wonder. As Clara explored the shop, her fingers brushed lightly against the objects, feeling the stories that seemed to hum just beneath their surfaces. Her gaze fell upon a small, ornately carved box nestled in a dusty corner. It was unremarkable at first glance, but something about it drew her in. "Ah, you've found the box of whispers," Mr. Thistle said, appearing beside her with a soft smile. His voice was as gentle as the autumn breeze. "They say it holds secrets only the heart can understand." Intrigued, Clara asked if she might open it. Mr. Thistle nodded, handing her a delicate key. As she turned the key in the lock, the box creaked open, and a warm, golden light spilled out, accompanied by a soothing melody. Inside, she found a small, shimmering feather that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. "This feather," Mr. Thistle explained, "is said to grant the ability to hear the thoughts of those who truly need help." Clara's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She couldn't help but wonder what secrets lay in the minds of those around her. With a gentle nod from Mr. Thistle, she slipped the feather into her pocket and thanked him for trusting her with its care. As Clara stepped out of the shop, the village seemed to transform around her. The whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves spoke to her in a new language, one filled with the thoughts and emotions of the creatures and people she passed. Her journey soon led her to the edge of the forest where she often played. It was here that she first heard the faintest of whispers, like a soft sigh carried on the breeze. Following the sound, Clara discovered a small, frightened rabbit caught in a tangle of brambles. Its thoughts were clear. It longed for freedom, but feared the thorns. Remembering the lessons of patience and kindness her grandmother had taught her, Clara knelt beside the rabbit and spoke softly. "It's all right, little one. I'll help you." With careful hands, she untangled the brambles, freeing the rabbit who nuzzled her hand in gratitude before bounding away. Encouraged by her success, Clara ventured deeper into the forest, where the whispers grew louder and more varied. She met a wise old owl who spoke of the forest's history and a mischievous squirrel who shared secrets of hidden paths. Each encounter enriched her understanding of the world and her place within it. Her most challenging encounter came when she heard the troubled thoughts of a young fox whose den had been disturbed by a recent storm. It was lost and anxious, unsure of how to find its way home. Clara knew she could not simply guide the fox back. She had to help it remember the path on its own. Sitting quietly beside the fox, Clara listened, not just with her ears but with her heart, to the sounds of the forest. She encouraged the fox to focus on the familiar scents and sounds it knew. Slowly, the fox's confidence grew, and together they retraced its path back to the den. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Clara realized her journey was not just about helping others, but about discovering her own strength and compassion. The feather had been a guide, but it was her own wisdom and kindness that had truly made a difference. When she returned to Mr. Thistle's shop, he welcomed her with a knowing smile. "You've done well, Clara," he said, his eyes twinkling with pride. "The feather may have shown you the way, but it was your heart that led you." Clara returned the box and the feather, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the magical journey she had embarked upon. As she stepped back into the village, she carried with her not just the memories of the friends she had made, but also a newfound understanding of the power of empathy and the gentle strength within her. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Clara walked home through the quiet streets, her heart full of warmth and her spirit alight with the timeless magic of kindness. As she settled into bed that night, the whispers of the world around her softly lulled her to sleep, promising new adventures and discoveries with each new dawn. Story 10. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene village cradled by lush, rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin was known throughout the village for her kindness and her love for tending the vibrant flower garden that adorned the front of her quaint, ivy-draped cottage. Her garden was a kaleidoscope of colors, with blooms that swayed gently in the whispering breeze, each petal a brushstroke in nature's masterpiece. Yet, Marin carried a secret weight in her heart. Despite her love for her garden and the joy it brought to others, she felt an unease, a restlessness that tugged at her like the pull of the moon on the tides. Change was coming. She sensed it like the subtle shift in the air before a summer storm, but she was afraid of what that change might mean for her quiet, predictable life. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin sat by the edge of a nearby forest, her thoughts tangled like the vines in her garden. She gazed at the ancient trees, their gnarled branches reaching out like wise old arms ready to embrace the unknown. It was then she noticed a glimmering light dancing among the shadows, a light that flickered like a candle in the wind, but held a warmth that beckoned her forward. Curiosity tugged at her heartstrings, and with a deep breath, she followed the light deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her, the leaves whispering secrets only they knew. Suddenly, the light stopped, hovering above a small, shimmering pool of water. Marin knelt by its edge, peering into its depths where the light seemed to swirl and beckon. The pool was not ordinary. Its waters were as clear as a polished mirror, reflecting the moon and stars above. As Marin gazed into it, the surface rippled, and she saw an image of herself, not as she was, but as she could be, a vision of strength and confidence, of change embraced and new paths forged. Startled yet entranced, Marin dipped her fingers into the water. It was cool and soothing, and as she did, the light enveloped her in a gentle embrace. She felt a warmth spread through her, a tingling sensation that whispered of magic and possibility. In that moment, Marin understood that the change she feared was not something to run from, but to welcome with open arms. As she drew back, Marin heard a soft, melodious voice. "Marin, child of the earth, fear not the winds of change, for they will carry you to places you've never dreamed." She turned to see a graceful figure beside her, an ethereal being with hair like spun silver and eyes that shone with the light of the stars. It was Inara, the forest's guardian, known to few but cherished by all who believed in the magic of the land. Marin felt a comforting reassurance in Inara's presence, and they sat together by the pool, surrounded by the symphony of night, crickets chirping, leaves rustling, and the gentle hoot of a distant owl. Inara spoke of the seasons, of how the trees change their leaves, how the flowers bloom and wither, only to bloom again. "Change is the essence of life, dear Marin. It is the dance of existence. To resist it is to resist growth." With each word, Marin felt the knots of fear within her slowly unravel. She realized that her reluctance to embrace change had held her back, like a butterfly clinging to its chrysalis. The magic of the forest and the wisdom of Inara had shown her that transformation was not an end, but a beginning. Over the following days, Marin returned to her garden with a heart full of newfound courage. She began to experiment, planting seeds of unfamiliar flowers, arranging stones in new patterns, and inviting the cheerful company of her village friends to help her tend the growing wonder. Each day, her garden transformed, and with it, so did Marin. She found joy in the unpredictability of it all, in the surprises that each new bloom brought. Her friends, too, noticed the change in Marin. There was a lightness in her step, a brightness in her eyes that mirrored the magical light she had followed into the forest. They supported her, encouraged her with their own stories of change and growth, each tale a thread in the rich tapestry of their shared lives. As the seasons turned, Marin's garden became a place of wonder, a testament to the beauty of transformation. The villagers often gathered there, drawn by the vibrant blossoms and the peaceful energy that radiated from within its borders. Marin became known not just as a gardener, but as a guide and a friend, someone who had walked the path of change and emerged with an open heart. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and gold, Marin sat by her garden with her friends, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. They shared stories and laughter, their voices mingling with the soft symphony of nature. Marin felt a deep sense of contentment, a warmth that filled her heart and soul. Looking up at the sky, she whispered a quiet thank you to the forest, to Inara, and to the magical pool that had shown her the way. She understood now that change was not something to be feared but embraced, a chance to grow and discover new facets of oneself. And so in the heart of that tranquil village, amidst the vibrant blooms of her garden, Marin found peace in the ever-unfolding dance of life. Her journey of transformation had not only changed her, but had also enriched the lives of those around her, a testament to the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing the unknown. The stars twinkled overhead, and the village slept soundly, cradled in the gentle arms of the night, knowing that even in the darkness there was always light to guide them home. And Marin, with her heart full of gratitude and her spirit aglow with newfound wisdom, drifted into a peaceful slumber, ready to welcome whatever tomorrow might bring. Story 11. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind, there was a quaint little village named Willow Glen. The village was nestled among tall, ancient trees whose branches swayed gently under the weight of the moonlight, casting whimsical shadows that danced across the cobblestone paths. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming night flowers, and the soft hoot of owls serenaded the sleepy hearts of its inhabitants. Willow Glen was a place where magic wove through everyday life like threads in a well-loved tapestry. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, always ready to lend a hand or share a smile. But lately, something curious had begun to unfold. Each morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, the villagers discovered peculiar things. The fountain in the village square would be bubbling with lavender-scented water, the bakery's doorbell would chime a melody of its own accord, and the lanterns lining the paths would glow with hues of emerald and sapphire long after the sun had risen. These enchanting occurrences, though delightful, puzzled the villagers. They wondered who or what could be behind these whimsical happenings. Was it a mischievous sprite, a playful breeze, or perhaps an overzealous spell that had gone astray? There lived a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Finn had sandy hair that always seemed to be tousled by the wind, and eyes that sparkled with the promise of discovery. He was known for his clever mind and keen sense of observation. While others were content to marvel at the daily wonders, Finn felt a gentle tug at his heart to uncover the source of these magical mysteries. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Finn decided it was time to seek answers. He packed a small satchel with essentials, a notebook for jotting down clues, a compass gifted to him by his grandfather, and a jar of glowbugs for light. With a soft goodbye to his slumbering household, he set off into the night. The whispering woods were alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the occasional croak of a distant frog. The path was dappled with moonlight, guiding Finn deeper into the forest. As he walked, he kept his senses alert, listening for anything unusual. It wasn't long before Finn heard a soft giggle, like the tinkling of wind chimes, floating through the air. He followed the sound, his heart pounding with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The giggle led him to a glen bathed in silvery light, where the grass glowed softly as if sprinkled with stardust. In the center of the glen stood a wise old oak tree, its branches reaching towards the sky in a grand embrace. Perched on one of its lower limbs was a tiny creature, no bigger than Finn's hand. It had wings like a dragonfly, shimmering in the moonlight, and eyes that twinkled with mischief and kindness. "Good evening, young seeker," the creature chirped in a voice as light as a feather. "I am Lyra, guardian of this woodland. It seems you have stumbled upon my nightly handiwork." Finn's eyes widened in awe and delight. "So it is you who has been enchanting our village. But why, Lyra?" The tiny creature fluttered down to Finn's shoulder, her wings brushing against his cheek like a whisper. "I have seen too many frowns and furrowed brows among your people. I wish to remind them of the magic that surrounds them every day, to bring a little joy and wonder back into their hearts." Finn nodded, understanding the gentle wisdom in Lyra's actions. But some are worried, not knowing the cause of these changes. Perhaps if they understood, they wouldn't be so concerned. Lyra tilted her head thoughtfully, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Then perhaps it is time for a gathering, a meeting of hearts and minds, where the magic can be shared openly." With this plan in mind, they set off towards the village, Lyra guiding Finn with her glowing presence. As the first rays of dawn began to paint the sky with hues of pink and gold, the villagers awoke to find a notice posted in the square, penned in Finn's neat handwriting. "Dear villagers, you are invited to an evening of enchantment and discovery. Join us in the meadow under the starlit sky. Bring your questions, your curiosity, and your open hearts." That evening, the meadow was aglow with lanterns, and the villagers gathered with anticipation. Finn stood beside Lyra, who was now dressed in a gown of luminous petals, her wings casting rainbows around her. As the villagers settled, Lyra spoke, her voice carrying a gentle melody that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the woods. "Dear friends, I am Lyra, guardian of this land. It has been my joy to weave a touch of magic into your days, to remind you of the beauty and wonder that resides in the world around us." The villagers listened, their hearts opening like flowers to the sun. Questions were asked, laughter was shared, and by the end of the evening, a new understanding had blossomed among them. They learned that magic was not something to be feared but cherished, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. From that day forward, the villagers of Willow Glen embraced the magic woven into their lives. They found joy in the smallest of wonders, in the song of the wind, the dance of the leaves, and the gentle glow of the moonlit night. And whenever a new enchantment appeared, they would gather together, their hearts full of gratitude and delight. As for Finn, he continued his explorations, always seeking the hidden wonders of the world. With Lyra as his mentor and friend, he learned that the greatest mysteries often held the simplest truths, that life itself was the most magical journey of all. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the village of Willow Glen thrived in harmony, held together by the threads of friendship, wisdom, and a touch of enchantment. Story 12. In a time not so distant and yet cloaked in the veils of ancient myth, there lay a forest as old as the world itself. This forest was not merely a collection of trees and undergrowth. It was a living, breathing tapestry woven with threads of magic and time. The canopy stretched like a vast emerald sea, dappling the ground below with sunlit whispers. The air hummed with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of a hidden brook, its melody a soft lullaby to the creatures that called this place home. At the heart of this forest, where the light danced in playful arcs, lay a clearing known only to those who truly listened to the heartbeat of the earth. Here, the ancient oak stood, its trunk gnarled and vast, arms stretched wide as if embracing the sky. Its roots delved deep into the earth, whispering secrets of forgotten ages to the creatures nestled in its shade. This oak was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a sentinel of time, and beneath its boughs gathered a community of beings woven from the very fabric of nature. There was Brindle the badger, with fur as soft as the moss that carpeted the forest floor. His eyes, gentle and wise, sparkled with the knowledge of countless moonlit nights spent wandering the woods. Beside him, often seen flitting between shadows, was Sylvie, the squirrel, her bushy tail a plume of russet and gold. Sylvie was the forest's messenger, quick of foot and keen of mind, carrying whispers from tree to tree. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to fiery hues of amber and scarlet, a peculiar change began to ripple through the forest. The air, usually vibrant with the scent of pine and earth, carried a hint of something unfamiliar, an unsettling stillness that even the wind seemed to hold its breath for. The creatures of the forest noticed it too, a gentle yet insistent tug at the fringes of their awareness. Brindle, with his keen nose and steady heart, was the first to voice concern. "The winds are whispering of change," he murmured, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "The balance we hold so dear seems to be slipping." Sylvie, perched high on the oak's lowest branch, twitched her ears in agreement. "The leaves speak of a shadow, something that dims the light of autumn." And so, it was decided that a gathering must be called. The creatures of the forest assembled beneath the ancient oak, where the air was thick with the rich scent of lichen and the sweet tang of fallen leaves. From the smallest beetle to the grandest stag, all came to listen and to share. Among them was Luna, the wise owl, whose feathers shimmered like the night's. Her eyes, deep and knowing, surveyed the gathering with a gentle gaze. "The forest is a symphony," she began, her voice melodious and soothing. "Each element harmonizes in a delicate balance. Yet, as the seasons turn, we must ensure that harmony is not lost." It was then that an unexpected visitor arrived, a small, timid fox named Finn, with fur as bright as the autumn leaves. He had journeyed from the farthest edges of the forest, a place where the trees grew sparse and the ground was dry and cracked. "The river where I play has dwindled," Finn spoke, his voice trembling with worry. "The waters that once sang through the stones are now but a whisper." A murmur spread through the assembly. The river was the lifeblood of the forest, its waters nurturing the roots of trees and the spirits of creatures. To hear of its decline was to feel the heart of the forest falter. Brindle, wise and steady, stepped forward. "We must seek counsel with the water sprites," he suggested. "They hold the essence of the river's spirit and may know the cause of this ailment." And so, a small band set forth, led by Brindle and Sylvie, with Finn and Luna accompanying them. The path they took was cloaked in the golden light of afternoon, where the sun kissed the leaves and the earth breathed warmth into the cool air. They traveled through groves where the air was rich with the perfume of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, past glades where the grass whispered secrets of the wind. As dusk settled, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the band reached the riverbank. The water, once a sparkling ribbon of life, now trickled weakly over the stones, its voice muted and forlorn. It was here they called upon the water sprites, beings of shimmering light and fluid grace, who dwelled in the depths of the river's heart. The sprites appeared, their forms like liquid moonbeams, eyes reflecting the depths of ancient waters. "We have felt the river's sorrow," they sang, their voices a gentle cascade. Its song is silenced by the shadow of neglect. Luna, with her eyes like pools of wisdom, stepped forward. "What can we do to restore the river's spirit?" "The answer lies in the forest's embrace," the sprites replied, their voices echoing like raindrops on a glassy lake. "The balance has been disturbed by the absence of the Rainmaker." The Rainmaker, a being of mist and cloud, held dominion over the storms that nourished the land. Without the Rainmaker's gentle touch, the river's heart could not beat strong. "We must seek the Rainmaker," Brindle declared, determination burning in his eyes, "for the sake of our forest and the harmony we cherish." Guided by the sprite's song, the band journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where the mists hung like veils and the air was thick with the scent of rain-soaked earth. It was a place untouched by time, where ancient trees whispered secrets of the sky and the ground was soft underfoot. It was here they found the Rainmaker, a presence both ethereal and immense, woven from the fabric of clouds and mist. The Rainmaker's eyes, deep as the sky, regarded them with gentle curiosity. "We seek your aid," Sylvie spoke, her voice a soft plea carried on the wind. "The river's song has faded, and with it the life of our forest." The Rainmaker listened, and its voice was like the distant rumble of thunder, soft yet resonant. "The river's spirit has been forgotten in the rush of time. It is the love and care of the forest's heart that will restore its strength." Understanding dawned upon them like the first light of morning. The forest's balance was not a thing of mere magic, but of love and attention, of nurturing the bonds between earth and sky. With newfound resolve, the band returned to the riverbank, their hearts filled with the wisdom of the Rainmaker. Together, they worked to clear the debris that choked the river's flow, to plant seeds that would hold the soil, and to sing songs of healing that echoed through the trees. As they toiled, the clouds gathered, drawn by the Rainmaker's gentle call. The first raindrops fell like blessings, each one a promise of renewal, a caress upon the earth's weary face. The river began to swell, its voice growing strong and full of life once more. In time, the forest thrived, its balance restored through the kindness and unity of its creatures. The river sang anew, a melody of hope and harmony that danced through the trees. And beneath the ancient oak, where the earth was soft and warm, the creatures gathered once more. They spoke of the journey, of the lessons learned and the bonds forged. And as the stars twinkled above, they knew that the forest's heart would beat strong for generations to come. In the quiet of the night, as the wind whispered through the leaves and the river sang its eternal song, there was peace. And in that peace, the forest thrived, a testament to the wisdom and love that dwelled within its heart. Story 13. Once upon a time, in the heart of a forest where the trees were tall enough to tickle the clouds, there existed a village like no other. It was a village where the rooftops were made of candy cane shingles and the paths were paved with jelly bean stones. This was the village of Whimsy Woods, and it was home to the most curious array of characters you could ever dream of meeting. Among these residents was a delightful little squirrel named Nutmeg, who wore a tiny red bow tie and had a penchant for collecting shiny acorns. Nutmeg wasn't just any squirrel. He could juggle acorns in midair with a flick of his bushy tail, much to the amusement of his friends. Then there was Tilly the tortoise, who, despite her slow pace, had a mind as sharp as a tack and glasses that made her look quite scholarly. Tilly loved solving puzzles and was known for her clever solutions to any problem that came her way. One sunny morning, as the sun peeked through the leafy canopy, a peculiar event unfolded. A peculiar, shimmering mist began to drift through the village, and with it came a peculiar challenge. The mist, it seemed, had an appetite for laughter, and as it swirled gently around the villagers, it began to absorb their giggles and chuckles, leaving everyone in a quiet daze. Nutmeg, who was usually brimming with energy and joy, found himself feeling quite flat. "This won't do," he thought, and with a determined flick of his tail, he scampered over to Tilly's cozy little nook beneath a sprawling oak tree. "Tilly, have you noticed that no one is laughing today?" Nutmeg asked, his voice tinged with concern. Tilly adjusted her spectacles and nodded. "Indeed, Nutmeg. It appears this mist is sapping all the laughter from Whimsy Woods. We must find a way to bring it back. With a twinkle of inspiration in her eyes, Tilly suggested they visit the Great Giggle Geyser, a legendary spring said to be the source of all laughter in the land. It was a journey that few had undertaken, for the path was winding and filled with unexpected surprises. And so, Nutmeg and Tilly set off, with Nutmeg tucking his trusty collection of shiny acorns into a little satchel. As they trotted along the jellybean path, the trees rustled with whispers of encouragement, and the occasional breeze carried the faint scent of chocolate mint. Their first stop was the Snicker Stream, where the water bubbled with gentle chuckles. But today, the stream was silent. We must be on the right track, Tilly mused. If the stream has lost its laughter, then the geyser must be in need of help too. As they continued, they encountered a curious character named Pippin, a raccoon with a penchant for pranks and an infectious giggle that could brighten the darkest of days. "Ahoy there, travelers," Pippin greeted them, performing an impromptu somersault. "What brings you to this part of the woods?" Nutmeg explained their quest, and Pippin, with a mischievous grin, decided to join them. "A journey to restore laughter? Count me in. I'll bring my collection of whoopee cushions. They might come in handy." The trio made their way through the forest, each step filled with anticipation. As they approached the heart of the woods, they stumbled upon a curious sight. A meadow filled with flowers that danced and twirled on their own, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. In the center of the meadow stood the Great Giggle Geyser, a magnificent fountain of joy, but it was eerily still. Tilly approached cautiously, examining the geyser's base. "It seems something is blocking the flow of laughter," she observed. "But what could it be?" Just then, Nutmeg noticed a peculiar object wedged in the geyser's spout. It was a small, enchanted mirror that reflected only the most serious of faces. "This must be what's causing the trouble," Nutmeg exclaimed. "But how do we remove it?" Pippin, ever the trickster, had an idea. "Let's use a bit of humor to coax it out." With that, he placed a whoopee cushion at the base of the geyser and gave it a good squeeze. A comical sound echoed through the meadow, and to everyone's delight, the mirror began to wobble. Encouraged, Nutmeg took a deep breath and began juggling his shiny acorns in the air, performing his best tricks. The acorns danced in the sunlight, and even the flowers seemed to sway in time with Nutmeg's rhythm. Finally, Tilly added her own touch of magic. She recited a limerick so clever and funny that a warm, joyous glow spread across the meadow. The mirror, unable to resist the tide of merriment, popped free with a joyful plop. With a mighty gush, the Great Giggle Geyser erupted into life, sending sparkling streams of laughter cascading into the air. The mist that had blanketed the village began to dissipate, and soon the sounds of joy and mirth filled Whimsy Woods once more. As the villagers emerged from their homes, their faces alight with smiles, Nutmeg, Tilly, and Pippin were hailed as heroes. The trio basked in the warmth of their friendship and the knowledge that they had brought laughter back to their beloved village. And so, in the village of Whimsy Woods, where the rooftops were made of candy cane shingles and the paths were paved with jelly bean stones, the sound of laughter could once again be heard echoing through the trees. A gentle reminder that even the smallest acts of kindness and creativity can overcome the greatest of challenges. And from that day forward, the villagers never forgot that laughter, like love, is a magic all its own, a magic that can light up the world, even on the cloudiest of days. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began their nightly dance, the villagers of Whimsy Woods drifted into happy dreams, their hearts filled with joy and their spirits as light as the giggles that filled the air. Story 14, The Whispering Woods and the Sapphire Stream. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and stretching far beyond the horizon, lay a magical forest known as the Whispering Woods. The trees here were ancient and tall, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the gentle sunlight. A soft, comforting breeze wove through the branches, carrying with it the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the faint, melodious whispers of the forest's secrets. In a small cottage on the edge of these woods lived a young girl named Leora. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair as golden as a field of wheat, Leora was known for her kind heart and her deep curiosity about the world around her. She lived with her grandmother, who often spoke of the forest's mysteries and the magical creatures that called it home. Among these tales, there was one that always captivated Leora's imagination, the legend of the Sapphire Stream. According to her grandmother, the Sapphire Stream was a hidden river that flowed through the heart of the Whispering Woods. It was said to be imbued with magic, its waters shimmering with a blue so deep it rivaled the twilight sky. Those who found it were granted a single wish, but the stream only revealed itself to those pure of heart and intent on using its magic for good. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves danced in shades of amber and crimson, Leora set out on a journey to find the mythical stream. With a small satchel slung across her shoulder, filled with a loaf of her grandmother's bread and a flask of elderflower tea, she ventured into the forest. The path beneath her feet was soft with fallen leaves, crunching gently with each step, while the sun peeked through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As Leora walked deeper into the woods, the air became cooler, and the whispers of the trees seemed to grow louder, guiding her along the winding trail. She paused occasionally, listening intently to the rustling leaves and the songs of the birds perched high above. It was during one of these pauses that she noticed something peculiar, a faint, glowing blue light flickering between the trees. Curiosity piqued, Leora followed the light, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The glow led her to a small clearing where she found a peculiar sight, a fox with fur as white as snow, its eyes glinting with intelligence and kindness. The fox sat beside a small spring that bubbled gently, its waters shimmering with a sapphire hue. "You've found me, dear one," the fox spoke, its voice as soft as the forest breeze, yet carrying an ancient wisdom. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Sapphire Stream." Leora's eyes widened with awe. "I didn't know the stream had a guardian," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've heard about the stream from my grandmother, but I never truly believed it existed." Eliana chuckled softly. "Few do, but those who seek it with a pure heart will always find their way. What brings you here, child?" Leora hesitated, her hands twisting nervously at the strap of her satchel. "I wish to help my grandmother," she confessed. "Her eyesight is failing, and I want her to see the beauty of the forest once more." The fox nodded, her eyes soft with understanding. "A noble wish," she said, "but to grant such a request, you must first prove your sincerity and kindness through a small task. Are you willing?" "I am," Leora replied without hesitation, determination gleaming in her eyes. Eliana rose gracefully and beckoned Leora to follow. Together they ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees grew thicker and the shadows longer. The air was rich with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of wildflowers. They soon arrived at a small grove, where an ancient oak stood, its trunk gnarled and twisted, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. "Within this grove lives a family of squirrels," Eliana explained. "They've lost their way home due to the recent storm. Help them find their nest, and your wish shall be granted." Leora nodded, scanning the grove until she spotted the squirrels, a mother and her 3 kits huddled together under a leafy bush. Their fur was damp, and they shivered slightly from the chill of the morning air. Leora approached them slowly, her heart swelling with compassion. "Hello there," she greeted softly, crouching down to their level. "I'm here to help you find your way home." The mother squirrel chittered nervously, her eyes darting around the unfamiliar surroundings. Leora extended her hand, offering a piece of bread from her satchel. Slowly, the mother squirrel inched forward, sniffing curiously before accepting the offering. Leora spent the next few hours traversing the grove, the squirrels following closely as she searched for their nest. She climbed trees to peer into hollow trunks, listened for the familiar chatter of other squirrels, and gently moved aside vines and bushes. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she found their home, a cozy nest nestled high in the branches of a sturdy oak. With Eliana's guidance, Leora helped the squirrels back to their nest, watching as they scampered up the tree with renewed vigor. The sight filled her heart with warmth, and she felt a deep sense of fulfillment. Eliana, who had been watching quietly, nodded approvingly. "You have shown great kindness and patience, Leora. Your wish shall be granted." Together they returned to the Sapphire Stream. As Leora knelt beside the shimmering waters, Eliana instructed her to dip her hands into the stream and focus on her wish. The water felt cool and soothing against her skin, and as she closed her eyes, she pictured her grandmother's face, vibrant and full of life. A gentle light enveloped Leora, and she felt a warm, comforting presence surrounding her. When she opened her eyes, she found herself back at the edge of the whispering woods, the sun setting in a blaze of orange and pink across the sky. Hurrying home, Leora burst through the cottage door, her heart pounding with anticipation. Her grandmother sat by the fireplace, a soft smile on her face as she gazed towards the doorway. "Leora," her grandmother exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with clarity and joy. "I can see you." Tears welled in Leora's eyes as she rushed forward to embrace her grandmother. "The sapphire stream granted my wish," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. Her grandmother held her tightly, her heart filled with gratitude and love. "You are truly a blessing, my dear," she murmured, pressing a gentle kiss to Leora's forehead. And so life in the cottage continued with newfound joy and appreciation. The Whispering Woods remained a place of wonder and magic, its secrets forever cherished by those who believed in the power of kindness and the magic of the heart. From that day forward, Leora often visited the woods, her spirit intertwined with the gentle whispers of the trees and the shimmering waters of the sapphire stream. And though the forest held many mysteries yet to be discovered, she knew that with kindness and a pure heart, anything was possible. Story 15. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where twilight painted the world in hues of lavender and silver, there lay a secret more profound than the ancient oaks that guarded it. These woods were no ordinary place. They were alive with the gentle rustle of secrets and the soft glow of moonbeams caught in the gossamer threads of spiderwebs. Here the leaves whispered stories of old, and the wind carried the scents of pine and honey, inviting all who entered to linger and listen. In a small, cozy cottage nestled at the edge of these woods lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a curious soul, his heart as open as the sky at dawn. His days were filled with wonder and exploration, his evenings spent by the fireplace, where the crackling logs sang stories of their own. Finn's most cherished possession was a peculiar compass, its needle always pointing towards the heart of the Whispering Woods. It was a gift from his grandmother, who had once been a guardian of the forest's secrets. The compass, she had told him, was enchanted, capable of guiding its bearer to places unseen by ordinary eyes. One crisp autumn morning, as amber leaves danced in the breeze, Finn set out on a journey. His heart thrummed with anticipation, for he had discovered a map hidden within the pages of an ancient book in his grandmother's library. The map spoke of a hidden world within the woods, a realm where time flowed like a gentle stream and dreams took flight like butterflies. With his enchanted compass in hand and a satchel filled with provisions, apples, cheese, and a small loaf of bread, Finn ventured into the forest. The air was alive with possibility, each step he took resonating with the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the path in dappled gold. As the compass guided him deeper into the woods, Finn felt a change in the air. The trees grew taller, their trunks twisting in intricate patterns, and the underbrush teemed with life. Rabbits darting between roots, birds flitting from branch to branch, their songs a symphony of joy. After walking for what felt like hours, Finn arrived at a clearing bathed in the soft glow of the midday sun. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its bark shimmering with an ethereal light. This was the Heartwood, the place where the compass had led him. Beneath its branches, the air was thick with magic, shimmering like the surface of a still pond. Finn approached the Heartwood, his fingers brushing against its bark. Instantly, the world around him shifted, the clearing dissolving into a kaleidoscope of colors and light. When the world settled, he found himself standing in a realm of wonders. This hidden world was unlike anything Finn had ever imagined. The sky was a tapestry of swirling stars, the ground carpeted with flowers that glowed like embers. Streams of silver water wound their way through the landscape, their banks lined with stones that hummed with a gentle melodic rhythm. As Finn explored, he encountered creatures both fantastical and familiar. A fox with fur like liquid gold padded alongside him, its eyes wise and knowing. Birds with feathers that shimmered like rainbows flitted overhead, their songs weaving tales of distant lands. In this realm, time seemed to stretch and bend, each moment filled with the richness of eternity. Finn wandered, his senses alive with the beauty surrounding him. Yet he felt a tug at his heart, a call to uncover the deeper mysteries of this place. The fox, sensing Finn's longing, led him to a grove where an ancient stone circle stood. Within the circle, the air shimmered with a presence both comforting and profound. Finn stepped inside, feeling a warmth spread through him as though the very earth embraced him. In the center of the circle lay a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass. As Finn gazed into its depths, images unfolded before him, visions of the past, the present, and glimpses of the possible futures. He saw himself growing, learning, and becoming a guardian of the forest's secrets, much like his grandmother before him. The visions were accompanied by whispers, gentle and encouraging, reminding him of the power of kindness, the strength in friendship, and the wisdom that comes from understanding oneself and others. Finn realized that this journey was not just about discovering a hidden world, but about discovering himself and his place within the tapestry of life. As the visions faded, the fox nuzzled Finn's hand, and he knew it was time to return. The compass in his pocket pulsed softly, guiding him back to the path he had come. With a heart full of gratitude and a mind brimming with newfound understanding, Finn retraced his steps through the whispering woods. The journey back was filled with a sense of peace and fulfillment. Finn's senses were heightened, each sight, sound, and scent more vivid than before. The forest seemed to welcome him back with open arms, its whispers now familiar and comforting. When Finn emerged from the woods and saw the cozy glow of his cottage in the distance, he felt a sense of homecoming. The journey had changed him, not in ways that were immediately visible, but in ways that resonated deep within his soul. That evening, as he sat by the fireplace, the warmth of the flames mirrored the warmth in his heart. The compass lay on the table beside him, its enchanted needle now still. Finn knew that the hidden world within the Whispering Woods was not just a place he had visited, but a part of him that he could carry with him always. And so, with a gentle smile and a heart full of dreams, Finn closed his eyes, the crackling fire lulling him into a peaceful slumber. Outside, the Whispering Woods continued their eternal song, a lullaby of secrets and stories, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen. Story 16. In a land where the sky shimmered like an artist's palette of endless hues, and the air was perfumed with the scent of sweet blossoms, nestled the quaint village of Whimsywood. This was a place where laughter was as common as the gentle rustle of leaves, and every corner held a sprinkle of magic waiting to be discovered. Our tale begins with two delightfully quirky friends, Humphrey the Hedgehog and Marigold the Mouse. Humphrey was not like other hedgehogs. His quills sparkled with a soft, luminescent glow, making him a walking constellation at night. Marigold, on the other hand, had an unusually long tail that she used like a paintbrush to create vibrant artworks in the sand, leaving trails of color wherever she went. One sunny morning, as the sun stretched its golden rays across Whimsywood, Humphrey and Marigold set off on their daily stroll through the enchanted orchard. The trees in the orchard bore fruit of peculiar shapes and sizes, each with a unique flavor and a hint of magic. Today, however, something was amiss. The normally bountiful trees stood bare, their branches swaying forlornly in the breeze. "Oh dear," sighed Marigold, twirling her tail anxiously. "The orchard is usually bursting with fruit by now." Humphrey squinted at the trees, his quills glinting in the sunlight. "Perhaps there's a magical mishap afoot. We should investigate." And so they trotted towards the heart of the orchard, where the oldest and wisest tree, Elderbloom, stood. Elderbloom was a grand, towering oak with bark that shimmered like silver threads. As they approached, the tree's leaves rustled with a gentle whisper. "Ah, young friends," Elderbloom greeted, his voice as deep and soothing as a lullaby. "I sense you have come seeking answers." "Yes, Elderbloom. The orchard seems to have lost its magic," exclaimed Humphrey. Elderbloom nodded, his leaves fluttering thoughtfully. "Indeed, a playful sprite named Tiddlywink has been up to mischief. He has hidden the orchard's magic in a riddle." Marigold's eyes widened with curiosity. "A riddle? How exciting! Can you tell us what it is?" With a soft chuckle, Elderbloom recited the riddle. "Where colors dance and shadows play, Look to the sky at the break of day. Find the sparkle in the dew, and the magic will return to you. Humphrey and Marigold pondered over the riddle, their minds abuzz with possibilities. The break of day suggests sunrise, Humphrey mused, his quills twinkling, and dew sparkles in the morning. Marigold clapped her tiny paws. Then we must visit the rainbow glade at dawn. That's where colors dance and shadows play. With their course set, the pair spent the night planning their adventure. As the first blush of dawn painted the sky, they made their way through the still slumbering village towards the rainbow glade. The glade was a magical meadow where the morning sun created ribbons of rainbow light through the dew-laden grass. Upon arrival, the glade looked as enchanting as ever, with droplets of dew scattered like diamonds across the grass. They began their search, peering closely at the shimmering dewdrops. Suddenly, Marigold's tail quivered with excitement. "Humphrey, over here! This one is different!" They leaned in to examine a particularly radiant droplet. Inside, it seemed to hold a tiny, swirling galaxy of colors. Humphrey gently touched it with his paw, and to their delight, a tiny sprite with gossamer wings popped out, giggling merrily. "Hello, friends. I'm Tiddlywink," chirped the sprite, her voice as light as a breeze. "You've solved my riddle." Tiddlywink fluttered around them, leaving trails of sparkling dust. "I only wanted to spread a little fun. Thank you for playing along. As a reward, I will return the magic to the orchard." With a wave of her tiny hand, a cascade of shimmering light enveloped the orchard in the distance. The trees bloomed with vibrant fruit once more, each piece glistening with renewed magic. Humphrey and Marigold beamed with joy. "Thank you, Tiddlywink," they said in unison. "The orchard is alive again." Tiddlywink winked playfully. "Remember, a little mischief can lead to unexpected adventures. Keep your hearts open to wonder." As the sprite danced away on the breeze, Humphrey and Marigold returned to Whimsywood, their hearts light with the joy of their adventure. The village buzzed with excitement at the return of the orchard's magic, and everyone celebrated with a grand feast of fruit and laughter. And so, in the cozy warmth of Whimsywood, Humphrey and Marigold's story became a cherished tale, reminding everyone that even the smallest creatures could find magic in the simplest of things. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the village, they snuggled up by the fire, content in the knowledge that friendship and a touch of whimsy could brighten any day. The end. Story 17. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and an expanse of whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora had always been captivated by the stories of a hidden glade deep within the forest, where the sun painted the leaves in golden hues, and the air was alive with the soft symphony of unseen creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist wove delicate patterns through the trees and the world seemed to hold its breath, Leora decided it was time to seek out this mysterious glade. With a woven basket filled with sweetbread and a flask of spiced tea, she set off along the meandering path that threaded like a ribbon through the forest. The woods were a tapestry of rich browns and vibrant oranges, each leaf a tiny masterpiece. As Leora walked, the crunch of leaves underfoot was a comforting rhythm, and the scent of earth and pine filled her senses. She was not afraid, for the forest had always been a friend, its secrets whispering gently to those who listened. As the path wound deeper, Leora encountered the first of many whimsical wonders, a brook that sang as it tumbled over smooth stones. Its melody was sweet and clear, like laughter carried on the breeze. She paused by its side, dipping her fingers into the cool, rushing water. The brook shimmered with 1,000 silver minnows, darting joyfully beneath the surface, as if inviting her to join in their play. "Thank you, little brook," Leora murmured, her heart warmed by the simple beauty of the moment. With a soft smile, she continued on her journey, the brook's song lingering in her mind like a cherished memory. Deeper into the forest, the path became a tunnel of arching branches, their leaves whispering secrets in the gentle breeze. Here, Leora met a peculiar creature, a small, round hedgehog with quills that glimmered like dew-dropped spiderwebs in the soft light. It regarded her with bright, curious eyes, and Leora felt a kinship with this tiny traveler of the woods. "Hello, little one," she said softly, kneeling to offer a piece of sweetbread. The hedgehog sniffed tentatively before accepting the treat, its tiny nose twitching with delight. They shared a quiet moment, a silent understanding passing between them, before the hedgehog waddled back into the underbrush, leaving Leora with a sense of companionship. As she journeyed further, the forest opened up into a breathtaking clearing. Here the fabled glade revealed itself in all its splendor. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor, where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, blushing pinks, radiant yellows, and cool blues. Butterflies danced on the breeze, their wings like stained glass windows come to life. Leora stood in awe, her breath catching in her throat. This place was more magical than she had ever imagined. It was as if the very heart of the forest had opened up to embrace her with its beauty. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Drawn to it, Leora approached and seated herself at its base, leaning back against the sturdy trunk. She sipped her spiced tea, letting its warmth seep through her, and watched as the forest around her pulsed with life and wonder. As the afternoon sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the glade, Leora knew it was time to return home. But she felt no sadness, only gratitude for the journey and the memories she had gathered along the way. With a heart full of joy and the forest's gentle song in her ears, she retraced her steps, the path now familiar and friendly. The village welcomed her back with open arms, the fires in the hearths flickering to life as twilight descended. Leora shared her tales of the enchanting glade and the whimsical creatures she had met, her eyes alight with the magic of her adventure. That night, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Leora lay beneath a patchwork quilt, her thoughts drifting on the soothing currents of her journey. She had ventured into the unknown and found not only a place of wonder, but also a deepened sense of courage and connection to the world around her. And so, with a heart full of dreams and the forest's lullaby guiding her into sleep, Leora knew that the magic of exploration lay not just in discovering distant places, but in the journey itself and the courage to embrace the unknown. Story 18. In a quaint little village nestled in the heart of a lush emerald valley, there was a place where the ordinary mingled seamlessly with the magical. The village, known as Willowbrook, was surrounded by whispering forests and gentle streams that sang their way through meadows dotted with wildflowers. The air was always crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the skies above were a canvas of ever-changing hues. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Lila. With her bright eyes and a heart full of curiosity, she often wandered the village with her faithful companion, a wise old owl named Sage. Sage was not your ordinary owl. His feathers shimmered with a silvery sheen, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved wind chimes, which usually sang melodious tunes as the wind passed through, were silent. Not a single note echoed through the village, and the air felt strangely still. This silence was unusual and a little disconcerting. The chimes, crafted long ago by an ancient artisan, were believed to be enchanted, bringing peace and prosperity to Willowbrook. Lila shared her concern with Sage, who ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. Perhaps, Sage mused, the wind chimes are in need of help. Let us find the root of this silence together. With a nod of agreement, Lila and Sage set off to investigate. They began their quest at the edge of the village, where the largest and oldest wind chime hung from the branches of a towering oak tree. As they approached, Lila noticed something unusual, a delicate thread of cobwebs glistening in the morning sunlight entwined around the chime. "Look, Sage!" Lila exclaimed, pointing to the cobwebs. "Do you think this could be the cause?" Sage studied the cobwebs with keen interest. "It is possible," he replied, "but we must be sure. Let us seek the counsel of the forest spirits." Deep in the heart of the forest lived a gentle creature known as the Sylvan, a guardian of nature's secrets. The Sylvan, with her hair like cascading ivy and eyes as bright as emeralds, welcomed Lila and Sage with a warm smile. "What brings you to my grove, dear ones?" The Sylvan asked in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. Lila explained the mystery of the silent wind chimes, and the Sylvan listened intently. She nodded thoughtfully, then beckoned them to follow her to a sparkling brook nearby. With a graceful gesture, she summoned a vision in the water. a vision of the chimes and the tiny spiders weaving their webs. "These spiders are harmless," the Sylvan explained. "They are merely seeking shelter as the weather turns colder. However, their webs have inadvertently silenced the chimes. To restore the melody, you must gently relocate them to a new home." Lila thanked the Sylvan for her guidance, and together with Sage, she devised a plan. They would create small, cozy shelters for the spiders using twigs and leaves, placing them near the forest's edge where the sun shone warmly. As they worked, Lila marveled at the intricate beauty of the webs and the tiny spiders who had spun them. "We all need a little help sometimes," she mused, gently moving the spiders to their new homes. With the chimes free of webs, a gentle breeze stirred the air, and a soft melody began to fill the village once more. The sound was sweeter than ever, as if thanking Lila and Sage for their kindness. That evening, the villagers gathered in the square, drawn by the harmonious tunes of the chimes. Lila, standing beside Sage, felt a warm glow of satisfaction. She had solved the mystery with compassion and understanding, learning that even the smallest creatures play a part in the symphony of life. As the stars twinkled above, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, lulled by the soothing song of the wind chimes. And in her dreams, Lila imagined herself flying through the starlit sky, guided by the gentle wisdom of her dear friend, Sage. And so, in the cozy embrace of their magical world, Lila and her fellow villagers continued to cherish the harmony between nature and magic, ever grateful for the melodies that wove their lives together. Story 19, The Whispering Forest and the Compass of Hearts. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the mountains and the sea, there lived a young girl named Mia. The village of Elderglen was known for its lush, sprawling forest that surrounded it like a protective embrace. This forest, called the Whispering Woods, was unlike any other. It was said to be alive with secrets, its trees murmuring tales of old to those who dared to listen closely. Mia was a curious soul, her heart as vast and open as the sky above her. She had spent countless afternoons wandering the paths of the Whispering Woods, feeling the soft moss beneath her feet and the gentle breeze tousling her hair. The villagers often found her sitting at the base of the great ancient oak, eyes closed, listening to the rhythmic rustling of the leaves. They would shake their heads, bemused by her fascination with the forest's whispers, but Mia knew there was magic in those murmurs. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of gold and crimson, Mia set out on her usual walk. The air was fresh and carried the scent of pine and earth. She wrapped her woolen scarf tighter around her neck and stepped onto the well-trodden path, her boots crunching over fallen leaves. The forest seemed to greet her with a sigh, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed something unusual. A faint, shimmering light flickered through the trees, drawing her towards it like a moth to a flame. Her heart quickened with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She followed the light until she reached a small clearing, bathed in an ethereal glow. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, and upon it rested a small, intricately crafted compass. The compass was unlike any Mia had ever seen. Its casing was made of polished silver, adorned with delicate engravings of stars and moons. The needle inside spun lazily, as if beckoning her closer. Mia felt an inexplicable urge to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, the compass glowed brightly, and a warm sensation spread through her hand, traveling up her arm and settling in her heart. Suddenly, the forest around her seemed to come alive. The trees whispered more urgently, their voices clearer than ever before. "The compass of hearts," they murmured, "a gift from the forest, for those who seek the truth within." Mia's eyes widened in wonder. She had heard tales of magical artifacts hidden within the Whispering Woods, but she never imagined she would find one herself. She carefully picked up the compass, feeling its weight and warmth, and tucked it into her pocket. As she did so, the light in the clearing faded, leaving her standing in the gentle embrace of the forest. Determined to unravel the mystery of the Compass of Hearts, Mia set out to explore the woods with renewed purpose. The compass, she discovered, was no ordinary tool. It did not point north like a normal compass, but instead guided her towards those in need of friendship and kindness. As she followed its guidance, she found herself in parts of the forest she had never seen before. Hidden glades filled with wildflowers, bubbling brooks that sang a merry tune, and towering pines that reached up to tickle the sky. On her journey, Mia encountered many creatures of the forest. There was a wise old owl named Oswin, who blinked at her with twinkling eyes and shared stories of the forest's history. There was also a family of rabbits, their fur soft and warm, who showed her the safest paths through the underbrush. But it was a small, timid fox named Finn who became her closest companion. Finn was wary at first, his bright eyes watching her from a distance. But as Mia approached him with gentle words and an open heart, the compass glowed warmly in her pocket. Finn, sensing her kind spirit, crept closer and eventually allowed her to stroke his russet fur. From that moment on, they were inseparable, Mia and Finn exploring the forest together, the compass guiding them to those in need. One day, as they wandered through a particularly dense part of the woods, the compass began to glow brighter than ever before. Its needle spun with urgency, leading them to a large, gnarled tree. At its base lay a small, frightened bird with a broken wing. Mia knelt beside the bird, her heart aching at its plight. "We must help him, Finn," she said softly, and the fox nodded, understanding her words without the need for speech. Gently, Mia picked up the bird and cradled it in her hands. She and Finn took the bird back to the village, where Mia's grandmother, an experienced healer, helped them mend its wing. They cared for the bird, whom they named Chirp, until it was strong enough to fly once more. On the day they released Chirp back into the forest, the compass glowed warmly, as if in approval. As the days turned to weeks, Mia continued to follow the compass's guidance, helping creatures great and small. With each act of kindness, the bond between her, Finn, and the forest deepened. The Whispering Woods, once a place of mystery, became a second home, its secrets shared willingly with those who showed respect and compassion. Through her adventures, Mia learned that the true magic of the forest lay not in the compass itself, but in the connections it helped her forge and the kindness it inspired within her heart. She understood that everyone, be it human or creature, has a story, and that sometimes all it takes is a small act of kindness to change the course of that story for the better. As the first snow of winter blanketed the forest in a shimmering layer of white, Mia found herself standing once more in the clearing where her journey had begun. The compass lay in her hands, its glow gentle and warm. She knew now that she had been chosen not just to discover the secrets of the forest, but to become a part of its ever-unfolding tale. With Finn by her side, she placed the compass back on the stone pedestal, feeling a sense of peace and fulfillment wash over her. The compass pulsed softly, and Mia understood that it would wait here for the next seeker of truth and kindness, ready to guide them on their own journey. As she and Finn turned to leave the clearing, the trees whispered a farewell, their leaves rustling like a gentle lullaby. Mia smiled, her heart full of gratitude and love for the forest and its inhabitants. She knew that the Whispering Woods would always be there, a place of magic and wonder, waiting to reveal its secrets to those who listened with open hearts. And so, with the forest's whispers echoing softly in her ears, Mia and Finn made their way back to the village, their footsteps light and their spirits bright. They knew that their journey was not an end, but a beginning of new stories, new friendships, and a deeper understanding of the magic that lies within us all. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Mia curled up by the fireplace with Finn at her feet, the warmth of the flames wrapping around her like a cozy blanket. She closed her eyes, listening to the crackle of the fire and the gentle snores of her fox friend, content in the knowledge that the world was a little brighter, a little kinder, because of the journey she had taken. And so, dear reader, as you drift off to sleep, remember the tale of Mia and the compass of hearts. Remember that kindness and friendship can light up even the darkest corners of the world, and that sometimes the greatest adventures begin with a single step into the unknown. Sleep well, dream of forests and friendships, and know that the magic of the Whispering Woods is never too far away, waiting to be discovered by those who seek it with open hearts. Story 20. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest known for its whispering trees and glimmering streams, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was a place where meadows seemed to hum with the gentle buzz of bees, and the air was always sweet with the fragrance of honeysuckle. Here, among the cobblestone paths and charming cottages, lived a young girl named Marin. Marin was known far and wide for her insatiable curiosity and unyielding kindness. Her eyes sparkled like the sunlit river, and her laughter was as infectious as a spring breeze. Raised by her grandmother, who was the village's beloved herbalist, Marin spent her days helping care for the garden that brimmed with medicinal herbs and vibrant flowers. Marin's heart, like the garden, was open and generous, and she shared her grandmother's teachings with anyone who needed them. One breezy afternoon, while gathering herbs along the riverbank, Marin noticed something unusual, a flicker of light catching her eye from beneath the roots of a grand old willow tree. Curious, she knelt down and gently brushed the earth aside to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with delicate engravings of swirling vines and tiny flowers, so finely detailed that it seemed almost alive. As Marin opened the box, a soft, warm glow enveloped her, and inside she found a small, shimmering glass orb. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. Its depths swirled with colors that shifted like a dance of auroras. The orb seemed to pulse gently, emitting a soothing hum that resonated with a melody only Marin could hear. She could feel a comforting warmth spread through her fingertips, traveling up her arm and settling in her heart. Unbeknownst to Marin, this magical orb was the heart of the forest, a mystical artifact said to have the power to reveal the hidden world within the natural realm. It was a world that coexisted with their own, woven into the fabric of the forest, where creatures of legend dwelt and wonders beyond imagination unfolded. That night, as Marin lay in bed, the orb safely tucked under her pillow, she dreamt of a place where the trees were giants, their branches stretching high into a sky painted with countless shades of twilight. In this dream, she walked along paths made of stardust and listened to the songs of the night sung by creatures with wings that shimmered like silver. When Marin awoke, she felt a gentle pull, a whispering promise of discovery that beckoned her into the forest's embrace. She knew she must uncover the secrets of the orb and the world it belonged to. With her grandmother's blessing and a satchel filled with essentials, Marin set off on a journey that would change her life forever. The forest greeted her with open arms, the leaves rustling softly as if in greeting. As Marin ventured deeper, the orb glowed brighter, guiding her through the labyrinth of trees. The air was rich with the earthy scent of moss and the sharp tang of pine, mingling with the sweet aroma of blooming wildflowers. Birds chirped melodiously, their songs echoing the joy in Marin's heart. As she traveled, Marin met many beings who were just as extraordinary as the world they inhabited. There was Alder, the wise old owl, whose eyes were like golden moons. Alder had a knack for riddles and delighted in sharing stories of the forest's history. Then there was Pippin, a mischievous squirrel with a bushy tail and a heart of gold, who became Marin's loyal companion, guiding her with his boundless energy and quick wit. Together they ventured into the heart of the hidden world, where every day was a new adventure. They discovered glades where waterfalls sang with laughter, and meadows where the grass whispered secrets of the wind. They encountered creatures of all kinds, gentle fae with gossamer wings, mysterious spirits who danced in the moonlight, and even a majestic stag whose antlers were crowned with stars. But the journey was not without its challenges. There were paths tangled with brambles and shadows that loomed large and foreboding. In these moments, Marin felt the weight of doubt and fear press against her courage. Yet, it was the kindness and wisdom she shared with her new friends that guided her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Marin and Pippin stumbled upon a grove unlike any they had seen before. It was a place where the air shimmered with magic and the trees hummed with an ancient song. In the center stood a grand oak, its branches woven with strands of light. As Marin approached, the heart of the forest pulsed with radiant energy, and she knew she had reached the source of its power. The oak, in a voice as deep as the earth, revealed to Marin that the orb was a gift to bridge the worlds, a symbol of unity and harmony. It was entrusted to those who would cherish and protect the bonds between the seen and unseen. In that moment, Marin understood that her journey was not just about discovering the hidden world, but about nurturing the connections that tied all lives together. She realized the importance of kindness, understanding, and the courage to seek out the beauty in every shadow. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom, Marin returned to Willowbrook. The orb, now resting upon her mantle, continued to glow softly, a reminder of her adventures and the friends she had made. She shared her tales with the villagers, inspiring them to cherish the magic that lay just beyond their doorstep. And so, as the moonlight bathed the village in a gentle embrace, Marin lay in her bed, comforted by the knowledge that the hidden world would always be there, a part of her forever. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with the wonder of stardust paths and the laughter of waterfalls, knowing that her journey had only just begun. And as the village of Willowbrook nestled under the blanket of night, the forest whispered its secrets, a lullaby to those who dared to listen and dream. Story 21. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She had a heart full of curiosity and a mind brimming with questions about the world around her. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat by the crackling fireplace, her grandmother gifted her an old, worn book. "This book holds many secrets," her grandmother whispered with a twinkle in her eye. "But you must promise to only open it when your heart is pure and your intentions are kind." Willow eagerly agreed, clutching the book to her chest. Little did she know, this simple act would set her on an extraordinary journey of discovery and wonder. As the seasons changed and the leaves fell, Willow found herself drawn to the mysterious book. One night, as she sat by the warm glow of the fireplace, she opened the book's dusty pages. To her amazement, the words seemed to dance and swirl before her eyes, forming intricate patterns that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Mesmerized, Willow traced her finger along the glowing words, and suddenly, a tiny spark leapt from the page and danced across her palm. It was then that she realized this was no ordinary book. It was a tome of ancient magic, filled with the secrets of the natural world. With each passing day, Willow pored over the book's enchanting pages, learning the language of the trees, the whispers of the wind, and the songs of the birds. She discovered that every object, no matter how small or seemingly ordinary, held a spark of magic within. One crisp morning, as Willow ventured into the forest, she encountered a wise old oak tree. To her surprise, the tree spoke to her in a deep, rumbling voice. "Young Willow," it said, "you have unlocked the secrets of the natural world, but a great challenge lies ahead." The oak tree explained that a dark force threatened to shroud the land in eternal gloom, and only Willow, with her newfound powers and pure heart, could restore the balance. Willow knew she could not face this challenge alone. So she set out on a journey, seeking the help of her forest friends. First, she met a mischievous squirrel named Chitter, whose boundless energy and quick wit proved invaluable. Then, she befriended a gentle doe named Bramble, whose grace and wisdom guided their steps. Together, they traveled through enchanted glades, across babbling brooks, and over misty mountains. Along the way, they encountered countless wonders, glowing mushrooms that lit their path, talking flowers that shared their secrets, and friendly sprites who danced among the trees. Yet the journey was not without its challenges. They faced treacherous terrain, cunning tricksters, and even their own self-doubts. But through it all, Willow remained steadfast, her pure heart and unwavering determination her greatest strengths. Finally, they reached the heart of the darkness, a twisted, gnarled tree that seemed to sap the very life from the forest around it. Willow knew that brute force would not be enough. She would need to call upon the magic she had learned from the ancient book. With Chitter's encouragement and Bramble's guidance, Willow began to weave a tapestry of glowing words and ethereal melodies. She spoke to the trees, the wind, and the very earth itself, calling upon the natural world to lend her its strength. As she wove her spell, the forest seemed to come alive around her. The trees swayed in a gentle dance, their leaves rustling with ancient whispers. The wind carried the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the earth itself seemed to hum with energy. Slowly, the twisted tree began to straighten, its gnarled branches unfurling like the petals of a flower. The darkness melted away, replaced by a warm, radiant light that bathed the forest in a gentle glow. In that moment, Willow understood the true power of magic, not in brute force or domination, but in harmony, balance, and the interconnectedness of all living things. As the sun set over the now vibrant forest, Willow and her friends celebrated their triumph with a joyous dance among the trees. And though her journey had come to an end, Willow knew that the true magic lay not in the book or the spells, but in the wonder and beauty of the natural world that surrounded her. From that day on, Willow became a guardian of the forest, using her newfound powers to protect and nurture the delicate balance of nature. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would open the ancient book and let its glowing words remind her of the magic that dwelled within her heart. Story 22. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a little ivy-covered cottage where a gentle soul named Clara lived. Clara was known for her warm smile and kind heart, always lending a helping hand to her neighbors. Her days were spent tending to her vibrant garden, where flowers of every hue danced in the breeze, and the evenings found her by the fireside, sipping chamomile tea and reading tales of old. One particularly crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the golden leaves, Clara decided to take a stroll through the nearby woods. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine needles and earth, and a gentle rustling accompanied her steps as squirrels scampered to and fro, preparing for the winter ahead. As Clara wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a curious object half buried under a pile of fallen leaves. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dappled sunlight. With a sense of wonder, Clara carefully brushed away the leaves and lifted the box into her hands. Back at her cottage, Clara placed the box on her kitchen table and, with a mixture of excitement and caution, opened the lid. To her astonishment, inside the box lay a tiny, delicate key made of silver, its surface engraved with symbols that glowed softly in the dim light of the room. As she held the key, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, and she felt a flutter of something magical in the air. Unsure of what the key might unlock, Clara decided to seek advice from the village's wise elder, an enchanting woman named Miriam, who lived in a house filled with books and curiosities. Miriam welcomed Clara with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with secrets of their own. "Ah, my dear," Miriam said, examining the key with great interest. "This is no ordinary key. It holds the power to unlock the hidden wonders of the world, but it must be used with care and wisdom." Miriam explained that the key could reveal the true nature of things, helping the holder to see beyond the surface and understand the mysteries that lay beneath. However, its magic would only work for those who sought answers with a pure heart and a gentle spirit. Inspired by Miriam's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey to uncover the hidden magic around her. She didn't have to travel far, for the wonders of the world were often closer than one might think. Her first stop was the village square, where the cheerful bustle of the marketplace filled the air with laughter and chatter. Clara paused by the fountain, where a group of children were playing, their voices rising in joyful harmony. Holding the key in her hand, she closed her eyes and listened closely, her heart open to the magic that lay within their laughter. To her delight, Clara began to hear the stories behind the laughter, the hopes and dreams of each child, their imagination painting the world in vibrant colors. She realized that the magic of the key was not just in revealing secrets, but in deepening her understanding and appreciation of the simple, everyday wonders. Encouraged by this discovery, Clara ventured further, visiting the quiet meadow where wildflowers swayed in the gentle breeze. She sat among the blossoms, the key resting in her lap, and listened to the rustling leaves and the song of a distant stream. As she attuned to the music of nature, a sense of peace and connection enveloped her. Throughout her journey, Clara met many kind souls who shared their own unique perspectives. There was Thomas, the blacksmith, whose hands crafted metal into art, and whose heart held stories of strength and resilience. And there was Lila, the baker, whose pastries brought comfort and joy to the village, each one infused with love and care. With each encounter, Clara grew more insightful, learning not just about others, but about herself as well. She discovered the importance of listening, the beauty of empathy, and the strength found in gentle kindness. One evening, as Clara sat by her fireside, reflecting on her journey, she realized that the greatest magic of all was not in the key itself, but in the connections it fostered and the wisdom it revealed. The key had shown her that the world was filled with wonders, hidden in plain sight, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. With this newfound understanding, Clara returned the key to the wooden box and placed it on her mantle, a symbol of the journey she had undertaken and the lessons she had learned. And though the magic of the key had been invaluable, Clara knew that its true power lay in the gentle transformation it had sparked within her. As the seasons changed and the village of Willowbrook continued its gentle rhythm of life, Clara's heart remained ever open to the magic that surrounded her. She shared her wisdom and warmth with her neighbors, fostering a community where kindness and understanding flourished. And so, in the cozy little cottage amidst the whispering woods, Clara found her own kind of magic, a life filled with wonder, wisdom, and the gentle glow of friendship. Story 23. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, there was a quaint little village called Moonshadow Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was a place where magic danced lightly through the air, and the inhabitants were as enchanted as their surroundings. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, strange things began to happen in Moonshadow Hollow. The village's beloved water fountain, known for its sparkling, ever-flowing waters, had mysteriously stopped working. The fountain, shaped like a graceful swan with wings unfurled, was a source of joy and tranquility for the villagers. It was said that the fountain's water had the power to calm troubled hearts and soothe weary souls. Concerned whispers fluttered through the village like autumn leaves on a breeze. The villagers, wrapped in their cozy cloaks and scarves, gathered around the fountain, puzzled and worried. They knew that without the fountain's calming presence, the village might lose its gentle harmony. Among the gathered villagers was a young girl named Leela. With her bright eyes and curious nature, Leela was known for her love of mysteries and her knack for finding solutions in the most unexpected places. She was accompanied by her best friend, Finn, a clever fox with a coat the color of cinnamon and eyes that twinkled with mischief. "We must find out what happened to the fountain," Leela declared, her voice determined yet gentle as the falling dusk. Finn nodded in agreement, his bushy tail swishing with anticipation. "Let's look for clues," he suggested, sniffing the ground around the fountain with his keen nose. As the villagers returned to their homes, Leela and Finn set off on their investigation. The moon rose high above, casting a silvery light that made the leaves shimmer like tiny stars. The pair wandered along the cobblestone paths, their breath visible in the cool night air. Their first stop was the cottage of Elder Bramble, the village's wise old owl. His round glasses perched precariously on his beak, and his feathered brows were drawn together in thought. "Ah, Leela and Finn," Elder Bramble hooted softly as they entered his cozy home, filled with the comforting scent of pine and old books. "I suspect you're here about the fountain," Leela nodded eagerly. "Do you know what might have caused it to stop?" Elder Bramble adjusted his glasses and thought for a moment. "I recall a time, many moons ago, when the fountain's flow was disrupted by a mischief of sprites. They were merely playing, unaware of the trouble they caused. Perhaps we should seek the counsel of the forest sprites." Thanking Elder Bramble, Leela and Finn made their way deeper into the forest, guided by the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the leaves. They soon reached a clearing where the grass sparkled with dew, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. "Hello, sprites," Leela called softly, her voice carrying the warmth of a friend. In response, tiny lights began to flicker around them, like fireflies dancing in the night. The sprites appeared, their wings glimmering like shards of moonlight. "We heard about the fountain," one sprite chimed, her voice as delicate as a tinkling bell. "But we did not cause this mischief." Finn tilted his head thoughtfully. Have you seen anything unusual? The sprites exchanged glances, and one with wings like butterfly petals spoke up. There was a strange rustling near the fountain last night, just before the water stopped. Thanking the sprites, Lila and Finn continued their search, their minds buzzing with possibilities. As they walked, Lila noticed something peculiar. The leaves along the path were turned over, revealing their pale undersides. Finn, look, Lila pointed out. This trail of turned leaves might lead us to the answer. Following the trail, they soon arrived at the edge of a shimmering pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the star-speckled sky. There, they found a small, forlorn figure sitting by the water's edge, a young water nymph whose tears mingled with the pond. Hello, Lila said gently, kneeling beside the nymph. Is something troubling you? The nymph looked up, her eyes wide and shimmering with unshed tears. I only wanted to see the village's beautiful fountain. I didn't mean to cause any harm. Lila's heart softened. Did you touch the fountain? The nymph nodded, her voice a whisper. I touched the swan's wings, and then the water stopped. I didn't know it would happen. Understanding dawned on Lila and Finn. The nymph's touch, unfamiliar to the enchanted mechanics of the fountain, had caused it to pause. Don't worry, Lila reassured her with a kind smile. We can fix this together. Come with us, and we'll set things right. With a grateful nod, the nymph followed them back to the village. Together, they approached the fountain. The moonlight bathed the scene in a gentle glow as Lila guided the nymph to place her hand on the swan's wings once more. As the nymph's fingers brushed against the stone, a soft, melodious sound filled the air like the first notes of a lullaby. Slowly, the water began to flow once more, cascading from the swan's beak in sparkling rivulets. The villagers, drawn by the sound, emerged from their homes to witness the fountain's revival. A cheer of joy and relief rose into the night, wrapping the village in warmth and harmony. The nymph, no longer tearful, smiled brightly. Thank you, she said, her voice as light as the breeze. I only wanted to be part of your beautiful village. Lila and Finn exchanged a glance of shared satisfaction. You're always welcome here, Lila assured her. As the village settled back into its peaceful rhythm, Lila and Finn returned home, their hearts full of the night's adventure. They had solved the mystery with kindness and understanding, bringing comfort and joy back to Moonshadow Hollow. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the gentle hum of the forest sang them to sleep, the village of Moonshadow Hollow nestled into the embrace of the Whispering Woods, its harmony restored, and its magic as bright as ever. Story 24. Once upon a time, in a village nestled amidst lush, rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Amara. This village was like no other, for it lay at the edge of an ancient, enchanted forest known as the Whispering Woods. Here, whispered secrets of old trees and shimmering lights in the night sky were more than mere legends. They were the very fabric of life. Amara was a curious soul, her heart as bright as the morning sun that painted the village in golden hues each day. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who knew the forest's tales better than anyone else. Their cottage sat at the very edge of the village, its windows facing the forest, as if inviting the mysteries within to spill over into their lives. One crisp autumn evening, as the wind carried the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Amara sat by the fireplace, her eyes wide with wonder as her grandmother spun tales of old. The fire crackled gently, casting warm shadows that danced across the room. Her grandmother's voice was soft and soothing, a melody that wove itself into the very air. Long ago, her grandmother began, there was a magical object hidden deep within the Whispering Woods. It was a moonstone of purest silver, known to grant its bearer the ability to understand the language of the forest. Trees would speak, rivers would sing, and the creatures of the woods would share their ancient wisdom. Amara listened, her imagination painting pictures of the moonstone's glow piercing the night, illuminating the dark corners of the forest. She could almost hear the rustling leaves, whispering secrets in a tongue only the moonstone's holder could comprehend. But, her grandmother continued, the moonstone was lost to time, hidden by the forest itself, waiting for one with a kind heart and gentle spirit to find it. As the story wrapped its tendrils around her, Amara felt a stirring within her chest. The idea of discovering such a treasure filled her with excitement and a touch of fear. the good kind, the kind that makes your heart beat a little faster. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the sky a canvas of soft blues and pinks. Amara, her curiosity now an insistent whisper in her ear, decided to venture into the whispering woods. She packed a small satchel with some bread, an apple, and a flask of fresh spring water. Her grandmother, sensing the adventure in her granddaughter's eyes, smiled knowingly but said nothing, trusting in the forest and Amara's own good sense. The path into the forest was well trodden by deer and foxes, the ground soft beneath Amara's feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling her path with patches of light and shadow. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she walked deeper into the woods, the sounds of the village faded, replaced by the gentle susurration of leaves and the distant call of a wood thrush. Here, in the heart of the forest, time seemed to slow, each moment stretching out like the golden rays of the sun reaching through the branches. Amara walked on, her eyes wide, taking in the beauty around her. The trees seemed to lean in, as if welcoming her into their world. She followed a narrow brook that wound its way through the underbrush, its waters singing a soft, tinkling song. Hours passed, but the forest's beauty kept her from feeling weary. She paused now and then, taking sips of water and nibbling on her apple, her spirit buoyed by the peaceful solitude around her. Just as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Amara stumbled upon a clearing. At its center stood a great oak, its trunk gnarled and ancient, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. Amara felt a pull towards the oak, as if it held a secret just for her. As she approached, she noticed something glimmering at its base, a stone, unlike any she had ever seen. It was smooth and rounded, with a silvery sheen that seemed to catch the light even in the shadow of the great tree. Her heart leapt. Could this be the moonstone her grandmother had spoken of? She reached out, her fingers brushing against its cool surface. The moment she touched it, a warmth spread through her, as if the stone recognized her touch. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, the wind stilling, the leaves quieting, and then a voice, soft and gentle, filled her mind. It was the voice of the oak, deep and resonant. "Welcome, Amara," it said. "The forest has waited long for one such as you." Amara's heart raced, 100 questions bubbling up at once. But the oak's presence was calming, its voice a balm to her soul. "I have found the moonstone," she whispered, awe threading through her words. "Yes," the oak replied, "and with it you shall understand our songs and stories. But remember, the moonstone's gift is not just for listening, but for learning. The forest speaks in wisdom, and it is through wisdom that you will overcome the challenges ahead." Amara nodded, the weight of the moonstone now resting lightly in her palm. She could feel its power, a gentle hum that connected her to the world around her more deeply than she ever thought possible. "Thank you," she said, gratitude swelling in her chest like a tide. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Amara made her way back to the village, her heart full of wonder and a new understanding. She felt the forest's presence all around her, its stories whispering in her ear, guiding her steps. When she returned home, her grandmother was waiting, her eyes twinkling with knowing pride. Amara shared her tale, the moonstone cradled gently in her hands. "Ah," her grandmother said, "you have found more than just a stone, dear Amara. You have found a connection, a bond with the world that is both ancient and new. Remember to listen, to learn, and to share the wisdom you gather." And so, Amara's journey began, her days filled with the songs of the forest and the stories of the trees. She grew in wisdom and kindness, her heart ever open to the lessons of the world around her. And in time she too became a storyteller, sharing her tales by the fireside, her voice a gentle melody that soothed the soul. The moonstone remained with her always, a reminder of her journey and the magic of the whispering woods. And as she shared her stories, the village came to know the forest not as an ancient mystery, but as a friend, its secrets a gift to all who would listen. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the village thrived, its people bound by a shared understanding and a gentle, enduring peace. And Amara, with the moonstone's light guiding her, knew that the forest's tale was now her own, a story of friendship, wisdom, and the quiet magic that connects us all. Story 25. In a small, picturesque village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl with eyes like the sky before a summer storm, and hair as dark as the midnight sea. Her name was Lyra, and she was known throughout the village for her boundless curiosity and gentle nature. Lyra spent her days wandering the meadows and glens of her beloved forest, for within its depths she discovered a world of wonders that only a heart as pure as hers could perceive. The villagers often spoke of the forest with a mix of reverence and caution, for it was said to be a place where time wove itself differently, a realm where the ordinary laws of nature took on an ethereal quality. The trees were ancient, their bark twisted and gnarled, whispering secrets to those who would listen. Streams sang as they leapt over stones, and the very air seemed alive with a shimmering energy. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced around her feet, Lyra discovered something extraordinary. Beneath a canopy of russet and gold, she stumbled upon a small, intricately carved box half buried in the loamy earth. It was unlike anything she had seen before, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with an inner light. Her heart fluttered with the thrill of discovery as she gently lifted it from the ground. The box felt warm to the touch, as though it held a secret warmth within. Lyra's fingers traced the delicate carvings, and she felt a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a melody of magic that beckoned her to open it. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, she lifted the lid, and a soft, soothing light spilled forth, bathing her face in its gentle glow. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a small, shimmering stone. It was a deep, iridescent blue, like the heart of the ocean, and as Lyra gazed into its depths, she felt a connection, a warmth that wrapped around her soul like a comforting embrace. Without knowing why, she slipped the stone into her pocket, feeling its gentle weight against her side as she continued her wander through the forest. As days turned to weeks, Lyra discovered that the stone held a peculiar magic. When she held it close, she could hear the whispers of the forest more clearly, understand the songs of the birds, and even see glimpses of hidden creatures that danced just beyond the edge of her vision. It was as if the stone had opened a door to a world that existed parallel to her own, a world that was alive with possibilities. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in twilight, Lyra felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging to follow a path she had never noticed before. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the trees grew closer together, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadow and light. Heart pounding with anticipation, she followed the path until it led her to a clearing she had never seen. In the center of the clearing stood a majestic oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, its branches reaching up to the heavens. Beneath its boughs lay an old, weathered bench, inviting in its simplicity. Lyra sat upon it, feeling the warmth of the wood beneath her fingers, and closed her eyes. The stone in her pocket pulsed softly, and she felt a presence, gentle and wise, settle beside her. "Welcome, young one," a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves spoke, and Lyra opened her eyes to find an elderly woman sitting beside her. Her hair was silver and flowed like a river down her back, her eyes a deep, knowing green. She wore a cloak woven from the colors of twilight, and around her neck hung a pendant that matched the stone in Lyra's pocket. "Who are you?" Lyra asked, her voice a whisper in the evening air. "I am known as Malus," the woman replied, her smile warm and kind. "Guardian of the forest, keeper of secrets, and you, dear child, have found something very special." Lyra nodded, her hand slipping into her pocket to touch the stone. "It called to me," she said softly. "I don't know why, but it feels like it belongs with me." Malus nodded, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "The stone is a gift, a bridge to the magic that lies hidden within the world. It chose you because your heart is open and your spirit is kind, but with such a gift comes responsibility." Lyra listened intently, her heart filled with a quiet determination. "What must I do?" she asked, sensing that this was the beginning of a journey that would change her forever. "You must learn to listen," Malus replied, "to the whispers of the world, to the voices of those who have gone before, and to the wisdom within yourself. The stone will guide you, but you must be willing to follow where it leads." And so began Lyra's journey, a journey that would take her to places she had never imagined, both within the forest and within her own heart. She spent her days exploring the hidden corners of the woods, guided by the gentle pulse of the stone. She met creatures of legend and lore, befriended by the song of her spirit and the kindness of her soul. As the seasons changed, so too did Lyra. She learned to speak the language of the wind, to dance with the shadows, and to see the world not just with her eyes, but with her heart. She grew in wisdom and strength, her understanding deepening with each passing day. One winter's eve, as snowflakes drifted silently to the ground, Lyra felt the stone grow warm against her side. It pulsed with an urgency she had not felt before, a call to action that could not be ignored. She followed its lead, her breath visible in the chill air, until she reached the heart of the forest, where the oak tree stood. There, beneath its ancient branches, stood Malus, her cloak a dark contrast against the snow. Her eyes were serious, yet filled with a deep compassion. "It is time, dear one," she said, her voice carrying on the wind. "The forest has need of you, for there is a darkness that seeks to unravel the threads of magic that bind us all." Lyra felt a shiver of fear, but she stood tall, her resolve unshaken. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady and sure. Malus placed a hand on Lyra's shoulder, her touch a comforting presence in the cold night. "You must find the source of this darkness and restore the balance. Trust in the stone, trust in yourself, and know that you are not alone." With a nod of determination, Lyra set off into the depths of the forest, the stone guiding her steps. She moved through the shadows, her senses attuned to the faintest whisper of danger. As she journeyed deeper into the heart of the woods, she encountered creatures who had fallen under the spell of the darkness, their once bright eyes now clouded with fear. But Lyra's spirit was a beacon of light, and with the stone's guidance she reached out to them, offering kindness and understanding. Slowly, the darkness receded, replaced by the warmth of friendship and trust. The creatures joined her on her quest, their hearts lifted by the strength of her resolve. Through blinding snow and bitter wind, Lyra pressed on, until finally she reached a clearing where the darkness was strongest. There she found a swirling vortex of shadows, a maelstrom of fear and anger that threatened to consume the forest. With the stone clutched tightly in her hand, Lyra stepped forward, her heart filled with a courage that shone brighter than the sun. She spoke words of hope and love, her voice carrying across the clearing like a song. The stone glowed fiercely, its light piercing the heart of the darkness, unraveling its tangled threads. The shadows writhed and twisted, but Lyra stood firm, her spirit unyielding. Slowly, the darkness began to dissipate, drawn back into the depths of the earth, leaving the forest bathed in a gentle, golden light. With a sigh of relief, Lyra sank to her knees, the weight of her journey finally lifting from her shoulders. Malus appeared beside her, her eyes filled with pride and gratitude. "You have done well, young one," she said, her voice a soft melody. "The forest is safe and the balance restored. You have proven yourself to be a true guardian, wise and kind." Lyra smiled, her heart full of joy and peace. "I could not have done it alone," she said, looking at the creatures who had stood by her side. "It was the strength of friendship, the power of love, that made all the difference." Malus nodded, her eyes shining with understanding. "Yes, dear child, it is the bonds we form, the connections we make, that truly shape our world." As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Lyra felt the stone grow warm once more, its light softening to a gentle glow. She knew that its magic would remain with her, a reminder of the journey she had taken and the lessons she had learned. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed, Lyra returned to her village, knowing that she would never be the same. The forest was her home, its magic a part of her soul, and she would forever be its guardian, watching over its wonders with love and care. And so, in the heart of the ancient woods, where time wove its tapestry of magic and mystery, a young girl found her place, her journey leading her to a world where dreams and reality intertwined, where friendship and wisdom held the power to change the world. Story 26. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there existed tales of enchantment that fluttered through the air like the delicate wings of butterflies. The villagers often gathered by the fireside in the evenings, their faces aglow with the warmth of crackling logs, as they shared stories of the mysterious happenings that were said to occur just beyond the edge of their peaceful world. One such tale began on a crisp autumn morning when the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, and the scent of wood smoke wove through the cool breeze. It was on this day that a young boy named Finn, with eyes as bright as the sky at dawn and a heart full of wonder, discovered a peculiar object that would change his life forever. Finn was known throughout Willowbrook for his insatiable curiosity and gentle spirit. He often wandered into the forest that bordered the village, delighting in the symphony of rustling leaves and the babbling brook that meandered like a silver ribbon through the trees. On this particular morning, as Finn ventured deeper into the woods, he stumbled upon a glimmering stone nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak. The stone was unlike anything Finn had ever seen. It shimmered with a soft, ethereal light that seemed to pulse gently, as if it were alive. Intrigued, Finn reached out and cradled the stone in his hands, feeling a comforting warmth spread through his fingertips and flow into his heart. Little did he know, this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the forest, a magical gem said to hold the power to connect its bearer with the hidden world beneath the forest floor. As Finn gazed into the stone's depths, he felt a gentle tug, urging him to follow a path that wound deeper into the woods. Trusting his instincts, Finn set off, the stone guiding him like a beacon. The forest seemed to welcome him, the trees whispering secrets in a language only the heart could understand. The path led Finn to a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of sunlight filtering through the canopy above. In the center of the clearing stood a grand ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and wide, with branches that reached toward the heavens. It was here that Finn met a peculiar creature, a squirrel with a coat so rich and red it looked as if it had been painted by the setting sun. The squirrel, whose name was Russell, possessed an air of wisdom far beyond his years. His eyes twinkled with kindness and mischief, and he greeted Finn with a nod and a flick of his bushy tail. "Ah, young traveler," Russell chirped, his voice as light as the breeze through the leaves. "You've found the heart of the forest. It seems the woods have chosen you for a special journey." Finn, though surprised to hear a squirrel speak, felt at ease in Russell's presence. "A journey?" Finn asked, his voice full of curiosity and excitement. "Indeed," Russell replied with a knowing smile. "Beyond this clearing lies a world hidden from most eyes, a realm where the forest's magic is woven into every branch and leaf. But beware, young Finn, the path is fraught with challenges that will test your heart and spirit." With a sense of adventure bubbling within him, Finn nodded. "I'm ready," he declared, clutching the stone tightly. Together, Finn and Russell embarked on a journey that led them through sun-dappled glades and beneath arches of entwined branches. As they traveled, Russell shared stories of the forest's history, tales of creatures who had ventured into the hidden world and returned changed forever. Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with the magic of the stories. Their path soon led them to the entrance of a hidden grove, where the air shimmered with enchantment. The grove was alive with vibrant colors, flowers of every hue carpeting the ground, their petals glistening with dew like 1,000 tiny stars. It was a sight so beautiful that Finn's breath caught in his throat. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent archway woven from vines and blossoms, its beauty both inviting and daunting. Russell paused before the archway, his expression solemn yet encouraging. "Beyond this arch lies the heart of the hidden world," he explained. "To enter, you must first solve the riddle of the forest. It is a test of wisdom and understanding." Finn nodded, feeling a mix of anticipation and trepidation. "I'm ready," he repeated, his voice steady. Russell nodded, then spoke the riddle with a twinkle in his eye. "I am not alive, but I can grow. I do not have lungs, but I need air. I do not have a mouth, but water kills me. What am I?" Finn furrowed his brow, pondering the riddle's meaning. He thought of the tales Russell had shared, of the elements that sustained life in the forest. As he contemplated, the answer began to take shape in his mind, much like the way a seed unfurls into a sapling. "Fire," Finn said at last, his voice confident. Russell beamed with pride. "Indeed, young one, you possess the wisdom of the forest." With those words, the archway shimmered and parted, revealing a path that led into the heart of the hidden world. Finn stepped through the archway, the heart of the forest in his hand. and was greeted by a scene of wonder and enchantment. The hidden world was a place where time seemed to slow, where the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blossoms and the gentle hum of life. Creatures both familiar and fantastical roamed freely, each a testament to the magic that flowed through the land. As Finn explored, he met many kind-hearted beings who welcomed him with open arms and open hearts. There was Breeze, a gentle spirit of the wind who danced through the trees, her laughter like the tinkling of chimes. And Lumina, a luminous firefly who guided travelers with her warm golden glow. But not all was as serene as it seemed. The hidden world was also home to those who sought to disrupt its harmony. Shadows lurked in the corners, whispering doubts and fears into the ears of those who passed by. Finn could feel their presence, a chill that crept along his spine. With Russell and his new friends by his side, Finn learned to face these shadows not with fear, but with the light of the heart of the forest. It was a light that shone from within, a light born of courage and compassion. Together, they dispelled the shadows, restoring balance to the hidden world. Through his journey, Finn discovered the true magic of the heart of the forest. It was not just a stone, but a symbol of the bond between all living things, a reminder that one heart, full of love and understanding, could illuminate even the darkest of places. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the hidden world, Finn knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. He bid farewell to his friends, promising to carry their wisdom and kindness with him always. When Finn emerged from the forest, the villagers gathered around, eager to hear of his adventures. By the fireside, he recounted his journey, his words painting pictures of the hidden world and the lessons he had learned. And as the flames flickered and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Finn realized that the greatest magic of all was the power of friendship and the strength of a heart open to wonder. The tales of Willowbrook would continue, woven with threads of enchantment and warmth passed down through generations, a testament to the journey of a young boy who discovered that the true heart of the forest lived within him. In the days that followed, Finn often returned to the forest, the heart of the forest safely tucked in his pocket, a constant reminder of the world beyond what the eye could see. The villagers would watch as he disappeared into the woods, knowing that he carried with him a light that would never fade. And so, the tale of Finn and the heart of the forest became a cherished story in Willowbrook, a story of courage, friendship, and the endless possibilities that lay just beyond the edge of the known world. It was a story that reminded them all of the magic that existed in their hearts and the wonder that awaited those who dared to seek it. Story 27. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the tall trees stretched their limbs towards the sky in a silent symphony, there existed a world unseen by most. The forest was a tapestry of life, woven with threads of emerald leaves and golden sunlight. It was a place where the air was laced with the sweet scent of pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves told stories of old. Here, in this verdant sanctuary, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, each playing their part in the delicate balance of nature. Among them was a wise old owl named Wiseacre. His feathers were a soft blend of gray and brown, like the bark of the ancient trees he called home, and his eyes were deep pools of amber that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. Wiseacre was the keeper of the forest's secrets, and he watched over his fellow creatures with a gentle heart. He nested high in the canopy, where the morning sun first kissed the treetops, casting a golden glow through the branches. From this vantage point, he could see the entire breadth of the forest, from the bubbling brook that wound its way through the undergrowth to the meadow that bloomed with wildflowers in a riot of colors. Beneath the leafy boughs, a mischievous squirrel named Pippin darted about, his bushy tail flicking like a banner in the wind. Pippin was known for his boundless energy and his knack for finding the juiciest acorns. He was always on the move, racing up and down the trunks of the trees, his tiny paws skimming over the bark, leaving trails of laughter in his wake. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and scarlet, Pippin noticed something unusual. The air, usually filled with the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves, was disturbingly quiet. Curious and a bit concerned, Pippin bounded up to Wiseacre's tree, eager for answers. "Wiseacre! Wiseacre!" he chattered, his voice carrying through the crisp morning air. "The forest is so quiet today. What could it mean?" Wiseacre opened his wise eyes slowly, blinking in the soft golden light. "Ah, Pippin, my dear young friend," he hooted softly, his voice a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves. "The silence you hear is the forest speaking to us. It signals a change, a shift in the balance." Pippin twitched his nose, puzzled but intrigued. "A change? What kind of change?" Wiseacre spread his wings, and the feathers whispered secrets as they brushed against the air. "The seasons are shifting, little one. Autumn is upon us, and with it comes the dance of the elements. The forest prepares for the long slumber of winter, and we must ensure that all are ready." The wise owl's words filled Pippin with a sense of purpose. He scampered away, determined to spread the message. As he dashed through the forest, he called out to his friends, his voice a lively echo among the trees. The birds, the hares, and even the shy deer listened to his news, their ears perked and attentive. The creatures of the whispering woods knew that the changing seasons brought both challenges and abundance. The wise hedgehog Bramble began to gather leaves to insulate her burrow, preparing for the cold nights ahead. The industrious beavers reinforced their dams, ensuring the waterways remained flowing and full. In the meadow, the bees buzzed busily, collecting the last of the nectar before the flowers faded. Their hum was a melody of industry and cooperation, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life in the forest. Even the wind seemed to join in, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the crispness of fallen leaves. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, a gentle frost began to creep over the land. The stars glittered like diamonds against the velvet sky, and the moon bathed the forest in a silvery glow. It was during one such night that the magical phenomenon known as the Northern Lights graced the Whispering Woods. The sky danced with ribbons of green and pink, swirling and twirling in a celestial ballet. The creatures gathered together, their eyes wide with wonder, as the lights painted the night with their ethereal glow. Wiseacre watched from his perch, his heart swelling with joy at the beauty of the world around him. In that moment, beneath the shimmering sky, the creatures of the forest felt a profound sense of unity. They understood that they were all part of something greater, a living tapestry woven together by the threads of the seasons, the elements, and the ancient wisdom passed down through generations. As the lights faded and the forest returned to its quiet slumber, Wiseacre spoke softly to his friends. "Remember, dear ones, that we are all keepers of this land. We must cherish and protect it, for it is our home, our sanctuary." And so, with hearts full of gratitude and a renewed sense of purpose, the creatures of the Whispering Woods embraced the coming winter. They knew that with each challenge came the opportunity to grow stronger, wiser, and more connected to the world around them. In the stillness of that magical night, beneath the watchful eyes of Wiseacre, the forest breathed a sigh of contentment. All was as it should be, in perfect harmony, under the ever-changing sky. Story 28, The Whisper of the Willow Woods. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vast meadows, there lay a forest known as the Willow Woods. The villagers spoke of it with a mixture of reverence and mystery, for it was not just any forest. The Willow Woods were said to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary and the magical intertwined in an eternal dance of whispers and shadows. On the edge of this village lived a young girl named Lydia. Lydia was known for her gentle heart and her insatiable curiosity about the world around her. She would often spend her afternoons wandering the fields, collecting wildflowers, and listening to the songs of the birds. But it was the Willow Woods that truly captivated her imagination. Though her parents had always warned her to stay clear of the forest's depths, the stories of its wonders and secrets called to her like a soft, beckoning song. One late afternoon, as the sun set the sky ablaze with hues of orange and pink, Lydia found herself at the forest's edge. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and she could almost hear the trees whispering her name. With a heart full of wonder, and perhaps a touch of defiance, she stepped into the cool embrace of the woods. The air within the forest was different, crisp and sweet, filled with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight trickled through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Lydia walked slowly, her eyes wide with awe as she took in the towering trees, and the soft carpet of moss beneath her feet. It was as if she had stepped into another world, one that pulsed with life and ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper, she stumbled upon a small, clear stream. The water was so pure and inviting that she knelt by its edge and dipped her fingers in. To her surprise, the water was warm, and it sent a pleasant tingle up her arm. She pulled back her hand to find a small, smooth pebble clinging to her palm. It was unlike any stone she had seen, glowing faintly with a silvery sheen. Curious, Lydia tucked the pebble into her pocket and continued her exploration. As she walked, she began to notice subtle changes around her. The trees seemed to sway in a rhythm, and the birds' songs wove together in a harmonious melody. It was as if the forest was alive and aware of her presence. Soon, Lydia came upon a clearing where a magnificent willow tree stood. Its branches cascaded down like a curtain, and the air around it shimmered with a gentle, golden light. Drawn to its beauty, Lydia approached the tree, feeling a sense of peace wash over her. As she reached out to touch its bark, she heard a soft voice, as gentle as the rustle of leaves in the wind. "Welcome, Lydia," it said. Startled, she looked around, but saw no one. The voice seemed to come from the tree itself. Who are you?" Lydia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of the Willow Woods," the voice replied. "I have watched over this place for centuries, guiding those who seek wisdom and wonder." Lydia felt a warmth spread through her chest. "I've always wanted to learn the secrets of this forest," she confessed. "There's so much beauty here." The willow tree's branches swayed as if nodding. "You possess the heart of a true seeker, Lydia, and for those who seek with kindness and curiosity, the forest reveals its gifts." With that, the ground beneath the willow tree parted slightly, revealing an ancient-looking book bound in weathered leather. Lydia picked it up, feeling the weight of its wisdom in her hands. She opened it to find pages filled with vibrant illustrations and delicate script, detailing the history and magic of the Willow Woods. "Use this wisely," the voice cautioned, "for knowledge is a powerful gift, and with it comes responsibility." Lydia nodded, understanding the gravity of the task. She thanked the guardian and promised to cherish the book and the secrets it held. As she turned to leave, the willow tree's branches rustled, showering her with golden leaves that danced around her like tiny stars. With the book tucked safely under her arm and the pebble still glowing softly in her pocket, Lydia made her way back through the forest, her heart brimming with newfound wonder and purpose. As Lydia emerged from the woods, the village lay bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The warm lights from the cottages flickered invitingly, and the distant sound of laughter and chatter filled the air. Yet something inside Lydia had changed. The world seemed more vibrant, more alive, as if she could feel the pulse of nature itself. That night, as the stars twinkled above like scattered diamonds, Lydia sat by the fire in her cozy home, the book of the Willow Woods laid open before her. Her fingers traced the intricate drawings and symbols, each page a window into a world of enchantment and wisdom. The soft crackling of the fire was soothing, and Lydia felt a deep sense of contentment and excitement for the journey that lay ahead. The days that followed were filled with discovery. Lydia spent her mornings at the forest's edge, learning from the book and observing the subtle magic that surrounded her. She discovered that the pebble she had found was no ordinary stone. It was a moonstone, a rare gem that allowed her to understand the language of the forest. With it, she could hear the whispers of the winds, the songs of the rivers, and the stories of the trees. As Lydia's connection with the forest deepened, so did her friendships within the village. She shared her discoveries with her friends, enchanting them with tales of talking trees and shimmering streams. They would gather around her in the evenings, listening with rapt attention as she wove stories of magic and wonder. One of her friends, a boy named Oliver, was particularly fascinated. He had always been drawn to the mysteries of nature, and Lydia's tales ignited a spark within him. Together they explored the forest, their laughter echoing through the trees as they discovered hidden glades and secret paths. It was during one of these adventures that they stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A small injured bird lay nestled among the roots of a tree, its wing bent at an odd angle. Lydia's heart ached at the sight, and she carefully picked up the bird, cradling it in her hands. "We have to help it," Oliver said, his voice filled with concern. Lydia nodded, her mind racing for a solution. She remembered a passage from the book, a spell for healing wounds. With the moonstone in her palm, she whispered the incantation softly, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of the leaves. A soft glow enveloped the bird, and Lydia watched in awe as its wings straightened and healed before her eyes. The bird chirped happily, flapping its wings before taking flight, its silhouette disappearing into the canopy above. Oliver's eyes were wide with amazement. "You did it, Lydia! You really did it!" Lydia beamed with joy, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. It was a moment of magic, a testament to the power of kindness and friendship. As the seasons changed, so did Lydia. The girl who had once stood at the forest's edge, filled with wonder and longing, was now a young woman of wisdom and grace. She had grown not just in knowledge, but in heart, her spirit intertwined with the enchanting world of the Willow Woods. Her bond with Oliver deepened, their friendship a source of strength and joy. Together they faced challenges, learned from their mistakes, and celebrated their triumphs. The forest had taught them to listen, to understand, and to cherish the beauty that lay in every living thing. And through it all, the Willow Woods remained a sanctuary, a place of magic and mystery that continued to unfold its secrets to those who sought them with open hearts. As the years passed, Lydia became a guardian of sorts, a keeper of the forest's stories and a protector of its wonders. She shared her knowledge with the villagers, teaching them to respect and cherish the natural world. Her wisdom and kindness touched the lives of many, and her tales of the Willow Woods became a cherished legacy. Lydia's journey had transformed her, and in turn she transformed the world around her. The Willow Woods, with its ancient whispers and timeless magic, had become a part of her soul, a constant reminder of the beauty and wisdom that lay within and around her. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle sway of the willow's branches, Lydia's story continued, a tale of friendship, magic, and the endless wonder of the natural world. A tale that would be whispered for generations to come, inspiring seekers of all ages to follow the path of kindness and curiosity and to find the magic in their own hearts. Story 29. In a distant galaxy where nebulae painted the skies in swirling hues of violet and gold, lay a small, unassuming planet named Veltara. It was a place where the air hummed softly with the whispers of old stories, and the gentle rustle of the luminescent flora created a symphony that lulled even the most restless minds to peace. On the outskirts of Veltara's largest forest, beneath the wide branches of a tree that glowed with a silvery light, there lived a kind-hearted Telrin named Kale. Telrins were beings of light and energy, known for their wisdom and patience. Their translucent forms shimmered in myriad colors, reflecting the mood of the cosmos. Kale spent his days tending to the forest, ensuring that each leaf and blossom thrived in harmony. One evening, as the twin moons cast a soft, pearly glow over the landscape, a peculiar sound echoed through the trees, a low, mechanical hum that Kale had never heard before. Curiosity sparked within him, and his form flickered with a curious emerald hue. He followed the sound to a clearing, where he found a strange object glistening in the moonlight. It was a small spacecraft, unlike any Kale had encountered. The door to the craft hissed open, and out stepped a being quite different from any that roamed Veltara. It was a Brixen named Arlo, a creature from a planet far across the galaxy. Brixens were known for their intricate, crystalline skin that refracted light into dazzling rainbows. They were wanderers, always seeking new horizons and experiences. Arlo stumbled from the ship, clearly disoriented from the unexpected landing. His skin shimmered with colors of confusion and a touch of fear. Kale, sensing his unease, approached slowly, his form now glowing a calming azure. "Greetings," Kale said gently, his voice as soft as the breeze that rustled the leaves overhead. "You are safe here." Arlo, his colors shifting cautiously, replied, "I am Arlo, and my ship has, it seems, taken a path of its own choosing. I mean no harm." The two beings regarded each other, their appearances a striking contrast yet complementing the vibrant world around them. Despite their differences, there was a shared understanding in their eyes, a recognition of the unfamiliar, and a willingness to bridge the gap between their worlds. As the nights passed, Kale and Arlo worked together to repair the damaged ship. It was a task that required not only labor, but also the weaving of new bonds. Kale, with his deep connection to nature, showed Arlo how the energy of Veltara could be harnessed to power the ship's systems. Arlo, in turn, shared tales of his travels, painting pictures of distant stars and strange worlds with words that shimmered like his skin. Yet, as they toiled side by side, misunderstandings were inevitable. Kale, who communicated in gentle waves of light and sound, sometimes found Arlo's directness startling. Arlo, used to the precision and clarity of his own kind, occasionally misinterpreted Kale's subtle signals. But each misunderstanding was met with patience and a desire to learn, transforming potential barriers into moments of growth. One night, as they sat beneath the shining branches of the luminous tree, Arlo spoke hesitantly. "Kale, do you ever fear the unknown?" Kale's light pulsed softly, his voice thoughtful. "I do at times, but I have learned that the unknown often holds the most wondrous discoveries." Arlo nodded, his colors shifting to a serene turquoise. "I have always sought the new, yet here I find myself discovering something far more profound, a connection, a friendship I did not anticipate." In that shared moment, their bond deepened, transcending the differences of their origins. They realized that friendship was not merely about shared experiences, but about embracing each other's unique perspectives and finding strength in their union. The day finally came when the ship was ready to soar once more. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, Arlo prepared to depart. Yet he hesitated, turning to Kale with a newfound warmth in his crystalline eyes. "Thank you, Kale, for your kindness and patience," Arlo said, his voice filled with sincerity. "I have learned much from you, most of all the value of understanding." Kale's form glowed with a radiant gold, a reflection of the friendship they had forged. "Safe travels, Arlo. May your journeys be filled with light and friendship." With a gentle hum, the ship rose into the sky, leaving behind a trail of shimmering luminescence that slowly faded into the night. Kale watched until the ship became a distant star, a reminder of an unlikely friendship that bridged the vastness of space. And so, on the quiet planet of Veltara, beneath the ever-glowing branches of the ancient tree, Kale continued to nurture the forest, his heart enriched by the bond he had formed with a traveler from the stars. And in the vastness of the galaxy, Arlo journeyed on, forever carrying the light of their friendship within him, a beacon of understanding and connection that transcended the stars. Story 30. Once upon a starlit eve, a soft rain pattered against the emerald canopy of the whispering woods. Droplets trickled down gnarled bark, nourishing the forest floor where mushrooms peeked through the fallen foliage like tiny umbrellas. A gentle breeze carried the earthy scent of damp moss and decaying leaves, whispering ancient secrets to those who could hear. At the heart of these woods dwelled a community of woodland creatures who lived in perfect harmony with their verdant home. Among them were the Minikin, a tribe of resourceful mousefolk, no larger than acorns. Their intricate subterranean villages were carved into the massive roots of ancient trees, hidden from prying eyes. On this misty evening, little Temmie the Minikin scurried along a twisting route, her velvety fur dampened by the rain. Her whiskers twitched with excitement as she reached the warm glow of her burrow, eager to share news of an extraordinary discovery. "Mama, Papa, you'll never believe what I found!" Temmie squeaked, nuzzling her parents' welcoming embrace. Her father, Oakley, chuckled softly. "What wonders of the forest have you uncovered today, my curious one?" Temmie's bright eyes shone with wonder. "Deep in the hollows of the willow weeper, I stumbled upon a most peculiar sight. Glimmering strands, like shimmering cobwebs, drifted through the air, carrying the very essence of the rainfall upon their backs." Her mother, Willow, gasped in delight. "Why, you must have witnessed the rain sprites at work, little one." "Rain sprites?" Temmie tilted her head inquisitively. Willow nodded sagely. "Aye, mystical beings older than the woods themselves. When gentle showers grace our realm, the rain sprites emerge to gather the falling droplets and weave them into silken garlands. These ethereal strands are the very lifeblood of our forest, nourishing every tree, bush, and blossom." Temmie listened, entranced, as her mother wove the ancient tale. Long ago, before the first Minikin trod these woods, the rain sprites forged an eternal pact with Mother Nature herself. So long as they tended to the rains that fed the land, our cherished forest would thrive for generations untold. Oakley stroked his whiskered chin thoughtfully. The sprites are seldom seen, for their work must carry on unseen, in perfect balance with the natural rhythms. 'Tis a great honor to catch a glimpse of their enchanting labors. Temmie's heart swelled with reverence for the unseen guardians. I shall remember this night forever, and share the wonders I witnessed with our tribe's young'uns. As the gentle patter of rain lulled them to sleep, the Minikin family slumbered peacefully, cradled by the living, breathing forest they called home. And high above, gossamer ribbons of shimmering rain-sprite silk danced among the droplets, replenishing the ancient woods with every passing shower. The nights melted into days, days into seasons, and the cycle of nature's balance continued its eternal waltz. When autumn's crisp breezes stirred the first hints of changing leaves, the Minikin celebrated the harvest home with great fervor. Temmie, no longer the youngest in her clan, took it upon herself to gather the little ones and share the tale of the rain sprites as dusk fell over the forest. Plump pumpkins glowed from within their carved grins, casting a warm radiance over the snug gathering. Simmer down, settle your tails, Temmie hushed the wiggling pups. For tonight, I'll spin a yarn of the hidden wonders that grace our woodlands. Bright eyes fixed upon her, hanging on every word as Temmie recounted her youthful discovery. You see, my friends, our beloved forest remains lush and vibrant thanks to the eternal work of mystical rain sprites. As the tale unfolded, the children gasped and giggled, utterly enraptured by the magic brimming all around them. When Temmie revealed how the glistening strands were crafted from the very raindrops themselves, a hush of awe fell over the burrow. Never forget, Temmie smiled warmly, even the smallest showers serve a greater purpose, and every facet of nature plays its sacred role in preserving the balance. One brave young'un piped up, but what happens when winter's snows arrive and no rains fall? Temmie's whiskers twitched mischievously. Why, the snow sprites take over, of course. A rapturous clamor filled the burrow as the pups clamored for more tales of these mysterious frosty beings. Chuckling at their insatiable curiosity, Temmie launched into the fanciful story of how snowflakes were kissed with life by winter's own breath. As the first crisp flurries began to swirl beyond the tree trunks, the Minikin of the Whispering Woods settled in for the long winter's slumber, dreaming of the season's return when the rain sprites would emerge once more to breathe vibrant life into their verdant domain. For in these ancient woods where magic thrived underfoot, the natural cycles would forever uphold equilibrium, ensuring no drop would be left ungathered, no petal untended. The wisdom of the ages flowed through generations of Minikin, a humble testament to the perfect harmony between the seen and unseen realms. Story 31. In the serene expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet cloak, there drifted a small, rust-colored spaceship named the Starling. Its hull bore the marks of countless adventures, and its heart, the engine, hummed with a comforting, rhythmic thrum as it sailed through the cosmos. Aboard the Starling were two travelers, as different as night and day. The first was Kale, a gentle soul from the lush planet of Verdana, where emerald forests stretched as far as the eye could see, and the very air was infused with the sweet scent of blooming flora. Kale's skin mirrored the deep green of his homeland, his eyes shimmering like pools of tranquil waters. He was a botanist, passionate about studying plants and how they could heal and nourish. His companion was Zuri, a vibrant and spirited being from the luminous planet of Solaris, a realm of perpetual light and shimmering sands. Zuri's skin glowed with a soft, golden hue, and her eyes sparkled like the twin suns of her home. An engineer by trade, she thrived on solving mechanical puzzles and bringing things to life with her skilled hands. Their journey had begun as a mission to explore new worlds, to gather knowledge and resources for their respective planets. But as often happens in the vastness of space, things did not go exactly as planned. A sudden meteor storm had left the Starling slightly battered, prompting an unexpected detour to the quiet, frost-kissed planet of Glacius. Upon their arrival, the differences between Kale and Zuri became starkly apparent. Kale, accustomed to the gentle embrace of Verdana's warmth, found Glacius's icy winds biting and uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Zuri, who was more at ease with the sun's embrace, found the cold invigorating. Their first task was to repair the ship, a challenge that required cooperation. However, as they set to work, their differences led to misunderstandings. Kale, with his careful, methodical nature, often paused to consider each step, while Zuri, driven by her innate energy, preferred to dive in headfirst. Tensions flared and misunderstandings sprouted like weeds, threatening to overshadow their mission. One chilly evening, as the planet's twin moons cast a silver glow over the icy landscape, Kale and Zuri sat inside the Starling, the warmth of the ship's interior contrasting sharply with the frosty world outside. They shared a meal of simple broth, its steam curling up in tendrils that filled the cabin with a comforting aroma. As they ate in silence, the gentle crackle of the ship's heater was the only sound that filled the space between them. It was Kale who spoke first, his voice soft and thoughtful. Zuri, I realize that I've been too cautious, too slow. In Verdana, we learn to tread gently, to listen to the earth. But here, I see that time is of the essence. I should trust your instincts more. Zuri paused, her spoon hovering above her bowl. She looked at Kale, her eyes reflecting the cabin's warm light. And I, she confessed, have been too impatient. In Solaris, we are always racing the light, moving quickly. I should have taken the time to understand your way, to see the beauty in your patience. Their mutual admissions broke the ice that had formed between them, and in that moment of vulnerability, a seed of friendship took root. They agreed to balance their approaches, combining Kale's thoughtful analysis with Zuri's quick, decisive action. The days that followed were filled with shared challenges that tested their newfound understanding. Together, they ventured into Glacius's icy caves to gather rare minerals needed for the repairs. The caves were a realm of breathtaking beauty, the walls adorned with crystalline formations that glistened like frozen rainbows. As they navigated the labyrinthine passages, Kale's knowledge of natural structures guided them safely, while Zuri's skills ensured they extracted the minerals without damaging the precious ecosystem. In those quiet, echoing caverns, they learned the true meaning of support. There were moments when the path was treacherous, the ground slick with hidden ice, and each time one faltered, the other was there with a steadying hand, a reassuring word. They spoke of their homes, their dreams, and the hopes they carried for their worlds, weaving a tapestry of shared stories and laughter that warmed the coldest of days. One particularly harsh storm forced them to seek shelter in a small, abandoned outpost, where they discovered a cache of ancient star charts. As they pored over the maps, tracing routes taken by travelers long before them, they marveled at the connections that bound the universe together. It was a reminder that despite their differences, they were part of something much larger than themselves. As the storm raged outside, they spoke of the lessons they had learned. Zuri shared how Kale's patience had taught her the value of reflection, of seeing the bigger picture instead of rushing through life. Kale, in turn, expressed how Zuri's boldness had opened his eyes to the joys of spontaneity and the courage needed to embrace change. By the time the storm had passed and repairs were complete, Kale and Zuri had forged a bond as strong as any metal. Their journey continued, with the Starling soaring once more through the star-studded expanse, but now it carried a crew united in friendship. As they left Glacius behind, a gentle warmth filled the cabin, a warmth born not of technology, but of understanding and companionship. In the quiet moments between destinations, Kale would tend to his small garden of Verdana's flora, and Zuri would tinker with the ship's systems, always finding new ways to improve them. Together they explored new worlds, faced new challenges, and, through it all, they shared the simple joys of friendship, a bond that bridged the light of Solaris and the verdant beauty of Verdana. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Kale and Zuri journeyed on, hand in hand, their hearts as one, forever changed by the lessons of Glacius and the warmth of the friendship they had found in each other. Story 32. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and glimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. She was known for her warm smile and kind heart, though she often felt a peculiar stirring within her, a restlessness that whispered of change. Leora loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and blooming gardens, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. Every evening, As the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose, Leora would walk to the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were named for the soft murmurs that rustled through the leaves, carrying secrets of old and tales of wonder. It was said that these woods held magic, though few dared to explore beyond the first row of ancient oaks. Leora, however, found comfort in the woods, feeling the whispers as if they were speaking directly to her heart. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle, Leora noticed a peculiar shimmer among the trees. Curiosity, like a gentle breeze, urged her to follow it. She stepped carefully into the woods, the earthy scent of moss and the crisp air wrapping around her like a familiar embrace. The path was soft beneath her feet, illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. As she ventured deeper, Leora came upon a glade bathed in moonlight. At its center stood a tree unlike any other, a magnificent willow with branches that cascaded like a silken waterfall. Its leaves glowed with a soft luminescence, casting an ethereal glow over the glade. Leora felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle nudge that this tree held answers to her restless heart. With hesitant steps, she approached the willow and reached out to touch its trunk. The moment her fingers brushed the bark, a gentle voice echoed in her mind. "Welcome, Leora," it whispered. "I am the Willow of Whispers, keeper of dreams and guardian of change." Leora gasped softly, her heart fluttering with awe. "Why do I feel so restless?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The willow's branches swayed gently, as if considering her question. "Change is a part of all living things," it replied. "It is the dance of life, the unfolding of one's true self. You feel the stirrings of transformation, dear one. Embrace it, and you shall find your path." Though the words were comforting, Leora felt a twinge of fear. "But what if I lose myself?" she wondered aloud. "You will not lose yourself," the willow assured her. "Rather, you will discover the depths of who you truly are. Let the magic within you guide your way." As the willow's words settled in her heart, Leora felt a sense of calmness, as though a gentle tide had washed away her fears. She thanked the willow and promised to return, feeling lighter as she made her way back to the village. The following days brought new experiences for Leora. She found herself drawn to tasks she had never considered before, painting vivid landscapes of the whispering woods, crafting delicate jewelry from river stones, and even writing poetry that captured the essence of her dreams. With each new endeavor, she felt the magic of the willow guiding her hands, her heart swelling with newfound joy. Her friends noticed the change in Leora and supported her journey with unwavering encouragement. "You've always had a spark, Leora," said Mira, her closest friend, as they sat beside the bubbling brook. "Now you're letting it shine." "Thank you, Mira," Leora replied, her voice soft with gratitude. "I feel more myself than ever before." One evening, as the village gathered for the harvest festival, Leora decided to share her creations. She displayed her paintings, adorned the tables with her jewelry, and read her poems under the starlit sky. Her heart fluttered with nerves, but the warmth of her friends' smiles and the soft murmurs of appreciation assured her she was on the right path. As the festival drew to a close, Leora wandered back to the whispering woods, a sense of fulfillment settling over her like a comforting blanket. She found herself once again in the moonlit glade, the Willow of Whispers standing sentinel among the stars. "You have embraced change, and in doing so, uncovered your true self," the willow said, its voice a gentle breeze in the night. "Your journey has only just begun, dear one. Continue to listen to the whispers of your heart." Leora smiled, her soul aglow with gratitude and quiet strength. She understood now that change was not something to fear, but a gentle guide leading her toward a life rich with discovery and wonder. With a heart full of peace, she whispered her thanks to the willow and made her way home, knowing she would carry its wisdom with her always. And so, in the tranquil village where the whispering woods beckoned with tales of old, Leora walked her path with joy and courage, ever open to the magic of transformation and the beauty of her own unfolding story. Story 33. In the heart of a lush, verdant forest, where the morning mist clung to the trees like a soft, silvery shawl, there stood a quaint little cottage. It was a home built of weathered stones and thick, fragrant timbers, with a chimney that curled smoke into the air like a gentle whisper. This was the home of Leora, a young woman with a gentle spirit and a heart caught in the throes of change. Leora was known throughout the village for her ability to nurture the most delicate of plants into full bloom. Her garden was a tapestry of colors and scents, a place where roses and lilies danced in the breeze alongside rare herbs and wildflowers. Yet, despite her success in coaxing life from the earth, Leora found herself struggling with a more profound transformation within her own soul. Life in the village had been simple and predictable, but change had arrived as inevitably as the turning of the seasons. Leora's parents, once her guiding stars, had set off on a long journey to explore distant lands, leaving her the cottage and the garden. Though she cherished the solitude, Leora felt like a seed planted in the wrong soil, unsure of how to grow into her own potential. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves rustled softly underfoot, Leora wandered deeper into the forest than ever before. She came upon a hidden glen bathed in dappled sunlight, where the air shimmered with a strange, enchanting energy. At the center of the glen stood an ancient willow tree, its branches swaying with a mysterious grace. Intrigued, Leora approached the tree, her fingers brushing lightly against its rough bark. To her astonishment, the tree seemed to ripple like water, and from its depths emerged a figure, a spirit of the forest. The spirit, with eyes like liquid amber and a voice as soft as the rustling leaves, spoke to Leora. "You are on the cusp of transformation, dear child," the spirit said, her voice soothing and melodic. "But you must first learn to embrace the changes within yourself, just as the forest embraces each season." Leora listened intently, her heart beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "How can I do that?" she asked, her voice a blend of curiosity and longing. "By seeking wisdom from those around you and within you," the spirit replied. "You are not alone on this journey. Trust in the friendships you forge, and let them guide you." With these words, the spirit dissolved back into the tree, leaving Leora with a newfound sense of purpose. She returned to her cottage, determined to welcome change as she did each new bloom in her garden. In the days that followed, Leora opened her heart to those around her. She spent afternoons with Old Man Cedric, the village storyteller, whose tales of adventure and discovery ignited a spark of courage within her. Cedric, with his twinkling eyes and deep, resonant voice, taught Leora the power of stories to illuminate the path ahead. Leora also sought the company of young Mira, a child who lived nearby and possessed an unshakable belief in the magic of the world. Mira's laughter was like the tinkling of bells, and her imagination knew no bounds. Together they concocted potions from wildflowers and spun tales of fantastical creatures, reminding Leora of the boundless possibilities that lay within her own heart. As the days turned into weeks, Leora began to notice subtle changes within herself. She found joy in the simple act of tending her garden, realizing that each plant grew at its own pace, just as she did. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, drawing strength from the natural world around her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora returned to the glen. There, under the watchful gaze of the ancient willow, she felt a gentle stirring within her heart. It was as if a door had opened, revealing a path she had longed to walk. In that moment, Leora understood that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced. She had grown, not by resisting the unknown, but by opening her heart to the wisdom and friendship that surrounded her. With a sense of peace washing over her, Leora whispered a quiet thank you to the forest spirit and headed home, her spirit lighter than it had been in many moons. Under the starlit sky, Leora lay in her cottage, the comforting crackle of the fireplace soothing her to sleep. She knew that the path ahead was hers to shape, and that she would meet whatever challenges came her way with the courage and kindness that had blossomed within her. And so, in the quiet embrace of the forest, Leora found her own transformation, a journey not marked by the end of her old self, but the beautiful beginning of her true self. Story 34. In the tranquil expanse of the cosmos, where the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet cloth, there existed a peculiar patch of space known as the Tranquil Confluence. It was here that two unlikely travelers found themselves drawn together by the gentle pull of destiny. From the lush, verdant planet of Aqualis came Leora, a being whose skin shimmered like the surface of an emerald sea. Her people, the Aquilorians, were known for their deep connection to water, able to manipulate its flow with delicate symbiosis. Leora's eyes, the color of a serene lagoon, often reflected her inner harmony with her watery world. Meanwhile, from the stark crystalline moon of Zarthos hailed Thal, a being of sharp angles and prismatic skin that caught the light in dazzling displays. The Zarthians were a proud race, their culture steeped in the art of precision and clarity. Thal's gaze, a kaleidoscope of colors shifting with every angle, spoke of a mind as multifaceted as their appearance. Their meeting was not of chance, but of necessity, for the universe had a way of bringing together those who seemed most disparate when the time was right. The tranquil confluence was a region where time and space folded gently upon themselves, creating a sanctuary for weary travelers. It was here that Leora's vessel, the fluidly designed Harmony's Drift, and Thal's angular craft, the Prism Voyager, found themselves ensnared by the same cosmic lullaby. At first, their interaction was fraught with misunderstanding. The Aquilorians, with their fluidity, often found the Zarthians' rigid and precise nature baffling, and vice versa. When Leora and Thal first met, it was by the serene pool that lay at the heart of the confluence, a place where the waters were as calm as a mother's whispered lullaby. "Your vessel seems sharp," Leora remarked, her voice like the rustle of leaves over a gentle stream. "And yours quite amorphous," Thal replied, his tone as crisp as the snap of a crystalline twig. They stood in silence, the air around them filled with the soft hum of the confluence's energy, a harmony that both puzzled and intrigued them. It was not long before the first challenge arose, a subtle shifting of energies that threatened to unravel the tranquility they both sought. A ripple in the confluence's pool signaled a disruption, a disturbance in the seamless fabric of this sanctuary. Leora, sensing the imbalance, reached out to calm the waters, her touch as light as a breeze. Yet the disturbance was not merely aquatic. It was a fracture in the very space they inhabited, a crack that required more than just her gentle hand to mend. Thal, observing Leora's efforts, felt an unfamiliar tug at his core, a desire to assist, to harmonize. With precise movements, he focused his energy, channeling the vibrant prisms of his being into a focused beam that danced across the surface of the pool, knitting together the delicate threads of space that had begun to fray. Together, their abilities intertwined like the notes of a harmonious symphony, and the confluence sighed in relief, its calm restored. It was a small victory, but one that planted the first seeds of understanding between them. As they sat by the pool, watching the stars reflect upon its mirror-like surface, Leora spoke softly, her words like the gentle lapping of waves against a shore. "I did not realize how our differences could complement each other." Thal nodded, his gaze fixed on the ever-shifting play of light across the water. "In our clarity and fluidity there is strength," he mused, his voice carrying the warmth of a refracted sunbeam. Days passed, each bringing new challenges that required their combined strengths to overcome. They learned to appreciate the other's perspective, Leora finding beauty in Thal's structured precision, and Thal discovering the grace within Leora's fluid adaptability. One morning, as the confluence bathed in the golden light of a distant sun, the pair faced their greatest test. A rogue gravitational anomaly, a swirling vortex of chaos, threatened to engulf the sanctuary. The very fabric of the confluence trembled, and with it the fragile peace they had come to cherish. Leora and Thal stood at the edge of the vortex, their hearts steady and their minds united. "We must trust in our bond," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the calm certainty of an unbroken wave. Thal nodded, the facets of his skin catching the light in a dazzling array. "Together, we are more than our parts," he agreed, his words resonating with the strength of a crystalline resolve. In a dance of light and water, they worked as one. Leora summoned the currents, weaving them into a barrier of resilience, while Thal focused the refracted light of his being into beams that stitched the torn edges of space. The vortex howled, its fury met with a united front of harmony and clarity. As the last tendrils of chaos were banished, the confluence sang a song of gratitude, its energies settling into a serene melody that embraced Leora and Thal in its gentle embrace. They stood side by side, their differences now a source of strength rather than discord. In the quiet aftermath, Leora whispered. We are like the confluence itself, a meeting of worlds that creates something beautiful. Thal, his gaze soft and warm, replied, We are companions, bound by the music of the stars. Under the watchful eyes of the cosmos, Leora and Thal discovered that true friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing differences and finding harmony in the unlikeliest of places. As they continued their journey through the galaxy, they carried with them the lessons learned in the tranquil confluence, lessons of unity, understanding, and the enduring power of friendship. Their story became a legend, a gentle tale whispered across the stars, reminding all who heard it that even the most unlikely of companions could find strength in each other, and that the universe, in its infinite wisdom, always had a way of bringing together those who needed each other most. Story 35, The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled between rolling hills and lush, endless forests, lived a young girl named Marin. Her home, a cozy cottage with ivy creeping up its walls and lavender blooming beneath its windows, was a sanctuary filled with the warmth of love and laughter. Marin had a curious heart and bright, inquisitive eyes that mirrored the sky on a clear autumn day. Marin's days were spent exploring the mysteries of the woods that bordered her village. Each morning, she would slip on her well-worn boots, pull her cloak snugly around her shoulders, and venture into the embrace of the forest. The villagers often spoke of the woods with reverence, spinning tales of enchantment and wonder, of places where the ordinary world brushed against the magical. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the treetops in hues of gold and amber, Marin set out on her usual path. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. As she walked, the forest awoke around her. Birds sang their morning songs, and the leaves rustled softly in the gentle breeze. On this particular day, Marin felt a strange pull in her heart, as if the forest itself was whispering secrets just out of reach. She followed the winding path deeper than she ever had before, past the familiar bends and twists, until she reached a part of the forest where the trees grew tall and ancient, their branches intertwining to form a natural archway. As Marin stepped through the archway, she was enveloped in a world of dappled sunlight and serene silence. The grove was unlike any place she had seen. It was a hidden world where time seemed to stand still, where the air was thick with magic and wonder. In the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark shimmering with hues of silver and emerald. Approaching the tree, Marin noticed something extraordinary nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved box. The box was adorned with symbols that glowed faintly, pulsing with an inner light. Her heart raced with a mix of excitement and awe as she reached out to touch it. The moment her fingers brushed the box, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her hand, as if a gentle current of energy flowed from the box to her heart. Marin opened the box to find a delicate pendant shaped like a leaf, its surface etched with intricate patterns. She slipped the pendant around her neck, feeling a reassuring warmth emanating from it. Suddenly, the grove echoed with a soft, melodious voice. "Welcome, Marin," it said, resonating like a gentle breeze. Startled, Marin looked around but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the grove," the voice replied, its tone soothing and kind. "You have been chosen to protect the balance of nature. The pendant you wear will guide you on your journey." Marin felt a profound sense of purpose fill her heart. She knew she had been entrusted with a great responsibility, one that would change her life forever. With newfound determination, she vowed to honor the spirit's trust. The days that followed were filled with wonder and discovery. Marin learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to understand the language of the trees and the songs of the birds. The pendant guided her, glowing softly whenever she needed direction or reassurance. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a deep indigo, Marin sat beneath the great tree, contemplating the journey ahead. Suddenly, the pendant glowed brightly, and the air shimmered with an ethereal light. From the glimmering air emerged a small, ethereal creature. Its wings were like those of a dragonfly, shimmering with iridescent colors, and its eyes sparkled with wisdom and kindness. "I am Lyra," the creature said with a voice as soft as the wind through the leaves. "I am here to help you on your journey." Marin felt a wave of relief wash over her. With Lyra by her side, she knew she would not face the challenges ahead alone. Together, they embarked on a journey deeper into the enchanted forest, where wonders and mysteries awaited. As they traveled, Marin and Lyra encountered many creatures of the forest, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. They met a family of foxes with fur as red as autumn leaves, who taught them the importance of family and loyalty. They danced with fireflies that lit up the night like 1,000 tiny stars, learning to find joy in the simplest of moments. One day, as they wandered through a meadow blanketed with wildflowers, they heard a faint cry for help. Following the sound, they discovered a young fawn trapped in a thicket, its eyes wide with fear. Marin's heart ached for the creature, and she knew she had to help. With Lyra's guidance, she carefully untangled the thicket, freeing the fawn. The grateful fawn nuzzled Marin's hand, and she felt a deep connection to the forest and its inhabitants. It was then that she realized the true meaning of her journey, to protect and cherish the delicate balance of nature. As the weeks turned into months, Marin's bond with the forest grew stronger. She became a guardian of the woods, using her newfound wisdom and the magical pendant to heal and nurture the land. The villagers noticed the changes in her, sensing the quiet strength and serenity that radiated from her. One day, as Marin and Lyra rested beneath the great tree, the spirit of the grove spoke once more. "You have done well, Marin," it said. "The forest flourishes because of your kindness and courage. But remember, the journey of growth and learning never truly ends." Marin nodded, understanding that her journey was just beginning. She felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing she was exactly where she was meant to be. As the years passed, Marin continued to explore the wonders of the forest, guided by her pendant and the gentle wisdom of the grove. Her heart remained open to the magic and beauty that surrounded her, and she found joy in every sunrise and every whisper of the wind. And so, in the heart of the enchanted forest, Marin discovered not just a hidden world of magic, but a place where her spirit could soar, where she could be truly herself. Her journey had taught her the value of friendship, the power of kindness, and the importance of living in harmony with the world around her. Each night, as the stars twinkled above and the forest settled into a gentle lullaby of rustling leaves and distant owl calls, Marin would sit beneath the great tree, feeling the pulse of life around her. And in those quiet moments, she knew that the whispering grove, with its timeless wisdom and endless wonder, would always be her home. Story 36. In the heart of the whimsy wood, where the air always carried a hint of honey, and the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies, there stood a quaint little cottage. Its walls were adorned with ivy, and its roof was shingled with leaves that shimmered like emeralds in the sunlight. Inside, the warmth of the hearth glowed softly, filling the rooms with a comforting light that wrapped around you like a cozy quilt. This cottage was home to a gentle soul named Adeline, a wise and kind-hearted herbalist known across the land for her soothing teas and magical remedies. Her days were filled with tending to her lush garden, where plants of every hue and fragrance grew in harmony, and her evenings were spent crafting potions that brought peace and healing to her friends and neighbors. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves whispered secrets to the wind, Adeline noticed something peculiar. Her garden, usually brimming with vibrant blossoms and the sweet scent of herbs, seemed unusually still. The flowers had closed their petals tightly, and an eerie hush had fallen over the usually bustling haven of bees and butterflies. Curiosity piqued, Adeline knelt by her favorite lavender bush, gently touching the leaves. "What troubles you, my dear friends?" she murmured, her voice as soft as the morning mist. As if in response, a tiny, luminescent creature fluttered out from beneath the leaves. It was Fiddle, the garden sprite, with wings like stained glass and eyes that sparkled like dewdrops. "Adeline, something strange is afoot," Fiddle chimed in a voice that was both musical and urgent. "The whispers of the garden have gone silent, and the magic that flows through this place seems to have dimmed." Adeline nodded thoughtfully. "We must get to the root of this mystery," she agreed. Together, they set out on a gentle quest to unravel the enigma that had shrouded the garden in silence. As they wandered through the whimsy wood, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the faint rustle of branches accompanied them like a gentle symphony. Along the way, they met wise old Barnaby, the owl, perched atop a gnarled oak. His feathers were a mosaic of browns and grays, and his eyes held the wisdom of centuries. "Barnaby," Adeline called softly, "have you noticed anything unusual in the woods?" The owl blinked slowly, considering her question. "Indeed I have," he replied in a deep, mellow voice. "The songs of the forest have been muted, and a shadow of unease has crept in. Perhaps the answer lies in the heart of the woods, where the ancient Well of Whispers resides." The Well of Whispers was a legendary place, said to hold the memories and secrets of the Whimsywood. With Barnaby's guidance, Adeline and Fiddle made their way deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Upon reaching the well, they found it surrounded by a circle of stones, each etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dappled sunlight. The waters within were as clear as crystal, reflecting the canopy above like a mirror. Adeline leaned over the edge, whispering softly to the well. "We seek your wisdom, dear well. What troubles the Whimsywood?" For a moment, there was only silence, and then the water began to ripple, forming images that danced and shimmered. Adeline watched as scenes unfolded, showing a mischievous breeze that had swept through the forest, carrying away the delicate harmonies of the flora and fauna. "It seems a playful wind has borrowed the melodies," Fiddle remarked, fluttering beside Adeline. "But why would it do such a thing?" Adeline pondered this, her eyes thoughtful. "Perhaps it was lonely and wished to hear the songs for itself," she mused. "We must find this breeze and persuade it to return the music." With the guidance of the well, they followed the trail of the mischievous breeze, feeling its playful tickle against their skin and seeing its path marked by gently swaying branches. Finally, they arrived at a sun-dappled glen where the breeze swirled in a joyous dance. Adeline stepped forward, her voice gentle and kind. "Dear breeze, we understand your longing for song, but the forest needs its melodies to thrive. Will you return them?" The breeze paused its dance, seeming to consider her words. With a soft sigh, it whirled around Adeline and Fiddle, a gesture of playful apology. Then, with a flourish, it released the stolen songs back into the forest. Instantly, the Whimsywood came alive with sound, a symphony of rustling leaves, chirping birds, and the sweet hum of bees. The garden at Adeline's cottage burst into bloom once more, each flower opening its petals as if in gratitude. "Thank you, kind breeze," Adeline said, her heart full of warmth and happiness. "Your songs are always welcome here, as long as you share them with the forest." With a final playful gust that tousled Adeline's hair, the breeze danced away, content to be a part of the Whimsywood's harmony. Adeline and Fiddle returned to their cottage, where the hearth glowed invitingly, casting a warm light across the room. As they sipped a fragrant tea brewed from the garden's finest herbs, Adeline reflected on their adventure. "Sometimes, even the smallest of creatures can make a big difference," she said softly, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. And so, the gentle mystery of the Whimsywood was resolved, leaving the forest to hum with life and magic once more. As night fell, the stars twinkled overhead, and the world drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the comforting embrace of the Whimsywood's melodies. Story 37. Whispers of the Enchanted Grove. In the heart of a sprawling forest, where the air was thick with the sweet scent of pine and the ground was a tapestry of moss and fallen leaves, there lay an ancient grove known only to those with the kindest of hearts. The grove was hidden beyond a shimmering curtain of ivy, which whispered secrets to the wind. It was a place where sunlight danced through the canopy, creating patterns that flickered like liquid gold on the forest floor. The grove was home to many wonders, but none as magnificent as the Tree of Echoes. This towering sycamore, with its bark like silver and leaves that rustled with a melody, held a secret known to but a few, a secret that could change the course of a life. For nestled within its gnarled roots was a magical stone, the heart of the forest, said to grant the ability to communicate with nature itself. On the edge of this very forest, in a cozy cottage that seemed to have grown from the earth itself, lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of the sky just after a storm, and a smile that could warm even the coldest of hearts. He spent his days exploring the forest, befriending the creatures that dwelt within, and dreaming of grand adventures. Finn's closest companion was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. Pip was not just a friend, but a guardian, watching over Finn with a loyalty that ran deep as the ancient roots of the forest. Together, they wandered through the woods, their laughter echoing amongst the trees. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist clung to the air and the world seemed to hold its breath, Finn stumbled upon the hidden entrance to the grove. The ivy parted for him as if welcoming an old friend, revealing a path dappled with sunlight. Pip, ever curious, scampered ahead, his bushy tail flicking with excitement. As they entered the grove, a sense of tranquility enveloped them. The air was thick with the earthy aroma of damp leaves and the faint, sweet scent of wildflowers. Finn's eyes widened with wonder as he beheld the Tree of Echoes, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its leaves whispering of ancient tales. Drawn to the tree, Finn approached its roots, where the heart of the forest lay nestled. It was a stone of exquisite beauty, smooth and warm to the touch, with a soft glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. As Finn picked it up, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers and into his heart, filling him with a sense of belonging and peace. Suddenly, the grove came alive with sound. The rustling leaves sang a gentle melody, the brook nearby babbled with laughter, and the birds chirped in harmonious chorus. Finn could hear their words, feel their emotions, as if the forest itself was sharing its secrets with him. "Finn," chirped Pip, his voice now clear and vibrant, "you can hear us." Finn laughed with delight, the sound bubbling up like the brook beside him. "I can, Pip? I can hear you." From that day forward, Finn and Pip's adventures took on a new dimension. They spoke with the trees, learned the stories of the stones, and danced to the rhythm of the forest. But the magic of the heart of the forest was not just for frivolity. It was a gift, a responsibility, and it would soon be tested. As the seasons turned and the leaves blazed in fiery shades before falling softly to the ground, a shadow crept into the forest. A chill that was more than just the breath of winter. The creatures of the forest whispered of a disturbance, of a darkness that threatened the harmony of their home. The grove, once a sanctuary of peace, felt the unease, its songs turning to murmurs of concern. Finn sensed the change, too. The air seemed heavier, the light dimmer, as if the forest itself held its breath. Determined to protect the home he loved, Finn set out to uncover the source of this unease. With Pip by his side, they ventured deeper into the forest, following the whispers of the trees. Their journey led them to a part of the forest Finn had never seen before, a place where the trees grew in twisted shapes and the ground was brittle and dry. The sky overhead was a slate gray, and an unnatural silence hung in the air, broken only by the occasional creak of branches. In the heart of this desolate place stood a figure clad in shadow, a figure who seemed to absorb the light, casting a pall over the land. This was Malvek, a sorcerer whose heart was as barren as the land he sought to claim. Malvek craved power, and he had set his sights on the heart of the forest, seeking to bend its magic to his will. "Who dares to trespass in my domain?" Malvek's voice was a low growl, echoing through the lifeless trees. Finn stepped forward, his voice steady despite the fear that gnawed at his insides. "This forest is not yours to claim, Malvek. It belongs to those who cherish and protect it." Malvek laughed, a sound as hollow as the wind through the dead branches. "And you think a boy and his squirrel can stop me?" But Finn was not alone. The forest was with him, its strength flowing through the heart of the forest, through him. He could feel the courage of the trees, the resilience of the stones, the hope of the creatures that called this place home. "You cannot take what is not freely given," Finn replied, his voice ringing with the truth of the land. Malvek, however, was undeterred. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a storm of shadows, tendrils of darkness that reached for Finn and Pip. But Finn stood firm, the heart of the forest glowing brightly in his hand, its light cutting through the shadows like a beacon of hope. The forest responded to Finn's call, the trees bending and swaying as if in a dance, their branches weaving a protective barrier around him. The ground beneath Malvek's feet trembled, roots rising to ensnare him, to bind him to the earth he sought to dominate. The battle raged, a clash of light and shadow, of hope against despair. Finn felt the weight of the forest's trust in him, the strength it lent him. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his heart, with the bond he shared with the forest. "Please," Finn whispered, "help me protect our home." And the forest answered. The heart of the forest pulsed with a light so bright it filled the grove, driving back the shadows, banishing the darkness. Malvek, blinded by the brilliance, stumbled back, his power shattered like glass. In that moment, Finn understood the true magic of the heart of the forest. It was not just a stone, not just an artifact of power. It was the connection between all living things, the unity of nature, the strength of friendship and love. Malvek, defeated and powerless, fled into the depths of the forest, his shadowy form melting away into the mist. The trees sighed with relief, their leaves rustling in gratitude, and the grove sang once more, a melody of peace and renewal. As Finn and Pip returned to their cozy cottage, the forest seemed to embrace them, the air filled with the scent of fresh rain and blooming flowers. Finn felt a warmth in his heart, a sense of belonging that ran deeper than ever before. And so, life in the forest continued, the seasons turning with quiet grace. Finn and Pip remained the guardians of the grove, their bond with the land and its creatures stronger than ever. The heart of the forest pulsed gently, a reminder of the magic that lay within us all, the magic of courage, of friendship, and of love. In the evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Finn would sit by the fireplace in his cottage, the crackling of the logs a comforting lullaby. He would tell stories of his adventures to Pip and any forest creature that cared to listen, his voice a gentle murmur that blended with the night. And as the world drifted into slumber, the whisper of the enchanted grove, the heartbeats of the forest, and the laughter of a boy and his squirrel mingled with the dreams of those who listened. For in the heart of the forest, where magic and wonder intertwined, there was always a story waiting to be told. Story 38. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled in a gentle valley surrounded by whispering pines and fields of wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Clara. She was a curious soul, always exploring the nooks and crannies of her home and the surrounding countryside. Her heart was as open as the sky, and her eyes sparkled with the promise of adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the leaves in shades of gold and crimson, Clara set out on one of her rambles. Her favorite path wound through the woods, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches weaving a canopy of rustling whispers. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant melody of a babbling brook. As Clara walked, her foot brushed against something unexpected. She paused and looked down to find an unusual object partially buried in the soft earth. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and carefully unearthed the box. It was surprisingly light, and as she held it in her palm, she felt a gentle warmth emanating from it. With a tentative breath, she opened the lid. Inside, she found a small, delicate feather, shimmering with hues that shifted between silver and sapphire. Unbeknownst to Clara, this was no ordinary feather. It belonged to the legendary moonbird, a creature of myth that was said to possess the power to reveal hidden truths and grant the gift of insight. As Clara touched the feather, a soft, harmonious hum filled the air, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if inviting her on a journey of discovery. With the feather safely tucked in her pocket, Clara continued her walk, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. She soon reached the edge of the woods, where the path opened into a meadow, vibrant with the last blooms of the season. There waiting for her was a gentle creature named Finn, a wise old fox with eyes as bright as amber. Finn had long been a friend to Clara, offering guidance and companionship on her adventures. Today, he greeted her with a knowing nod. "Ah, I see you found the moonbird's feather," he said in his soft, melodic voice. "Such a treasure is rare and precious. It carries with it a journey not just of the feet, but of the heart." Clara smiled at Finn's words, feeling the truth of them resonate within her. "What should I do with it?" she asked, her voice gentle with wonder. "Listen to it," replied Finn. "It will guide you where you need to go. Trust in its song and in your own heart, for they will lead you to what you seek." With Finn by her side, Clara set out across the meadow, the feather's subtle hum growing clearer with each step. They traveled through sun-dappled fields and under the watchful eyes of the forest. As dusk began to fall, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, they reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface shimmering like liquid glass. Here, in the tranquil embrace of the evening, Clara heard the feather's song transform into words, gentle and wise. Look within, dear child, for the greatest journey is one of understanding and compassion. Clara closed her eyes, letting the words wash over her. As she stood by the lakeside, she began to reflect on the challenges she faced in her life, the uncertainties and fears that sometimes clouded her sunny spirit. She thought of her friends and family, of the kindness and patience they showed her, and realized that she too could draw strength from these gentle virtues. When she opened her eyes, the world seemed anew. The lake mirrored the stars above, and in its depths, Clara saw her own reflection, not just as she was, but as she could be, wise, kind, and full of understanding. The journey back to Willowbrook was filled with a quiet joy. Clara felt lighter, her heart aglow with the insights she had gained. She knew now that true strength came not from might or force, but from the gentle wisdom of the heart, the courage to listen and to love. As she and Finn returned to the village, the moon rose high, casting its silver light over the sleeping world. Clara placed the moonbird's feather back in its box, thanking it for the journey it had led her on. She tucked the box safely away, knowing that its magic would always be with her, a reminder of the wonder and wisdom she had discovered. And so, nestled in her cozy bed that night, with the gentle crackling of the fireplace and the soft rustle of the leaves outside her window, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the gentle strength of her own heart. Story 39. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like fireflies on a summer night, there lived a young rabbit named Hazelnut. She was a curious creature with long, floppy ears and a twitching nose that seemed to sniff out every mystery. Hazelnut's home was a cozy burrow nestled in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place where ancient trees whispered secrets to those who listened closely enough. It was here that she lived with her family, surrounded by the gentle melodies of woodland creatures and the occasional shimmer of fairy dust. One crisp autumn morning, Hazelnut woke to find something peculiar. The usually vibrant colors of the Whispering Woods had faded, and a strange haze hung in the air. Rubbing her eyes, she hopped out of her burrow and gasped. The once lush leaves had turned a dull gray, and the usually chirping birds were silent. Hazelnut's heart raced with worry. What could have caused such a strange occurrence? She knew she had to investigate, but where should she begin? As she pondered, a gentle breeze carried the scent of freshly baked acorn bread. Hazelnut's nose twitched, and she remembered her dear friend, Oakley the wise old oak tree. If anyone could shed light on this mystery, it would be him. Scampering through the muted woodland, Hazelnut followed the delicious aroma until she found Oakley's sturdy trunk. "Good morning, my friend," she greeted, trying to mask her concern. "Have you noticed anything unusual in the woods today?" Oakley's branches creaked as he leaned down, his bark-covered face etched with worry. "Indeed, little one," he rumbled. "A strange fog has settled over our beloved forest, and the colors have drained away. I fear some kind of magic is at work, but I cannot discern its source." Hazelnut's heart sank, but she refused to give up hope. "Then we must investigate further," she declared, her eyes shining with determination. Together they set off deeper into the Whispering Woods, Hazelnut's keen senses alert for any clues. As they ventured further, they encountered a group of fairies huddled beneath a mushroom cap, their wings drooping and their usual radiance dimmed. "Dear fairies," Oakley called out gently, "what ails you on this peculiar day?" One of the fairies, her voice barely a whisper, replied, "Our magic is fading, ancient one. The fog has sapped our strength, and we fear we may not have the power to lift it." Hazelnut's mind whirred as she pieced together the clues. A strange fog, fading colors, and dwindling magic. It all seemed connected, but how? Just then, a rustling in the nearby bushes caught her attention. Hazelnut's nose twitched, and she bounded forward, parting the leaves to reveal a small sputtering flame. It flickered weakly, struggling to burn amidst the heavy fog. In that moment, understanding dawned on Hazelnut. "The fog!" she exclaimed. It's not just any fog. It's a magic-dampening mist, draining the energy from our forest. Oakley's branches swayed in realization. Of course, and with the magic fading, the colors and vibrance of our home are dissipating as well. Hazelnut turned to the fairies, her eyes shining with newfound hope. But if we can reignite that flame and clear the mist, we can restore the magic and bring life back to the Whispering Woods. The fairies exchanged hopeful glances, their wings fluttering ever so slightly. With combined effort, they mustered their remaining magic and cast a brilliant, shimmering glow over the sputtering flame. Slowly but surely, the flame grew brighter and stronger, its warmth radiating outward and dispersing the dense fog. As the mist cleared, vibrant colors bloomed across the forest, the leaves regaining their lush greens and brilliant hues. The birds began to sing once more, their melodies filling the air with joy. Hazelnut beamed, her heart swelling with pride at having solved the mystery. Oakley's branches rustled in a gentle applause, and the fairies danced with renewed energy, their wings sparkling like diamonds in the sunlight. From that day forward, the inhabitants of the Whispering Woods remained vigilant, cherishing the magic that flowed through their home. And whenever a mystery arose, they knew they could count on the keen senses and clever mind of Hazelnut, the bravest little rabbit in all the land. Story. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and thick, whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Annabelle. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled like the stars in the velvety night sky. Annabelle was known far and wide for her boundless curiosity and her love of stories about lands beyond the horizon. Her imagination was a kaleidoscope of wonder, ever turning and revealing new dreams of places she longed to discover. One crisp morning, as the sun spilled golden light across the dew-kissed meadows, Annabelle awoke with a tingling in her toes, a sure sign that adventure was calling her name. With a gentle kiss on her mother's cheek and a promise to return by supper, she set off along the winding path that led to the edge of the village. Her heart was light and her spirit was bright as she ventured into the unknown. The path led her to the edge of the enchanted hollow, a place the villagers spoke of in hushed tones. The air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle rustling of leaves sang a melody of welcome. Annabelle felt a thrill of excitement as she stepped into the hollow. The world around her was a tapestry of colors and sounds she had never experienced before. The forest was alive with the chatter of whimsical creatures. There were the chitterlings, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, their laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes carried on the breeze. They flitted about, weaving trails of sparkling light in the air. Annabelle giggled as one landed lightly on her shoulder, whispering secrets of the forest in a language only a heart full of curiosity could understand. As she wandered deeper into the hollow, Annabelle came across a stream that glimmered under the dappled sunlight. The water danced over smooth stones, creating a symphony of gentle splashes. There she met the water whispers, gentle spirits of the stream with voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. They told her of an ancient tree at the heart of the hollow, a tree that held the wisdom of the ages. Guided by the whispers of the stream, Annabelle continued her journey, her heart buoyed by the warmth of the sun and the friendly creatures she met along the way. The forest seemed to pulse with life, each step bringing new wonders to behold. She saw flowers that glowed with their own light, and trees whose bark shimmered like silver under the sun's embrace. After some time, she found herself standing before the great elder tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the stories of countless generations. The tree's branches stretched high into the sky, entwined with threads of golden light. Annabelle approached with reverence, feeling the gentle hum of the tree's wisdom resonate deep within her. As she touched the bark, a soft voice echoed in her mind, like the soothing murmur of a distant river. "Welcome, brave one," the elder tree said. "You have journeyed far on the wings of courage and curiosity. What is it you seek?" Annabelle took a deep breath, her heart full of the wonders she had seen. "I seek to learn and to understand," she replied. "I want to see the world in all its beauty and to share its stories with others." The elder tree chuckled softly, its leaves rustling in agreement. "You have already found what you seek, dear child. The courage to explore and the heart to listen are gifts that will guide you wherever you go. Remember that the world is vast and full of marvels, and every step you take is a story in itself. With that, Annabelle felt a warmth spread through her, as if the tree had shared a piece of its ancient wisdom with her. She knew that her journey had given her more than just sights to see. It had filled her spirit with courage and her heart with tales to tell. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and orange, Annabelle made her way back home. The creatures of the hollow bid her farewell, their voices a gentle chorus of encouragement and friendship. When she returned to her village, her family welcomed her with open arms and eager ears. Annabelle shared her stories by the fireside, her eyes alight with the magic of her journey. The villagers listened, their hearts warmed by the adventures of their dear Annabelle. And so, the little village became a place where stories of courage and exploration were cherished, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms. Annabelle continued to explore the world around her, her heart ever open to the wonders that lay beyond the horizon, knowing that true adventure was not just in the places she visited, but in the courage to seek them. And with that, Annabelle's heart was full, and she drifted off to sleep, her dreams a continuation of the wondrous tales she had lived and loved. Story 41. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a peculiar cottage with a roof thatched of silver leaves. Each night, the leaves shimmered under the moonlight, casting gentle beams that danced across the cobblestone path leading to the village square. Within this enchanting abode lived a gentle-hearted witch named Marigold, known for her kindness and her knack for solving the village's little mysteries. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves rustled playfully in the breeze, a curious mystery began to unfold in Willowbrook. The village's beloved baker, Mr. Tumnus, had discovered that his freshly baked loaves of honey oat bread were vanishing from his shop overnight. Each morning he found empty shelves and a lingering scent of honey in the air, leaving him baffled and the villagers without their favorite morning treat. Marigold, with her heart as warm as the fireside, decided to help. She donned her crimson cloak, its hood lined with soft velvet, and set out towards the village square where the townsfolk gathered. The air was filled with the comforting aroma of cinnamon and apples from the nearby orchards, and the soft chatter of the villagers created a harmonious backdrop. As she approached Mr. Tumnus's bakery, the doorbell chimed a sweet, melodic tune. Inside, the shop was a haven of warmth, with walls lined in jars of spices and shelves brimming with pastries. Mr. Tumnus, a kindly fellow with a twinkle in his eye, greeted Marigold with a hopeful smile. "Ah, Marigold," he sighed, "I do hope you can unravel this mystery of the missing loaves. It's as if they simply vanish into thin air." Marigold nodded thoughtfully, her keen eyes scanning the room. "Fear not, dear Tumnus. Let us watch and listen, for the night often reveals what the day conceals." As dusk settled over Willowbrook, Marigold and Mr. Tumnus prepared to keep vigil. They settled by the flickering glow of a lantern, its light casting cozy shadows that danced along the walls. Outside, the forest whispered its secrets, and the sound of distant crickets wove a lullaby through the night. As the hours passed, a gentle patter caught Marigold's attention, a sound as soft as a squirrel's footfall. Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, followed the sound to a small, ajar window at the back of the bakery. Silently, she rose and peered outside, her breath fogging the glass. To her surprise, a trail of tiny, shimmering footprints led away from the window and into the moonlit woods. Marigold gestured to Mr. Tumnus, and together they followed the trail, their steps muffled by the carpet of fallen leaves. The path meandered deeper into the forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches forming a protective canopy. The moonlight filtered through, casting a silvery glow that illuminated their way. As they walked, the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant hoot of an owl. Soon they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a small gathering of woodland creatures had assembled. At the center stood a group of mischievous sprites, their wings iridescent like dragonfly wings, shimmering with every movement. They were busily arranging the loaves of honey oat bread into a grand feast. The sprites paused, their eyes widening as they noticed Marigold and Mr. Tumnus. One of the elder sprites fluttered forward, her voice as soft as a meadow breeze. "Kind witch," she began, "we mean no harm. We borrowed the bread to celebrate the harvest moon, a time of gathering and gratitude." Marigold smiled gently, understanding the innocent intent behind their actions. "Dear sprites, it brings us joy to see you celebrate. But perhaps you might ask before taking the bread, so Mr. Tumnus can bake more for you." The elder sprite nodded, her wings fluttering in agreement. "You are wise, Marigold. We shall do so in the future, and in return, we offer our help to protect the village's gardens from frost." With the mystery unraveled and a new friendship forged, Marigold and Mr. Tumnus returned to the bakery. The sprites followed, each carrying a loaf of bread to return to its rightful place. As dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, the villagers awoke to find their beloved bakery once again filled with the comforting scent of fresh bread. From that day forth, the sprites became cherished friends of Willowbrook, their laughter echoing through the woods as they helped tend to the gardens and watch over the village. And so, under the silver-leaf-thatched roof of her cottage, Marigold sat by the fire, a contented smile on her lips. She knew that in Willowbrook, kindness and understanding had woven a tapestry of friendship that would last for generations to come. The village slept peacefully that night, cradled in the gentle embrace of the magical world around them. Story 42. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the wind whispered secrets and the trees stood like wise old sentinels, there existed a hidden realm known only to those who dared to listen to the whispers of the leaves and the songs of the streams. This realm was where the natural creatures of the forest lived their hidden lives, weaving the intricate tapestry of environmental harmony and balance. As dawn broke, the forest awoke in a symphony of gentle sounds. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. A soft carpet of moss cushioned the steps of the creatures below, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. In this enchanted place, the cycle of the seasons was not just a change in weather, but a magical phenomenon that shaped the lives and destinies of all who resided there. Among these creatures was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the stories of the ages. Bramble moved slowly, with a deliberate grace that belied the wisdom carried within. His eyes, deep and knowing, could peer into the very heart of the forest, understanding its secrets and rhythms. He was the keeper of tales, the one to whom the younger creatures turned when the mysteries of the world seemed too vast and bewildering. Bramble had a friend, a sprightly squirrel named Liana, whose curiosity knew no bounds. Her bright eyes sparkled with the light of adventure, and her bushy tail flicked with excitement whenever a new discovery awaited. Liana was swift and agile, darting through the trees like a whisper of wind, but she always returned to Bramble's side to share her tales and learn from his ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, Liana scampered down from her perch in a towering oak, her heart racing with excitement. "Bramble," she chirped, her voice as light as the breeze, "I've heard the most marvelous story. The old owl Wisewood spoke of a hidden grove where the seasons meet and magic dances in the air." Bramble chuckled, a low, rumbling sound like distant thunder. "Ah, the Grove of Seasons," he mused, "a place few have seen but many have dreamed of. It is said that there one can witness the balance of nature in its purest form." "Will you take me there, Bramble?" Liana pleaded, her eyes wide with wonder. The old turtle nodded slowly. "Yes, my dear Liana, it is time you learn the lessons of the grove, and perhaps our forest needs reminding of its own harmony." And so the unlikely pair set off on their journey, the forest enveloping them in its tranquil embrace. As they traveled, the world around them seemed to hum with life. The rustle of leaves overhead created a soothing melody, while the gentle trickle of a nearby brook offered a soft accompaniment. The path to the Grove of Seasons was not marked by any sign, but Bramble's memory was as old as the forest itself. They walked through sun-dappled glades where the scent of pine mingled with the earthy richness of the soil. Liana marveled at the beauty surrounding them, her heart swelling with a deep appreciation for the world she called home. As they neared their destination, the air grew thick with an otherworldly energy. The light around them seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and the forest grew silent, as if holding its breath in anticipation. Liana sensed the change, her fur tingling with excitement. Finally, they arrived at the Grove of Seasons, a circular clearing where 4 ancient oaks stood at each cardinal point. Each tree was a guardian of a season, their leaves reflecting the time of year they embodied. The northern oak wore a crown of snow-kissed branches, while the eastern oak was adorned with the tender green buds of spring. To the south, the oak was lush and full, its leaves a vibrant green, and to the west, the oak's leaves were a fiery display of autumn hues. In the center of the grove, a small pool mirrored the sky above, capturing the dance of clouds and the flight of birds. The air was alive with a subtle, magical hum, a melody composed by the harmony of the seasons. "Here we are," Bramble whispered, his voice reverent, "the heart of our forest's balance." Liana gazed in awe at the beauty before her. "It's more wondrous than I imagined," she breathed. "The grove teaches us that everything in nature is connected," Bramble explained. "Each season gives way to the next, creating a cycle that sustains us all. When we respect this balance, our world flourishes." As they sat in the grove, the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the clearing. Liana watched as the light danced across the surface of the pool, creating ripples that shimmered like stars. She felt a deep sense of peace, her spirit aligned with the rhythms of the forest. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it a whisper of ancient wisdom. Liana listened intently, her heart open to the lessons of the grove. She understood now that the magic of the seasons was not just in their beauty, but in their ability to teach patience, acceptance, and respect for the natural world. As dusk settled over the forest, Bramble and Liana made their way back home, their hearts full and their spirits renewed. They carried with them the knowledge of the grove, a reminder that harmony and balance were the true magic of their world. Under the canopy of twinkling stars, the forest sang a lullaby of peace, and the gentle creatures within it drifted into slumber, cradled by the nurturing arms of nature. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the gentle reminder that in harmony there is strength. Story 43. On the edge of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, stood a cottage as old as time itself. Its stone walls were covered in a blanket of ivy, and its windows, framed with cheerful pots of marigolds, twinkled under the embrace of the setting sun. Inside this cozy abode lived a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as curious as the winding paths that crisscrossed the countryside. Lila had always been fascinated by the stories her grandmother told her, the tales of hidden wonders and secret magic that lay just beneath the surface of the ordinary world. Each night, as the fire crackled and shadows danced along the walls, Lila would listen with wide-eyed wonder, imagining herself as the heroine of every story. One particularly chilly autumn evening, as the leaves whispered tales of their own outside, Lila's grandmother handed her an old wooden box. The box was carved with intricate patterns of swirling vines and tiny creatures, each detail lovingly etched by hands long gone. "This," her grandmother said with a twinkle in her eye, "is a box of wonders. It has been passed down through our family for generations. Today, it is yours to explore." With a heart fluttering like the wings of a butterfly, Lila carefully lifted the lid. Inside, nestled among layers of soft, velvety fabric, was a small, unassuming key. It was made of a metal that shimmered with a faint golden hue, and its bow was shaped like a delicate leaf. Though it seemed simple, there was something undeniably magical about it. "What does it open?" Lila asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ah, that is for you to discover, my dear," her grandmother replied, her eyes sparkling with mystery. "But remember, the key will only unlock what your heart truly seeks." That night, Lila lay in bed, clutching the key as though it might slip away in the night. She dreamt of enchanted forests and hidden doors, of adventures waiting just beyond her reach. When morning light spilled through her window, she awoke with a sense of purpose. Determined to uncover the key's secret, Lila set out on a journey through the village and beyond. Her first stop was the village library, a place of quiet whispers and dusty tomes. There she met Mr. Whistler, the librarian, a kindly old man who seemed to know the history of every book on every shelf. "Ah, a key of mystery, is it?" Mr. Whistler said, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the key. "Keys are magical things indeed. They open not just doors, but possibilities." With Mr. Whistler's advice echoing in her mind, Lila wandered into the forest that bordered her village. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she walked, she noticed the forest seemed more alive than ever. Birds sang in harmonious chorus, and squirrels scurried about, gathering acorns for the winter. It was there she met her first helper, a wise old owl named Oliver. With feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes like pools of wisdom, Oliver perched himself on a low-hanging branch. "Lost, are we?" Oliver inquired with a knowing tilt of his head. "Not lost," Lila replied, holding up the key. "Searching." Oliver hooted softly, as if amused. "The forest holds many secrets. Perhaps it is not the forest you must search, but your own heart." Pondering Oliver's words, Lila continued her journey until she came upon a gentle brook that babbled happily as it danced over stones. There, she encountered a playful otter named Finn, who was busy building a dam with twigs and reeds. "What a lovely key!" Finn exclaimed, his eyes bright with curiosity. "I bet it opens something wonderful." Lila smiled at the otter's enthusiasm. "I hope so, Finn, but I don't know what it is yet." "Maybe it opens a treasure chest full of dreams," Finn suggested, his tail flicking with excitement, "or a door to a secret garden." As Lila watched Finn splash about, she realized that perhaps the key's true purpose wasn't to unlock a physical door, but to open her heart to new possibilities and friendships. With renewed determination, Lila ventured further until she reached the edge of the forest where the trees gave way to a meadow, golden in the afternoon sun. It was here that Lila found a small wooden door standing all by itself, with nothing around it but wild flowers swaying gently in the breeze. Her heart quickened as she approached the door, the key warm in her hand. This was it, the moment she had been waiting for. Taking a deep breath, Lila inserted the key into the lock and turned it with a soft click. The door swung open, revealing not a hidden room or treasure chest, but a breathtaking view of a landscape she had never seen before. Rolling hills stretched into the distance, dotted with colorful wildflowers and kissed by the light of the setting sun. It was a world of possibilities, a place where her dreams could take root and grow. As Lila stood there, the gentle voice of her grandmother echoed in her mind. The key had indeed unlocked what her heart truly sought, a world of wonder and the promise of new beginnings. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila closed the door, knowing that while the journey had led her to a magical place, it was the journey itself, the friends she had made, the wisdom she had gained, that was the true treasure. From that day on, Lila returned often to the meadow, sometimes with Oliver and Finn by her side. Together they explored the wonders of the world beyond the door, each adventure a new chapter in the story of her life. And so Lila learned that the key to unlocking the magic of life was not in seeking great riches or power, but in opening one's heart to the beauty and friendships found along the way. With every sunset that painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at the heart of her own enchanting tale. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lila tucked the key safely into her pocket, a reminder of the magic that lay within her reach. With a contented sigh, she headed home, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound wisdom and the promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Story 44. In the heart of the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and a playful brook that babbled delightfully to all who would listen, lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple pleasures of tending to her garden, where roses blushed in shades of pink and red, and sunflowers stood tall, swaying gently in the breeze. Yet despite the beauty that surrounded her, Leora often felt a sense of unease, as if she were a leaf caught in the stream, pulled along by currents she could not control. Leora's heart yearned for change, yet the thought of leaving the familiar cocoon of her life filled her with trepidation. Her friends in the village, wise old Tom the blacksmith and kind-hearted Mirabelle, the baker with a perpetual dusting of flour on her cheeks, often spoke of the wonders that lay beyond the horizon. But for Leora, the idea of venturing into the unknown, seemed as daunting as a stormy sea. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of tangerine and lavender, Leora sat by her garden's edge, her eyes following the dance of falling leaves. It was then that she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from the grove of ancient oaks that bordered her garden. Curious, she followed the shimmering trail, her feet crunching softly on the carpet of leaves. In the heart of the grove, she found an old, weathered tree, its bark silvered with age. From its gnarled branches hung luminescent orbs, each pulsing with a tender light. Entranced, Leora reached out, her fingers brushing against one of the orbs. In an instant, a warmth spread through her, as if the sun itself had wrapped her in its golden embrace. As the orb's light enveloped her, Leora heard a gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Change is the breath of life," it murmured. "To resist it is to deny the soul's journey." Leora's heart, once heavy with fear, began to lighten. She realized that the change she feared was not an ending, but a beginning, a chance to grow, to discover new facets of herself, just as a caterpillar transforms into a butterfly. Encouraged by this newfound insight, Leora sought the counsel of her friends. Tom, with his hands still warm from the forge, spoke of the strength found in flexibility, as iron becomes steel only through fire and shaping. Mirabelle, with a twinkle in her eye, reminded Leora that every loaf of bread begins as simple flour and water, transformed into sustenance through patience and care. With their support, Leora began to embrace small changes. She planted new seeds in her garden, ones that promised blooms she had never seen before. She ventured to the edges of the village, where the fields stretched out like a vast green ocean, and the mountains stood like ancient guardians against the sky. Each step she took was accompanied by the gentle glow of the magical orbs, which seemed to guide her path, illuminating not only the world around her, but her own inner landscape. As she opened herself to new experiences, Leora discovered a resilience she had never known, a quiet strength that whispered of untapped potential. One day, while wandering through the forest, Leora encountered a young deer caught in a thicket. Its eyes mirrored her former fear of the unknown, but with a soft voice, she reassured the creature, gently untangling its delicate limbs from the grasp of the brambles. As the deer bounded away, free and unburdened, Leora felt a kinship with it, a shared journey toward liberation. In time, the village began to notice a change in Leora. Her laughter became more frequent, like the tinkling of a stream over smooth stones, and her smile was as radiant as the sunflowers in her garden. The transformation within her was mirrored in the magical orbs, which glowed ever brighter, reflecting the light of her growing confidence and joy. Through her journey, Leora learned that change was not something to be feared, but embraced, a catalyst for personal growth and discovery. She realized that life was a tapestry, woven from both the threads of the known and the unknown, and that her story was richer with each new color added. And so, in the gentle embrace of Willowbrook, Leora found her place, not as a leaf adrift, but as a tree with deep roots and branches that reached for the stars. Her garden, once a symbol of her fear, became a testament to her courage, blooming with an array of colors and scents that spoke of her journey. As the seasons turned, Leora continued to walk her path, her heart open to the wonders of the world, her spirit as light as the orbs that had illuminated her way. And those who came to know her saw in her eyes the reflection of their own potential, igniting a spark of change within their own hearts. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks and the gentle whisper of the brook, Leora's story became a lullaby, a soothing melody that sang of transformation, friendship, and the beauty of discovering one's true self. As the village of Willowbrook drifted into peaceful slumber each night, they carried with them the gentle reminder that within each of them lay the magic of change, waiting to unfold like the petals of a morning blossom. Story 45. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage. It was here that a young girl named Lila lived with her grandmother, a woman known for her warm heart and tales that danced through the minds of listeners long after the fire had dimmed. Lila was a curious child with a passion for exploring the woods that bordered their home. Each day after her chores, she'd disappear among the trees, discovering new paths and hidden glades. One such afternoon, while the sun hung low and golden in the sky, Lila stumbled upon a peculiar object, a tarnished silver key, half buried beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. She picked it up, brushing off the dirt with her fingers, and felt a strange warmth spread through her hand. The key seemed to hum softly, as if whispering secrets from a time long past. Intrigued, Leela tucked it into her pocket, deciding to ask her grandmother about it later. That evening, by the flickering light of the hearth, Lila showed the key to her grandmother. Her eyes, wise and knowing, widened slightly. "Ah, my dear," she began, her voice as gentle as the breeze that rustled through the trees outside. "This is no ordinary key. It is said to open a door to a place where the heart finds what it truly seeks." Lila's curiosity was piqued. "Where does it lead, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled, a twinkle in her eye. "That, my dear, is for you to discover. But remember, the journey is as important as the destination." The next morning, with the key tucked safely in her pocket, Lila set off into the woods. The air was crisp and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she met a host of woodland creatures who became unlikely companions on her quest. First was Bramble, a wise old hedgehog with quills that shimmered like starlight. "The way is not always clear," he squeaked, "but trust your heart and it will guide you." Next was Willow, a graceful deer with eyes as deep as the forest itself. She spoke softly. "Sometimes the path forward is hidden by fear. Embrace it and you shall see." And finally there was Pippa, a cheeky squirrel with a penchant for mischief. "Life's a dance, my friend," she chirped. "Leap with joy and see where it takes you." With each new friend, Lila learned something valuable, her heart growing lighter and her spirit more adventurous. Together, they journeyed through enchanted groves and across babbling brooks, the key humming quietly in her pocket, guiding their way. Soon, they reached a clearing where the sun streamed down in golden beams, illuminating an ancient oak with a door set into its trunk. The door was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled light. Lila approached, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She withdrew the key, its surface now gleaming brightly, and inserted it into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak. Beyond lay a garden unlike any Lila had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in every color of the rainbow, their sweet fragrance mingling in the warm air. At the center of the garden stood a mirror pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky above. As Lila gazed into the pond, she saw her own reflection, but with it, she also saw the faces of her friends, her grandmother, and all the moments of joy and discovery from her journey. She realized then that the true magic of the key was not in unlocking a door, but in opening her heart to the wonders of the world around her. With a newfound sense of peace, Leela returned to her grandmother's cottage, her heart full of stories and wisdom gleaned from her adventure. That night, as she lay in bed, listening to the soft chirp of crickets and the gentle rustle of the trees, she knew she had found something truly special. And so, in the cozy warmth of her home, surrounded by love and the gentle lullaby of the night, Lila drifted into dreams, her heart forever open to the magic of the world and the endless possibilities waiting just beyond the next bend in the path. Story 46. In the heart of the ancient Lumina forest, where the whisper of leaves mingled with the murmurs of unseen streams, there existed a world hidden from human eyes, a realm where nature's creatures lived in harmony and balance. This forest, cradled by the arms of towering trees whose branches reached skyward like ancient guardians, was a sanctuary where the magic of the seasons danced upon the landscape with every passing day. As the first light of dawn crept through the dense canopy, painting the forest floor in patches of golden warmth, a gentle breeze carried the scent of fresh pine and damp earth. The air was alive with the soft rustle of critters stirring from their slumber. Amidst this serene awakening, a wise old owl named Archimedes opened his eyes. Perched high in a gnarled oak, Archimedes was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, his feathers a patchwork of browns and grays that mirrored the bark of his beloved tree. Archimedes had spent many a night watching over the forest, his keen eyes observing the subtle shifts of seasons and the delicate dance of balance and change. As the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across the woodland, he spread his wings and glided silently down to the forest floor. Here, beneath a sky painted in hues of soft blue and wispy clouds, lived creatures of all kinds, each playing their part in the tapestry of life. Among them was a curious squirrel named Bramble, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. Bramble was known for his adventurous spirit, always eager to explore the nooks and crannies of the forest. Today he was busy gathering acorns, a task he undertook with boundless enthusiasm, his tiny paws deftly moving through the underbrush. "Good morning, Bramble." Archimedes hooted softly as he landed gracefully beside the squirrel. "Good morning, Archimedes," Bramble chirped in reply, his eyes sparkling with the joy of the day. "I found the most wonderful acorns. They're plump and perfect, just as you taught me to find." "Indeed," Archimedes nodded, his gaze gentle. "The forest provides all we need when we live in harmony with it. Remember, each acorn you gather is part of a cycle, a promise of the oaks to come." As they spoke, a gentle mist began to roll in, wrapping the forest in a cool embrace. From within the mist emerged a soft glow, a phenomenon known to the woodland creatures as the lumina mist. This magical occurrence, tied to the change of seasons, brought with it whispers of the forest's ancient wisdom, stories and secrets carried through time. The mist swirled around the roots of trees and danced over the surface of the small, clear streams that trickled through the forest. It was said that those who listened closely could hear the voices of ancestors, passing down their knowledge and guidance. Bramble, ever curious, paused to listen, his ears perked and his heart open to the wisdom of the ages. "The mist carries a message today," Archimedes said, his voice low and reverent. "Listen well, young Bramble." As the squirrel stood still, a soft voice, as light as the mist itself, began to speak. It was the voice of an elder tree, one that had watched over the forest for centuries. The voice spoke of balance, of the need to respect the rhythms of nature, and to cherish the gifts each season brought. "Seasons change, as must we," the voice whispered. "Spring brings life and renewal, summer warmth and growth. Autumn gifts us with abundance, and winter with rest and reflection. Each season has its purpose, its beauty. Remember this, and the forest will thrive." Bramble nodded, understanding the importance of the message. He realized that his gathering was not just for his own needs, but a part of a greater whole, a dance that included every creature and plant. As the mist began to lift, unveiling the vibrant tapestry of colors that was the forest in autumn, a gentle rain began to fall, each droplet a kiss upon the earth, nourishing it for the future. The rain was warm and soothing, and the creatures of the forest welcomed it with open hearts. Archimedes, watching the rain with wise eyes, spoke again. "The rain, too, is a gift, a reminder that even the gentlest of things can bring great change. It nourishes the soil and fills the streams, just as kindness and understanding nourish our souls." Bramble, feeling the cool rain upon his fur, smiled. "Thank you, Archimedes," he said, "for reminding me of the wisdom in each day." As the rain continued to fall softly upon the forest, Bramble and Archimedes returned to their tasks, the owl guiding the squirrel with gentle advice and stories of the past. Together they moved through the forest, their hearts in tune with the symphony of nature. And so, as the day gave way to the soft glow of twilight, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, the creatures safe and content beneath the watchful eyes of Archimedes and the wisdom of the lumina mist. The ancient forest stood as it always had, a testament to the beauty of balance and the enduring power of nature's gentle magic. In this hidden world, where reality and magic intertwined with the whisper of the wind and the rustle of leaves, the creatures of Lumina Forest continued to live in harmony, guided by the wisdom of their ancestors and the promise of the seasons to come. And as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky, a sense of peace enveloped the forest, a reminder that in the gentle embrace of nature, all was as it should be. Story 47. In a galaxy not too far from our own, nestled amidst swirling nebulae and shimmering stardust, lay the vibrant planet of Eloria. Known for its lush emerald forests and sapphire rivers that sang as they flowed, Eloria was a place of enchanting beauty. Its inhabitants, the Elorians, were gentle beings with skin that glowed in the moonlight and eyes that reflected the colors of the sky. They lived in harmony with their planet, tending to its needs like a caring gardener to a cherished garden. On a cool evening, when the twin moons of Eloria cast a silver glow over the land, a small spacecraft landed softly on the verdant plains. From it emerged a traveler from the distant, arid planet of Therion. The Therionites were known for their resilience, their skin as tough as the rocks that formed their desert home, and their hearts as warm as the sun that bathed their world in light. This particular Therionite was named Zorak. With a heart full of curiosity and a spirit eager for adventure, Zorak had journeyed far from home to learn about the mysteries of Eloria. As he stepped onto the lush grass, his heavy boots sank slightly into the soft earth. He marveled at the vibrant colors and the sweet scent of the air, so different from the sandy winds of his homeland. As Zorak explored, he stumbled upon a young Elorian named Lyra, who was tending to a wounded bird with delicate hands. Her gentle touch and soothing voice calmed the creature, and soon it was able to flutter its wings and take flight once more. Lyra looked up, her eyes meeting Zorak's with a mix of surprise and curiosity. "Greetings, traveler," she said, her voice as melodious as the rivers that flowed nearby. "What brings you to Eloria?" Zorak, slightly taken aback by her ethereal presence, replied, "I am here to learn about your world and its wonders. My name is Zorak, from the planet Therion." Lyra smiled warmly. "Welcome, Zorak. I am Lyra. It would be my pleasure to show you the beauty of Eloria." Thus began a journey of discovery for both Zorak and Lyra. As they wandered through the forests, Lyra introduced Zorak to the myriad creatures and plants that called Eloria home. She showed him how the trees whispered secrets to each other and how the flowers danced in rhythm with the breeze. Yet, not everything was as serene as it seemed. Eloria was in the midst of a drought, and the once gushing rivers had slowed to a trickle. The plants and animals depended on these waters, and the Elorians were growing anxious. Zorak, seeing the distress etched on Lyra's face, offered to help. "In my homeland, we have learned to conserve and channel water efficiently. Perhaps what I know could be of use here." Lyra hesitated, unsure if the ways of Therion could apply to Eloria's unique ecosystem. But her trust in Zorak's sincerity and the kindness she saw in his eyes gave her hope. Together, they devised a plan to create small channels and reservoirs to capture and store the precious rainwater. It was hard work, and there were times when misunderstandings arose. Zorak's pragmatic approach sometimes clashed with Lyra's intuitive methods, leading to moments of frustration. One evening, as they sat beneath the twin moons, Zorak spoke softly. "Lyra, I fear I may not understand the ways of your world as well as I thought." Lyra, with a gentle smile, replied, "We may come from different worlds, Zorak, but it is our shared purpose and the bond we are building that truly matter. It is in our differences that we find strength." Encouraged by Lyra's words, Zorak's resolve strengthened. The next morning he approached their task with renewed vigor, and Lyra found herself inspired by his determination and resilience. As the days passed, their efforts bore fruit. The reservoirs filled with water, and the land began to heal. The rivers sang once more, and the flora and fauna thrived. In the process, Zorak and Lyra discovered a profound friendship. They learned to appreciate not just their similarities, but also their differences, which enriched their understanding of each other's worlds. When it was time for Zorak to return to Therion, he and Lyra stood together on the plains where his spacecraft awaited. The landscape, now lush and vibrant, stood as a testament to their shared journey and the bond they had formed. "Thank you, Lyra," Zorak said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for showing me the beauty of your world and the power of friendship." Lyra placed a gentle hand on his arm. "And thank you, Zorak, for sharing your wisdom and teaching me to see beyond my own horizon." As the spacecraft lifted off, Zorak looked down at Eloria, his heart full of warmth and a new understanding of what it meant to be a true friend. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, two unlikely companions from different worlds discovered that the true meaning of friendship lay not in similarity, but in the shared journey of understanding and support. Story 48. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of honey and pine, there lay a quaint village known as Fiddlestump Hollow. The sun seemed to shine a little brighter here, casting warm golden rays that danced along the cobblestone paths and over the thatched rooftops of the cozy cottages. It was a place where magic bubbled and fizzed just beneath the surface of everyday life, like an effervescent stream hidden under a blanket of fallen leaves. In this delightful nook of the world lived a group of friends, each as quirky and endearing as the next. There was Pippin, a sprightly young gnome with a penchant for collecting sparkling dewdrops in tiny glass bottles. His bright emerald eyes twinkled with mischief, and his hat, always slightly askew, was adorned with a collection of thistledown and clover. Beside him was Luna, a gentle fairy whose wings shimmered like a rainbow caught in a morning mist. Luna had a way of laughing that sounded like the tinkling of silver bells, and she often wore dresses woven from the petals of wildflowers. Their circle was completed by Barnaby, a chubby, jovial rabbit who wore spectacles perched precariously on the tip of his nose. Barnaby had a fondness for carrot pies and a talent for storytelling that kept everyone in rapt attention. And finally, there was Thistle, an ever-curious squirrel with a bushy tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often twitching and waving like a pennant in the breeze. One sunny morning, as the friends gathered in their favorite spot, a glen carpeted with soft moss and surrounded by towering oaks, a peculiar predicament presented itself. Pippin had been experimenting with a new concoction, an attempt to create a potion that would make the stars sing to the moon. However, something had gone awry. As Pippin uncorked the bottle, a puff of iridescent smoke billowed out, swirling into a shape that resembled a rather confused-looking owl. The owl blinked twice, hooted softly, and then vanished, leaving behind a sparkling trail that circled the friends before rising high above the trees. To their astonishment, the trail began to shimmer and expand, forming a luminous, floating riddle in the sky. To find the tune that makes stars swoon, one must seek the Laughing Lagoon. But mind your step and hold your ground, for magic here makes things spin round. The friends exchanged excited glances, their curiosity piqued by the mysterious message. Laughing Lagoon, Luna mused, her wings fluttering with excitement. I've heard tales of it, but never have I seen it. Me neither, Barnaby added, adjusting his spectacles. But if it can help us solve the mystery of the singing stars, then we must find it. With a sense of adventure tingling in the air, the friends set off, their path winding deeper into the heart of the whispering woods. As they journeyed, the forest around them seemed to join in their quest, the leaves rustling with whispered encouragements and the birds chirping a jaunty tune. After a time, the air grew cooler, carrying with it the sound of laughter, light and bubbling like a brook in spring. It seemed to beckon them closer, guiding their steps until they emerged into a clearing bathed in soft, silvery light. Before them lay the Laughing Lagoon, its waters shimmering with every color of the rainbow, as if the sky itself had spilled its secrets into the gentle waves. In the center of the lagoon, a small island floated, covered in soft grass and dotted with luminescent stones. Perched atop one of these stones was a curious creature, a scaly, blue-green kappa with a shell that looked like a patchwork quilt. He wore a cap made of lily pads and had a smile as wide as the moon. "Welcome, welcome," the kappa called, clapping his webbed hands in delight. "I am Tiddlewink, the keeper of the Laughing Lagoon. Have you come to solve the riddle and hear the stars sing?" Pippin stepped forward, nodding eagerly. "Yes, we have. We need to find the tune that makes the stars swoon." Tiddlewink chuckled, a sound like water splashing over stones. "Ah, the tune is simple, but finding it... Ah, that's the trick. You see, here in the Laughing Lagoon, the world is a bit topsy-turvy. Things may not be what they seem, and what seems may not be what things are." With that cryptic advice, the kappa gestured for them to step onto the island. As they did, the friends felt a gentle shift in the world around them. The island began to spin slowly, and the lagoon echoed with the sound of joyful, bubbling laughter. "Look!" Thistle exclaimed, pointing with his twitching tail. "The stones! They're glowing in patterns." Indeed, the stones blinked and flashed in a sequence that seemed to pulse with an unspoken rhythm. Luna, ever attuned to the magic around her, closed her eyes and listened deeply. I think they're trying to tell us something," she whispered. "A song. A melody." Barnaby, his ears twitching in time with the stones, began to hum, his deep, rumbling voice blending with the laughter of the lagoon. Pippin, inspired by his friend, added a high, lilting whistle, while Thistle drummed his paws in a beat that matched the swirling patterns. Together, they created a tune that resonated with the very essence of the Laughing Lagoon. The air shimmered, and the laughter grew, lifting higher and higher until it seemed to reach the very stars themselves. Suddenly, the lagoon erupted in a cascade of sparkling lights, and above them, the night sky filled with a chorus of twinkling notes. The stars sang a melody of their own, a celestial symphony that danced across the heavens. Tiddlewink clapped his hands in delight, his smile as wide as the lagoon. "You did it! You found the tune and made the stars swoon." The friends beamed with joy, their hearts full of the magic they had created together. As they made their way back home, they carried the memory of the Laughing Lagoon with them, a reminder of the wonders that friendship and a dash of creativity could unveil. And so, under the watchful gaze of the singing stars, the friends returned to Fiddlestump Hollow, their spirits lifted by the whimsical adventure and the harmonious laughter that echoed in their hearts. As they settled down to rest, they knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with them, just a dream away. Story 49 title, The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there was no greater spectacle than the Whispering Woods. It was said that ancient trees, their trunks thick and gnarled, whispered secrets to those patient enough to listen. The villagers spoke of hidden pathways and the gentle hum of magic that danced through the air. But among these tales, one story stood out above the rest, the tale of the enchanted acorn. Our story begins on a serene autumn afternoon as golden leaves fluttered to the ground, creating a soft carpet that crunched underfoot. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the village, and a gentle breeze carried the earthy scent of the forest. In a cozy cottage on the edge of Elderglen lived a young girl named Lyra. She had eyes as bright as sapphires and a heart as warm as the sunbeam that streamed through her window each morning. Lyra had always been curious about the Whispering Woods. Her grandmother often told her stories of the magical creatures that dwelled there, of sprites that danced in moonlit glades, and of the wise old owl that knew the secrets of time itself. But more than any tale, what captivated Lyra's imagination was the legend of the enchanted acorn, a mystical seed that could grant the deepest wish of its finder. One crisp morning, Lyra decided that it was time to uncover the truth behind the whispers. Armed with nothing but her courage and a small satchel filled with bread and cheese, she set off into the woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves. As she walked, Lyra hummed a cheerful tune, her heart light with anticipation. The deeper she ventured, the more the world seemed to change around her. The trees grew taller, their branches twisting overhead like ancient guardians watching her every move. The forest was alive with sounds, the chirping of birds, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, and if she listened carefully, the distant murmur of the trees themselves. After walking for what felt like hours, Lyra came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent oak, its trunk wide and strong, its branches reaching up to the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, something caught Lyra's eye. It was an acorn, unlike any she had seen before. It shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow, as if it was made from the very essence of the forest itself. With trembling hands, Lyra picked up the acorn. As she did, gentle warmth spread through her fingers and up her arm, filling her with a sense of peace and possibility. Could this be the enchanted acorn of legend? Her heart raced at the thought. As if sensing her presence, a soft voice floated through the clearing, carried on the breeze. "Welcome, young seeker," it said, melodious and kind. Lyra looked around, her eyes wide with wonder, until she spotted a small figure perched on a nearby branch. It was a sprite, no larger than a robin, with iridescent wings and a mischievous smile. "Are you the guardian of the acorn?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The sprite nodded, its eyes twinkling like stars. "Indeed I am. Many seek the acorn, but few are chosen. You have a pure heart, Lyra, and a wish that comes not from desire, but from love." Lyra's cheeks flushed with warmth. She thought of her grandmother, whose health had been failing in recent months. Her deepest wish was for her grandmother to be well again, to hear her laughter fill the cottage and see her eyes sparkle with joy. "Tell me, young one," the sprite continued, "what is it you wish for?" Lyra took a deep breath, her voice steady with conviction. "I wish for my grandmother to be healthy and happy, for her to share her stories with me for many more years." The sprite nodded, its expression softening with understanding. "A noble wish," it said, "but remember, the true magic lies not in the granting of wishes, but in the love and kindness that inspire them." With those words, the sprite fluttered its wings, and a shimmering light enveloped the acorn. Lyra watched in awe as the acorn transformed, its glow intensifying until it was a brilliant beacon of light. Then, as quickly as it had begun, the light faded, leaving the acorn as it was before, nestled gently in Lyra's palm. "Your wish has been heard," the sprite said, its voice fading like a melody on the wind. "May your heart guide you always." With that, the sprite disappeared into the trees, leaving Lyra alone in the clearing. She held the acorn close, her heart filled with gratitude and hope. As she made her way back through the forest, the path seemed brighter, the air lighter. The trees whispered their secrets, and for the first time, Lyra felt she could understand their ancient song, a song of life, of love, and of the endless cycle of nature. When Lyra returned home, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her grandmother was waiting, seated by the fire with a warm smile that filled Lyra's heart with joy. "Welcome back, my dear," her grandmother said, her voice as comforting as a soft blanket. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Lyra nodded, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "I did, grandmother, and I learned that the greatest magic of all is the love we share." Together, they sat by the fire, the warmth enveloping them like a gentle embrace. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lyra knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would stay with her always, a reminder of the power of wishes born from love. And so, in the quiet village of Elderglen, under the watchful eyes of the Whispering Woods, Lyra and her grandmother lived happily, their hearts forever entwined in the magic of the forest. The end. Story 50, title, The Whispering Lantern. In the quaint village of Elderglen, where cobblestone paths wound through lush meadows and the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle-hearted boy named Finn. His days were filled with simple joys and quiet wonder, and his evenings were spent listening to the tales his grandmother spun by the fireside, a crackling warmth that mirrored the twinkle in her eyes. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Finn decided to explore the edges of the Whispering Woods, a place that held as many secrets as it did ancient oaks. His grandmother often said that the trees there were keepers of stories, and Finn, with his boundless curiosity, longed to hear them for himself. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the sunlight light filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of moss and pine. Finn's footsteps were soft on the leaf-strewn path, and the only sounds were the rustling leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird. It was a world untouched by time, where nature's whispers could be heard if one listened closely enough. After wandering for a while, Finn came upon a clearing where an ancient willow stood, its branches dipping gracefully toward the ground, as if bowing to some unseen presence. Beneath its boughs lay an object unlike anything Finn had ever seen, a lantern, its metalwork intricate and shimmering with an otherworldly glow. It seemed to pulse gently, as if alive, and Finn felt an inexplicable pull towards it. With cautious hands, he reached for the lantern. As his fingers brushed its cool surface, a warmth spread through him, and a soft voice, like the rustle of leaves, filled the air. "Guardian of the light," it whispered, "your journey begins." Startled, yet intrigued, Finn cradled the lantern, and in that moment, the world around him seemed to shift. The trees stood taller, the colors of the forest grew richer, and the air was charged with a sense of magic. It was as if the lantern had unveiled a hidden layer of reality, one filled with possibilities and wonder. Guided by an unspoken promise of adventure, Finn made his way back to the village, the lantern's glow a gentle companion in the encroaching twilight. That night, as he lay in bed, the lantern resting on his bedside table, Finn felt a connection to something greater, a world of mysteries waiting to be uncovered. The following day, As the village awoke to the scent of freshly baked bread and the sounds of morning chatter, Finn confided in his closest friend, Lila. Lila was a spirited girl with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a laugh that could brighten the cloudiest day. She listened intently as Finn recounted his discovery, her curiosity piqued by the tale of the whispering lantern. "We must discover its secrets," Lila declared, her enthusiasm infectious. "There's something special about it, Finn. I can feel it." And so, with the lantern in hand, the two friends set off on their quest. They followed the lantern's glow, which seemed to grow brighter as they ventured further from the village. It led them through fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze, across babbling brooks whose waters sparkled in the sunlight, and into the heart of the whispering woods, where the air thrummed with a vibrant energy. As they walked, Finn and Lila found themselves speaking in hushed tones, as if the forest itself was listening. They shared stories and laughter, their bond deepening with each step. The lantern, ever present, seemed to listen too, its light pulsing in rhythm with their words. Eventually they arrived at a hidden glade, where the forest opened up to reveal a small, crystal-clear pond. At its center stood a stone pedestal, and upon it rested a book bound in leather, its pages edged with gold. The lantern's glow intensified, casting a warm light over the scene, and Finn understood that this was what they had been seeking. Approaching the pedestal with reverence, Finn and Lila marveled at the book. Its cover was embossed with an intricate design of swirling vines and stars, and as they opened it, they found its pages filled with stories, tales of courage, friendship, and magic. Each story seemed to leap from the page, vivid and alive, and Finn realized that these were the stories the trees had kept hidden, waiting for the right moment to be shared. With each tale they read, the world around them grew even more vibrant, and the lantern's light intertwined with the stories, bringing them to life in the glade. They saw visions of heroes and heroines, of ancient battles and peaceful resolutions, of laughter and love that transcended time. The stories were a tapestry of human experience, woven with the threads of imagination and heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and indigo, Finn and Lila closed the book. They felt a sense of fulfillment and gratitude, knowing that they had been entrusted with something truly special, a connection to the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. As they made their way back to Elderglen, the lantern's light guiding their steps, Finn and Lila understood that their journey had only just begun. They carried with them not only the stories they had discovered, but also the understanding that magic existed in the everyday moments they shared and in the friendships they cherished. That night, as Finn drifted to sleep, the whispering lantern by his side, he dreamed of endless possibilities and adventures yet to come. He knew that with each new day, he and Lila would uncover more of the world's wonders, their hearts open to the magic all around them. And so, in the quiet village of Elderglen, where the air was sweet with the scent of lilacs and the stories of the whispering woods were whispered on the wind, Finn and Lila's journey continued. A journey of friendship, discovery, and the boundless light of the whispering lantern. The end. Story 51. In the vast, star-speckled expanse of the Andromeda Galaxy, where vibrant nebulae painted the canvas of space with hues of lavender and cerulean, there spun a tiny, verdant planet named Zolara. It was a place where towering crystalline trees shimmered in the gentle glow of twin moons, and rivers of liquid light flowed beneath skies teeming with fluttering, bioluminescent creatures. On this planet lived a Zolarian named Lyra, a gentle being with gossamer wings and eyes that mirrored the emerald leaves of her homeland. Her days were spent tending to the planet's lush gardens, a duty she cherished, for each plant and blossom responded to her touch with a symphony of colors and scents. One afternoon, as Lyra pruned a particularly obstinate vine, she noticed an unfamiliar shape descending from the sky. It was a sleek, metallic craft, unlike anything she had ever seen. It landed gracefully in a clearing, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars. From the craft emerged an unexpected visitor, a tall, slender being named Rin, hailing from the distant, arid world of Xyleria. His skin was a deep, obsidian hue, dotted with luminous spots that pulsed gently like the embers of a dying fire. Rin's arrival was not by choice. A sudden storm had veered him off course during his journey across the galaxy. Lyra, both curious and cautious, approached Rin with a tentative wave. Her voice, like the soft rustle of leaves, greeted him warmly. "Welcome, traveler. I am Lyra of Zolara. How may I assist you?" Rin, though grateful for the kind reception, was preoccupied with his predicament. His ship needed repairs, and he was unfamiliar with the strange properties of Zolara's resources. "I am Rin," he replied, his voice resonating like the distant roll of thunder. "I seek aid for my vessel. It has suffered damage, and I am far from home." Lyra nodded, understanding the urgency in his tone. "Please, let us work together. I will help you find what you need." Thus began their partnership, born of necessity, but blossoming into something more profound. Initially, their differences led to small misunderstandings. Lyra's world was one of gentle harmony, where nature thrived without interference. Rin, used to the harsh environment of Xylaria, often approached tasks with a directness that startled Lyra. One morning, as they ventured into the forest to gather materials for repairs, Rin began to clear a path through the dense foliage with swift, precise movements. Lyra, witnessing the disruption, winced at the broken branches and disturbed underbrush. "Rin, please," she implored softly. "These plants are living beings. They deserve our respect." Rin paused, noticing the distress in her voice. He lowered his tools and turned to her, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "I apologize, Lyra. On my planet, we must act quickly to survive. But here I see that life thrives in balance." In that moment, a seed of empathy was planted between them. Lyra showed Rin how to move through the forest with care, listening to the whispers of the trees and treading lightly upon the earth. Rin, in turn, shared with Lyra stories of his home, painting vivid pictures of the Xylarian deserts, where survival depended on ingenuity and resilience. As days turned into weeks, the two companions faced challenges that tested their growing friendship. One evening, a sudden storm swept across Zolara, its winds howling through the crystalline trees, threatening to tear Rin's ship apart. Together they worked tirelessly, securing the vessel and protecting the delicate equipment inside. During the storm's fiercest moments, when fear threatened to overshadow their spirits, Lyra and Rin found solace in each other's presence. Huddled beneath the protective canopy of a giant fern, Lyra spoke softly of her planet's natural cycles, reassuring Rin that the storm would pass, just as all storms do. In turn, Rin shared tales of his people's endurance, of how they had learned to find beauty in the harshness of their world, and how, even in the face of adversity, community and cooperation always prevailed. When the storm finally abated, leaving the air crisp and the ground sparkling with rain-soaked light, Lyra and Rin emerged from their shelter, their bonds strengthened by the shared ordeal. They resumed their work with renewed vigor, their movements harmonious as they gathered the final components needed for Rin's repairs. As the final day arrived, Rin's ship stood ready for departure. Lyra and Rin stood side by side, gazing at the now familiar vessel that had brought them together. "Thank you, Lyra," Rin said, his voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "You have shown me the beauty of your world and the strength of kindness." "And you, Rin," Lyra replied, her wings shimmering in the gentle moonlight, "have taught me the value of courage and the power of friendship that transcends worlds." As Rin prepared to leave, Lyra presented him with a small, glowing seed, a gift from the heart of Zolara's garden. "May this remind you of our time together and the friendship we have forged." Rin accepted the gift with reverence, his luminous spots glowing brighter. "I will cherish it always, Lyra." With a final embrace, Rin boarded his ship, the hatch closing with a soft hum. The vessel lifted gracefully into the sky, disappearing into the starry expanse, leaving behind the gentle whisper of the wind through the trees. Lyra watched until the ship was but a distant speck, her heart full of warmth and the knowledge that true friendship could bridge any distance, even those measured in light years. And so, under the serene glow of Zolara's twin moons, she returned to her garden, grateful for the unexpected companionship that had enriched her life. And in the vastness of the galaxy, Rin journeyed onward, carrying with him the lessons of Zolara, the light of friendship guiding his way through the stars. Story 52. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a kind and gentle soul, but she often found herself feeling restless and unsure of her place in the world. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the nearby forest, seeking solace among the rustling leaves and towering trees. As she wandered deeper into the woodland, she stumbled upon an old, weathered book lying on the mossy ground. Curiosity piqued, Willow picked up the book and gently brushed away the dirt from its cover. To her surprise, the pages seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and as she opened it, the words danced before her eyes like tiny fireflies. "Welcome, dear Willow," a soft voice echoed in her mind. "This is no ordinary book, but a gateway to the wondrous realm of self-discovery." Willow gasped, her heart fluttering with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. The voice continued, "Within these pages lies the power to unlock your true potential, but the journey will not be an easy one. Are you willing to embrace the challenges that lie ahead?" With a deep breath, Willow nodded, her determination outweighing her fears. "I am ready," she whispered. And so began Willow's extraordinary adventure, guided by the ancient book and its wisdom. With each page she turned, the forest around her transformed, reflecting the lessons she was learning about herself. At first, the path was overgrown and tangled, mirroring the confusion and self-doubt that had plagued Willow for so long. But as she persevered, the book offered gentle encouragement and guidance, helping her navigate the thorny thickets of insecurity. Along the way, Willow encountered a handful of unlikely companions who became her dearest friends. There was Cedar, a wise old oak tree whose branches swayed with the whispers of ancient knowledge, and Fern, a sprightly sprite who danced among the ferns, reminding Willow to find joy in the simplest of moments. Together, they faced challenges that tested Willow's courage, patience, and resilience. Sometimes the path would narrow, and she would feel trapped, her self-doubt threatening to overwhelm her. But Cedar's soothing words would remind her to breathe deeply and trust in her own strength. At other times, the forest would bloom with vibrant colors and enchanting melodies, reflecting the moments when Willow embraced her true self, letting go of the expectations and fears that had held her back for so long. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Willow grew wiser and more self-assured. The book's pages gradually revealed the secrets of her own inner magic, and she learned to harness the power of her thoughts, emotions, and actions to shape her reality. With each lesson, the forest mirrored her transformation, becoming a verdant paradise of lush foliage, sparkling streams, and towering trees that seemed to touch the very heavens. And through it all, Willow's companions remained by her side, offering unwavering support and celebrating her triumphs. Fern's laughter rang like tinkling bells, reminding Willow to embrace the joy of the present moment, while Cedar's steadfast presence anchored her during times of uncertainty. In the end, Willow emerged from the forest a changed woman, her heart filled with a newfound confidence and self-acceptance. The book had become a part of her, its wisdom woven into the very fabric of her being. As she stepped out into the world beyond the forest, Willow knew that the journey of self-discovery was never truly over. But with the lessons she had learned and the friendships she had forged, she felt empowered to face whatever challenges lay ahead, embracing the beauty of growth and transformation with open arms. And as the sun set over the village, casting a warm golden glow, Willow smiled, knowing that within each of us lies the magic to become the best versions of ourselves, if only we have the courage to embark on the extraordinary adventure of self-discovery. Story 53. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight dripped like honey through the canopy and the air hummed with secrets, there existed a community unlike any other. Here, creatures of fur, feather, and leaf lived in harmony, guided by the whispering wisdom of the forest itself. The great oak tree, known by all as the Elder, stood at the center, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like an ancient storyteller's hands. Every morning, as the mist clung to the forest floor and the scent of damp earth filled the air, the creatures gathered beneath the Elder's sprawling boughs. This day, the forest was awash in the golden hues of autumn, leaves fluttering down like gentle rain. The Elder's deep, rumbling voice, akin to the soft roll of distant thunder, began the day's lesson. "The balance of our world," murmured the Elder, "is woven through the seasons. As the leaves fall, they nourish the earth, preparing it for the quiet stillness of winter. so too must we find our place in this cycle. Listening intently was a young squirrel named Finn, whose soft, russet fur blended with the autumn leaves. Finn had always been curious, his bright eyes full of the forest's wonders. Yet he often found himself troubled by the changes each season brought. He worried about the chill of winter and the loss of the vibrant colors he so loved. Sensing Finn's unease, a wise old owl named Silas alighted beside him. With feathers patterned like the bark of the ancient trees, Silas was a keeper of the forest's stories. "Fear not, young Finn," he cooed softly, his voice like the gentle rustling of leaves. "Each season offers its own gifts. Winter's silence gives us time to dream and plan, just as spring brings new life." Encouraged by Silas's words, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, dispelling his worries like morning sun chasing away shadows. As the days grew shorter and the first snowflakes danced upon the air, Finn found comfort in the snug nest he had prepared, filled with soft moss and fallen feathers. One crisp winter's night, as the moon bathed the forest in silver light, Finn gazed out at the serene, sparkling landscape. He understood now that every season played its part, each a thread in the tapestry of life. The wisdom of the elder and the kindness of Silas had shown him that harmony was found not in resisting change, but in embracing it. As the cycle continued, Finn thrived, his heart attuned to the rhythms of the forest. And so, in that timeless woodland, where magic danced with the changing seasons, the creatures lived on, guided by the gentle wisdom passed down through generations. The forest remained a sanctuary of peace, where every creature, each in their own way, contributed to the eternal symphony of life. Story 54. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a little shop known as Whispering Wonders. This shop, with its weathered wooden sign and ivy-clad walls, was unlike any other. It was filled with trinkets and treasures, each with a story to tell. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman named Matilda, had a knowing smile and twinkling eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the world. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced lazily to the ground, a young boy named Oliver wandered into the shop. Oliver was a curious soul, with a heart full of dreams and a mind that buzzed with questions. He had sandy hair that fell into his eyes and a small satchel slung across his shoulder, always ready for an adventure. As he entered Whispering Wonders, the bell above the door chimed softly, like the call of a distant lullaby. The shop was filled with the comforting scent of old books and polished wood, and the light streaming through the windows created a patchwork of warmth on the floor. "Good morning, Oliver," Matilda greeted, her voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. "What brings you here today?" "I'm just exploring," Oliver replied, his eyes scanning the shelves laden with peculiar items. "I love how every visit to your shop feels like opening a new book." Matilda chuckled softly. "Ah, but today might be special. I have something that I think you might find quite interesting." With that, she guided Oliver to a corner of the shop where a small, unassuming wooden box sat on a velvet cloth. The box was intricately carved with swirling patterns, and it seemed to hum with a quiet, hidden energy. "This," Matilda said, lifting the lid to reveal a simple silver pocket watch, "is no ordinary watch." Oliver leaned in closer, intrigued by the tale that lay beneath the watch's polished surface. "What makes it special?" he asked, his voice a hushed whisper. Matilda's eyes twinkled with mystery. "This watch has the ability to reveal the hidden magic in ordinary things. But remember, it only works when looked at with an open heart and a mind ready to see beyond the obvious." Oliver's heart quickened with excitement as he gently picked up the watch. It felt cool and smooth in his hand. Determined to unravel its secrets, he thanked Matilda and promised to return with stories of his discoveries. With the watch safely tucked into his pocket, Oliver set off into the heart of Willowbrook. As he strolled down the cobblestone streets, he noticed the familiar sights of his village anew. The baker's shop, with its inviting aroma of fresh bread, the soft chirping of birds flitting about the town square, and the golden sunlight filtering through the canopy of towering oak trees. He paused by the village fountain, a place where the water danced merrily over time-smoothed stones. Drawing out the watch, he held it up to catch the light. To his astonishment, the watch's face shimmered, and the world around him shifted ever so slightly. The fountain's water sparkled with hues of blue and green, and he could hear a soft melody, a song of the earth, gentle and profound. A voice interrupted his reverie. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Oliver turned to see an elderly man with a kind face and a walking stick. His name was Mr. Thompson, and he was known for his wisdom and love of nature. "It's like seeing the world for the first time," Oliver replied, awestruck. Mr. Thompson nodded knowingly. "Magic is everywhere, though often hidden in plain sight. What you see now is the world speaking its secrets." With Mr. Thompson's encouragement, Oliver continued his journey, venturing beyond the village borders into the woods. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the chirps of unseen creatures. As he walked, he met a small squirrel, its fur a bright russet against the forest floor. "Hello, little one," Oliver said, crouching down to meet the squirrel's gaze. "Do you have a story to share?" The squirrel chattered, its eyes bright and expressive. Oliver, holding the watch close, suddenly understood. The squirrel was inviting him to follow. Leading Oliver through a path dappled with sunlight and shadow, the squirrel guided him to a hidden clearing. In the center stood a grand, ancient oak tree, its branches reaching majestically toward the sky. Oliver felt a deep, resonant energy emanating from the tree, as though it held the wisdom of centuries. As he approached, he noticed a carving on the tree's trunk, a heart, with initials entwined inside. He realized that this tree had borne witness to countless stories of love, joy, and friendship. Sitting beneath its boughs, Oliver felt a profound sense of peace wash over him. He closed his eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop him like a gentle lullaby. The watch lay in his lap, now warm to the touch, and he understood its true magic, the ability to see the beauty in the ordinary, the wonder in the everyday. When Oliver finally rose to leave, he felt a change within himself. He had embarked on a journey that had transformed him, not through grand adventures or daring feats, but through the quiet discovery of the world's hidden magic. Returning to Willowbrook, he knew he had stories to share, not just with Matilda, but with anyone willing to listen. Stories of the magic in a simple pocket watch, of the wisdom in the rustle of leaves, and the joy in seeing the world through new eyes. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the village, Oliver made his way back to Whispering Wonders. Matilda was waiting, her smile warm and welcoming. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asked, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Oliver nodded, his heart full of gratitude. "I found so much more. The world is filled with wonders, if only we take the time to see them." Matilda gently took the watch from him, and her fingers tracing its familiar curves. "Remember, Oliver, the greatest magic is the ability to see beauty where others might pass by." And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Oliver returned home, his soul enriched by the day's discoveries, his heart alight with the magic of the ordinary. He drifted to sleep that night with a smile, knowing that each day held the promise of new wonders waiting to be found. Story 55. Once upon a time, in the quaint and quiet village of Willowbrook, tucked between lush rolling hills and the gentle curve of a crystal-clear river, there was a small, unassuming antique shop known as Curiosity's Haven. The shop was filled to the brim with trinkets and treasures from bygone eras, each with its own tale to tell. The shop's owner, a kindly old woman named Mrs. Whitaker, had a knack for knowing exactly what each visitor needed, even before they did. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in a kaleidoscope of amber and gold, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop. Lila had a curious heart and wide, wondering eyes, always seeking the extraordinary in the ordinary world. She often visited Mrs. Whitaker, for she loved to hear the stories behind the oddities that lined the shelves. As Lila meandered through the aisles, her fingers brushing over the cool, polished surfaces of forgotten treasures, something caught her eye. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled among a collection of dusty old books. The box seemed to shimmer softly, as if it held a secret within its delicate engravings. Drawn to it, Lila carefully picked it up and noticed a faint, warm humming emanating from it. "Ah, you found the whimsy box," Mrs. Whitaker said, appearing beside Lila with a gentle smile. Her eyes twinkled like starlight. "It's said to hold a bit of magic. Would you like to see?" With a nod from Lila, Mrs. Whitaker showed her how to open the box. As the lid lifted, a soft glow filled the room, and from within a small iridescent feather floated out, dancing in the air like a whisper of the wind. Lila watched in awe as the feather settled gently on her palm, feeling a sense of warmth and wonder seep through her skin. "This feather," Mrs. Whitaker explained, "is from a moonlit swallow, a bird of legend that is said to guide those who are lost. It can grant its holder the ability to speak any language of the heart, including those of creatures great and small." Lila's heart skipped a beat with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She thanked Mrs. Whitaker and, with the feather safely tucked away, stepped out of the shop and into the crisp, bright day. As Lila wandered through the village, the feather seemed to sing softly to her, urging her to explore beyond the familiar paths. Her feet carried her toward the edge of Willowbrook, where the sprawling enchanted wood began. The woods were known for their tranquility, with ancient trees whispering secrets to those who would listen. Feeling a newfound courage, Lila stepped into the forest, the dappled sunlight playing upon her face like a gentle caress. As she ventured deeper, the sounds of the village faded, replaced by the soothing symphony of rustling leaves and distant birdsong. The air was fresh and filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Suddenly, a soft mewling caught Lila's attention. Following the sound, she found a small, fluffy kitten caught in a bramble. Its fur was as white as snow, and its eyes were a deep, soulful blue. The kitten looked up at her, its tiny paws tangled in the thorny vines. "Fear not, little one," Lila murmured, reaching out with the feather. The moment the feather touched the kitten, a warm glow enveloped them both, and Lila felt a connection, a bridge between her heart and the kitten's. "Please help me," the kitten's voice echoed in her mind, soft and a bit frightened. "I wandered too far from home." With gentle hands, Lila carefully untangled the kitten, who nuzzled against her gratefully. "Thank you," the kitten purred, its voice now a melody of relief and gratitude. "I am called Snowdrop. Can I stay with you until I find my way back?" Lila smiled, feeling the joy of companionship bloom within her. "Of course, Snowdrop. We'll find your home together." As they continued through the woods, Lila marveled at how the feather's magic allowed her to understand the whispers of the forest. She learned from the wise old oak about the changing seasons, listened to the brook's tales of faraway lands, and even shared stories with the playful squirrels who scampered through the branches above. Through these conversations, Lila discovered that the forest was facing a challenge. A great drought had struck the land, leaving the once bountiful stream beds dry, and the animals worried for the coming winter. The heart of the forest, an ancient willow known as elderbaw, was said to hold the key to restoring balance, but it lay deep within the woods, guarded by time and the forest's own secrets. Determined to help her newfound friends, Lila, with Snowdrop perched on her shoulder, set out for Elderbaugh. The journey was long and winding, with each step deeper into the woods revealing new wonders and mysteries. Along the way, they met a jovial hedgehog named Bramble, who rolled along with them, and a wise old owl named Sage, who guided them with stories of the past. Despite the challenges they faced, hidden paths, tricky riddles posed by mischievous woodland sprites, and the looming shadow of doubt, Lila's heart remained steadfast. She realized that the magic of the feather was not just in her ability to understand others, but in the connections she forged and the understanding she gained. Finally, after many days and nights under the canopy of stars and leaves, Lila and her companions reached the heart of the forest. Elderbaugh stood tall and ancient, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. The willow's bark shimmered with a light of its own, a beacon of hope in the shadow of the drought. As Lila approached, she felt the feather pulse warmly in her pocket, urging her to speak from her heart. With Snowdrop, Bramble, and Sage by her side, she addressed the great tree, sharing the stories she had gathered from the forest's creatures and the lessons she had learned on her journey. "I have seen the beauty and strength of this forest," Lila said, her voice gentle but resolute. "Though we are small, together we can restore the balance. We must remember the importance of caring for each other and our home." Elderbow's leaves rustled in response, a sound like 1,000 gentle sighs. A soft glow spread from the tree, flowing through the roots and into the earth, reaching out to every corner of the forest. Slowly, the streams began to bubble back to life, their waters sparkling like liquid silver under the sun. The drought was ending, and with it came a promise of renewal and hope. With their task complete, Lila and her friends returned to Willowbrook, where Mrs. Whitaker awaited with a knowing smile. Snowdrop found her family in the village, but she often visited Lila, who remained her dearest friend. Bramble and Sage stayed near, their bonds of friendship stronger than ever. Lila kept the feather as a reminder of her journey and the lessons she had learned. She knew now that magic was not just in the extraordinary, but in the kind hearts and open minds of those who dared to dream and care. And so, with Willowbrook thriving and the forest once again a place of wonder and harmony, Lila's heart was full, knowing that every ending is but a new beginning waiting to unfold. The gentle whispers of the forest would always remind her of the magic in every moment, in every heart, and in every step of the journey. And with that, the day came to a close, the village settling into the quiet embrace of night, and the stars peeking out to watch over the world. Lila drifted to sleep, her dreams filled with moonlit swallows and the gentle rustle of leaves, cradled in the warmth of friendship and the timeless magic of the world around her. Story 56. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The village was nestled among the towering trees, with leaves that shimmered like emeralds in the gentle sunlight. The air was always filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, and the soft murmur of a nearby stream provided a soothing melody to the villagers as they went about their daily lives. In this serene setting, there lived a young girl named Willow. She had hair as dark as a raven's wing and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Willow was known for her keen sense of observation and a heart as warm as the sunlit meadows. She loved exploring the woods with her best friend, a gentle fox named Rusty, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with shades of pink and gold, Willow and Rusty ventured deeper into the woods. They were on their way to visit the wise old owl, Sage, who resided in the ancient oak tree known as the grandfather tree. Sage was revered by all the creatures of the woods for his wisdom and kindness. As they walked, Willow noticed something peculiar. The birds, which usually sang in melodious harmony, were unusually silent, and the flowers, which always turned their faces towards the sun, seemed to droop with a sense of melancholy. There was an unusual stillness in the air, as if the woods were holding their breath. "Do you feel that, Rusty?" Willow asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Rusty paused, his ears twitching as he listened. "Yes, it's as if the woods are different today," he replied, his voice tinged with concern. Determined to seek answers, they quickened their pace and soon arrived at the grandfather tree. Sage was perched on a low branch, his feathers ruffled and eyes closed in deep thought. "Good morning, Sage," Willow greeted softly. Sage opened one eye, then the other, and regarded them with a gentle nod. "Ah, Willow and Rusty, what brings you to my tree so early in the day?" Willow explained the strange occurrences they had noticed, and Sage listened intently, nodding occasionally. When she finished, he fluffed his feathers and spoke in a voice as smooth as the rustling leaves. "It seems," Sage began, "that the woods are under the influence of a curious enchantment, one that dampens the spirit of all living things." "But what could be causing it?" Rusty asked, his bushy tail flicking with worry. Sage tilted his head thoughtfully. "There is an old legend about the Crystal of Hopes. It is said to reside in a hidden grove and radiate warmth and joy throughout the woods. If something has disturbed it, that might explain the strange happenings." With a newfound sense of purpose, Willow and Rusty decided to seek out the Crystal of Hopes. Sage offered them a small vial of moonlit dew to guide their way, for it was said that the dew could reveal hidden paths. They thanked Sage and set off into the heart of the forest. As they walked, the woods seemed to grow denser, the shadows weaving a tapestry of mystery around them. But even in the dim light, Willow's keen eyes noticed subtle signs. A butterfly resting on a leaf, a fallen pine cone that pointed like a compass needle. Each clue led them closer to their destination. After what felt like hours, they arrived at a secluded grove bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. In the center of the grove stood a small pedestal, upon which rested a crystal that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. but the crystal was enveloped in a faint, dark mist. Willow approached cautiously, her heart beating with both awe and concern. She reached out to touch the crystal, and as her fingers brushed its surface, she felt a surge of warmth and light spread through her. "It's still beautiful," Rusty whispered, his eyes wide with wonder. "But what's wrong with it?" Willow pondered for a moment, then remembered Sage's words about the enchantment. "Perhaps it's not broken," she mused, "but merely clouded by something." As they examined the crystal, Rusty noticed a tiny spider weaving its web nearby. An idea sparked in Willow's mind. "Of course," she exclaimed. "Just like the spider's web catches dust and dew, maybe the crystal has caught something that's dimming its light." Rusty looked around and spotted a small silver feather on the ground. "What if we use this to gently clean the crystal?" he suggested. Willow nodded, and with great care, they began to brush away the dark mist. As they worked, the crystal began to glow brighter, casting a radiant light that filled the grove with warmth and joy. The birds started to sing again, and the flowers lifted their heads towards the sun. When they had finished, the crystal shone with a brilliance that rivaled the stars. Willow and Rusty stepped back, admiring their handiwork. The enchantment had been lifted, and the woods were once again alive with harmony and peace. As they made their way back to the village, Willow felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She had learned that sometimes solving a mystery required not only observation and cleverness, but also a gentle touch and a willingness to look beyond the surface. When they returned to Sage, the wise old owl greeted them with a knowing smile. "You have done well, Willow and Rusty," he said. "Remember, the light within us can always be restored, no matter how much darkness surrounds it." With hearts full of warmth and joy, Willow and Rusty bid Sage farewell and returned to their village. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, Willow snuggled into her cozy bed, Rusty curled up at her feet. They drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the wonders of the Whispering Woods were safe and sound. And so, in the gentle embrace of the night, the village of Willowbrook lay still and serene, cradled in the arms of the whispering trees, where dreams were woven into the fabric of the stars. Story 57. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the leaves whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies to the stones, there was a hidden world that thrived beneath the boughs of towering trees. This was a place where the natural creatures of the forest lived their secret lives, in harmony with the rhythm of the earth and the dance of the seasons. As dawn painted the sky with soft hues of pink and gold, a gentle mist curled through the forest like a silken scarf. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth, a soothing balm that awakened the creatures from their slumber. Among them was a wise old turtle named Aderin, whose shell bore the marks of many seasons, each groove and ridge a testament to the wisdom he carried. Aderin moved slowly, but with purpose, making his way to a small clearing where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold. Here, he would often meet his friends, a mischievous squirrel named Thistle, and a gentle deer called Briar. The trio had formed a bond stronger than the oldest oak, united by their shared love for the forest and its magic. The forest was not just a home. It was a living tapestry, woven with the threads of each creature's existence. Birds sang melodies that echoed through the branches, their notes blending with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant babble of a brook. Fat bumblebees buzzed lazily, tracing invisible paths in the air, while butterflies flitted like living jewels among the flowers. In this magical realm, the weather was not merely a backdrop, but a character in its own right. The forest had seen many cycles, each season bringing with it a unique kind of magic. Spring was a time of awakening, when the earth stretched and yawned, shaking off winter's slumber. The air would fill with the scent of blossoms, delicate and sweet, as life burst forth in vibrant colors. Summer followed with its warm, lazy days. The sun would dapple the forest floor, casting shadows that danced in time with the breeze. It was a season of abundance, where every creature could find its fill, and the nights were filled with the symphony of crickets and the soft glow of fireflies. Autumn was a painter, splashing the world with hues of amber, crimson, and gold. The crisp air carried the scent of fallen leaves and ripe berries, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, savoring the beauty of its own transformation. It was during this time that the magical phenomena known as the twilight glow appeared, a gentle, shimmering light that filled the forest at dusk, an ethereal reminder of the balance between light and dark. Winter, though cold and stark, was a sculptor, dressing the trees in cloaks of snow and painting the sky with icy stars. It was a time of rest, when the forest slowed its pulse, conserving energy for the spring to come. The snow muffled sound, creating a serene silence that wrapped the forest in a blanket of peace. One morning, as Adarin basked in the warmth of the rising sun, he sensed a disturbance in the air. The forest, usually so balanced and serene, seemed troubled. Leaves rustled with an anxious whisper, and the brook's song was a frantic babble. As Thistle and Briar joined him, their eyes wide with concern, Adarin knew that something had upset the natural harmony. It was Thistle who first noticed the blight, a creeping darkness that had begun to spread among the trees, its tendrils curling around trunks and branches. The leaves, usually vibrant and full of life, had begun to wither, their color fading to a sickly yellow. The air felt heavy, and the magic of the forest seemed to hold its breath. "What is happening, Adarin?" Briar asked, her voice a soft tremor in the stillness. Adarin closed his eyes, reaching deep into the well of wisdom that had been passed down to him through generations. "This is the work of the Shadowroot," he said at last, "an ancient darkness that seeks to upset the balance of our world. It feeds on despair and thrives in chaos." Thistle's eyes widened with alarm. "What can we do? How can we stop it?" Adarin pondered for a moment, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on his shell. "We must restore the harmony, remind the forest of its own strength and beauty. The answer lies in the magic of the twilight glow." The twilight glow was a phenomenon that appeared only during the autumn equinox, a time when the balance between day and night was perfect. It was said to be a gift from the forest spirits, a promise of renewal and hope. If they could harness its power, perhaps they could drive back the Shadowroot and heal the forest. With newfound determination, the trio set off on their quest. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, they encountered other creatures who had also noticed the blight. A family of rabbits, a wise old owl, and a pair of foxes joined their cause, each bringing their own strengths and knowledge to the group. As they traveled, Adarin shared the stories of the forest's past, tales of resilience and unity that had seen their home through many challenges. His voice was like a gentle stream, each word a pebble that added to the collective strength of their mission. "The forest is a living symphony," Adarin explained as they paused by a bubbling spring. "Each of us a note that contributes to its harmony. Together we can create a melody strong enough to banish the darkness." The day of the autumn equinox dawned clear and bright, the sky a brilliant canvas of blue. The forest was hushed, as if holding its breath in anticipation. Together, the creatures gathered in the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy to create patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. As the sun began its descent, the twilight glow appeared, a soft, ethereal light that suffused the air, turning the leaves into stained glass windows of color. It was a magic that could not be seen or touched, but felt, a warm embrace that reminded each creature of its place in the world. Standing beneath the glow, Adarin spoke the words that had been entrusted to him by his ancestors, an incantation of unity and hope. The other creatures joined in, their voices rising in a harmonious chorus that echoed through the trees, weaving through the branches and spreading out into the world beyond. As their song reached its crescendo, the Shadowroot shuddered and began to retreat, its tendrils unwinding from the trees. The forest breathed a collective sigh of relief, the leaves regaining their vibrant hues, the air clearing of its heaviness. The balance was restored, the harmony renewed. With the danger past, the creatures celebrated their victory, not with grand gestures, but with small acts of kindness and gratitude. Thistle gathered acorns to share with the other animals, while Briar led a group of younger deer in a joyful dance. Adarin watched with a contented heart, knowing that the forest's magic would continue to thrive as long as its inhabitants remembered the lessons of the twilight glow. As night fell and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. The wind whispered lullabies through the trees, carrying with it the promise of new beginnings and the enduring strength of friendship. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, life continued, woven together by the magic of the seasons and the wisdom that flowed through every leaf, every stream, and every creature that called it home. The harmony of the forest was not just restored but reaffirmed, a gentle reminder that even in the face of darkness, light and love would always prevail. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of misty hills, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her heart was as warm as the golden rays of the morning sun, and her eyes sparkled with the dreams of far-off places yet to be explored. Every day, Lila would wander the edges of her village, gazing longingly at the mysterious forest that lay beyond, a tapestry of greens and browns woven together under a canopy of whispering leaves. This forest was known among the villagers as the Enchanted Wood, a place where time seemed to slow and magic lingered in the air like a sweet perfume. Tales of talking animals and shimmering streams that sang tunes of old were passed down through generations, but none had dared to venture too deeply into its heart. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila decided that today was the day she would explore the Enchanted Wood. With a satchel of freshly baked bread and a small flask of honeyed tea, she set off with a heart full of excitement and just a hint of trepidation. As she stepped into the forest, the world around her transformed. The path was a soft carpet of amber and russet leaves, crunching lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the branches, creating a mosaic of light and shadow that seemed to sway and pulse with life. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and Lila felt a tingling thrill run through her as she ventured further. Soon, she came across a babbling brook, its waters glistening like liquid crystal as it meandered over smooth pebbles. Lila paused to listen to its cheerful gurgles, feeling as though the brook was welcoming her into its world. She dipped her fingers into the cool water, watching as it swirled around her hand, and in that moment, she felt a connection to the forest that was both ancient and new. As Lila continued her journey, she encountered a curious sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with tiny, luminescent dewdrops clinging to their caps like jewels. Sitting atop one of the mushrooms was a small creature, no larger than a squirrel, with wings that shimmered like a rainbow in the morning light. Its eyes twinkled with mischief and kindness. "Welcome, dear traveler." The creature chirped in a voice that reminded Lila of wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "I am Finn, the guardian of this part of the forest. What brings you to our enchanted realm?" Lila smiled warmly, her heart lifting at the creature's friendly demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, to see the wonders that lie beyond the familiar. I want to understand the magic that dances through this wood." Finn nodded appreciatively, his wings fluttering softly. "Then you are truly welcome here. But remember, courage and kindness will guide you, for the forest tests those who wander its paths." With Finn's words echoing in her mind, Lila continued. The forest seemed to respond to her presence, with birds singing sweet melodies and squirrels chattering merrily from the treetops. Each step brought new marvels. A tree with bark like smooth silver, flowers that glowed faintly in the dim light, and vines that seemed to pulse with life. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila found herself in a sun-dappled glade. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Beneath it, a small gathering of creatures had assembled, rabbits, foxes, and deer, each with eyes wide and curious. Lila approached slowly, sensing that this was a place of importance. The creatures watched with gentle interest, and Lila felt a warm sense of acceptance. It was then that she noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The shadows cast by the oak's branches danced upon the ground, forming patterns that seemed to tell a story, a tapestry of life and time. As she sat beneath the oak, sipping her tea and sharing her bread with the forest creatures, Lila realized that the journey was not just about discovering new sights, but also about understanding the connections that bound all living things together. The forest, with its secrets and wonders, had shown her that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to embrace the unknown with an open heart. As twilight deepened, Finn appeared once more, his wings casting a soft glow in the encroaching darkness. "You have done well, Lila," he said, his voice like a gentle breeze. "You have seen the magic and shared your own. Remember, the world is vast, and adventure awaits wherever you choose to wander." With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit emboldened by her journey, Lila bade farewell to her new friends. As she made her way back through the forest, the path seemed to guide her, each step a promise of new adventures to come. When Lila returned home, the village was bathed in the soft glow of lantern light. She carried with her not just tales of wonder, but a newfound courage that would inspire her to explore beyond the edges of the familiar. And as she lay in her bed that night, the gentle whisper of the forest lulled her to sleep, a reminder that the world was wide and filled with magic for those who dared to seek it. And so, under a blanket of stars, Lila dreamed of the enchanted wood, a place where courage and curiosity wove together to create a tapestry of endless possibilities. Story 59. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight trickled down through the dense canopy like liquid gold, there lay a small, secret glade. This glade was hidden behind a curtain of glistening ivy and guarded by the gentle melodies of a babbling brook that wound its way through the forest floor. The air was always sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the earth was soft underfoot, blanketed with moss that whispered under each step. This was a place untouched by time, a haven for creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. It was here that a young girl named Lila stumbled upon something that would change her life forever. Lila was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the sky at dawn and hair that danced like autumn leaves in the wind. She spent her days exploring the forest, her heart in tune with the rhythm of nature, seeking the stories that the trees had to tell. Her discovery began on a day when the forest was particularly alive, the wind playing a gentle symphony through the branches. Lila had wandered farther than usual, drawn by the ethereal call of a songbird she'd never heard before. As she followed the melody, it led her to the hidden glade where she felt a sense of peace wash over her, as though she had been welcomed home. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide enough for 10 children to encircle with outstretched arms. Its bark was gnarled and wise, speaking of centuries past. And there, nestled among the roots, was a shimmering object that caught Lila's eye. It was a small, intricately carved box, the wood as dark as midnight, but glowing with an inner light. Lila knelt beside it, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that seemed to depict a swirling dance of stars and moons. She felt a gentle warmth emanating from the box, a comforting presence that seemed to whisper secrets from another world. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension as she carefully opened the lid. Inside, she found a delicate amulet, its center a gem that pulsed with a soft blue light. As she cradled it in her hands, she felt a tingling sensation spread up her arms, as though the amulet was awakening something within her. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her next move. From that moment, Lila discovered she had a new ability, a gift that allowed her to understand the language of the forest. The rustling leaves shared stories of the past, the babbling brook sang songs of faraway lands, even the wind whispered secrets of the stars. And with this gift came a responsibility, a call to protect the hidden world she had stumbled upon. As days turned into weeks, Lila's bond with the forest deepened. She learned the names of every creature, from the tiniest ant to the majestic stag that roamed in the shadows. She found friends in the least expected places. A chatty squirrel named Pippin, who loved to share tales of his acorn adventures, and a wise old owl named Orin, who offered guidance and insight from his perch high in the oak. Together, they discovered that the forest was not just a place of beauty, but also of great magic. Hidden within its depths were portals to other realms, places where dreams were woven and the impossible became possible. But there was also a shadow growing, a threat to the harmony of their world. One evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Orin shared his concerns with Lila. "There are whispers," he said, his voice a soothing rumble, "of a darkness that seeks to unravel the magic of our home. We must be vigilant, for the balance of our world hangs by a thread." Lila felt a shiver run down her spine, not from fear, but from determination. She knew she had to embark on a journey, one that would test her courage and the strength of her newfound friendships. Together with Pippin and Orin, she set out to discover the source of the shadow and restore the forest's magic. Their journey took them through enchanted glades and across crystal-clear streams, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the mystery. Along the way, they encountered creatures who were both allies and adversaries. A mischievous fox with a penchant for riddles, a family of deer who shared stories of the stars, and an ancient turtle who held the wisdom of the ages in his slow, deliberate gaze. As they traveled, Lila learned that true magic was not in the amulet she wore, but in the connections she forged with those around her. Her gift was a tool, but her heart was the compass that guided her. With each challenge they faced, her confidence grew, and she discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Their journey eventually led them to a hidden valley, where the shadow had taken root, twisting the magic of the land into something dark and foreboding. The air was thick with unease, and the once vibrant colors of the forest were muted, as though drained of life. Here, in the heart of the darkness, Lila faced her greatest challenge. She realized that the shadow was a manifestation of fear and doubt, a reflection of insecurities that lived within every heart. To defeat it, she needed to embrace her own fears, to understand that they were a part of her but did not define her. With Pippin and Orin by her side, Lila called upon the magic of the forest, the strength of her friendships, and the love that bound them together. The amulet in her hand pulsed with a light that matched the beat of her heart, and slowly the shadow began to dissipate, replaced by a gentle glow that spread throughout the valley. Peace was restored, and the forest bloomed anew, vibrant and alive, a testament to the power of unity and love. Lila returned to her glade, her heart full of the knowledge that she had become a guardian of this hidden world, its stories now a part of her own. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting silver beams across the glade, Lila curled up beneath the ancient oak, her head resting on a bed of moss. The forest sang her a lullaby, a melody of rustling leaves and whispering winds, and she felt the gentle embrace of sleep. Her journey had changed her, taught her that true magic lay not in the ability to understand the language of the trees, but in the ability to listen to the whispers of her own heart. And as she drifted into dreams, she knew that she was never alone, that the bonds of friendship and love would guide her always, like the stars that watched over her from above. Story 60. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a small, unassuming antique shop. It was owned by an elderly man named Mr. Thistle, whose gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes invited visitors to linger amidst the treasures of yesteryears. The shop was a haven of curiosities, each item with its own tale woven into the fabric of time. One misty morning, as the sun's golden fingers stretched across the sleepy village, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara was known for her insatiable curiosity and kind heart, traits that often led her on little adventures throughout Willowbrook. On this particular day, she felt a peculiar pull towards the shop, as if something within called to her. As Clara stepped inside, the shop's bell tinkled softly, echoing through the room like laughter. The air was filled with the comforting scent of aged wood and a hint of lavender, creating a sense of warmth and wonder. Clara's eyes danced over the shelves, which brimmed with peculiar trinkets and forgotten relics. It was then that her gaze fell upon a delicate silver key, nestled within a velvet-lined box. The key shimmered softly, catching the light in a curious way. She reached out, her fingers brushing its cool, intricate surface. As she held it, a gentle warmth spread through her palm, as if the key held a secret, waiting to be unlocked. Mr. Thistle, noticing her interest, approached with a smile. "Ah, you've found the key of whimsy," he said, his voice like a soft melody. "It's said to open the door to a place where imagination and reality meet." Clara, intrigued by the notion, asked if she might have the key for a while. Mr. Thistle, with a knowing nod, entrusted the key to her care, cautioning her to follow where her heart led. With the key safe in her pocket, Clara set off through Willowbrook, her heart light with anticipation. She wandered past gardens where the scent of blooming jasmine lingered in the air, and along cobblestone paths that whispered stories of those who had walked them before. Eventually she found herself at the edge of the village, where an ancient oak stood tall and proud. Drawn to the tree, Clara noticed a small, weathered door nestled in its trunk, almost hidden by the moss that clung to the bark. The door seemed to beckon, and Clara, feeling the key grow warm in her pocket once more, gently placed it into the lock. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a world bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Clara stepped through, her senses enveloped by the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of a distant river. Ahead, a path wound through fields of fireflies that danced like living stars. As Clara ventured forward, she was joined by two peculiar companions. The first was a rabbit named Bramble, whose fur was as soft as down and whose eyes held a mischievous glint. The second was an elderly tortoise named Sage, whose slow, deliberate movements belied a sharp wit and a wealth of knowledge. Together, the trio journeyed through the magical landscape, encountering challenges that tested their hearts and minds. At one point, they arrived at a bridge made of gossamer threads, guarded by a wise old owl. The owl, with feathers as silver as moonlight, posed a riddle that required not strength, but the wisdom of friendship and trust to solve. Clara, Bramble, and Sage sat together, contemplating the riddle's meaning. With patience and thoughtful discussion, they unlocked its secret, allowing them to cross the bridge safely. Each challenge they faced brought them closer, their bond growing ever stronger. As their journey neared its end, they arrived at a grove where the air shimmered with magic. In the center stood a fountain of crystal-clear water, its surface reflecting the dreams of those who gazed upon it. Clara looked into the water, seeing visions of her village, her family, and her newfound friends. She realized that the true magic lay not in the journey itself, but in the connections she had made and the lessons she had learned. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara returned to Willowbrook, the key of whimsy still in her possession. She knew that whenever she felt the need for adventure or wisdom, the key would guide her once more. And so, under the starlit sky, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the promise of new beginnings and the gentle reminder that the greatest treasures are found within the heart. Story 61. In the heart of a quiet valley, nestled among rolling hills and whispering pines, lay the village of Luminara. It was said that the village glowed with a special light, a gentle luminescence that seemed to come not from the sun or the moon, but from the very essence of the land itself. The villagers cherished their close-knit community, where every season brought a new reason to celebrate life's simple joys. In this village lived a young woman named Seraphine, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the serene blue of the nearby lake. She was known for her gentle spirit and kind heart. However, Seraphine found herself struggling with the winds of change that blew through her life like an unexpected storm. She felt a restlessness within her, a yearning for something she couldn't quite name, yet was too timid to embrace the uncertainty it promised. Seraphine often wandered the forest paths surrounding Luminara, seeking solace beneath the ancient trees. It was on one of these walks that she stumbled upon an unusual sight, a shimmering cocoon suspended from the bough of an old oak. The cocoon glowed with a soft, silvery light, pulsating gently like the heartbeat of a sleeping creature. Captivated, Seraphine reached out to touch it and felt a warm tingle spread through her fingers. That evening, as she sat by her window, the village's evening chorus of crickets and frogs serenading her, Seraphine noticed something peculiar. Her reflection in the glass seemed different, more vibrant, as though a new light was awakening within her. Yet the change frightened her, and she was unsure what it meant or how to embrace it. Over the following days, Seraphine sought the wisdom of her dear friend, Elder Rowan. The village elder was a man whose eyes held the wisdom of many lifetimes and whose voice was a soothing balm to troubled souls. As they sat in his cozy cottage, warmed by the flickering glow of the fireplace, Seraphine poured out her heart. "Elder Rowan," she began hesitantly, "I feel as though something is changing within me. I found this strange cocoon in the woods, and ever since I feel different, but I am afraid of what these changes mean." The elder nodded thoughtfully, his gaze gentle and understanding. "Ah, my dear Seraphine, the cocoon is a gift from the forest, a mirror of your own inner journey. Change can be daunting, but it is the way of life and growth. Just as the caterpillar must trust in the mystery of transformation to become a butterfly, so too must you trust in your own becoming. Seraphine pondered his words as she walked back home, the moonlight weaving silver threads across the path. She realized that it was not the change itself that frightened her, but the fear of losing the familiar and stepping into the unknown. Yet she also knew that staying unchanged would mean never discovering what she might become. Determined to face her fears, Seraphine began to embrace small changes in her daily life. She tried new ways of doing things, spoke to new people, and opened her heart to new experiences. Each step was like a piece of a puzzle fitting into place, revealing a picture she had never imagined. With the encouragement of her friends and the gentle guidance of Elder Rowan, Seraphine slowly began to see the changes as opportunities rather than obstacles. She learned to listen to the whispers of her heart, to trust in her instincts, and to find joy in the journey itself rather than being fixated on the destination. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Seraphine returned to the oak tree where she had first discovered the cocoon. To her amazement, it had transformed into a delicate butterfly, its wings a magnificent tapestry of colors that shimmered in the sunlight. As it took flight, Seraphine felt a sense of peace and liberation within her, as though her own spirit was soaring alongside it. The village of Luminara embraced Seraphine's transformation, celebrating her newfound confidence and the light she brought into their lives. She had grown not only in her understanding of the world, but also in her understanding of herself. The changes she had feared so much had become the very source of her strength and creativity. As the seasons turned and the valley echoed with the laughter and warmth of the villagers, Seraphine found herself at peace with the ebb and flow of life. She had learned that change, though sometimes daunting, held the promise of endless possibilities. The magic of transformation was not in becoming something different, but in becoming more truly oneself. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the ever-changing sky, Seraphine's story became a cherished tale in Luminara. It was a reminder that within every heart lies the power to transform, to grow, and to illuminate the world around us with the unique light of our own journey. Story 62. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, a young girl named Clara lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage. The cottage was a quaint little place, with a thatched roof and walls covered in climbing ivy, and it exuded warmth and love, especially when the fireplace crackled cheerfully during the chilly evenings. Clara was a curious child, with eyes that mirrored the color of the sky on a bright summer day, and her heart brimmed with kindness. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, often told her stories of magic and wonder that danced through the air like the fireflies that lit up the night. Clara's favorite story was about the hidden world within the forest, a world only those with pure hearts could find. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot like the gentle crackle of caramel, Clara set out on a journey into the heart of the forest. She wore a woolen scarf her grandmother had knitted, the yarn as soft as a kitten's fur and as warm as a hug. Her boots, slightly too big, made soft thuds as she walked, each step taking her deeper into the enchanting woods. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the chirping of birds, the air filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp soil. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the ground that seemed to dance with every breeze. Clara felt a tingle of excitement run through her, as if the forest whispered secrets only she could hear. As she wandered further, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. The tree's bark was etched with mysterious symbols, and a soft, golden light glowed faintly from within its hollow. Intrigued, Clara approached the tree and peered inside the hollow. To her astonishment, she found a small, shimmering key nestled among the leaves. It was unlike any key she had ever seen, with intricate designs that seemed to shift and change under the light. Clara's heart raced with anticipation as she took the key in her hand, feeling its warmth spread through her fingers. At that moment, the forest seemed to hold its breath, and a gentle voice whispered through the leaves. Only the pure of heart may unlock the hidden world. Clara's eyes widened in wonder as she realized she might have found the gateway to the world her grandmother had spoken of. Clara looked around, searching for a lock that might match the key. Her eyes fell upon a hidden path, barely visible through the thick underbrush. With a deep breath, she stepped onto the path, the key clutched tightly in her hand. The forest welcomed her with open arms, the leaves rustling softly as if encouraging her onward. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the light dimmer. Clara's heart thumped in her chest, a mix of nervousness and excitement swirling within her. As she walked, she began to notice subtle changes in her surroundings. The trees seemed taller, their trunks a deeper shade of green, and the air buzzed with a gentle hum, as if the forest itself was alive. Finally, Clara reached the end of the path and found herself standing before a magnificent door carved into the trunk of an enormous tree. The door was adorned with the same swirling patterns as the key, and it seemed to pulse with a soft, inviting light. With trembling hands, Clara inserted the key into the lock. There was a soft click, and the door swung open, revealing a world that took her breath away. She stepped through the doorway, leaving behind the familiar forest and entering a realm of magic and wonder. The hidden world was a place of vibrant colors and gentle melodies. The sky was a brilliant shade of lavender, with clouds that glowed like opals. Trees with golden leaves lined the path, their branches swaying gently as if in greeting. Tiny creatures with wings like stained glass flitted about, their laughter a tinkling music that filled the air. Clara wandered down the path, her eyes wide with awe. The ground beneath her feet was soft, like walking on a bed of moss, and the air was fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers. As she walked, she felt a sense of peace and joy settle within her, as if this world was a part of her she had always known. Soon, she came upon a sparkling stream that wound its way through the landscape like a ribbon of liquid silver. Beside the stream sat a small figure, a creature unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was about the size of a rabbit, with fur that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that sparkled like stars. The creature looked up at Clara with a friendly smile, its eyes twinkling with warmth. "Welcome, Clara," it said in a voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "I am Lumi, a guardian of this world. We have been waiting for you." Clara felt a thrill of happiness at the creature's words. "Hello, Lumi," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "This place is beautiful. I can hardly believe it's real." Lumi chuckled softly, a sound like distant chimes. "It is very real, and it has been hidden from those whose hearts are not pure. You have been chosen to see it because of your kindness and curiosity." Clara blushed at the compliment, her heart swelling with pride. "What do you do here, Lumi?" she asked, eager to learn more about this magical world. "I watch over the creatures in the land, ensuring that balance and harmony are maintained," Lumi explained. "And sometimes I help guide those who have been chosen to visit, like you, Clara." Clara's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can I explore more of this world?" she asked eagerly. "Of course," Lumi replied with a nod. "But remember, this world is filled with wonders and challenges. You must use your heart and your mind to find your way." With Lumi by her side, Clara set off to explore the wonders of the hidden world. They wandered through fields of flowers that sang in the breeze, their petals shimmering with every note. They climbed hills that touched the sky, the view from the top so breathtaking it made Clara feel as if she were flying. As they journeyed, Clara learned more about the creatures that called this world home. There were gentle giants with fur like velvet who roamed the meadows with slow, graceful strides. Tiny creatures with wings of light danced through the air, painting rainbows with their every move. Clara's heart was full to bursting with the beauty and magic of this world, but she soon realized that even in a place as wondrous as this, challenges could arise. As they walked along a path lined with glowing mushrooms, Lumi suddenly halted, its ears twitching with concern. "Something is amiss," Lumi said, its voice tinged with worry. "There is a disturbance in the harmony of this world." Clara felt a pang of concern. "What can we do to help?" she asked, her voice steady with determination. "There is a creature in need, one whose heart is troubled," Lumi explained. "We must find it and help restore its peace." With a sense of urgency, Clara and Lumi followed the path, guided by the gentle hum of the world around them. They soon came upon a small glade, where a creature lay curled up, its body trembling with fear. The creature was unlike any Clara had seen before, with scales that shimmered like water in the sunlight and eyes that glowed a soft, melancholy blue. It looked up as they approached, its gaze filled with sadness and fear. "Hello," Clara said gently, kneeling beside the creature. "My name is Clara, and this is Lumi. We're here to help." The creature hesitated, its eyes flickering with uncertainty. "I am called Zephyr," it said in a voice that was barely a whisper. "I have lost my way and cannot find my peace." Clara's heart ached with empathy. "What happened, Zephyr?" she asked softly. "I was exploring the edges of our world when I strayed too far," Zephyr explained, its voice filled with regret. "I became lost, and now I cannot find my way back to the place where I belong." Lumi nodded, understanding dawning in its eyes. "The balance of this world has been disturbed by your absence, Zephyr. But do not fear, we will help you find your way home." With Lumi leading the way, Clara and Zephyr set off to restore the harmony of the hidden world. The path was long and winding, filled with challenges that tested Clara's heart and resolve. But with each step, Clara learned more about herself and the power of friendship. They crossed a bridge made of shimmering light, where Clara had to trust in the strength of her heart to guide her steps. They navigated a forest of singing trees, their voices rising in a chorus that could only be understood by those who listened with their hearts. Through it all, Clara and Zephyr grew closer, their bond deepening with each shared challenge and triumph. Clara taught Zephyr the importance of hope and courage, while Zephyr showed Clara the beauty of trust and vulnerability. Finally, after what felt like both a lifetime and a single breath, they reached a place where the air was filled with a gentle warmth and the light was as soft as a lullaby. It was Zephyr's home, a place of peace and belonging. Zephyr's eyes shone with gratitude as it turned to Clara and Lumi. "Thank you, my friends," it said, its voice filled with warmth. "You have shown me the way home and restored my heart." Clara smiled, her heart full of joy and contentment. "It was an honor to help you, Zephyr," she replied, her voice soft but strong. Lumi nodded, its eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Clara. You have shown courage, kindness, and wisdom beyond your years. The harmony of this world is restored, thanks to you." As Clara prepared to return to her own world, she felt a gentle tug at her heart. This hidden world had become a part of her, its magic woven into the fabric of her being. She knew she would carry the lessons she had learned and the friendships she had made with her wherever she went. With a final farewell to Zephyr and Lumi, Clara stepped through the door and back into the familiar embrace of her own world. The forest welcomed her with open arms, the leaves rustling softly in greeting. As Clara made her way back to the village, she felt a newfound sense of peace and purpose. She knew that the hidden world would always be there, a place of magic and wonder, waiting to be discovered by those with pure hearts. And in the evenings, as the fire crackled warmly in the hearth and her grandmother's stories filled the air, Clara would smile, knowing that she had been a part of a tale of friendship, courage, and the magic that lay hidden within the world and within herself. She knew that even in the quiet moments of her village life, the lessons of the hidden world would guide her, reminding her of the power of kindness, the strength of friendship, and the wonder that awaited those who dared to believe. In her heart, Clara carried the warmth of 1,000 stars, a light that would brighten the path of her journey for years to come. Story 63. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of the wind mingled with the rustle of leaves, there lay a hidden realm, known only to the creatures who called it home. This forest was a tapestry of life, woven with shades of deep emerald and dappled sunlight that danced upon the forest floor. The air was rich with the fragrance of pine needles and earth, mingling with the sweet aroma of wildflowers that dotted the landscape like little bursts of color. This was a place where reality and magic intertwined, a sanctuary where time seemed to slow, and the natural world thrived in harmonious balance. Hidden beneath the canopy of towering trees, a symphony of life played out in the gentle hum of insects, the melodic calls of birds, and the soft patter of paws on moss-covered ground. In this enchanted forest, the creatures lived not just as individuals, but as part of a greater whole, each one contributing to the delicate balance of their ecosystem. Among these creatures was a wise old owl named Whisper, whose feathers gleamed like silver under the moonlight. Whisper was the guardian of forest wisdom, her eyes reflecting the knowledge of many seasons, and her heart beating in rhythm with the earth itself. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to gold and amber, Whisper perched upon a sturdy oak branch, her gaze sweeping over the forest. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke from distant fires, and the sky was a canvas of stars shimmering like jewels scattered across velvet. It was during these serene nights that the forest's magic was most palpable, a gentle reminder of the mysteries that lay within. As Whisper watched, she noticed a soft glow emanating from a nearby clearing. Curious, she spread her wings and glided silently down to investigate. There, nestled among the fallen leaves, was a small gathering of forest creatures. They were huddled around a flickering flame, its light casting playful shadows that danced across their faces. At the center of the gathering was a young fox named Ember. Her russet fur glowed warm in the firelight, and her eyes sparkled with an eager curiosity. She was speaking to the group, her voice a soft melody that blended with the crackle of the fire. "My friends," Ember began, her tone both earnest and hopeful, "the seasons are changing, and with them our forest must change too. Winter is approaching, and we must prepare to ensure that our home remains balanced and thriving." The creatures listened intently, nodding in agreement. There was Sable, the gentle deer, whose every step seemed to caress the earth. Bramble, the mischievous raccoon with a heart as kind as his eyes were bright, and a chorus of other woodland dwellers, each contributing their unique strengths to the community. "We have always relied on the wisdom of our elders," Ember continued, glancing towards Whisper with respect. "But it is also up to us, the younger generation, to uphold the harmony of our forest. Together, we can learn from the changes around us and adapt, just as our ancestors have done." As Ember spoke, a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the scent of frost and the promise of snow. The animals huddled closer, feeling the warmth of their gathered bodies and the shared resolve in their hearts. Whisper, observing from her perch, felt a swell of pride. It was true that she held the stories of the past, but here was a new tale being woven, one of unity and forward thinking, a testament to the natural cycle of wisdom, passed from generation to generation. In the days that followed, the forest bustled with activity. The creatures worked together, gathering food and fortifying their homes against the coming chill. Sable led the way to hidden groves, where berries hung ripe and ready for harvest, while Bramble's nimble paws expertly tucked away nuts and seeds in secret caches. As they worked, Ember's words from that autumn night lingered in their minds, a gentle reminder of their shared purpose. Each creature, from the smallest mouse to the largest bear, understood that they were part of something greater, a living, breathing community bound by the threads of nature's magic. The first snowflakes fell one quiet afternoon, drifting lazily from the sky to blanket the forest in a shimmering coat of white. The transformation was breathtaking, turning the world into a serene, silent wonderland. The air was crisp and clean, each breath a cloud against the icy sky. In this hushed stillness, the creatures of the forest gathered once more. This time, it was beneath the shelter of a great fir tree, its branches heavy with snow. The fire was replaced by a circle of glowing stones, enchanted by Whisper's magic to provide warmth and light without flame. As they sat together, Whisper spoke, her voice a gentle caress against the winter air. "The forest has changed, as it always does, but remember that within this change lies the promise of renewal. Just as the snow will melt and the flowers will bloom once more, so too will we grow and flourish with each passing season." Her words settled over the group like a comforting blanket, wrapping them in the assurance of continuity and the timelessness of nature's cycle. Through the long winter, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, their lives intertwined like the branches of the trees that sheltered them. They shared stories and laughter, their bonds growing stronger with each frosty sunrise. And when spring finally arrived, heralded by the sweet song of birds and the gentle thaw of ice, they emerged from their dens and burrows, ready to embrace the world anew. The forest, vibrant and alive, welcomed the change with open arms. The streams babbled joyfully, and the trees, adorned with fresh buds, reached for the sun's warm embrace. It was a season of rebirth, a reminder that life, like the forest itself, was ever-changing, yet eternally constant. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the creatures continued their hidden lives, living in harmony with the world around them. Under Whisper's watchful eye and Ember's youthful spirit, they thrived in the delicate balance of nature, each mindful of the wisdom passed down through generations, and each contributing to the timeless symphony of life. Story 64. Once upon a dream, nestled deep within the ancient Elderwood forest, a realm unfolded where the veil between the natural and the enchanted was but a whisper. Here, the very air danced with the melodies of life, as if the wind itself carried the secrets of ages past. Among the towering sentinels of oak and willow dwelt a clan of gentle woodland sprites, their gossamer wings shimmering with the iridescent hues of dawn's first light. These diminutive guardians lived in perfect harmony with the rhythms of the forest, tending to the delicate balance that sustained all life within the emerald embrace of the trees. At the heart of their realm stood the ancient whispering willow, a gnarled and venerable tree whose branches seemed to breathe with the wisdom of 1,000 summers. It was here that the sprites gathered on the eve of each equinox and solstice, their luminous forms aglow with the magic that pulsed through the forest's veins. On one such midsummer's eve, as the fireflies danced among the ferns and the nightingale's song drifted through the warm air, the eldest of the sprites took her place beneath the whispering willow. Her name was Luminara, and her gossamer wings shimmered like captured moonbeams as she began to weave the tale that had been passed down through countless generations. "Hearken, my little ones," her melodic voice carried on the breeze, "for the story I shall impart is as old as the roots that anchor this very forest. Long ago, when the world was young and untamed, the elements themselves were bound by a sacred harmony." As Luminara spoke, her words seemed to conjure phantasms of light and color that danced among the trees. The sprites watched in wonder as the tale unfolded, their eyes wide with delight and reverence. She regaled them with the story of the 4 elemental guardians, the mighty torrent of the earth, whose footsteps caused the ground to tremble; Aquilina, the graceful spirit of the waters, whose tears fed the rivers and streams; Eros, the wild and untamed lord of the winds, whose breath stirred the clouds; and Embrai, the fiery heart whose radiant embrace warmed the world. In ages past, the 4 guardians had worked in perfect synchronicity, their powers woven together in an intricate tapestry that sustained the balance of all life. But as time passed, discord crept into their harmonious dance, and the delicate equilibrium began to fray. It was then that the woodland sprites were born, their very existence a gift from the guardians themselves, a living bridge between the realms of nature and magic. With their tiny but determined hands, the sprites gently tended to the forest, coaxing new life from the rich soil, whispering encouragement to the budding seedlings, and ushering in the changing seasons with their ethereal songs. As Luminara's tale reached its crescendo, the sprites gazed upward in awe as the branches of the whispering willow seemed to shiver and twist, forming gossamer shapes that mirrored the guardians of old. The air itself thrummed with ancient energy, and for a fleeting moment, the sprites felt the very pulse of the forest's heartbeat. "And so, my precious ones," Luminara concluded, her voice soft but carrying the weight of generations, "it falls to us to safeguard the balance, to nurture the land and all its creatures, and to ensure that the eternal dance of nature continues, unbroken, for ages yet to come." As the last embers of her tale faded into the warm summer night, the sprites felt a renewed sense of purpose and reverence for the sacred trust they carried. They knew that their role, though humble, was vital in maintaining the harmony that sustained all life within the Elderwood forest. From that night forth, each sprite redoubled their efforts, tending to the needs of the flora and fauna with an even deeper devotion. They sang to the newly budding flowers, coaxing them into vibrant bloom. They whispered words of encouragement to the fledgling birds, guiding their first tentative flights. And with each passing season, they honored the cyclical rhythms of the forest, their luminous forms swirling in an ancient dance that echoed the guardians of old. As the centuries rolled by, the Elderwood Forest remained an evergreen haven, a verdant sanctuary where the magic of nature and the wonders of the unseen world intertwined in a tapestry of eternal beauty. And at its heart, the gentle woodland sprites continued their sacred duty, ensuring that the harmonious balance would endure for generations yet to come. Story 65. Once upon a time, in the whimsical world of Tinder Twinkle Valley, where the trees wore scarves of ivy and the rivers hummed merry tunes, lived a peculiar assortment of forest folk. Among them was Pippin, a sprightly squirrel with a penchant for collecting shiny things, and his best friend Wobbles, a hedgehog who often found himself rolling downhill whenever he sneezed, a frequent occurrence due to his ticklish snout. The heart of Tinder Twinkle Valley was an enormous ancient oak known as the Wondering Tree. This tree wasn't just any tree. It had a face that changed expressions with the weather and branches that whispered riddles to those who dared listen. Every 100 years, the Wondering Tree would drop a single golden acorn, said to grant a wish to whoever found it. The day for the acorn's drop was approaching, and excitement buzzed through the valley like a swarm of bees. But this year, something unusual happened. Instead of one golden acorn, the Wondering Tree produced 3, each with a mind of its own. The acorns didn't stay put beneath the tree, but decided to play a game of hide-and-seek with the inhabitants of the valley. Pippin, with his love for all things shiny, was determined to find at least one acorn. Wobbles, always up for an adventure despite his sneezy tendencies, eagerly joined him. They set off on their quest, starting with the Twinkling Meadow, where flowers glowed like lanterns under the moonlight. As they waded through the meadow, they met Glimmer, a firefly with glasses that made his eyes look comically large. Glimmer was the valley's unofficial navigator, known for his ability to light up paths others couldn't see. He offered to help Pippin and Wobbles find the elusive acorns. Their first clue came from a family of giggling daisies who had seen one of the acorns rolling towards the Puddle of Pranks, a mischievous pool with a habit of splashing unsuspecting passers-by. There they discovered the first acorn floating serenely on the water's surface, spinning slowly like a top. With a gentle nudge from Glimmer's light, the acorn hopped onto the bank, and its wish-granting magic sparkled momentarily. 1 down, 2 to go, cheered Pippin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Their journey next took them to the Whistling Woods, where every breeze carried a tune. Here, they encountered Jingle, a rabbit with floppy ears that jingled like bells whenever he hopped. Jingle had heard a curious sound, a mix of giggles and chimes, leading him to believe that one of the acorns had ventured into the woods. Following the sound, they stumbled upon the second acorn nestled in a bed of moss, surrounded by a ring of dancing mushrooms. As they approached, the acorn burst into a fit of giggles, sending tiny golden sparks into the air. Wobbles, unable to resist, joined in the laughter, which promptly triggered a sneeze, sending him rolling into a pile of leaves. With 2 acorns found, the trio, now a quartet with Jingle's help, set their sights on the last acorn. The final clue came from a wise old owl named Hoot, who perched high in the branches of the Wondering Tree. Hoot suggested that the last acorn might be hiding in the Rainbow Caves, where stalactites and stalagmites shimmered in every color imaginable. The journey to the caves was filled with wonder, as the friends marveled at the kaleidoscope of colors that danced across their path. Inside the caves, the air was filled with a sweet melody, played by the wind as it weaved through the crystal formations. The final acorn was found perched atop a glistening stalagmite, basking in the rainbow's glow. With all 3 acorns in hand, the friends returned to the Wondering Tree, which greeted them with a satisfied smile. It turns out that the acorn's playful game was meant to teach a lesson about friendship and teamwork. Instead of granting a single wish, the acorns combined their magic to create a feast of light and laughter for all the creatures of Tinder Twinkle Valley. Under the shimmering canopy of the Wondering Tree, the forest folk danced and celebrated, their hearts filled with joy and camaraderie. Pippin, Wobbles, Glimmer, and Jingle realized that the real magic lay not in the golden acorns, but in the bonds they had strengthened along the way. And so, with their bellies full of laughter and their spirits light as a feather, the friends drifted into happy dreams, knowing that in Twinkle Valley, every new day held the promise of another delightful adventure. Story 66, title, The Whispering Stone. In a village nestled between the gently rolling hills and the lush, verdant forests, where the sky always seemed to hold a hint of gold from the setting sun, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home was small and snug, with walls painted in a soft, warm hue that seemed to glow in the light of the crackling hearth. Her days were spent in the company of the forest, whose trees whispered secrets and sang the songs of the wind. Lyra was known in the village for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. She had a way with the woodland creatures, who seemed to understand her as if she spoke their language. Yet what made Lyra truly special was her unwavering belief in the magic that lingered just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Her grandmother often told her tales of the enchanted whispering stone, a mystical relic said to reveal the hidden truths of the world to those pure of heart. One crisp morning, as frost kissed the edges of the leaves, Lyra set out on her usual walk through the woods. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the soft rustling of the forest waking up. Each step she took was cushioned by the thick carpet of fallen leaves, making a rhythm that only she and the forest could hear. As she wandered deeper, a peculiar sound reached her ears, a gentle hum, like a melody played softly on an ancient harp. Intrigued, Lyra followed the sound, her heart beating in time with its rhythm. The trees parted to reveal a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where a stone rested at its center, unlike any she had seen before. The whispering stone was smooth and round, with iridescent hues that shifted and shimmered like the scales of a dragonfly. As Lyra approached, the humming grew louder, enveloping her in a warm embrace that seemed to speak directly to her heart. She knelt beside the stone, her fingers brushing its cool surface, and a soft voice echoed in her mind. "Seek not the stone, but the journey it unveils," the voice whispered, like a gentle breeze that stirred the leaves. "In your heart lies the key to what you truly seek." Lyra gazed at the stone, her eyes wide with wonder. Though she did not fully understand the message, she felt a spark of excitement ignite within her. She gently pressed her palm against the stone, and a vision unfurled before her eyes, a path winding through the forest, leading to a hidden world she had only glimpsed in her dreams. Determined to uncover the secrets of this vision, Lyra embarked on a journey that would change her forever. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a piece of bread, a flask of water, and her grandmother's old compass, which glinted with the promise of adventure. With a final glance at the whispering stone, she stepped onto the path that lay before her. The forest seemed to come alive around her, each tree a silent sentinel guiding her way. The sun filtered through the branches, casting playful shadows that danced along the ground. As she walked, Lyra felt a growing sense of kinship with the world around her, as if she were part of a grand tapestry woven by unseen hands. Hours passed, and the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of orange and pink. Just as Lyra began to wonder if she was on the right path, she stumbled upon a small brook. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Lyra knelt by the edge, cupping her hands to take a drink, when she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny fish with scales that gleamed like silver. The fish swam close, its eyes meeting hers with an intelligence that startled her. "Do not be afraid, young traveler," it said, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "I am a guardian of this realm. Your heart is true. That is why you have been chosen." Lyra blinked, astonished but unafraid. "Chosen for what?" she asked, her voice a hushed whisper. "To seek the truth that lies hidden," the fish replied, its eyes twinkling with a secret joy. "Beyond the veil of the ordinary, a world waits to be discovered, a world that can only be seen with an open heart." With these words, the fish flicked its tail and disappeared into the depths, leaving Lyra to ponder its message. She felt an unexplainable sense of purpose welling within her, compelling her to continue her journey. As the stars began to appear in the velvety sky, Lyra found a cozy nook beneath a towering oak tree. She gathered fallen leaves and soft moss to create a bed, the earth beneath her warm and comforting. The forest sang her a lullaby as she drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with visions of the hidden world she sought. The dawn broke with a gentle touch, the first rays of the sun painting the sky in shades of gold and lavender. Lyra awoke refreshed, the memory of the previous day's encounters vivid in her mind. She resumed her journey, the compass in her hand guiding her steps. As she ventured further, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a soft, ethereal glow. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers, each petal a vibrant splash of color that seemed to pulse with life. Lyra's heart swelled with awe as she stepped into this mystical realm, her senses alive to every sound and sight. She felt a deep connection to this place, as if it were a part of her she had long forgotten. It was then that she encountered a curious creature, a small furry animal with eyes as bright as stars. It chirped a greeting, its voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "You are the one the stone has chosen," it said, hopping closer. Lyra smiled, her heart warming at the creature's friendliness. "Yes, I am," she replied, "but I do not yet understand why." "The stone sees what is hidden," the creature explained, its nose twitching with excitement. "It guides those who are willing to see beyond what is known, to find the truth that lies beneath." With this, the creature led Lyra through the forest, the path winding like a ribbon of light. They passed through glades where butterflies danced in the sun, their wings shimmering like stained glass, and over hills where the grass whispered stories of ancient times. Each step brought Lyra closer to the heart of this hidden world, and with each step she felt herself growing, her understanding deepening, her heart opening to the beauty and magic that surrounded her. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a magnificent tree stood, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of an ancient guardian. At its base lay a pool of clear water, its surface reflecting the world above and below. Lyra approached the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes filled with wonder. The creature nodded, encouraging her to look deeper. As she peered into the water, the surface began to ripple, revealing a vision that took her breath away. She saw herself, not as she was, but as she could be, a figure of grace and strength, her heart open and shining with the light of understanding. She saw her village, its people thriving in harmony with the world around them, their lives touched by the magic she had discovered. Tears filled her eyes as she realized the truth. The journey was not just about discovering a hidden world, but about discovering herself. The magic was not in the stone, but in the heart that could see beyond the ordinary, that could embrace the extraordinary. With a gentle touch, the creature placed its paw on her hand. "You have found what you sought," it said softly. "The whispering stone has shown you the path, but it is you who must walk it." Lyra nodded, her heart filled with gratitude and determination. She knew that her journey was only beginning, that the knowledge she had gained would guide her in the days to come. She thanked the creature, her voice a whisper of promise. As she turned to leave, the forest seemed to sigh in contentment, the trees swaying gently as if in farewell. The path led her back to her village, each step lighter with the knowledge she carried within her. When she returned, the villagers greeted her with smiles and open arms, sensing the change in her. Lyra shared her story, her words weaving a tapestry of hope and wonder that touched their hearts. And so the village thrived, enriched by the magic that had always been there, waiting to be discovered. Lyra's journey had changed her, but it had also changed them all, teaching them that the true magic lay not in the stones or the hidden worlds, but in the hearts that dared to dream. As the sun set on the village, casting a golden glow over the land, Lyra stood at the edge of the forest, her heart full of peace. She knew that the whispering stone would always be there, a silent guardian of secrets and truths, guiding those who dared to seek the extraordinary within the ordinary. And so, the tale of the whispering stone became a legend, a story passed down through generations, each telling a reminder that the greatest journeys are the ones that lead us to discover the magic within ourselves. The end. Story 67, The Whispering Map. In a quaint village nestled between the emerald folds of the Whispering Woods and the glistening river Luminara, the sun rose gently, casting a golden hue upon the cobblestone streets and thatched rooftops. This village, called Bramblebrook, was known for its verdant gardens and the sweet scent of honeysuckle that lingered in the air, even as the seasons turned. On the outskirts of Bramblebrook, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her home was a cozy cottage, its walls adorned with climbing roses and ivy, and a small garden where herbs and wildflowers grew in harmonious disarray. Leora had a spirit as bright as the morning sun, and an insatiable curiosity that often led her exploring beyond the familiar paths of the village. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted in hues of amber and crimson danced in the breeze, Leora stumbled upon something extraordinary. She had ventured deeper into the woods than usual, following a path of bluebells that seemed to beckon her onward. Her heart swelled with the thrill of discovery, and the air was laced with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and moss. As she wandered, the forest seemed alive with the whispers of ancient trees, their branches swaying gently as if sharing secrets with the wind. Suddenly, her foot caught on something half buried in the soft earth. Kneeling down, she unearthed a small, ornate box, its surface intricately carved with swirling patterns that glimmered in the dappled sunlight. Opening the box with care, Leora found a map unlike any she had ever seen. The parchment was delicate, yet vibrant, with colors that seemed to shift and shimmer as if alive. What was most peculiar was the way the map spoke to her, not in words, but in sensations and images that flitted through her mind like the fluttering of 1,000 wings. The map depicted a land she did not recognize, with rolling hills, sparkling rivers, and mysterious paths winding through forests and mountains. At its center was a golden star, pulsing gently, as though it were the very heart of the map itself. Intrigued and bewildered, Leora tucked the map into her satchel and made her way back home, her thoughts a whirlwind of possibilities. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and cast a warm glow across the room, she examined the map more closely, tracing its lines with her fingertips. It was then she noticed something extraordinary. The map responded to her touch, revealing new paths and hidden places with each gentle caress. Over the coming days, Leora found herself drawn to the map, its mysteries calling to her like the distant song of a nightingale. She began to dream of the places it showed her, vivid dreams in which she walked along paths lined with silver trees and crossed bridges woven from moonlight. Her heart yearned for adventure, but she knew she could not embark on such a journey alone. And so she confided in her closest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with the same curiosity and wonder that filled her own. Finn lived in the heart of Bramblebrook, in a house that was always filled with laughter and the delicious aroma of fresh-baked bread. His family ran the village bakery, and he often helped, his hands dusted with flour and his pockets filled with sweet treats for his friends. When Leora showed Finn the map, his eyes widened with awe and excitement. Together, they marveled at its beauty and pondered over the places it revealed. The prospect of an adventure thrilled them both, and it wasn't long before they decided to set out and uncover the mysteries of the Whispering Map. The morning of their departure, the village was cloaked in a gentle mist, the air crisp and cool. Leora and Finn packed their bags with care, taking provisions and a few treasured keepsakes to remind them of home. As they set off, the villagers waved them farewell, their smiles warm with encouragement and affection. The journey began along the familiar paths of the Whispering Woods, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering softly in the breeze. Leora and Finn walked side by side, their footsteps a gentle rhythm on the forest floor. They followed the map's guidance, feeling its subtle nudges and gentle pulls as it led them deeper into the heart of the woods. As they traveled, the landscape unfolded like a story waiting to be told. They crossed babbling brooks, their waters clear and cool, and traversed meadows where wildflowers swayed in the sun-dappled light. Each day brought new wonders and challenges, and with each step, their friendship deepened, woven together by laughter and shared moments of awe. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the land, they arrived at a place that seemed to pulse with magic. Before them stood a grove of ancient trees, their trunks wide and twisted, their branches forming a canopy of emerald leaves. In the center of the grove lay a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky above. The map glowed softly in Leora's hands, drawing them toward the pool. As they approached, A gentle voice seemed to rise from the water, weaving through the air like a melody. It was a voice of wisdom and kindness, and it spoke not with words, but with emotions and images that filled their hearts. The voice told them of a hidden world, a place where the magic of the land was woven into every leaf and stone. It spoke of the importance of balance and harmony, of the need to listen to the whispers of the earth and to care for the natural world. Moved by the voice's message, Leora and Finn knelt by the pool, their reflections mingling with the sky and trees. They understood that their journey was not just about discovery, but about learning and growing, and about the bond they shared with each other and the world around them. With newfound resolve, they continued their journey, the map guiding them to places of wonder and beauty. They encountered creatures of myth and legend, each with a story to tell and a lesson to impart. They learned of the delicate balance that sustained the hidden world and of their own role in preserving its magic. As the days turned to weeks, Leora and Finn grew in wisdom and strength, their hearts open to the wonders of the world and the power of friendship. They came to realize that the true magic of the map was not just in the places it revealed, but in the journey itself and the growth it inspired within them. Finally, their journey led them to the golden star at the heart of the map. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the air shimmered with light and the very earth seemed to hum with life. Here they found a sanctuary of peace and harmony, a place where dreams and reality intertwined. In this sacred place, they planted seeds of hope and kindness, their hearts filled with gratitude for the journey they had undertaken. They understood that the map had not just led them to a destination, but to a deeper understanding of themselves and the world. With their hearts full and their spirits light, Leora and Finn began the journey home, their minds alight with the memories of their adventure and the lessons they had learned. As they walked, hand in hand, the map glowed softly in Leora's satchel, a reminder of the magic that lay within and around them. When they returned to Bramblebrook, the village welcomed them with open arms, and their tales of adventure and discovery filled the air with wonder and inspiration. They shared the lessons they had learned, and the villagers listened with hearts open to the magic of the world. As the days turned to nights and the seasons changed, Leora and Finn continued to cherish their friendship and the bond they shared with the natural world. They knew that the journey was never truly over, for life itself was a journey of discovery and growth, filled with moments of magic and wonder. And so, as the stars sparkled in the night sky and the gentle breeze carried the whispers of the trees, Leora and Finn sat by the crackling fire, their hearts warm with the joy of friendship and the promise of new adventures yet to come. The whispering map lay beside them, a treasured reminder of the journey that had changed their lives forever. In the heart of Bramblebrook, where the river sang and the woods whispered, the story of the whispering map lived on, a tale of adventure, friendship, and the magic that lies within us all. Story 68. Once upon a time, in a little village nestled at the foot of the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and a heart full of wonder. Every evening, as the sun dipped behind the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila would gaze out her bedroom window, dreaming of far-off places and untold adventures. One particularly serene evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the darkening sky, Lila noticed a peculiar glimmer in the distance. It seemed to beckon, a gentle pull at her heartstrings, whispering promises of magic and mystery. The glimmer was unlike anything she had ever seen before, a soft, silvery light that danced just beyond the edge of the forest. With her heart thumping gently in her chest, Lila decided to follow the enchanting glow. She tiptoed past the cozy comfort of her sleeping home, through the garden where the moonlit dew kissed the petals of night-blooming flowers, and into the shadowy embrace of the whispering woods. The forest greeted her with a symphony of gentle rustlings and the sweet scent of pine. The path beneath her feet was a carpet of soft moss, and the air was alive with the songs of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. Lila felt a thrill of excitement as she ventured deeper, the silver light growing ever brighter. As she walked, she marveled at the wonders around her. The trees stood tall and wise, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Fireflies danced in the air, weaving patterns of light like tiny stars come to play. Lila's eyes widened with delight when a gentle breeze carried the sound of music to her ears, a tinkling melodic tune that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Following the music, Lila soon found herself in a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood a magnificent tree, its branches spread wide like a welcoming embrace. The tree's bark shimmered with a soft silvery glow, and nestled among its roots was the source of the magical light, an ethereal luminescent pool. As she approached, the surface of the pool rippled gently, and to her astonishment, creatures of light began to emerge. They were delicate and whimsical, with wings like gossamer and eyes that twinkled with mischief and kindness. One of the creatures, a tiny being with hair that sparkled like stardust, fluttered closer to Lila. "Welcome, brave one," the creature chimed, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "We are the Lumina, guardians of the Whispering Wood's secrets." Lila felt a warm glow of courage in her chest. "I've never seen anything so beautiful," she breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. The Lumina smiled, their wings casting patterns of light across the forest floor. "You have come far, guided by curiosity and a brave heart," the creature said. "But there is more to explore, should you choose to venture further." Encouraged by their words, Lila nodded eagerly. She knew this was a chance to discover more about the world beyond her village, a world full of magic and friendship. With a gentle nod, the Lumina led Lila down a path lined with flowers that glowed softly in the moonlight. They reached a meadow where the grass swayed like a sea of emerald waves. In the center of the meadow stood a circle of stones, each inscribed with runes that shimmered with an inner light. "These stones hold the memories of the forest," explained the Lumina, their voice a gentle melody. "Touch them, and you will see." Lila reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool, smooth surface of the nearest stone. Instantly, her mind was filled with images, a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes that told stories of seasons past, of creatures great and small, of the dance of time itself. As the visions faded, Lila felt a deep sense of connection to the forest and its inhabitants. She realized that courage was not just about facing the unknown, but also about opening her heart to new experiences and the wisdom they bring. With newfound understanding, Lila thanked the Lumina for their guidance. "I will cherish these memories and share them with others," she promised. The Lumina nodded, their eyes twinkling with approval. "Remember, dear Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. All it takes is the courage to explore." As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, Lila made her way back through the whispering woods. The forest felt like an old friend now, its whispers a comforting lullaby. When she returned home, her heart was filled with warmth and joy, her spirit forever enriched by the night's adventures. And so, as Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the world beyond her window was a place of endless possibilities, where courage and curiosity could lead to the most wondrous of journeys. And in her dreams, she continued to explore, guided by the gentle light of the Lumina, ever brave, ever curious. The end. Story 69. On the edge of a quaint and sleepy village, nestled between rolling fields of lavender and the gentle babble of a winding brook, stood the small cottage of an elderly woman named Miss Wren. The village folks often spoke of her peculiar ways, but those who knew her cherished her for her gentle heart and boundless wisdom. Her garden was a wonder, filled with plants that seemed to whisper secrets to the wind, and her home was filled with curious objects, each with its own tale to tell. One misty morning, as the first light of day tiptoed across the dewy grass, Miss Wren prepared to visit the village for her weekly market day. As she reached for her well-worn shawl, a soft rustling caught her ear. There, tucked within the folds of the fabric, she discovered an object she had never seen before. A small, intricately carved wooden box, no bigger than the palm of her hand. Its surface was smooth and warm to the touch, etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dawn's light. Curiosity piqued, Miss Wren gently opened the box. Inside lay a delicate, shimmering feather, unlike any she had ever seen. It glowed with an ethereal light, casting gentle hues of blue and gold across the room. As she held it, a warm, comforting sensation enveloped her, as if the feather was whispering secrets of distant lands and forgotten times. Miss Wren knew this was no ordinary feather. It was imbued with magic, a gift from a world beyond her own. She pondered its purpose and wondered if it was meant to help her see the world with new eyes, or perhaps lead her on a journey yet to begin. As she pondered, a gentle knock echoed through the cottage. At the door stood young Oliver, a bright-eyed boy from the village who often visited Miss Wren, eager to learn from her stories and wisdom. His cheeks were rosy from the crisp morning air, and in his arms he cradled a small basket of freshly baked bread, still warm and fragrant. "Good morning, Miss Wren," Oliver chirped, his voice filled with the warmth of the rising sun. "I brought you some bread from my mother. She says it's the best she's baked yet." Miss Wren welcomed him in, her heart warmed by his presence. Over tea and slices of the soft, aromatic bread, she shared her discovery of the magical feather. Oliver's eyes widened with wonder as he listened, the glow of the feather reflecting in his gaze. Together, they decided the feather must hold a purpose beyond mere beauty. Perhaps it was meant to guide them on a path unknown. With a sense of shared adventure, they resolved to follow the feather's magic, wherever it might lead. Their first stop was the heart of the village, where they hoped to consult the wise and enigmatic Mr. Thistle, the village clockmaker, known for his intricate creations and boundless knowledge of the mystical and mundane. His shop was a marvel, filled with the gentle ticking of countless clocks, each telling its own story in the language of time. Mr. Thistle greeted them with a knowing smile, his eyes twinkling like the stars that adorn the night sky. He examined the feather with great care, nodding thoughtfully. "This feather," he mused, "is a key of sorts, but not to a lock you can see. It opens doors to understanding, to seeing the world as it truly is, beneath the surface of what we call ordinary." He explained that the feather was a gift from the wind spirits, ancient beings who watched over the world, ensuring balance and harmony. It could reveal hidden paths and whisper truths that lay beyond the grasp of those who rushed through life without pausing to listen. With this newfound knowledge, Miss Wren and Oliver set forth, guided by the feather's gentle glow. Their journey took them beyond the village's edge, across fields that shimmered like seas of emerald under the sun, and through forests where the trees sang softly in the breeze. Along the way they encountered a host of kind-hearted souls, each offering wisdom and insight. There was Willow, the gentle-hearted herbalist, with eyes the color of mossy streams, who taught them the language of plants and the secrets of healing. Then there was Merrick, the jovial blacksmith, whose laughter rang like a bell, and who showed them the strength that lay in temperance and patience. As they traveled, the feather revealed its magic in subtle ways. It guided them to a hidden glade, where a lone nightingale sang, its song weaving tales of the stars and the moon. It led them to a shimmering pool where the waters reflected not just their faces, but their dreams, hopes, and fears. But the true test of their journey came when they reached the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place shrouded in mystery and the source of many a village legend. The woods were said to be home to the spirit of the forest, an ancient guardian who watched over all living things within its embrace. Here, the feather's light became a beacon, guiding them deeper into the heart of the woods, where the trees stood tall and silent, their leaves whispering secrets of old. It was here that they faced their greatest challenge, a riddle woven from the fabric of time and nature itself. The spirit of the forest appeared before them, a majestic figure woven from the essence of the earth and sky. Its voice was a gentle breeze, carrying the weight of ages. To pass through the veil of the woods, you must answer this. What is it that sings, but has no voice, and moves, yet remains still? Miss Wren and Oliver pondered the riddle, their thoughts weaving through the lessons they had learned on their journey. It was Oliver who finally spoke, his voice filled with quiet certainty. "It is the heart," he said. "For the heart sings with the music of life, though it has no voice, and it moves us through time, though it itself does not move." The spirit nodded, a smile in its eyes. "You have answered wisely," it said. "For the heart is indeed the keeper of life's song, and it is through understanding and compassion that you have found your way." With the riddle solved, the woods parted, revealing a path bathed in golden light, leading them home. As they walked, the feather glowed softly in Miss Wren's hand, a reminder of the journey they had shared and the truths they had discovered. When they returned to the village, they found it unchanged, yet somehow different, as if seen through new eyes. The familiar streets and faces were filled with a deeper beauty, a tapestry of life woven with the threads of kindness and wisdom. Miss Wren placed the feather in a place of honor in her cottage, where it would serve as a gentle reminder of the journey they had taken. Oliver, too, carried the lessons of the feather in his heart, sharing its magic with those around him through acts of kindness and moments of reflection. And so, life in the village continued, touched by the quiet magic of the extraordinary feather. Its glow lingered in the hearts of all who had encountered its wonder, a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of seeing the world as it truly is. As the seasons turned and the years rolled gently onward, the tale of Miss Wren and Oliver's journey became a cherished story, passed down through generations, a gentle reminder that the greatest magic of all is the wisdom and friendship that guide us through life's journey. And in the quiet moments, when the village lay wrapped in the tender embrace of twilight, one could still hear the faint, melodious song of the feather, a lullaby of dreams and possibilities, echoing softly in the heart of the world. Story 70 title, The Whispering Brook. Once, in the heart of a sprawling forest where the trees stood tall and proud like ancient guardians, there was a small village nestled in a clearing. The villagers lived simple, peaceful lives, tending to the land and caring for one another. At the edge of the village, close enough to hear the gentle rustle of leaves, lived an old woman named Mirabelle. She was known for her gentle heart and her knack for listening, not just to people, but to the forest itself. Mirabelle's cottage was a quaint, cozy place, with ivy creeping up its stone walls, and a garden filled with vibrant flowers that seemed to bloom all year round. Her favorite spot was a small wooden bench by a brook that wound its way through the forest, its waters singing a soothing melody as they babbled over smooth stones. This brook was special, for it was said to be enchanted, holding the whispers of the forest within its flow. Children of the village often gathered around Mirabelle, eager for her stories and the wisdom she shared. Among them was a curious young girl named Lila, who had a wild imagination and a heart full of dreams. Lila loved the stories of the brook that Mirabelle told, stories of hidden worlds and secret treasures whispered by the waters. But more than anything, Lila longed to find a magical object that Mirabelle often spoke of, a moonlit stone that could reveal one's true path. One warm summer's evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila visited Mirabelle. The old woman sat on her bench, her eyes closed as she listened to the gentle murmur of the brook. Lila tiptoed to her side, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Mirabelle," Lila began softly, "do you think the moonlit stone really exists?" Mirabelle opened her eyes and smiled warmly at the eager girl. Her voice was as soothing as the brook itself. "Ah, the moonlit stone. It's a curious thing, isn't it? Some say it exists only if you truly believe. Others say it finds you when the time is right." Lila's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want to find it, Mirabelle. I want to see where my true path leads." Mirabelle nodded thoughtfully. The journey to find such a stone is not an easy one. It requires an open heart and the courage to listen to what the world and your own soul has to say. Encouraged by Mirabelle's words, Lila decided then and there to embark on her quest. She spent the night dreaming of the adventures that lay ahead, and when dawn broke, she set off into the forest with a heart full of hope. The forest was alive with the chatter of birds and the rustling of leaves as Lila made her way along the path. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Lila walked with a sense of purpose, her eyes scanning the underbrush for any sign of the moonlit stone. As the day wore on, Lila paused by the brook to rest. She sat on a moss-covered rock, dipping her fingers into the cool, clear water. The brook's gentle song seemed to wrap around her like a comforting embrace. She closed her eyes, letting the music of the forest fill her senses. Suddenly, she heard a soft whisper, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "Follow the water," it seemed to say, "and you will find what you seek." Lila opened her eyes, her heart skipping with excitement. She knew the brook was guiding her. With renewed determination, she followed its winding course deeper into the forest, her footsteps light and sure. The forest around her began to change. The trees grew taller and more majestic, their trunks gnarled and ancient. Vines hung like curtains, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Lila felt as though she had stepped into another world, a hidden realm where time moved differently. As she walked, Lila encountered a peculiar sight, an old, gnarled tree with a door carved into its trunk. The door was small, just the right size for her to squeeze through. Curiosity piqued, Lila approached and gently pushed it open. Inside, she found herself in a cozy, dimly lit chamber. Shelves lined the walls, filled with jars of herbs and strange objects. In the center of the room sat a creature unlike any Lila had ever seen. A small, furry being with bright, intelligent eyes and a kind smile. "Welcome, traveler," the creature said in a voice as soft as the breeze. "I am Fennel, caretaker of this part of the forest. What brings you to my humble abode?" Lila hesitated for a moment, then spoke with honesty. "I'm searching for the moonlit stone. I want to find my true path." Fennel nodded, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "Ah, the moonlit stone. A rare and wondrous thing indeed. It has been sought by many, but found by few. Why do you seek it, dear one?" Lila thought for a moment, choosing her words carefully. "I want to know who I am meant to be. I want to help others like Mirabelle does. I believe the stone can show me the way." Fennel regarded her with a thoughtful expression. "The path to finding oneself is often a journey of the heart. You must be willing to see beyond what is visible and listen to the whispers of the world around you." Lila nodded, feeling the truth of Fennel's words. "How do I find it?" Fennel smiled gently. "The stone can only be found in the light of the moon. Follow the brook until you reach the clearing where the moonlight dances. There, you must open your heart and listen." Lila thanked Fennel for his guidance and continued on her journey, her spirits lifted by the encounter. As she followed the brook, the forest around her seemed to hum with life, as if encouraging her onward. The sun began to set, casting long shadows across the forest floor. Lila quickened her pace, eager to reach the clearing before nightfall. When she finally arrived, she found herself in a wide open space surrounded by towering trees. The brook widened into a small, sparkling pond, and the moon hung high in the sky, its light casting a silvery glow over everything. Lila sat by the pond, her heart full of anticipation. She closed her eyes and listened, just as Fennel had advised. The brook's song was clearer here, a gentle melody that seemed to speak to her very soul. Time passed, and Lila opened her eyes to see a soft glow emanating from the water's edge. There, nestled among the smooth stones, was a small, shimmering object, the moonlit stone. Lila's heart swelled with joy as she carefully picked up the stone. It was cool and smooth, and as she held it, she felt a warmth spread through her, as if the stone was sharing its wisdom with her. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey to find the stone was not just about discovering her true path, but about learning to listen, to the world, to others, and to herself. The stone had shown her that her true path was one of kindness, of helping others see the beauty and magic in the world around them. With the moonlit stone in hand, Lila made her way back to the village, her heart light and her spirit full of newfound purpose. She returned to Mirabelle's cottage, where the old woman awaited her on the bench by the brook. Mirabelle's eyes twinkled with warmth as she saw the stone in Lila's hand. "Ah, you found it," she said with a knowing smile. "What did it tell you, dear one?" Lila smiled, feeling a deep sense of peace. "It told me that my true path is to listen and to help others find their own paths, just like you do, Mirabelle." Mirabelle nodded, her heart full of pride. "You have learned well, Lila. Remember, the journey to find oneself is never truly over. It is a path we walk every day, with every choice we make." Lila nodded, understanding the wisdom in Mirabelle's words. She knew her journey was just beginning, and she looked forward to the adventures and discoveries that lay ahead. As the sun rose the next morning, casting its golden light over the village, Lila felt a sense of belonging and purpose she had never known before. She knew that, with the guidance of the moonlit stone and the wisdom she had gained, she could help others find their own paths, just as she had found hers. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit full of hope, Lila embraced her new role as a guide and a listener. knowing that the whispers of the world would always be there to help her along the way. Story 71. In the velvety depths of the Andromeda Nebula, where stardust wove a glittering tapestry across the cosmos, two worlds lay separated by light years and species, yet destined to intersect in unforeseen ways. On the verdant planet of Sylvana, with its lush emerald forests and whispering azure rivers, lived a gentle being named Leora. Leora was a sylvanite, a species known for their deep connection to nature and ability to communicate with the flora and fauna around them. Their world was one of harmony and peace, where the air was filled with the fragrant scent of blooming star lilies and the soft murmur of wind through the leaves. Many light years away, on the arid and rocky planet of Zephyrion, resided a curious creature named Miko. Miko was a Zephyrian, a species adapted to their harsh environment with a tough, metallic skin that shimmered under the twin suns. Zephyrians were inventors and explorers driven by an insatiable curiosity about the universe. One fateful day, Leora, compelled by a mysterious dream of distant stars, decided to embark on a journey beyond Sylvana's gentle embrace. With a heart full of courage and a shimmering crystalline pod that harnessed the power of sunbeams, Leora set off into the cosmos. Meanwhile, Miko, in their spacecraft made of recycled comet ice and asteroid metal, was on a mission to gather knowledge about other planets and perhaps find new friends. The universe was vast, and Miko believed that somewhere out there, a connection awaited. Their paths converged in the orbit of a small, uninhabited moon. Leora's pod had developed a minor glitch, causing it to drift aimlessly. Miko, spotting the unusual craft, decided to investigate, their curiosity piqued by its organic design. Upon meeting, their initial interaction was marked by confusion. Leora's gentle, nature-infused communication seemed like a symphony of unintelligible sounds to Miko, while Miko's mechanical gestures and clicks were alien to Leora. Yet despite the misunderstandings, there was a shared recognition of peaceful intent in their eyes, or in Miko's case, their luminescent optical sensors. As they floated in the moon's orbit, a sudden meteor shower forced them to work together. Leora used their affinity with nature to create a protective barrier of cosmic vines, while Miko recalibrated their ship's shields to deflect the larger debris. It was through this shared challenge that they began to understand each other, not through words, but through actions and intentions. Gradually, they developed a unique form of communication. Leora would express thoughts and feelings through the colors and patterns of the star lilies that grew magically from their fingertips, while Miko responded with melodic hums and rhythmic vibrations that resonated through their crystalline core. As days turned into weeks, they explored the universe together, visiting nebulae that danced with colors unseen, moons that sang with the echoes of the past, and stars that whispered secrets of time. Each adventure brought new challenges and revelations, deepening their bond. One day, as they rested on a floating island of crystal in the tranquil seas of a blue giant planet, Leora shared a vision with Miko. It was a vision of a universe where every being, regardless of origin, was connected by threads of understanding and empathy. Miko, moved by the beauty of the vision, shared a memory of their own, of a Zephyrian festival where the entire sky was lit by the joy of shared stories and laughter. In that moment, they realized that friendship transcended language and form. It was a tapestry woven from shared experiences, understanding, and an open heart. They had discovered that true friendship was about embracing differences and finding harmony in diversity. As their journey continued, they became known as the Cosmic Companions, spreading a message of unity and peace wherever they went. They taught others that the universe, vast and varied as it was, could be a home for all, if only one looked beyond the surface. And so, under the ever-watchful stars, Leora and Miko's friendship became a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the vastness of space, where distance and difference seemed insurmountable, the warmth of friendship could bridge any gap. As they drifted through the cosmos, their bond glowed brighter than any star, a testament to the power of understanding, kindness, and the beautiful journey of discovering the true meaning of friendship. Story 72. In a quaint village nestled amid rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Known for her warm smile and kind heart, Leora spent her days tending to her garden, where flowers of every hue danced in the gentle breeze. Yet despite the vibrant life around her, Leora felt an unyielding restlessness deep within her heart, a yearning for something she couldn't quite name. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, Leora would wander through her garden, her fingertips brushing the dew-kissed petals. Her heart would sigh with longing for something more, but what that more was remained a mystery to her. One particular dawn, as the village slumbered under a blanket of mist, Leora noticed something unusual in her garden. Nestled among the familiar blooms was a single, shimmering bud, unlike any she had ever seen. Its petals were a kaleidoscope of colors, shifting and changing like the surface of a sunlit lake. Intrigued, Leora knelt beside this curious blossom, a sense of wonder stirring within her. As she reached out to touch the iridescent bloom, a gentle voice, as soft as the rustle of leaves, filled the air. "Do not fear the change you seek, dear Leora," it whispered, "for within you lies the magic of transformation." Startled yet comforted by the voice, Leora sat in quiet contemplation. The words echoed in her mind, weaving through her thoughts like a gentle stream. Though she did not fully understand their meaning, she felt a flicker of hope kindling in her heart. Days turned to weeks, and the shimmering bud began to unfurl, revealing a radiant flower that seemed to glow with an inner light. Leora tended to it with care, feeling inexplicably connected to this magical bloom. As she nurtured the flower, she noticed subtle changes within herself. Her dreams, once hazy and elusive, became vivid and clear, guiding her toward new paths of discovery. One evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, Leora confided in her closest friend, a wise and gentle woman named Mara. "I feel as though I'm on the brink of something extraordinary," Leora confessed, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun. "But I don't know how to embrace it." Mara, whose heart was as vast as the sky, smiled warmly. "Change can be daunting, dear Leora, but it is also the greatest gift we can give ourselves. Trust in your journey, and remember that you are never alone." Encouraged by Mara's words, Leora began to explore the world beyond her garden. She ventured into the village, where she found solace in the stories of others who, like her, had faced the unknown. She discovered the power of friendship and the strength that comes from sharing one's fears and dreams. With each new experience, Leora's heart grew lighter, and the restlessness that had once plagued her began to fade. She realized that the voice in her garden had been right all along. The magic of transformation lay within her, waiting to be awakened by her own courage and curiosity. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in a symphony of color, Leora awoke to find the magical flower in full bloom. Its petals shimmered with a light so pure it seemed to illuminate the entire garden. As she gazed upon it, Leora understood that the flower was a reflection of her own journey, a testament to the beauty of embracing change and the joy of discovering one's true self. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora plucked a single petal from the flower and tucked it into her pocket, a reminder of her courage and the magic within her. From that day forward, she walked with a newfound confidence, her steps as light as the breeze that whispered through the trees. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the ever-changing canvas of her garden, Leora found the more she had been seeking. She learned that true transformation begins within, nurtured by the love and support of those who walk beside us. As dusk fell and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat by her window, the soft glow of candlelight casting a warm halo around her. She felt at peace, knowing that her journey was just beginning, and that each new day would bring with it the promise of endless possibilities. And in the silent stillness of the night, the magical flower continued to bloom, a beacon of light and hope for all who dared to dream of transformation and the beauty of becoming. Story 73. Once upon a time, in a land where the boundaries between reality and dreams faded like mist in the morning sun, there lived a young girl named Lily. She possessed a rare gift, the ability to enter the hidden realms that blossomed within the hearts of trees and blossoms. On her 8th birthday, Lily's grandmother presented her with a carved wooden box, its surface adorned with intricate patterns of vines and leaves. "This is no ordinary gift," she whispered, her eyes sparkling with secrets untold. Within this box lies the key to unlock the wonders of the Sylvan realm. Intrigued, Lily traced the patterns with her fingertips, and as she did, the box emitted a soft, verdant glow. A tiny door appeared, and without a moment's hesitation, Lily stepped through, her heart racing with excitement. She found herself amidst a vibrant world unlike anything she had ever seen. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their bark shimmering like polished gemstones. Vibrant blossoms danced on vines that coiled around ancient trunks, their petals shifting through a kaleidoscope of colors. Streams of crystal-clear water trickled over mossy rocks, their melodies mingling with the gentle suzerations of the forest. As Lily ventured deeper into the Sylvan realm, she encountered a myriad of enchanting creatures, playful sprites that zipped through the air on gossamer wings, wise old tranks whose gnarled limbs whispered ancient tales, and mischievous pixies that delighted in leading unsuspecting travelers astray. One day, while exploring a secluded glade, Lily stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a tiny sapling, its leaves drooping and its bark dulled. Beside it sat a disheartened young fairy, her wings folded in sadness. "What troubles you, little one?" Lily asked, her heart aching for the fairy's sorrow. The fairy looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. "This sapling is my dearest friend," she explained, "but a wicked curse has robbed it of its vitality. No matter what I try, nothing can restore its vibrant hues." Lily studied the withering sapling, her mind racing with possibilities. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, a tale her grandmother had shared about a mystical spring hidden deep within the heart of the Sylvan realm. Its waters, she had said, possessed the power to heal and renew even the most grievous of afflictions. Without a moment's hesitation, Lily vowed to embark on a quest to find this legendary spring and break the curse that afflicted the sapling. The fairy's eyes glimmered with renewed hope as she offered to guide Lily through the treacherous paths that lay ahead. Their journey took them through enchanted glades and misty hollows, past towering waterfalls and ancient ruins reclaimed by the forest's embrace. Along the way, they encountered a host of challenges: riddles posed by mischievous tricksters, perilous chasms that could only be traversed with the aid of friendly dryads, and darkened glades haunted by malevolent spirits. Yet with each obstacle they overcame, Lily and her fairy companion forged an unbreakable bond of friendship. They learned to trust one another implicitly, to draw strength from their shared determination, and to find joy in even the smallest of wonders that adorned their path. At last, after what seemed like an eternity, they reached the heart of the Sylvan realm, a secluded grotto where a crystal-clear pool shimmered with an ethereal radiance. As Lily dipped the withered sapling into the healing waters, a miraculous transformation unfolded before their eyes. The sapling's bark regained its vibrant hues, its leaves unfurling in a verdant burst of life. The fairy's eyes shone with unshed tears of joy as she embraced her cherished friend, their reunion a testament to the power of unwavering friendship and perseverance. As Lily and the fairy prepared to make their way back, the sapling, now a sturdy young tree, offered a single seed as a token of gratitude. "Plant this seed in the world beyond the Sylvan realm," it whispered, its voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, "and a piece of this enchanted forest will forever blossom in your heart." With a heavy heart, Lily bid farewell to her newfound friends and stepped back through the wooden box, clutching the precious seed tight. True to the tree's words, no matter where life's journey took her, a part of the Sylvan realm remained eternally intertwined with her soul, a reminder of the transformative power of friendship, courage, and the wonders that bloom in the most unexpected of places. And as the years passed, Lily would often find herself gazing at the sprawling oak that had grown from that single seed, its branches swaying in the wind, whispering the tales of a realm where magic flourished and friendship knew no bounds. Story 74. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees leaned in to share secrets with the wind, there lay a quaint little village called Bramble Hollow. The cottages here were snug, with thatched roofs and chimneys that puffed out curls of smoke, filling the air with the comforting scent of pine and cedar. It was a place where the sun always seemed to rise with a gentle touch, casting golden rays that danced like fairies on the dew-kissed leaves. In this village lived a young girl named Mira. whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. She had a knack for noticing the little things, the rustle of a squirrel in the underbrush, the patterns of moss on the stones, and the whispers of the brook that ran through the village, singing its eternal melody. Her best friend was a wise old tortoise named Horace, whose shell was adorned with intricate patterns that told stories of the forest's ancient past. One crisp autumn morning, as Mira and Horace strolled through the rustling leaves, they noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant flowers that lined the path to the village center were wilting, their colors fading into dull shades. The air, too, felt different, quieter, as if the forest was holding its breath. Mira's brow furrowed with concern, and she gently touched a drooping petal. "What do you think is happening, Horace?" Mira asked, her voice a soft murmur against the stillness. Horace blinked slowly, his eyes wise and thoughtful. "There is a mystery afoot, young Mira. We must tread with care and observe with open hearts." Taking Horace's advice to heart, Mira decided to visit the village elder, Granny Willow. The elder lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the wood, surrounded by a garden that bloomed with herbs and flowers, even in the chill of autumn. Granny Willow was known for her vast knowledge of the forest and its secrets, her heart as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home. As Mira entered the cottage, the smell of spiced tea welcomed her, and Granny Willow looked up from her knitting with a kind smile. "Ah, Mira, and dear Horace, what brings you to my home on this fine morning?" Mira explained the strange occurrences, her words a gentle stream of concern. Granny Willow listened intently, her hands stilling their work. Once Mira finished, the elder nodded thoughtfully, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mystery. "Sometimes the forest speaks in whispers," Granny Willow said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "And sometimes it needs us to listen closely." She reached for a small, leather-bound book from a shelf, its pages filled with notes and sketches of the forest's flora and fauna. Granny Willow flipped through the book until she found a page depicting a flower that glowed with a soft inner light. "There is a rare flower," she continued, "known as the moon blossom. It blooms only once a year, under the first full moon of autumn. Its presence ensures the vitality of all plants in the Whispering Wood. If the moon blossom fails to bloom, the forest's energy wanes." Mira's eyes widened. Could the moon blossom be in trouble? Granny Willow nodded solemnly. "It is possible. The path to its glen is fraught with enchantments and illusions to protect it. You'll need to be clever to find your way." With newfound determination, Mira and Horace thanked Granny Willow and set off into the forest. The path was indeed tricky, with shadows that seemed to dance and branches that reached out like playful fingers. But Mira, with Horace's guidance, used her keen senses and an open heart to navigate the twists and turns. They soon found themselves in a clearing bathed in the silver light of the moon. In its center stood the moon blossom, its petals closed tight as if waiting for something. Around it flitted tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, the glimmer sprites, guardians of the flower. One of the sprites, a little braver than the rest, fluttered close to Mira, its voice a tinkling chime. "The moon blossom is weary. It needs the song of the forest to awaken." Mira pondered this riddle, her mind weaving through the various sounds she knew so well. Then a thought struck her. The brook. Its song was the melody that connected all things in the Whispering Wood. With gentle steps, she approached the brook that wound its way through the clearing and cupped her hands to catch its tune. She returned to the moon blossom, her heart filled with the brook's melody. As she softly hummed the tune, the glimmer sprites joined in, their voices blending into a harmonious chorus. Slowly, the moon blossom began to stir, its petals unfurling to reveal a radiant glow that bathed the clearing in light. The forest seemed to exhale, a gentle rustling of leaves and a soft sigh of relief. The flowers along the path brightened, their colors returning with renewed vibrancy. Mira's heart swelled with joy as she realized the balance of the forest had been restored. The glimmer sprites danced around Mira and Horace in gratitude, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. As the moonlight bathed them all in its gentle embrace, Mira felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she had listened to the whispers of the forest and had helped in its time of need. That night, as Mira lay in her bed, with Horace nestled beside her, she thought of the moon blossom and the magic of the Whispering Wood. the mystery had been solved, not with haste or force, but with the simple power of listening and understanding. And as the stars twinkled outside her window, Mira drifted into a gentle sleep, the forest's lullaby a soothing promise that all was well in the world of Bramble Hollow. The whispering wood, with its secrets and wonders, would continue to thrive, watched over by those who knew how to listen. Story 75. Once upon a time, in a galaxy shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars, there was a small blue planet named Gleesy. Its surface was a tapestry of lush forests, crystalline lakes, and rolling hills that glowed under the gentle embrace of twin moons. This was home to the Luminara, a gentle species with skin that flickered like candlelight in the dark, whose hearts pulsed with a warmth that comforted all who drew near. In the heart of Glees, there was a young Luminara named Lyra, whose curiosity was as boundless as the universe itself. One cool twilight, as she wandered through the whispering willows, Lyra noticed a peculiar glint in the sky. It was not a star, but something else, a craft of sorts, spiraling through the cosmos until it gently touched down in the meadow. Emerging from the craft was a being unlike any Lyra had seen, tall and covered in iridescent scales that reflected the moon's light in hues of emerald and sapphire. This newcomer was a draconian from the distant planet of Zenthara. His name was Kale, and he had journeyed far in search of a place to replenish his ship's energy reserves. At first, Lyra and Kale were wary of one another. The Luminara had heard tales of the fierce draconians, and Kale had been warned of the Luminara's mysterious powers. Their initial attempts at communication were met with confusion. Lyra's melodic hums and flickers of light were unfamiliar to Kale, just as his deep, resonant growls and clicks were to her. Yet, as the days passed, their differences became bridges rather than barriers. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the soft glow of the twin moons, Lyra offered Kale a branch of lumina berries, their favorite treat. Tentatively, he accepted, and the sweetness of the gesture melted some of the ice between them. Their first shared challenge came when a sudden storm swept across Glees, its winds howling like restless spirits. Lyra's delicate home, a nest woven among the branches of an ancient oak, was at risk of being torn apart. Seeing her distress, Kale spread his vast wings to shield the fragile structure, his scales forming a protective barrier against the raging elements. In that moment, Lyra saw not the fearsome creature she had imagined, but a kindred spirit willing to stand by her side. Grateful for his help, Lyra introduced Kale to the wonders of Glees. She guided him through the whispering willows, where the leaves sang in the wind, and together they marveled at the crystal-clear lakes that reflected the dance of the stars. In return, Kale shared tales of Zenthara, painting pictures of towering mountains that touched the sky and vast oceans that sparkled with golden hues. Through these exchanges, they discovered the beauty in their differences and the common threads that bound them. One day, as they explored a hidden glen, they stumbled upon an ancient obelisk, covered in runes that glowed with an inner light. Intrigued, they deciphered its message, a timeless tale of friendship overcoming adversity. The obelisk spoke of a bond that transcended space and time, reminding them of the strength found in unity. As the days turned into weeks, the time came for Kale to resume his journey. His ship, now replenished by the lush energies of Gleesy, was ready to sail the stars once more. Yet, neither Lyra nor Kale felt sadness at their parting. Instead, they were filled with a warmth that came from knowing that their paths would forever be intertwined, no matter how far their journeys took them. Before he left, Kale gifted Lyra a small scale from his iridescent armor, a token of their friendship that shimmered with the colors of distant worlds. In return, Lyra gave him a vial of lumina light, a beacon to guide him through the darkest nights. As Kale's ship ascended into the starry expanse, Lyra watched until it became but a twinkle among the constellations. She knew that their friendship was a star of its own, shining brightly in the galaxy, a reminder that true connections can bridge even the vastest of distances. And so, under the gentle glow of the twin moons, Lyra returned to her home, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound understanding and the promise of a friendship that would last a lifetime. Story 76. In the heart of a vast, whispering forest, where the canopy formed a tapestry of emerald and gold, there lived a community of creatures whose lives ebbed and flowed with the seasons. This forest, known to its inhabitants as Eldergrove, was no ordinary woodland. It was a realm where magic interwove with nature in the gentlest of dances, nurturing a harmony that had persisted for centuries. The sun had just begun its languid descent, casting a warm, honeyed glow through the leaves that rustled softly in the evening breeze. In a snug hollow beneath the roots of an ancient oak, a wise old badger named Bramble was preparing to share a tale with the younglings of the forest. His coat was a patchwork of silver and charcoal, and his eyes twinkled like the first stars appearing in the twilight sky. As the creatures gathered around, the air filled with the scent of moss and pine needles, Bramble began, his voice as soothing as the murmur of a distant brook. Long ago, when the world was still young, the seasons were guided by the gentle hand of the wind weaver, a spirit of the skies who danced among the clouds and painted the skies with the colors of dawn and dusk. The young ones, a mix of rabbits, foxes, and birds, leaned in closer, their eyes wide with wonder. Among them was a curious squirrel named Pip, whose bushy tail twitched with excitement. "Tell us more about the wind weaver," Pip squeaked, his voice a bright note in the tranquil evening. Bramble chuckled softly, a sound like leaves rustling underfoot. The wind weaver, dear Pip, was a guardian of balance. Each season held its own magic, and it was her duty to ensure that none overstepped its bounds. In spring, she would coax the first buds to bloom, filling the air with the sweet perfume of lilacs and cherry blossoms. Summer was her time to weave the golden sunlight into the fields and forests, while in autumn, she painted the leaves with fiery hues that danced upon the wind. Winter, though cold, was made soft with blankets of snow, under which the earth could rest and dream anew. As Bramble spoke, the creatures could almost feel the warmth of a spring breeze, see the vibrant colors of autumn leaves, and hear the soft patter of snowflakes. It was as if the very essence of the seasons swirled around them, a gentle reminder of the world's ever-turning wheel. "But," Bramble continued, his tone growing somber, "there was once a time when the balance was threatened. A harsh summer had settled over Eldergrove, refusing to make way for the gentle caress of autumn. The streams ran dry, and the forest, usually so full of life, began to wilt under the relentless sun." The young creatures gasped, their eyes reflecting the worry that had gripped the forest. "What happened then?" asked a timid fawn, her voice barely above a whisper. Bramble nodded, as if expecting the question. "In this time of need, the creatures of Eldergrove came together, reaching out to the wind weaver for aid. They sang songs of the seasons past, filling the air with melodies that danced like fireflies in the night. Moved by their harmony, the wind weaver descended from her airy realm, her presence a cool balm upon the scorched earth." The badger paused, allowing the imagery to settle like a gentle mist. With a sweep of her hand, she gathered the clouds, and soon the skies opened up, releasing a rain that sang of renewal and change. The forest drank deeply, and the leaves murmured their thanks as the first hints of autumn began to reveal themselves. Pip clapped his small paws together in delight, his heart buoyed by the tale's outcome. "So the forest was saved?" "Indeed," Bramble replied, his voice as soft as the evening light. "But the true magic came from the creatures' unity and their love for their home. The wind weaver had taught them that while her magic was great, the greatest power lay in the hearts of those who cherished the land. It was their song, their collective hope, that had summoned the change." As the story wound to a close, the creatures of Eldergrove felt a deep sense of peace. The stars now dotted the night sky, each one a tiny guardian of the stories shared beneath them. The breeze carried the scent of dew-kissed leaves and the promise of another dawn, a gentle reminder that life, like the seasons, was a cycle of endless wonder. Bramble smiled at his audience, seeing the warmth of understanding in their eyes. "Remember, young ones, that harmony is not just a gift, but a responsibility. It is through care and wisdom that we maintain the balance of our beloved home." With that, the creatures bid each other good night, their hearts full of the magic that lingered in the air. As they settled into their nests, burrows, and branches, the forest whispered its lullaby, wrapping them in a blanket of dreams spun from silver moonlight and the gentle rustling of leaves. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Eldergrove slept, cradled in the timeless embrace of nature's wisdom and the enduring power of harmony. Story 77. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush forests and gentle hills, there stood a small cottage at the edge of the woods. This cottage, with its ivy-clad walls and smoke curling lazily from the chimney, belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow. She was known for her gentle smile, her stories of olden days, and the peculiar collection of teapots that lined her shelves. One misty morning, as the dew clung to spider webs like tiny jewels, a young girl named Lila visited Granny Willow. Lila was curious and full of wonder, with eyes the color of the sky just before dawn. She often spent her afternoons in the cozy warmth of Granny's kitchen, listening to tales of magic and mystery. Today, as Lila settled into her favorite chair by the hearth, her eyes caught a glint from the highest shelf. There, among the teapots, was one she had never noticed before. It was small and unassuming, yet it shimmered with a soft, golden glow, as if it held the light of 1,000 sunsets. "What's that one, Granny?" Lila asked, pointing to the teapot. Granny Willow chuckled, her eyes twinkling with a secret. "Ah, that, my dear, is a very special teapot. It's said to hold the whispers of the past and the dreams of the future." Intrigued, Lila pleaded with Granny Willow to tell her more. With a nod, Granny reached up and carefully took the teapot down, placing it gently on the table between them. "This teapot," Granny began, her voice a soothing melody, "was given to me by my grandmother. It's not just any teapot, you see. It holds the power to reveal the unseen and to guide those who are truly in need." Lila's eyes widened in amazement. "How does it work?" Granny smiled. "It only reveals its magic to those who seek with a pure heart and an open mind. Would you like to try?" With excitement bubbling within her, Lila nodded eagerly. Granny Willow placed her hands over the teapot, murmuring softly, and then gestured for Lila to do the same. As Lila's fingers brushed the cool porcelain, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her, like the comfort of a soft blanket. Suddenly the room was filled with a soft, melodious hum. The teapot began to shimmer more brightly, and to Lila's amazement, a small iridescent cloud wafted from its spout, forming into the shape of a tiny door. Lila gasped in wonder. "This, dear Lila, is the Door of Wonders," Granny explained. "It will lead you on a journey of discovery. But remember, wisdom and kindness will guide you more surely than strength." With Granny's words in her heart, Lila stepped forward, her hand reaching out to touch the glowing door. As her fingers grazed the surface, the door swung open, revealing a path lined with flowers that glowed like stars. Lila took a deep breath and stepped through, finding herself in a lush meadow where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. The sky above was a tapestry of colors, with clouds that drifted lazily like cotton candy. As she wandered, Lila soon met a small creature with fur as soft as velvet and eyes like gleaming onyx. It was a fox, but unlike any she had seen, with a bushy tail tipped in gold. "Hello there," the fox said, its voice as smooth as honey. "I am Fen, the guide of this realm. What brings you here, young traveler?" Lila explained her journey, and Fen nodded sagely. "To find what you seek, you must first pass a challenge. But fear not, for wisdom and friendship will light your way." Together, they walked until they reached a shimmering lake, its surface as still and reflective as glass. On the far side stood a wise old owl perched upon a twisted willow tree. "Greetings, Fen and traveler," the owl hooted softly. "I am Eldrin, keeper of the lake. To cross, you must answer my riddle." Lila listened intently as Eldrin spoke. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I?" Pondering the riddle, Lila recalled the gentle whisper of the wind through the trees, the rustling of leaves, the echoes of voices in the forest. She smiled, realizing the answer was as gentle as the breeze itself. "An echo," Lila said confidently. Eldrin nodded approvingly. "You have answered wisely. The path is open to you." As they crossed the lake, Fen and Lila continued their journey, the beauty of the land unfolding around them. They encountered fields of silver grasses that sang in the wind, and forests where the trees whispered ancient secrets. Finally, they arrived at a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens, each leaf shimmering like a precious gem. "This is the heart of the forest," Fen explained. "It holds the answers you seek." As Lila approached, the tree seemed to lean down, its branches cradling her gently. A voice, as deep and comforting as a lullaby, spoke within her heart. "Dear child, what is it that you seek?" Lila, feeling the warmth of the tree's presence, answered softly. "I seek to understand the magic of the teapot and how I can share its wonder with others." The tree rustled, its leaves glowing brighter. "The true magic lies not in the teapot itself, but in the kindness and curiosity you hold within. Share these gifts, and you shall spread the magic wherever you go." With these words, Lila felt a profound peace fill her. She knew now that the journey had not just been about discovering the teapot's magic, but about uncovering the magic within herself. As she and Fen made their way back to the Door of Wonders, Lila felt a deep sense of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained and the friends she had made. Returning through the glowing door, she found herself once again in Granny Willow's warm kitchen. The teapot stood quietly on the table, its golden glow now a gentle, steady light. Granny Willow smiled knowingly. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" Lila nodded, her heart full. "Yes, Granny. I found more than I ever dreamed." And so, in the cozy embrace of Granny Willow's cottage, with the fire crackling softly and the scent of freshly baked cookies in the air, Lila discovered that the greatest magic of all was the love and wisdom she carried within her. As night fell over Willowbrook, the stars twinkling like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the sky, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with echoes of ancient wisdom and the promise of endless wonder. Story 78. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and lush, verdant forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her bright, inquisitive eyes often peered beyond the horizon, where the sun dipped into a world unknown. Lila was known for her love of stories, especially those told by the elders about the Enchanted Glade, a mysterious place said to lie beyond the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods, with its towering trees and rustling leaves, was a place of both wonder and mystery. Every breeze that wove through its branches seemed to carry the faintest hints of laughter and song. It was a place that sparked curiosity, and Lila, with her adventurous spirit, found herself irresistibly drawn to it. One golden afternoon, when the sun cast long, warm shadows and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, Lila decided that she would finally venture into the Whispering Woods. She packed a small satchel with her favorite book, a slice of honey cake, and a silver whistle that her grandmother had given her for luck. As Lila stepped into the woods, she was enveloped by a world entirely new to her senses. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Birds sang melodious tunes, and the leaves whispered secrets to one another in a language only understood by the forest itself. As she ventured deeper, Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She marveled at the peculiar sights around her. Trees with bark that shimmered like stardust and flowers that glowed with an inner luminescence, as if lit from within by tiny stars. Before long, Lila stumbled upon a narrow path lined with stones that glowed a soft, inviting blue. Curiosity piqued, she followed the path, her footsteps light and eager. The path led her to a clearing where the enchanted glade awaited, more wondrous than she had ever imagined. The glade was a symphony of colors and sounds. Delicate butterflies with wings that shimmered like gemstones fluttered through the air. In the center of the glade was a small, crystal-clear pond, its surface reflecting the sky like a perfect mirror. Around the pond danced the wisps, ethereal beings of light that twinkled and giggled as they moved. Lila approached the pond and knelt by its edge. As her fingers skimmed the surface, the water rippled, and from its depths emerged a creature unlike any she had seen, a gentle, shimmering water spirit. The spirit's form was fluid and ever-changing, its eyes warm and wise. "Welcome, dear Lila," the spirit spoke in a voice as soft as the breeze. "You have shown courage by coming here. The Enchanted Glade is a place of wonder, but also of learning." Lila smiled, her heart lightened by the spirit's presence. "I have always wanted to see this place. It's even more beautiful than I imagined." The spirit nodded, its smile kind and knowing. "In this glade, everything has its own story. Like you, each creature and plant is on a journey. Will you journey with me, Lila, and discover what your heart seeks?" With a nod of agreement, Lila rose and followed the spirit deeper into the glade. They encountered a host of whimsical creatures along the way, a family of singing crickets, each note perfectly in harmony, and a wise old turtle who spoke in rhymes and riddles. As they traveled, Lila learned that the glade mirrored her own heart. The challenges she faced here were gentle but revealing. When she grew tired, the water spirit reminded her to rest and enjoy the journey. When she felt unsure, the creatures of the glade shared their wisdom, teaching her that sometimes the greatest courage was simply to take the next step. In one particularly enchanting part of the glade, Lila found herself in a grove where the trees grew in intricate spirals, their branches interwoven like the threads of a grand tapestry. Here a family of fireflies performed a dance of light, their glow illuminating the grove in soft patterns that shifted and changed with the rhythm of their flight. The water spirit turned to Lila, its gaze gentle and encouraging. "What do you see, Lila, as you watch their dance?" Lila considered the question, watching the fireflies' intricate patterns. "I see a dance that's always moving, yet it never loses its beauty. Each light knows its place, and together they create something magical." The spirit nodded, its form shimmering with approval. "Just like the dance of life, Lila. Each of us has our own path, our own light, but it's together that we create the full tapestry. Your courage brought you here, and your heart has learned much." With these words, Lila felt a warmth spreading through her, a sense of belonging and understanding she had never known. She realized that her journey into the unknown had not only revealed the wonders of the glade, but also the strength within her own heart. As the sun began to set, casting the glade in hues of gold and amber, Lila knew it was time to return home. The water spirit accompanied her to the edge of the woods, where the path of glowing stones awaited to guide her back. "Thank you," Lila said, her voice filled with gratitude. "I will carry the lessons of this place with me always." The spirit smiled, its form glistening like the last light of day. "And we will carry you in our memory, brave Lila. Remember, the world is your glade, full of wonders and friends yet to meet." With a heart full of joy and newfound wisdom, Lila waved goodbye and stepped onto the path. The whispering woods welcomed her back, its leaves singing a gentle lullaby as she made her way home. As Lila emerged from the woods, she found the village bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The familiar sounds of evening surrounded her, the distant call of night birds, the faint laughter of families settling in for the night. Lila's journey had changed her, not in ways visible, but in the quiet confidence that now filled her heart. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories of her own, tales woven with courage, friendship, and light. That night, as she lay beneath her cozy quilt, the memory of the enchanted glade lingered in her mind. The fireflies' dance, the water spirit's wisdom, and the whispers of the woods all sang her to sleep. And as she drifted into dreams, Lila knew that the world was indeed a wondrous place, just waiting to be explored with an open heart and a courageous spirit. Story 79. In a cozy valley nestled between misty mountains, there stood a quaint village called Mistyvale. Here, cottages with thatched roofs huddled together, their gardens overflowing with fragrant blooms and twisting vines heavy with ripe berries. Towering evergreens swayed gently in the cool breeze, filling the air with the fresh scent of pine. Young Willow lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village with her grandmother, a kindly woman known for her wisdom and skill in nature lore. Willow loved exploring the winding forest paths and meadows around their home, picking wildflowers and listening to the chirping birds. Her best friends were the shy woodland creatures that would sometimes peek out from their hiding places to greet her. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find the village in an uproar. Dewey the rabbit came hopping up to her, twitching his nose anxiously. "Something strange has happened, Willow," he exclaimed. "All the berries in the forest have vanished overnight." Willow gasped. The bushes heavy with juicy blackberries, raspberries, and elderberries she had admired just the day before were now bare, stripped of every last berry. As she ventured out, she saw that it wasn't just the berries. Every edible fruit, nut, and mushroom had mysteriously disappeared too. The squirrels chattered worriedly without their carefully gathered acorn stores, and the deer looked bewildered, with no fallen apples or chestnuts to munch. Willow's grandmother joined her outside, frowning thoughtfully. "This is indeed a strange occurrence," she mused. "Let us seek counsel from the wise old oak tree at the forest's heart. Perhaps he can shed some light on this mystery." They made their way along the winding paths, greeting the troubled woodland creatures they met. At last they reached the ancient gnarled oak tree, whose branches stretched high into the canopy. "Great oak, we come seeking your guidance," Willow's grandmother called out respectfully. "Some force has robbed the forest of all its bounty overnight. Can you tell us what may have caused this?" The old tree creaked and groaned as it seemed to ponder their words. Finally, it rumbled. "Ah, I sense the mischievous work of the bramblefolk afoot. Those pesky sprites are notorious tricksters who delight in causing harmless confusion." "Bramblefolk?" Willow asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Her grandmother nodded sagely. "Aye, the bramblefolk are impish nature spirits who dwell deep within the thickest brambles. While usually shy, they do enjoy a good prank now and then. But worry not, their tricks are never meant to cause true harm." That evening, as streaks of pink and orange painted the dusky sky, Willow and her grandmother prepared a special offering of fresh honeycomb, fragrant wildflowers, and a sprinkling of glittering gemstones foraged from a nearby stream. Leaving the offering at the base of the great oak tree, they retreated and waited patiently. Soon, the sound of tinkling laughter drifted through the trees as dozens of tiny, glowing lights flickered in the gathering darkness. Willow held her breath in delight as the playful bramblefolk sprites emerged, capering and swirling in a mesmerizing dance. Enchanted by the offering, the sprites eagerly began nibbling at the honeycomb and braiding the flowers into their tangled manes. Willow and her grandmother watched in wonderment as the bramblefolk's antics unfolded. At last, one boldly flitted up to Willow's face, giggling merrily. "A fine jest we played upon you, wouldn't you agree?" the impish sprite said in a tinkling voice. Willow couldn't help but laugh. "Indeed, you had us all quite perplexed, but I'm glad it was all in good fun." Her grandmother stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "We thank you for returning the forest's bounty, but we humbly ask that you spare the creatures their winter stores, as they will need them to survive the cold months ahead." The sprite nodded solemnly before breaking into a mischievous grin. "As you wish, good folk of Mistyvale, we shall find other jests to delight us once winter has passed." With that, the bramblefolk sprite swirled away in a whirlwind of sparkling laughter, disappearing as swiftly as they'd arrived. As Willow and her grandmother turned for home, they could already see the bushes laden with berries once more, the trees heavy with nuts and apples. From that day on, Willow made sure to leave small offerings for the bramblefolk from time to time. In return, the sprites played harmless tricks that brought joy and laughter to the village, rather than confusion. And on cold winter nights, Willow would snuggle by the crackling fire and recount the tale of the missing berries to wide-eyed youngsters, sharing the magic of their cozy forest home. Story 80. In the heart of the Whispering Pines forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy and tickled the forest floor with patches of golden warmth, lay a secret known only to those who still listen to the world with childlike wonder. This secret curled around the roots of the ancient trees, whispered through the babbling brook, and shimmered in the dew-kissed leaves. It was a hidden world, vibrant and alive, nestled deep within the natural splendor, waiting patiently for someone to discover its magic. The story begins on a morning when the forest was painted in hues of amber and emerald, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers. A young girl named Leora, with eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair that tumbled like a waterfall of chestnut, wandered through the woods. Leora was curious and gentle, her heart as open as the fields she loved to roam. Her days were spent exploring the forest edges, collecting treasures of pine cones and smooth stones. But today, an unusual path, barely perceptible, beckoned her. It was a narrow trail, overgrown with vines and dappled with sunlight. As she stepped onto it, a hush fell over the forest, as if the very trees paused to watch. The path twisted and turned, leading her deeper into the woods where the light softened and the air grew cooler, carrying a hint of something unknown yet comforting. As Leora walked, she felt a tingling sensation at the tips of her fingers and toes, as if the forest was sharing a secret it had held for centuries. Her heart fluttered with anticipation, and she followed the path until she reached a small clearing. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and wide, branches stretching towards the heavens as if trying to embrace the sky. Nestled within the roots of this grand tree was a glimmering pool, its surface mirror-like, capturing the flickering light and shadows in a dance of mystery. Drawn to it, Leora knelt by the water's edge. There she saw her reflection, but as she gazed deeper, the image began to shift. Colors swirled, forming shapes and scenes that made her heart skip a beat. It was a vision of another world, vibrant and surreal, filled with creatures and wonders she could scarcely comprehend. A soft rustle caught her attention, and Leora looked up to see a small creature emerge from behind the tree. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, small and delicate, with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water and eyes that glowed with wisdom and kindness. The creature approached cautiously, tilting its head in curiosity. "Hello," Leora whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. "Who are you?" The creature blinked slowly, as if choosing its words carefully. "I am called Nyx," it replied, its voice a gentle melody. "I am the keeper of the pool." Leora's eyes widened. "The keeper? What is this place?" "It is the gateway to the hidden world," Nyx explained, gesturing with a flick of its tail towards the shimmering pool. "A world of magic and mystery, connected to ours but unseen by most. Only those with open hearts and curious souls can find it." Leora felt a thrill race through her. "Can I see it? Can I go there?" Nyx studied her for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, but only if you promise to respect its magic and carry its lessons with you." With a solemn nod, Leora agreed. She leaned closer to the pool, and as she did, the water rippled, drawing her in. The world around her faded, replaced by a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds. She felt a gentle tug, and then she was no longer in the forest, but standing at the edge of a breathtaking landscape. This new world was a tapestry of wonders, a sky painted with hues of lavender and rose, where clouds floated like cotton candy. Fields of flowers swayed in unison, their petals whispering secrets to the wind. Birds with feathers of gold and emerald soared overhead, their songs a symphony of joy. Leora took a deep breath, the air crisp and fragrant, filling her with an inexplicable sense of belonging. She turned to Nyx, who had followed her through the portal. "It's beautiful," she murmured, feeling a deep connection to this place. Nyx nodded, its eyes reflecting the vibrant world around them. "It is a place of dreams and possibilities, where the impossible becomes possible. But it is also a place of balance, where each creature and element plays a part in the great harmony." As they walked through the fields, Leora noticed creatures of all shapes and sizes, each unique and wondrous. Some were familiar, like rabbits with shimmering fur, while others were fantastical, like tiny dragons flitting among the blossoms. Leora greeted them all, her heart swelling with joy at the diversity and unity of this hidden world. Nyx led her to a small village nestled in a valley, where homes were woven from vines and flowers bloomed on every rooftop. The villagers were gentle beings, their faces alight with warmth and kindness. They welcomed Leora with open arms, offering her food and stories of their world. As the day turned to dusk, the village gathered in the square, illuminated by lanterns that glowed like stars. Leora sat among them, listening to their tales of adventure and wisdom. One story in particular caught her attention. It was about a magical object, a pendant crafted from the heart of a fallen star. This pendant, they said, could grant the bearer the ability to see the truth behind illusions, to understand the language of the earth and sky. But it had been lost long ago, hidden somewhere within the vast expanses of this world. Intrigued, Leora asked if anyone had ever tried to find it. The villagers shook their heads, explaining that the journey was fraught with challenges and that only those pure of heart and intent could succeed. The tale stayed with Leora long after the lanterns had dimmed and the village had fallen asleep. As she lay beneath the canopy of stars, she wondered if she could be the one to find the pendant, to uncover its secrets and bring its magic back to both worlds. The following morning, Leora awoke with a sense of purpose. She found Nyx waiting by her side, its eyes twinkling with understanding. "You wish to seek the pendant," it said, more a statement than a question. Leora nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "I do. I want to learn its magic and share it," to help both worlds understand each other. Nyx considered her words, then nodded. Very well. I will guide you on the journey, but remember, it will not be easy. You must be prepared to face the challenges with wisdom and courage. With a heart full of hope and a spirit ready for adventure, Leora set off with Nyx by her side. Their journey took them through landscapes that shifted and changed with each step. From lush forests where the air hummed with life to serene lakes that mirrored the sky above. As they traveled, Leora learned to listen to the world around her, the rustle of leaves, the murmur of streams, and the songs of birds. Each sound was a note in the symphony of nature, guiding her along the way. She discovered the power of patience and observation, realizing that what seemed small and insignificant could often hold the greatest wisdom. The path grew more challenging as they reached the foothills of a towering mountain range. The air was thin and crisp, carrying the scent of snow and pine. Here, the journey tested Leora's strength and resolve. The ascent was steep, the terrain rugged, but she pressed on, driven by the promise of discovering the pendant. As they climbed, Nyx shared stories of the mountain's history, tales of ancient guardians who watched over the land and the trials faced by those who sought the pendant. Leora listened intently, gleaning insights from each story, knowing they would help her in the trials ahead. One evening, as they camped on a rocky ledge overlooking a valley bathed in the light of 1,000 stars, Nyx spoke of the final challenge. At the peak of the highest mountain lies the Cave of Whispers, it explained, its voice soft yet firm. There, you must face the echoes of your own heart to prove your worthiness. Leora nodded, feeling a mixture of excitement and trepidation. She knew the journey had prepared her for this moment, but the thought of confronting her innermost self was daunting. The next morning, they continued their ascent, the air growing colder with each step. At last, they reached the summit, where the world stretched out below them, a tapestry of beauty and wonder. Before them stood the entrance to the Cave of Whispers, its dark mouth like an invitation and a challenge. With a deep breath, Leora entered the cave, her footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The air was cool and still, filled with the faint scent of minerals and earth. As she ventured deeper, the darkness gave way to a soft glow, illuminating the path ahead. In the heart of the cave, she found a pool of water, similar to the one she had first encountered in the forest. Its surface was smooth and reflective, capturing the flickering light like a mirror. Leora knelt beside it, her reflection gazing back at her. As she looked deeper, the water began to ripple, revealing images from her past, moments of joy and sorrow, triumphs and regrets. She saw herself as a child, playing in the fields, her laughter echoing in the breeze. She saw the faces of her family and friends, those who had shaped her journey and guided her steps. Then the images shifted, revealing her fears and doubts, the shadows that lingered in her heart. She saw herself standing alone, uncertain and vulnerable, questioning her place in the world. A voice, soft yet powerful, filled the cave, resonating in her very soul. To find the truth, you must first confront your own heart. What do you see, and what do you seek? Leora closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She allowed herself to feel the emotions coursing through her, the fears and uncertainties mingling with hope and determination. She understood that to move forward, she needed to accept all parts of herself, the light and the shadows. When she opened her eyes, the water had stilled, and her reflection was clear once more. She saw herself not as a child or a wanderer, but as someone who had grown through her journey, someone who was ready to embrace the truth and share the magic of the pendant with the world. The voice spoke again, its tone gentle and approving. You have faced your heart and found clarity. The pendant is yours to discover. With a sense of peace and purpose, Leora rose from the pool, her steps steady as she followed the path deeper into the cave. There, nestled within a cradle of stone, lay the pendant, its surface shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars. Leora reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal. As she held it in her hand, she felt a warmth spread through her, a connection to the world around her and the hidden world she had discovered. The pendant pulsed with a gentle glow, its magic resonating with her own. With the pendant safely around her neck, Leora emerged from the cave, where Nyx waited patiently. The creature's eyes shone with pride and joy. You have succeeded, Leora. You have found the magic and embraced its wisdom. Leora smiled, feeling a sense of fulfillment and gratitude. Thank you, Nyx, for guiding me and believing in me. Together, they began the journey back down the mountain, the world around them vibrant with life and possibility. As they traveled, Leora felt the pendant's magic flowing through her, enhancing her senses and deepening her connection to both worlds. When they reached the village once more, the villagers greeted Leora with open arms, celebrating her return and the pendant's discovery. They gathered in the square, their faces alight with wonder and hope. Leora shared the pendant's magic with them, teaching them to see beyond the surface, to listen to the whispers of the earth and sky. She showed them how to balance the magic of the hidden world with the reality of their own, fostering a sense of unity and understanding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Leora knew her journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had discovered not only the magic of the pendant, but also the strength and wisdom within herself. And so, with the hidden world forever a part of her heart, Leora vowed to continue her journey, sharing the magic and lessons she had learned with all those she met. For she understood now that the true magic lay not in the pendant, but in the connections and understanding that bound all worlds together. In the gentle embrace of the whispering pines forest, where the hidden world lay nestled among the roots and branches, Leora found her place, a bridge between worlds, a guardian of magic and wisdom, and a friend to all who sought the beauty and wonder of the world around them. As the stars twinkled overhead, casting their light upon the forest, Leora settled down by the ancient oak tree, where it had all begun. She felt the warmth of the earth beneath her, the gentle rustle of leaves above, and the comforting presence of Nyx beside her. In that moment of peace and contentment, Leora knew she had found her true home, a world where magic and reality danced together, where dreams and possibilities were as endless as the sky. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit forever curious, Leora drifted into a restful sleep, cradled by the whispering forest and the promise of new adventures to come. Story 81. In a quaint little village, nestled amidst rolling emerald hills, where the air was always tinged with the scent of blooming jasmine, there was a place so charming that it seemed to have been painted from a dream. The village, known as Willowbrook, was a haven for gentle folk and magical creatures alike, each living in harmony under the soft glow of twinkling starry skies. The heart of Willowbrook was a cobblestone square, where an ancient oak tree spread its gnarled branches wide, offering shade to all who sought its comfort. By day, it was a gathering place for the villagers, and by night, it was whispered that the tree listened to the dreams of those who sat beneath it. It was here that the villagers began to notice the first peculiar occurrence. The bell of the old clock tower, which stood proudly at the square's edge, had begun to chime not just on the hour, but at inexplicable times, sending a soft, melodic echo through the village. The clock tower had been a fixture of Willowbrook for as long as anyone could remember, its hands always precise, its bell a gentle guardian of time. But now, as the bell tolled at odd intervals, the villagers found themselves puzzled, and a little curious too. The mystery of the clock tower's mischief became the talk of the town, whispered over cups of steaming chamomile tea and pondered by the flickering firesides. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, with eyes like deep pools of curiosity and hair that danced like sunlit waves. Lila had an inquisitive nature and a heart full of kindness, always eager to help her friends and neighbors. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields surrounding Willowbrook, often accompanied by her closest companion, a wise old owl named Oliver. Oliver was no ordinary owl. His feathers shimmered with hues of midnight blue, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. He had been Lila's friend since she was a small child, and together they had ventured through many an adventure. Upon hearing the villagers' concerns about the clock tower, Lila felt a flutter of excitement. "We must find out what's causing this," she said to Oliver, her voice filled with determination. Thus, one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of gold and lavender, Lila and Oliver set out towards the clock tower. The path was lined with lanterns that flickered like tiny stars, casting a warm glow on the cobblestones. As they reached the base of the tower, the last light of day melted away, leaving the village bathed in the soft embrace of twilight. The door to the clock tower was slightly ajar, creaking gently in the evening breeze. Lila pushed it open, revealing a winding staircase that spiraled upwards into the dimly lit tower. "Shall we, Oliver?" she asked, her voice a whisper in the quiet night. Oliver hooted softly, a sound that echoed like a gentle drumbeat, and together they began their ascent. Each step brought them closer to the source of the mystery. The air was cool and carried a hint of lavender from the fields beyond. As they climbed, Lila noticed faint markings on the stone walls, tiny, intricate symbols that seemed to dance in the shadows. She paused to run her fingers over them, feeling a gentle hum beneath her touch. When they reached the top, they found themselves in the clock room, where the giant gears and mechanisms ticked in their steady rhythm. The view from the tower was breathtaking. Willowbrook spread below them like a tapestry, its rooftops sparkling under the moonlight. Lila's attention was drawn to the bell, now silent and still. It was here that they discovered the root of the mystery. Nestled among the clock's workings was a small, mischievous sprite named Flicker. His eyes twinkled with mischief, and his wings shimmered like sunshine on water. Flicker had been playing with the clock's gears, causing the bell to chime at unexpected times. "Hello, Lila," Flicker chirped, his voice a melody of bells. "I didn't mean to cause trouble, only a bit of fun." Lila knelt down, her expression soft and understanding. "I know you didn't mean any harm, Flicker, but the villagers rely on the clock to tell the time. Perhaps you could find another way to play." Flicker nodded, looking a bit sheepish. "I didn't think of that. What if I helped tell the time instead? I could sing a little tune every hour, just for fun." Oliver, who had been observing quietly, fluffed his feathers and spoke in his deep, wise voice. "That sounds like a wonderful idea, Flicker. Everyone would enjoy a song to mark the hours." And so it was agreed. Flicker would become the clock tower's musical guardian, adding a sprinkle of magic to the village's daily routine. The next morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the village, the bell chimed its usual hour, followed by a sweet, lilting song from Flicker. The villagers awoke to the sound, their hearts lightened by the melody that danced through the air. As the days passed, the villagers grew accustomed to Flicker's tunes, finding joy in the unexpected addition to their lives. Lila and Oliver had solved the mystery, bringing peace and a touch of whimsy back to Willowbrook. And so the village continued to thrive, its people and magical creatures living in harmony. Under the watchful eye of the ancient oak, time flowed like the gentle river that wound through the hills, carrying with it the stories and dreams of those who called Willowbrook home. Each night, as Lila drifted to sleep, she knew that the magic of the village was as timeless as the stars above, and that every challenge could be met with kindness, friendship, and a little bit of wonder. And with that comforting thought, she closed her eyes, ready to dream of the next adventure. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and whispering forest, there lay a hidden valley, known only to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the river. This valley, cloaked in mystery and the gentle hum of nature, was the home of creatures both ordinary and magical. It was a place where the sunlight danced through the leaves, casting golden patterns on the forest floor, and where the scent of wildflowers mingled with the cool, earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. In this enchanting valley lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a curious soul with eyes the color of a morning sky and hair as wild as the forest he adored. He spent his days exploring the nooks and crannies of the valley, accompanied by his faithful friend, a little fox named Pippin. Pippin was not just any fox. He had a coat of fiery red and eyes that sparkled with mischief and intelligence. The two friends shared a bond that transcended words, communicating through shared glances and gestures, understanding each other as though they were two parts of a whole. They loved nothing more than the thrill of discovery, the joy of finding hidden paths and secret glades where the world seemed to hold its breath in wonder. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn peeked over the horizon, Finn awoke with a sense of excitement tingling in his veins. Today felt different, the air charged with anticipation. As he stretched and yawned, the golden light of the early sun poured into his small wooden cabin, which was nestled beneath the protective arms of an ancient oak. The cabin was simple, yet filled with warmth and character, its walls lined with shelves of books and trinkets collected over the years. Finn quickly dressed, pulling on his sturdy boots and a woolen scarf to ward off the morning chill. Pippin, sensing his friend's eagerness, bounded up to him, his bushy tail wagging in excitement. Together, they set off into the heart of the forest, their footsteps light and full of purpose. The forest was a tapestry of autumn hues, with leaves of amber and gold carpeting the ground. The air was crisp, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and the distant sound of a babbling brook. As they walked, Finn and Pippin came upon a path they had never noticed before, hidden beneath a canopy of crimson leaves. Intrigued, they followed the path, which wound its way deeper into the forest, leading them to a place where the trees seemed to gather closer, their branches intertwining as if in whispered conversation. It was here they stumbled upon something extraordinary, a stone archway, draped in ivy and glowing softly with an otherworldly light. Finn felt a strange pull towards the archway, a gentle tug at his heartstrings that he couldn't quite explain. Pippin, equally entranced, gave a soft bark, urging Finn to step through. With a deep breath, Finn took a step forward, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. As they passed beneath the archway, the world around them shifted. The air grew warmer, and the light took on a shimmering quality, as if they had stepped into a place where dreams and reality danced together. Before them lay a hidden world, a glen filled with flowers that glowed with their own inner light, casting a rainbow of colors across the landscape. Amidst this magical scene stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward like the arms of an ancient guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. Finn approached the tree with reverence, feeling the weight of its timeless wisdom. As he reached out to touch the box, he felt a warm sensation spread through his fingers, as if the tree itself was welcoming him. Pippin watched with keen eyes, his tail flicking in anticipation. With gentle hands, Finn opened the box, revealing a shimmering stone that pulsed with a soft, golden light. The stone was unlike anything he had ever seen, its surface smooth and cool to the touch, yet vibrant with energy. As he held it, he felt a surge of knowledge and understanding flow through him, as if the stone was sharing its secrets with him. Pippin nuzzled against Finn's leg, sensing the significance of this moment. Together, they understood that the stone was a gift, a magical object that held the power to reveal hidden truths and guide them on their journey. With the stone cradled in his palm, Finn felt a newfound sense of purpose. He knew that this was the beginning of an adventure, one that would take him beyond the confines of the valley and into the unknown. He glanced at Pippin, who met his gaze with unwavering loyalty and excitement. As they turned to leave the glen, the archway stood before them once more, promising new paths and new discoveries. With hearts full of wonder and anticipation, Finn and Pippin stepped through the archway, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. Their journey led them through landscapes both strange and beautiful, where the boundaries between the natural and the magical blurred. They encountered creatures of every kind, from talking owls with feathers like moonlight to gentle giants that roamed the hills, their footsteps echoing like distant thunder. Throughout their travels, the stone guided them, revealing hidden paths and unlocking the mysteries of the land. It taught them the language of the trees and the songs of the stars, filling their hearts with wisdom and understanding. Yet, as with all journeys, there were challenges to face. One misty evening, as they camped beneath the shelter of a towering pine, Finn and Pippin found themselves in the midst of a storm. The wind howled and rain lashed at their faces, threatening to extinguish their small fire. In the heart of the storm, Finn held the stone close, drawing strength from its warmth and light. He remembered the lessons it had taught him, the importance of patience, the value of friendship, and the power of hope. With Pippin by his side, they weathered the storm, finding solace in each other's presence and the promise of a new dawn. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of gold and rose, Finn felt a sense of transformation within him. He realized that the journey had changed him, deepened his understanding of the world and his place within it. The stone, once a mysterious object, had become a part of him, a reminder of the magic that lay within and around him. With the storm behind them and the path ahead clear, Finn and Pippin continued their journey, their hearts light with the knowledge that they were never truly alone. They had each other, and the world was filled with wonder and possibility. In time, their travels brought them back to the valley, where the archway awaited, standing like a sentinel at the edge of the forest. As they stepped through, they felt the familiar embrace of the valley, its gentle rhythms and soft whispers welcoming them home. Finn returned to his cabin, the stone nestled safely in his pocket, its glow a constant reminder of the journey they had shared. Pippin curled up beside him, content in the warmth and safety of their home. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, life in the valley returned to its gentle pace. Yet Finn and Pippin knew that the world beyond the archway was always there, waiting for them to return whenever adventure called. And so, in the heart of the whispering forest, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Finn and Pippin lived their days, their hearts full of the magic and wisdom they had discovered. They knew that the true magic of their journey lay not in the stone or the places they had seen, but in the bond of friendship that had carried them through. And as the sun set each evening, casting a warm glow over the valley, they would sit together, side by side, content in the knowledge that they had found something truly special, a friendship that transcended time and distance, and a world that was as vast and wondrous as their imaginations could dream. And so, under the starlit sky, with the gentle hum of the forest as their lullaby, Finn and Pippin drifted into sleep, their dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comfort of a world where magic and friendship intertwined. Story 83, The Whispering Woods and the Secret of the Silver Leaf. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between gentle hills and sprawling fields, life moved with the serene rhythm of the seasons. Here, cottages with thatched roofs and chimneys puffing tendrils of smoke lined cobblestone streets, while the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of blossoming wildflowers. The people of Eldergrove lived simply, tending to their gardens, sharing stories by the fireside, and gathering for festivals under the starlit sky. At the edge of this peaceful village lay the Whispering Woods, a vast expanse of towering trees and meandering streams. The woods were a place of wonder and mystery, where the rustling leaves seemed to carry secrets of ages past. Though many told tales of its enchanting beauty, few ventured deep into its heart, for the Whispering Woods were known to guard their secrets well. Among the villagers was a young girl named Anya, who possessed a curious heart and a spirit as wild as the wind. Anya was known for her boundless energy and her knack for befriending every creature she met, from the smallest of sparrows to the oldest of tortoises. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests, her pockets filled with treasures she collected along the way, a smooth pebble, a twisted twig, or a feather caught in a sunbeam. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of gold and rose, Anya set out on one of her adventures. The air was cool and crisp, and the leaves underfoot crunched in a delightful symphony. She wore her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched her eyes and blended perfectly with the forest around her. As Anya wandered deeper into the woods, she marveled at the tapestry of colors, fiery reds, brilliant oranges, and the softest yellows. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches swaying gently in the morning breeze. Anya paused by a babbling brook, its waters clear and sparkling, and dipped her fingers in to feel the cool, refreshing flow. It was then that she noticed something unusual. Among the leaves scattered on the ground, one shimmered with an otherworldly glow. It was a silver leaf, unlike any Anya had seen before, its surface smooth and gleaming as if dusted with stardust. Intrigued, she picked it up, feeling a tingle of warmth spread through her fingers. In that moment, the woods seemed to grow still, as if holding their breath. The whispering of the leaves grew louder, forming words she could almost understand. "Seek the heart of the woods," they seemed to say, "and find the truth within." Anya felt a thrill of excitement. She knew the Whispering Woods were special, but never had she imagined they held magic so close. Clutching the silver leaf, she continued her journey, her steps quickened by a newfound purpose. As she ventured deeper, the forest unfolded its wonders before her. She passed through arches of intertwining branches, where sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor. She crossed streams bridged by moss-covered logs, where frogs sang in a chorus of croaks. Each turn revealed a new marvel, a glimpse into the hidden world of the woods. Anya's journey was not without its challenges. At one point, she found herself in a dense thicket, the path obscured by tangled vines and brambles. But Anya, with her nimble feet and keen eyes, navigated the maze with ease, her heart guided by the whisper of the leaves. Eventually, she reached a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. At its center stood a grand oak tree, its trunk as wide as a cottage door, and its branches stretching up to the heavens. Anya felt a deep reverence as she approached, sensing the age and wisdom held within its bark. At the foot of the tree lay a circle of stones, each etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Anya placed the silver leaf in the center, watching as the light grew brighter, enveloping her in a warm embrace. It was then that she heard a voice, clear and gentle, like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "Welcome, seeker of the woods," it said. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place where magic and nature are one." Anya looked around, her eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, "a guardian of its secrets and the keeper of its wisdom. You have shown kindness and courage, and so I bestow upon you a gift." From the heart of the oak tree, a gentle glow emerged, forming into a small, delicate pendant. It was shaped like a leaf, crafted from the same silver light as the one she had found. Anya reached out, feeling its warmth as she picked it up. "This pendant will guide you," the spirit continued, "helping you see the magic in the world around you, and reminding you of the friendships and beauty you hold dear." Anya thanked the spirit, her heart full of gratitude. She placed the pendant around her neck, feeling its comforting weight against her chest. With a final farewell, the light faded, leaving her alone in the clearing. As she made her way back to the village, Anya felt changed. The world seemed brighter, the colors more vivid, and the songs of the forest more melodic. She knew she carried a piece of the Whispering Woods with her, and with it, a deeper understanding of the magic that lay in the simple joys of life. Back in Elder Grove, Anya shared her story with the villagers, her eyes alight with the wonder of her adventure. They listened with rapt attention, their hearts warmed by her tale. Though some were skeptical, others felt the truth in her words and found themselves drawn to the woods, eager to experience its magic for themselves. Anya's days continued, as they always had, filled with exploration and discovery. But now, with the pendant close to her heart, she saw the world through new eyes. She found joy in the smallest of things, a dewdrop on a petal, a bird's song at dawn, the laughter of a friend. And so, the spirit of the Whispering Woods lived on, not just in the heart of the forest, but in the hearts of all who listened to its whispers and embraced the magic of the world around them. Anya, with her boundless curiosity and kind heart, became a beacon of that magic, a reminder that the greatest adventures often begin with a single step and a spark of wonder. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the village of Eldergrove flourished, its people bound together by the stories of the woods and the friendships they forged. Anya grew and changed, her life a tapestry woven with the threads of her many adventures. Yet, no matter where her journey took her, she always returned to the Whispering Woods, drawn by the whispers of the leaves and the magic they held. And so, under the watchful gaze of the grand oak and the gentle rustle of the leaves, Anya found her place in the world, a place where the past and present danced together in harmony, and where the magic of the woods would forever be a part of her story. Story 84. In a realm where the whispers of the wind wove tales older than time itself, there lay an ancient forest known only to those with hearts open to wonder. The forest was called Whispering Woods, a name earned from the gentle rustle of leaves that seemed to murmur secrets from an age-long past. The canopy above was a tapestry of emerald and gold, through which the sunlight filtered like liquid warmth, dappling the forest floor in patterns that danced with the breeze. In this enchanted grove, the creatures of the forest lived lives entwined with the rhythm of nature, each playing a part in the symphony of the seasons. The air was thick with the earthy scent of moss and pine, mingling with the sweet perfume of wildflowers that dotted the forest floor in hues of violet and blue. Among the denizens of Whispering Woods was a wise old tortoise named Tallow. His shell was a mosaic of amber and moss green, worn smooth by the passage of countless seasons. Tallow was the keeper of ancient wisdom, a repository of stories and lessons passed down through the generations. His eyes, deep and knowing, sparkled with the light of 1,000 sunsets. Thalow's home was a cozy burrow beneath the roots of a great oak, its walls lined with leaves that rustled like pages of an ancient book. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, the creatures of the forest would gather around Thalow's burrow to listen to his tales. One such evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Thallow. Pippin was known for his boundless curiosity and his fur, which was as soft and bright as a sunbeam. "Thallow," Pippin chirped, his eyes wide with wonder, "tell us about the magic of the seasons. How does the forest dance with the changes that come with the weather?" Thallow chuckled, a sound like the gentle rumble of distant thunder. "Ah, young Pippin, the dance of the seasons is a tale as old as the forest itself," he began, his voice as warm and soothing as a summer breeze. "In the time of awakening, when the first shy buds peek through the snow's embrace, the forest is kissed by spring. It is a time of renewal, when the earth breathes life into dormant seeds. The air is filled with the song of birds returning from distant lands, and the streams giggle with the joy of melted snow. The world is painted in tender greens and the soft pastels of spring blooms." As Thallow spoke, the creatures could almost feel the gentle caress of springtime breezes, and the scent of fresh blossoms seemed to drift in the air. "And then," Thallow continued, "comes the exuberance of summer. The forest basks in golden sunlight, and the air is thick with the hum of bees and the laughter of children playing in sun-dappled glades. It's a time of abundance, where every leaf is a testament to life's vibrance. The nights are warm, and the stars seem to hang low, close enough to pluck from the sky." The creatures around Tallow sighed contentedly, as if warmed by the imaginary summer sun. "But soon," Tallow said, his voice softening, "the leaves don their cloaks of crimson and gold, and the forest is wrapped in the melancholy beauty of autumn. It is a time of reflection, when the earth prepares for rest. The air carries the crisp scent of fallen leaves and the hint of wood smoke curling from distant chimneys. The forest whispers tales of the past, and every rustle is a memory." The creatures huddled closer, feeling the embrace of autumn's nostalgia. Finally, Tallow spoke with a gentle reverence. "The world is hushed by winter's embrace. The forest sleeps beneath a blanket of snow, the air sharp and clear. It is a time of quiet, when the earth rests and dreams of the spring to come. The world is painted in shades of white and silver, and the night sky is a tapestry of stars, cold but beautiful." As Tallow finished, the creatures sat in peaceful silence, feeling the deep connection between themselves and the world around them. "But how does the forest know when to change?" Pippin asked, his voice a whisper in the stillness. Tallow smiled, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, Pippin, that is the mystery of nature's wisdom. The forest listens to the whispers of the wind, the songs of the stars, and the stories carried on the wings of birds. It is a wisdom passed down through generations, a dance learned from the earth itself." As the creatures sat beneath the canopy of stars, they felt a profound sense of harmony with the world. The dance of the seasons was a reminder of their place in the tapestry of life, a gentle lesson in the balance and beauty of nature. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the creatures of Whispering Woods drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the timeless lullaby of the forest. Though the seasons would change and the world would turn, the magic of their home would endure, a testament to the wisdom and wonder of the natural world. Story 85. Once, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Anwen. Her home was a snug little cottage, its roof thatched with golden straw and its walls kissed by the sun. The cottage sat at the edge of the village, where the land met the forest in a gentle embrace. Anwen's favorite place was her garden, where wildflowers bloomed with abandon, and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle. Anwen was no ordinary girl. She possessed a remarkable ability. a gift she had discovered quite by accident. One breezy autumn morning, as she was tending to her garden, she stumbled upon a curious stone, shimmering under a blanket of fallen leaves. The stone was smooth and warm to the touch, and as she held it in her hand, she felt a tingling sensation spread through her fingers. In that moment, the stone awakened something within her, unlocking a connection to the hidden world of the forest. With her newfound ability, Anwen could hear the whispers of the trees, the songs of the brooks, and the stories carried on the wings of the wind. The forest, once a mysterious and silent companion, became her confidant and guide. She learned to see the world through the eyes of the creatures that lived within it, and they, in turn, came to trust her as a friend. One misty morning, as the sun struggled to pierce through the veil of fog, Anwen set off on a journey into the heart of the forest, a place she had never dared to venture before. She was drawn by a gentle voice, a melody that danced through the air like a silken ribbon. It was the song of the forest spirit, a guardian of the hidden world, whose presence was felt but rarely seen. The path was winding and shadowed, but Anwen's heart was light and her steps sure. The leaves underfoot crunched softly, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and damp wood. As she walked, she marveled at the delicate lacework of spider webs glistening with dew, the vibrant splash of mushrooms peeking from beneath the undergrowth, and the rustle of unseen creatures scurrying about their morning routines. In the heart of the forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches forming a protective canopy, Anwen found a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its roots spreading like the fingers of a wise old hand. From its branches hung shimmering strands of silver, swaying gently in the breeze. As Anwen approached, the air around her seemed to shimmer and hum, the very atmosphere alive with magic and possibility. She felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle reassurance that she was welcome here. The forest spirit, a being of ethereal beauty and grace, emerged from the oak, her form shifting and fluid, as if made from the very essence of the forest. "Welcome, dear one," the spirit's voice was a soft caress, a gentle breeze that stirred Anwen's hair. "You have been chosen, for your heart is pure and your spirit kind. You have the gift to see beyond what is seen, to hear the unspoken and understand the language of the world." Anwen felt a flutter of excitement and awe, her heart swelling with gratitude and wonder. "Thank you," she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am honored." The spirit smiled, a radiant expression that lit up the clearing, and beckoned Anwen closer. "There is much you can learn, and much you can teach. The world is in need of those who can bridge the gap between what is known and what is hidden. Will you accept this journey to discover your true self and the magic within?" Anwen nodded, her eyes bright with determination and hope. "I will," she vowed, her voice steady and filled with resolve. With that, the forest spirit gifted her a pendant, fashioned from a sliver of the oak's bark and a strand of silver from its branches. It was warm to the touch, pulsing with a gentle, rhythmic energy, a reminder of the bond she now shared with the hidden world. As Anwen returned to her village, she carried with her not only the pendant, but a newfound sense of purpose. She was determined to use her gift to help those around her, to foster a deeper understanding and harmony between the villagers and the forest that cradled them. The days turned to weeks, and Anwen's journey of discovery unfolded like the petals of a blooming flower. She spent her days exploring the forest, learning its secrets, and marveling at the wonders it held. She befriended the creatures of the woods, listening to their tales and sharing her own. One of her closest companions was a mischievous fox named Fionn, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, and whose eyes sparkled with mischief and intelligence. Fionn had been wary at first, but Anwen's gentle nature and kindness won him over. Together they explored the nooks and crannies of the forest, uncovering hidden glades and secret streams. Through her adventures, Anwen discovered a hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where the lines between reality and magic blurred, where the impossible became possible. She learned to see the forest as a living, breathing entity, a tapestry of life woven together by threads of magic and mystery. As the seasons changed, so too did Anwen. She grew wiser and stronger, her heart expanding with each new experience, each lesson learned. She discovered that true magic lay not in the fantastical or the extraordinary, but in the simple, everyday moments of connection and understanding. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of crimson and gold, Anwen sat with Fionn by a crackling fire. The air was cool and crisp, the scent of pine and wood smoke mingling in the gentle breeze. The forest around them was alive with the sounds of night, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a wolf. Fionn looked at Anwen, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "You have changed, Anwen," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful. "You see the world with new eyes." Anwen smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I have learned so much," she replied, her voice filled with gratitude. "I have discovered a world I never knew existed, and in doing so, I have discovered myself." Fionn nodded, a wise gleam in his eyes. "The journey is never truly over," he said. "There is always more to learn, more to see. But you have taken the first steps, and that is what matters." Anwen knew he was right. Her journey had changed her, but it was only the beginning. She had found her place in the world, a place where magic and reality intertwined, where the impossible became possible. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled overhead, Anwen felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with courage and wisdom, with the support of her friends and the magic of the forest by her side. And so, as the night wrapped the world in its gentle embrace, Anwen drifted off to sleep, the pendant warm against her skin, a symbol of her journey and the magic she carried within. The forest whispered around her, its voice a lullaby of dreams and possibilities, a promise of adventures yet to come. Story 86, title, The Whispering Lantern. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled within the lush embrace of the Whispering Woods, life unfurled at a gentle pace. The villagers believed their home was hidden from the rest of the world by the thick canopy of emerald leaves that rustled secrets to those who listened. The heart of this village was a cobblestone square, where stories were exchanged like precious heirlooms, and where ancient lanterns cast a warm, golden glow every evening. It was here, in this tranquil place, that a young girl named Leora lived. Leora was as much a part of Elderglen as the towering oaks and the babbling brooks, her spirit as lively as the fireflies that danced in the twilight. She lived with her grandfather, the village storyteller, whose tales had been the lullabies that cradled generations to sleep. Leora loved the stories, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of her imagination. Her favorite tale was about a hidden world, said to lie deep within the Whispering Woods, a realm of wonders, guarded by a magical lantern. This lantern, it was said, could reveal the unseen, illuminate the darkest paths, and guide the lost to where they truly belonged. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves painted the earth in hues of amber and gold, Leora sat by the hearth, her eyes wide with anticipation. Her grandfather, with his silver hair and eyes that twinkled like stars, began to weave another tale. But this time, his voice carried a new note, one of mystery and hope. "Tonight I will tell you about the Lantern of Luminara," he began, his voice a gentle melody that wove through the room. "It is a magical lantern, with the power to reveal hidden truths and guide those who seek their heart's deepest desires." Leora listened enraptured as her grandfather spoke of the lantern's origins. Crafted by the ancient guardians of the forest, it was imbued with the wisdom of the ages and the light of 1,000 dawns. Yet it could only be found by those whose hearts were pure and intentions noble. That night, as Leora lay beneath her quilt, the story of the Lantern of Luminara danced within her dreams. She imagined the lantern's soft glow lighting her way through the Whispering Woods, uncovering secrets and revealing paths unknown. And when she awoke, the morning sun filtering through her window like liquid gold, a seed of adventure had taken root in her heart. Leora decided that she would find the Lantern of Luminara. It was a decision that sparked like a flame within her, warming her spirit and lighting her resolve. She packed a small bundle of essentials, a flask of water, a loaf of bread, and a warm cloak, and set out towards the forest, her heart buoyant with the promise of discovery. As she entered the Whispering Woods, the familiar sounds of rustling leaves and chirping birds greeted her. The forest was alive with the scent of pine, and the earthy aroma of damp earth, a symphony of sensory delights that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. Leora walked for hours, the forest revealing its hidden beauty with every step. She marveled at the sunlight streaming through the canopy in dappled patterns, the shadows playing a gentle game of hide-and-seek. The deeper she ventured, the more she felt the forest's magic, a subtle energy that pulsed beneath her feet. Just as the sun began its descent, casting the world in a warm, golden glow, Leora stumbled upon a clearing. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens. At its base, nestled within the roots, was a small wooden door. It was so intricately carved, it seemed to tell a story of its own, a tale of time and nature intertwined. With a heart full of wonder, Leora pushed open the door. It creaked softly, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the earth, each step bathed in a soft, ethereal light. She descended, the air growing cooler and filled with the scent of moss and stone. At the bottom, she found herself in a cavern. The walls shimmered with veins of quartz, reflecting the light from a single lantern that hung suspended in the center of the chamber. Its glow was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, gentle yet brilliant, like moonlight distilled into a tangible form. As she approached, the lantern began to hum softly, a melody that resonated with the very core of her being. Leora reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal of the lantern's handle. In that moment, a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging and purpose unlike anything she had ever known. The lantern's light expanded, enveloping the cavern in a radiant glow. Images danced within the light, visions of hidden worlds, of paths untraveled, of friendships yet to be forged. Leora saw herself, her journey unfolding like a tapestry woven with threads of light and shadow. With the lantern in hand, Leora stepped back into the forest. The path before her was now illuminated, the lantern's glow revealing a trail that wound deeper into the woods. She followed, her steps light and sure, the forest whispering secrets she could only now begin to understand. As she walked, she encountered creatures of the forest, gentle deer with eyes like liquid amber, curious foxes with coats of flame, and birds that sang sweet melodies in languages only the heart could comprehend. They watched her with knowing eyes, their presence a silent encouragement as she continued her journey. The forest seemed to open up before her, revealing hidden glades and secret streams, each a testament to the wonders that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora felt a connection to this world, as if the very essence of the forest had seeped into her soul, filling her with its ancient wisdom and gentle strength. As dusk fell, she reached the heart of the forest. Here, the trees stood like sentinels, their trunks entwined in a circle around a small, crystalline pool. The water shimmered with the colors of the twilight sky, a mirror reflecting the wonders of the world above. Leora held the lantern high, its light casting a halo that danced upon the water's surface. As she gazed into the pool, she saw not just her reflection, but the reflections of those who had come before her, seekers and dreamers, each guided by the lantern's light. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the Lantern of Luminara. It was not just a guide for the lost, but a beacon for those who dared to dream, to seek out the hidden wonders of the world and within themselves. With this realization, Leora felt a change within her. The lantern had not only illuminated the path through the forest, but had also cast light upon her own heart. She felt a newfound sense of purpose, a calling to share the lantern's light with others, to guide them in their own journeys of discovery and growth. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora knew it was time to return home. The path that had brought her here now shone brighter, the lantern's light a constant presence at her side. She retraced her steps, each one filled with the quiet joy of companionship and the promise of new beginnings. When Leora emerged from the forest, the village of Elderglen lay before her, bathed in the soft glow of the lanterns that lined the cobblestone streets. She felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she had found not only the Lantern of Luminara, but also a part of herself she had never known was missing. As she stepped into the village square, she saw her grandfather waiting beneath the lanterns, his face illuminated by their gentle light. He smiled, a knowing look in his eyes, as if he had always known that Leora would find her way. Leora approached him, the lantern in her hand casting a warm glow around them. Her grandfather embraced her, his arms a shelter of love and understanding. "You found it," he whispered, his voice a gentle breeze that carried away the last remnants of doubt. "Yes," Leora replied, her voice filled with the quiet strength of discovery. "And it showed me the way." Her grandfather nodded, his eyes shining with pride. "The lantern is a gift, Leora. It reveals not just the path through the forest, but the path within ourselves. Use it wisely, and it will guide you through all the journeys of your life." With the lantern at her side, Leora knew that she would. She had learned that the true magic of the Lantern of Luminara was not in its light, but in the courage it inspired, the friendships it forged, and the dreams it illuminated. That night, as Leora lay beneath her quilt, the lantern's glow cast gentle shadows upon the walls, weaving new stories and dreams into the fabric of her sleep. She closed her eyes, her heart full of the warmth of the lantern's light and the promise of adventures yet to come. And as the stars watched over Elderglen, the village nestled within the embrace of the whispering woods, the lantern of Luminara continued to shine, its glow a beacon of hope, guiding all those who dared to dream and seek the wonders that lay hidden within the world and within themselves. In the days that followed, Leora shared her story with the villagers, each tale a thread that wove them closer together. The lantern became a symbol of their unity, its light a reminder of the magic that dwelled not just in the forest, but in the hearts of those who called Elderglen home. And so, the village thrived, its people bound by the light of the Lantern of Luminara, forever guided by its promise of discovery and the gentle strength of friendship. As the seasons turned, the lantern's glow continued to illuminate the paths of all who sought its light, casting a warmth that would never fade. Story 87. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like a sea of tiny scattered diamonds against the velvet night, lay the planet of Verdantia. This lush emerald world was home to the gentle Verdans, creatures of leaf and vine, whose very essence was entwined with the forests and meadows they tended. Their society was one of harmony and quiet contemplation, where every being felt the pulse of the planet's heart beneath their feet. Far across the cosmic expanse, on the rocky plains of the planet Ferrum, lived the Ferronites. These sturdy metal-skinned beings thrived in their industrious cities, forging tools and constructing wonders with a precision that mirrored the ticking of their own internal gears. Their world was one of innovation and progress, where every clink of metal was a testament to their tenacity. One day, as fate would have it, a starship from Ferrum set a course for Verdantia. On board was a Ferronite named Zeph, a young engineer with eyes that sparkled like polished steel. Though his heart was filled with excitement for the mission of exploration and trade, Zeph carried a hidden burden, a longing for connection that often went unmet in the structured, solitary life of his people. As the starship descended through Verdantia's azure skies, its presence stirred a gentle curiosity among the Verdans. One of them, a vibrant being named Lyra, ventured forth to greet the visitors. Her form was woven of delicate vines, her eyes as deep and tranquil as forest pools. She approached the Ferronite party with a warm smile, her presence exuding the calm of a sunlit glade. Their meeting, however, was not without its challenges. Zeph, eager to demonstrate his technological prowess, presented a small humming device meant to purify water. But as he explained its function with fervor, his words were met with puzzled looks from Lyra and her companions. The Verdans, who understood the spirit of the land as an extension of themselves, found the device unnecessary and slightly intrusive. Misunderstandings bloomed like wildflowers in a meadow. Zeph felt his enthusiasm wilt under the weight of misinterpreted intentions, while Lyra struggled to convey the Verdans' way of life, where technology was not the master but the servant of nature. Yet, as days turned into weeks, the two began to find common ground. In the soft glow of the Verdantian twilight, they embarked on walks through the whispering woods, sharing stories of their worlds. Zeph spoke of Ferrum's majestic metal towers and the relentless hum of industry, while Lyra painted vivid tales of the verdant symphony that was her home. A shared challenge soon arose to test their budding friendship. A peculiar malady began to afflict Verdantia's ancient trees, their leaves curling with a strange, silvery blight. Lyra, deeply connected to her home, felt the tree's distress as her own. She knew that the solution lay in understanding both the natural and the mechanical, a balance of their two worlds. Together, Lyra and Zeph delved into the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and mystery. They worked side by side, Zeph using his knowledge of metals and minerals to analyze the soil, while Lyra tuned into the whispers of the trees, seeking their guidance. Their combined efforts bore fruit. Zeph discovered that tiny metallic particles, borne on solar winds from a distant asteroid, had settled into the Earth, disrupting the delicate ecosystem. With Lyra's insight, they devised a plan to cleanse the soil, using both technology and the planet's natural forces. As they labored, a profound understanding blossomed between them. Zeph came to see the beauty in Verdantia's simplicity, the wisdom in its cycles of growth and decay. Lyra, in turn, marveled at the Fahrenheit's ability to craft and create, their capacity to bring dreams to life through metal and fire. In the end, the trees were healed, their leaves unfurling once more in vibrant hues of green. The success was not just a triumph over adversity, but a testament to the power of friendship, to the strength found in embracing differences and learning from them. As the Fahrenheit ship prepared to return to the stars, Zeph and Lyra stood together beneath the canopy of the vast, ancient forest. They knew that their paths would diverge, yet the bond they had forged would remain, a bridge between worlds. "Thank you," Zeph said softly, his voice tinged with both gratitude and a hint of sadness, "for showing me the heart of Verdantia." "And thank you," Lyra replied, her eyes bright with warmth, "for teaching me the language of metal and stars." As the starship lifted into the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake, Lyra watched until it disappeared into the heavens. She felt the gentle stir of the wind, carrying with it a promise, a whisper of friendship that would endure across the cosmos. And so, under the eternal dance of stars, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended planets and species, woven from the threads of understanding, empathy, and shared dreams. Story 88. In a secluded glen nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, life thrived in a delicate, harmonious balance. Here the vibrant tapestry of nature unfolded with every sunrise, casting shimmering threads of light that danced upon the dew-laden leaves. The air was rich with the earthy scent of damp moss and wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of the leaves whispered secrets of old. This forest was no ordinary place. It was a living entity, a cradle of magic, where the boundaries between the seen and the unseen were as thin as a spider's silk. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each playing a vital role in maintaining the equilibrium of this enchanted realm. Among the inhabitants was a wise, ancient turtle named Orin. His shell bore the marks of countless seasons, each groove and ridge a testament to the years he had seen. Orin was revered by all for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms and his gentle, patient nature. His wisdom was a beacon, guiding the creatures through times of change and uncertainty. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost kissed the forest floor, Orin awoke to a peculiar sensation, a tingling in the air, like the soft hum of an unplayed harp. He knew that something was amiss. The frost had arrived earlier than usual, and with it, a strange stillness settled over the land. Orin decided to seek the counsel of his old friend, the great oak. The oak stood at the center of the glen, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like ancient arms reaching for the heavens. As Orin approached, the tree's leaves rustled in greeting, their golden hues shimmering in the morning light. "Ah, Orin," the great oak's voice rumbled, deep and resonant. "I sense you have felt the change as well." "Indeed, my friend," Orin replied, his voice as soothing as the babbling brook that wound through the forest. "The frost is early, and the air carries a note of disquiet. What could it mean?" The great oak pondered for a moment, its branches swaying thoughtfully. "The seasons are not in their usual harmony. Something disrupts their gentle dance." Before Orin could inquire further, a rustle of wings drew his attention. Perched delicately on a nearby branch was Aelith, a wise and inquisitive barn owl whose eyes gleamed with the wisdom of the night sky. She had been listening intently, her keen senses attuned to the subtleties of the forest. "I have seen it too," Aelith hooted softly. "The northern lights have been dancing with unusual vigor, casting colors across the night that do not belong to this time of year. It is as if the sky itself is trying to tell us something. Together, Orin, the great oak, and Aelith conferred, their minds weaving together the threads of nature's mysteries. It was decided that a gathering of the forest's creatures was in order. All would come to share their insights, for each held a piece of the puzzle in their hearts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the forest, the creatures assembled in the glen. There were the gentle deer, their eyes soft and understanding, the industrious beavers, ever eager to lend a hand, and the playful foxes, whose laughter was a balm to any troubled soul. Even the shy squirrels and the reticent hedgehogs ventured out of their homes, drawn by the call of community. Orin addressed the gathering, his voice carrying over the gentle murmur of the crowd. Friends, we have gathered to find balance once more in our beloved forest. The early frost and the erratic northern lights signal a disturbance in our world. We must uncover the cause and restore the harmony that sustains us all. A hush fell over the assembly as each creature listened intently, their hearts united by a common purpose. Ideas and observations flowed freely, like a river seeking its course. Finally, it was a tiny voice, almost lost among the chatter, that brought clarity. It belonged to a young mouse, no bigger than a thimble, whose name was Pip. Though small, Pip had a heart filled with courage and a mind as sharp as the autumn breeze. Could it be, Pip squeaked, that the seasons themselves are seeking something? Perhaps they yearn for a song to guide them back to their rightful places. The suggestion hung in the air, and slowly the forest creatures nodded in agreement. The seasons, like all things in the forest, were alive with their own needs and desires. Perhaps they had lost their way in the absence of a guiding melody. The thought resonated with Orin, who had long known of the ancient songs that once filled the air, binding the world together in harmony. These songs were more than mere notes. They were the lifeblood of the forest, a bridge between the natural and the magical. With newfound resolve, the creatures set about crafting a song that would echo the heartbeats of the earth. Each contributed a part, their unique voices blending into a symphony of life. The melody was woven with the rustling of leaves, the babble of brooks, the whispers of the wind, and the steady, eternal rhythm of the forest itself. As they sang, a transformation began to unfold. The air shimmered with a golden light, and the frost retreated, replaced by the gentle warmth of a lingering autumn. The northern lights, so vibrant and chaotic, softened into a graceful dance, their colors aligning with the seasons once more. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. Joy and gratitude welled up in the hearts of all who had gathered, for they had not only saved their home, but also deepened their bond with one another and the world around them. In the days that followed, life in the forest returned to its peaceful ebb and flow. The creatures continued to sing their song, a reminder of the unity and strength found in friendship and wisdom. And within the heart of the glen, the great oak stood tall, its branches forever reaching toward the sky, a symbol of the enduring harmony between nature and magic. As the stars twinkled above, the forest settled into a gentle slumber, cradled by the timeless lullaby that wove through its ancient trees. And so, in the warmth of their shared companionship, the creatures of the forest found not only balance, but also a profound sense of belonging. Story 89. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between the whispering woods and a babbling brook, there stood a little shop called the Curiosity Corner. This shop, with its ivy-covered walls and tinkling bell above the door, was a treasure trove of peculiarities. It was run by an elderly gentleman named Mr. Thistle, whose twinkling eyes seemed to hold secrets of their own. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, a young girl named Clara entered the Curiosity Corner. Clara, with her wild curls and inquisitive gaze, was known in the village for her boundless curiosity and imaginative spirit. She loved to explore the shop, weaving through shelves stacked with trinkets and baubles, each promising a story. On this particular day, as the scent of cinnamon and aged parchment filled the air, Clara's attention was caught by a small, unassuming object tucked away in a corner, an old wooden box, intricately carved with patterns of stars and vines. It was the kind of box that seemed to hum with anticipation, as if it had been waiting just for her. "Ah, I see you found the starwood box," Mr. Thistle remarked gently, appearing at her side with a knowing smile. His voice was like a soft melody, comforting and wise. "Legend has it that this box holds the ability to reveal the hidden wonders of the world, but only to those who look with the eyes of the heart." Intrigued, Clara carefully lifted the box, feeling the smooth wood warm beneath her fingertips. She opened it slowly, expecting to find jewels or trinkets, but instead it was empty. Disappointed yet curious, she looked up at Mr. Thistle. "Sometimes the magic lies not in what the eyes can see, but in what the heart can discover," Mr. Thistle said, his eyes twinkling like the stars carved on the box. Clara decided to take the box on her journey through the village and the nearby woods. Her first stop was the meadow, where her friend Oliver, a gentle boy with a love for nature, was tending to his grandmother's garden. Oliver had a talent for coaxing even the shyest of flowers to bloom. As Clara showed him the box, Oliver smiled. "Why don't we see what the box can reveal here?" he suggested. They sat in the meadow, the sun casting a warm glow around them, and Clara held the box in her lap, closing her eyes and letting her heart feel the rhythm of the earth. Suddenly, the meadow seemed to come alive with whispers. The flowers swayed, and Clara found that she could hear them, their soft voices telling tales of seasons past, of the joy of blooming and the cycle of life. She laughed, a sound like tinkling bells, as she shared what she heard with Oliver, who listened with wide eyes and a gentle smile. Encouraged by this discovery, Clara continued her journey, the starwood box tucked safely in her satchel. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she met a wise old owl named Sage, perched on a low branch. Sage was known throughout the woods as a keeper of ancient knowledge. "Good day, young seeker," Sage hooted, his voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "What brings you to my part of the woods?" Clara explained her quest and showed him the box. Sage nodded, his golden eyes thoughtful. "The heart must be open to hear the whispers of the world. Let us see what the forest wishes to share." Clara closed her eyes again, feeling the cool breeze brush against her cheeks, the earthy scent of pine and moss filling her senses. The forest began to sing, a melody of rustling leaves, the gentle gurgle of streams, and the distant call of birds. Through the box, Clara could feel the harmony of nature, a silent symphony that spoke of balance and peace. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Clara made her way back to the village, her heart brimming with newfound wisdom. She realized that the magic of the starwood box was not in revealing treasures, but in uncovering the wonders that were always there, unnoticed by hurried eyes. Her journey was not just through the woods and meadows, but through the corridors of her own heart, where she learned to listen and understand the world in a deeper, more meaningful way. When she returned to the curiosity corner, Mr. Thistle greeted her with a knowing smile. "Did you find what you were seeking?" he asked. "Yes," Clara replied, her eyes bright with excitement. "I found that magic is all around us, if we only take the time to listen." Mr. Thistle nodded, pleased. "A lesson well learned, dear Clara. The world is full of wonders, and now you carry the key to their secrets within you." Clara smiled, hugging the starwood box to her chest. She knew that her journey had just begun, for with every step she took, there were new whispers to hear and new wonders to discover. And so, under the starlit sky with the gentle glow of the curiosity corner behind her, Clara set off towards home, her heart light and her spirit free. And in the soft, comforting embrace of the night, she drifted into dreams, her mind filled with the melodies of the world, a world that was hers to explore, hers to cherish. For in the end, it was not the box that was magical, but the heart that dared to listen. And in listening, Clara found her own magic, one that would guide her through the gentle journey of life. Story 90. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering woods, there was a small cottage with a peculiar reputation. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Maeve, whose hair was as silver as the moonlight that often bathed her garden. Maeve was known for her gentle smile and the sweet aroma of lavender and honey that always seemed to surround her. Yet, it wasn't just her kindness or the delicious scent that made her cottage the talk of the village, but rather a mysterious object that lay within it, a crystal orb that shimmered like 1,000 stars trapped in glass. The orb sat on a wooden pedestal by the window, catching sunlight by day and moonbeams by night. Villagers whispered tales of its magical properties, claiming it could reveal hidden truths and unlock pathways to worlds unknown. But Maeve, with her gentle voice and twinkling eyes, would only say, "The orb is but a guide, dear ones, and it shows only what the heart truly seeks." Among the villagers was a young girl named Clara, whose curiosity about the world was as boundless as the sky. Her days were spent exploring the woods, fingers brushing against the rough bark of ancient trees, feet crunching on the carpet of pine needles, and eyes alight with wonder at every chirping bird and rustling leaf. Clara's heart, however, was clouded with a longing she could not name, a yearning for something beyond the familiar paths of her woodland adventures. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Clara found herself at Maeve's doorstep, drawn by the stories of the mystical orb. Maeve welcomed her with a warm smile, her home aglow with the light of a crackling fire and the comforting scent of freshly baked bread. Clara hesitated, her fingers tracing the delicate lace of the tablecloth, before finally voicing her desire. "I've heard the orb can reveal what the heart seeks," Clara said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I feel lost, as if there's something I'm meant to find, but I don't know what it is." Maeve nodded knowingly, her eyes reflecting the flicker of the flames. "The heart often knows its path before the mind," she replied gently. "But remember, the journey is as important as the destination." With a nod of understanding, Clara approached the orb. As she gazed into its depths, the world around her seemed to fade away, replaced by a swirling mist that parted to reveal a scene both strange and familiar. She saw herself standing at the edge of the forest, but the trees were taller, their leaves a luminous green that seemed to breathe with life. Clara felt an irresistible pull, a whisper of a promise that beckoned her deeper into this enchanted world. The vision faded, and Clara blinked back into the warmth of Maeve's cottage, her heart racing with excitement and a sense of purpose she had never felt before. Maeve watched her with a serene smile, understanding dawning in her eyes. "The forest calls to you," she said softly. "Perhaps it holds the answers you seek." And so, the very next morning, Clara set off on her journey, the early light casting long shadows across the dew-kissed grass. The air was crisp and fragrant, with the scent of earth and pine, and the forest seemed to hum with a gentle, welcoming energy. As Clara ventured deeper, the trees closed in around her, their branches forming a canopy that danced with sunlight. Hours passed, and with each step, the forest grew more alive, its secrets whispering just out of reach. Clara paused by a clear, bubbling stream, its waters singing a melody that seemed to echo in her heart. She knelt by the bank, her reflection wavering on the surface, and realized that the forest was not only alive with magic, but also with stories waiting to be uncovered. As she continued, Clara came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a great oak, its trunk wide and strong, its branches heavy with leaves that shimmered like emeralds. Beneath the oak, nestled in a bed of soft moss, lay a small, intricately carved box. Clara's fingers tingled with anticipation as she lifted it gently, the wood surprisingly warm to the touch. Inside, she found a delicate necklace, its pendant a tiny glass vial filled with swirling, iridescent liquid. Clara slipped it around her neck, feeling a warmth spread from the vial and settle in her chest, a comforting presence that seemed to whisper of protection and guidance. With the necklace nestled close to her heart, Clara's journey took on a new meaning. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, each rustle of leaves and chirp of birds a greeting of welcome. She wandered deeper, her senses attuned to the symphony of nature around her, until she stumbled upon a path lined with silver ferns, leading to a hidden glade. In the glade, the air shimmered with magic, and Clara felt a tingling sensation, as if the very essence of the forest was wrapping around her. At the center of the glade stood a circle of stones, worn smooth by time and covered in delicate, glowing runes. As she approached, Clara felt the liquid in her vial pulse gently, as if in recognition. Curiosity piqued, Clara stepped into the circle, the stones warm beneath her feet. The air shifted, and she felt a sensation like the brush of wings against her skin. The world around her blurred, and when it cleared, Clara found herself not in the forest, but in a world that mirrored it, yet was entirely different. Here the trees glowed with a soft luminescence, their leaves chiming like distant bells. Flowers of every color carpeted the ground, their petals sparkling with dew that glowed like stardust. Creatures flitted between the trees, their forms shifting and blending with the shadows, their eyes bright with intelligence and curiosity. Clara's heart soared with wonder, her senses alive with the beauty of this hidden realm. She felt a deep connection to this place, as if she had found a piece of herself that had been missing. The vial around her neck pulsed warmly, a comforting reminder of her purpose. As Clara explored, she encountered a group of creatures unlike any she had ever seen. They were small and delicate, their wings like gossamer, their laughter a tinkling melody. They danced around her with joy and mischief, their eyes sparkling with welcome. "Welcome, seeker of truths," one of the creatures chimed, her voice as light as a breeze. "You found our realm, a place where the heart's desires take shape." Clara marveled at their words, her curiosity piqued. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. "This is the Valewood," the creature replied, her wings shimmering in the light. "A reflection of your world, where dreams and reality intertwine. You've been chosen to walk its paths, to uncover its secrets, and perhaps to find what you seek." Clara felt a thrill of excitement, her heart swelling with gratitude and wonder. She spent days exploring the Valewood, guided by the creatures who flitted alongside her like playful shadows. They showed her wonders she had never imagined, trees that sang with the voices of the wind, rivers that flowed with liquid light, and skies that danced with colors not of this world. Each discovery filled Clara with a sense of belonging, a feeling that this world was as much a part of her as the forest she had left behind. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the language of the flowers, and to see the beauty in every corner of this enchanted realm. Yet as the days passed, a gentle longing tugged at her heart, a reminder of the world she had come from. The creatures sensed her restlessness, their laughter softer, their eyes filled with understanding. "The heart knows its own path," the creature who had first spoken to her said one day, her gaze tender and wise. "You found what you sought, the connection to something greater, but perhaps it's time to return and share your journey with those who wait." Clara knew the creature spoke the truth. She had found a piece of herself in the Valewood, but her heart called her back to the village and the people she loved. With a heavy yet hopeful heart, she bid farewell to her newfound friends, promising to return one day. Guided by the gentle pulse of the vial around her neck, Clara retraced her steps to the circle of stones. As she stepped inside, the world blurred once more, and when it cleared, she was back in the familiar forest, the sun casting golden rays through the trees. The journey home was filled with a sense of peace and fulfillment, the forest now a place of comfort and joy rather than mystery. Clara's heart was light, her steps sure, and the world around her seemed to sing with the beauty she had discovered within herself. When she returned to Willowbrook, the villagers gathered around, eager to hear of her adventures. Clara shared her stories, her voice filled with wonder and gratitude, and as she spoke, she saw the same light of curiosity and hope spark in their eyes. Maeve listened with a knowing smile, her gaze warm and proud. "You found what you were meant to," she said softly, her voice a gentle caress, "and in doing so, you've brought a piece of that magic back to us all." Clara nodded, her heart full of love and understanding. She realized that her journey had not only been about finding something for herself, but also about bringing that sense of wonder and connection to those around her. As the evening shadows lengthened and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Clara sat by the fireside with her village, the warmth of friendship and shared stories wrapping around her like a cozy blanket. She knew that her adventure was just the beginning, a first step into a world of possibilities and discoveries. And so, with the gentle hum of the forest as her lullaby and the flickering glow of the fire as her guide, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart at ease in the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be, a bridge between worlds, a seeker of truths, and a bearer of the magic that lived in every heart. The end. Story 91. In a tranquil corner of the world, Nestled between the sun-dappled canopy and the rich, earthy ground of the whispering woods, a symphony of life played out in harmonious rhythm. Here, every creature, from the smallest beetle to the grandest stag, had its role in the intricate ballet of nature. The forest was a living diary, its pages turning with the seasons, written in the language of rustling leaves and flowing streams. As the golden hues of autumn began to paint the foliage, the forest prepared for its annual transformation. The air carried a crispness, and a gentle breeze scented with pine and moss wove through the trees. Among this serene setting lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a mosaic of greens and browns, mirroring the forest floor, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of centuries. Thistle was the keeper of the forest's ancient stories, passed down from generation to generation. He moved with deliberate grace, ensuring that his every step honored the land he loved. Despite his slow pace, Thistle was never late, for in the whispering woods, time danced to a different tune. One cool morning, as the sun stretched its golden fingers across the horizon, Thistle emerged from his burrow. Today was a special day, for it marked the beginning of the Great Gathering, an event celebrated by all the forest's creatures. It was a time to share stories, wisdom, and to reaffirm their bond with the land. As Thistle made his way to the heart of the forest, where a grand oak stood as the sentinel of time, he was joined by a lively squirrel named Saffron. Her fur was a vibrant rust, echoing the autumn leaves, and her eyes twinkled with curiosity. "Good morning, Thistle," chirped Saffron, her voice as light as the breeze. "I hope you have a tale ready for us today." Thistle chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound. "Indeed, Saffron. Today I shall share the story of the season's embrace, a tale of how the forest and its creatures learned to dance with the changing world." As they reached the clearing, creatures of all kinds gathered around the ancient oak. Birds perched on branches, their feathers a kaleidoscope of colors. Foxes sat beside rabbits, and deer stood quietly, their antlers crowned with leaves. Thistle began his tale, his voice weaving through the air like the gentle stream that wound through the forest. "Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was not as you see it now. The seasons were wild and unpredictable, causing discord among the creatures. Winter's chill would linger too long, spring would rush in with floods, summer's heat scorched the earth, and autumn's winds would strip the trees bare before their time." The audience listened, enraptured, as Thistle continued. "In those days, the creatures were fearful and uncertain, but then came a wise owl named Orion, whose wings spanned the sky like the night itself. Orion saw the imbalance and knew that wisdom and kinship could restore harmony." Thistle paused, his eyes sweeping over his rapt audience. The forest seemed to lean in, eager to hear the rest. Orion called upon the eldest of each species, gathering them beneath the light of the full moon. There, under the watchful eyes of the stars, they formed a covenant with the forest. Each would play their part in maintaining balance, respecting the cycles of life and death, growth and decay. The creatures murmured softly, the sound blending with the whisper of leaves. Thistle nodded, satisfied that his words were finding their mark. From that night forward, the forest flourished. The seasons no longer clashed but danced in harmony. Winter's snow became a blanket, protecting seeds for spring's gentle touch. Summer's sun nurtured life, and autumn's winds spread the seeds of future growth. As Thistle's story drew to a close, a sense of peace settled over the gathering. The forest, in its quiet wisdom, seemed to hum with approval. "Remember," Thistle concluded, "we are all threads in the tapestry of life, each one vital to the whole. By respecting our roles and supporting each other, we ensure the balance of our world." With the story's end, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a soft kiss on the leaves, a reminder of the life-giving water that sustained them all. The creatures lingered, sharing stories of their own experiences, their laughter and chatter mingling with the patter of rain. Saffron, perched on a low branch near Thistle, sighed contentedly. "Your stories always leave me with such warmth, Thistle. It's like sitting by a fire on a chilly night." Thistle smiled, his eyes twinkling with the light of understanding. "Stories are the heartbeats of our world, Saffron. They connect us to our past and guide us into the future." As the rain tapered off and the sun peeked through the clouds, casting a rainbow across the sky, the gathering slowly dispersed. Each creature carried with them the echo of Thistle's tale, a reminder of their role in the great dance of the forest. Thistle watched them go, his heart filled with pride and love for his home and its inhabitants. He knew that the whispering woods would continue to thrive, nurtured by the wisdom and friendship that bound them all. And so, as the seasons turned and the forest continued its eternal dance, the stories of the whispering woods were whispered from leaf to leaf, carried by the wind, ensuring that the harmony of the world would endure. Story 92. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Ava. Her home, a little cottage with a thatched roof, sat at the edge of the forest, where the trees sang softly in the wind and the sun filtered through the leaves like streams of gold. Ava's days were spent tending to her small garden, painting vibrant scenes of nature, and listening to the stories her grandmother told by the fire. Ava's grandmother, with her twinkling eyes and hair like silver moonlight, was the keeper of their family's history. She often spoke of a time when their ancestors were known for their wisdom and deep connection to the earth. These tales, filled with wonder and ancient charm, painted pictures of a world where magic was woven into the everyday life, and where every creature and plant held a story of its own. One evening, as the fire crackled and the scent of pine filled the air, Ava's grandmother held out a small, beautifully carved box. "This," she said, "is an heirloom passed down through generations. It holds the key to our legacy." Ava opened the box carefully, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns etched into its surface. Inside, she found a delicate amulet, its surface shimmering with hues of emerald and gold, and a parchment, yellowed with age, covered in elegant script. Curiosity piqued, Ava asked, "What does it say, grandmother?" Her grandmother leaned closer, her voice a gentle murmur. "It speaks of the Heartstone, a mystical gem believed to connect its bearer to the wisdom of our ancestors. It is said to reveal one's true path and to bring harmony to the heart." Inspired by her grandmother's words, Ava felt a stirring within her, a longing to understand her roots and the stories of those who had come before. Determined to uncover the truth behind the Heartstone, she decided to embark on a journey, guided by the map drawn on the ancient parchment. As dawn broke, Ava set out into the world beyond her familiar village. The path led her through fields of wildflowers that danced like a sea of colors under the open sky, and through forests where the air was filled with the sweet scent of moss and the gentle rustle of leaves. With each step, Ava felt a deeper connection to the land and its history. Her journey brought her to a hidden glen, where an ancient oak stood at its center, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens. At the base of this majestic tree, Ava found a circle of stones, each one inscribed with symbols she recognized from the stories her grandmother had shared. Sitting quietly, Ava placed the amulet around her neck and closed her eyes. The world around her seemed to hush, and she felt a warmth spreading from the Heartstone, flowing through her like a gentle river. Visions began to unfold in her mind, of her ancestors tending the earth with care, sharing their knowledge with love, and living in harmony with the natural world. From these visions, Ava came to understand that her heritage was not just a collection of stories, but a living legacy of wisdom, compassion, and unity. The Heartstone had shown her the importance of cherishing and nurturing the world around her, of listening to the whispers of the past to guide the footsteps of the future. With newfound clarity and a heart full of gratitude, Ava returned to her village, carrying the lessons of her journey within her. She shared her experiences and the wisdom of her ancestors with her family and neighbors, planting seeds of understanding and togetherness within their community. In the evenings, as the fire flickered and the stars twinkled in the night sky, Ava would sit with her grandmother, recounting her adventures and the insights she had gained. Her grandmother would listen with a knowing smile, her heart full of pride and love. Thus, Ava's journey came to a close, not with an end, but with a new beginning, one where the legacy of her ancestors lived on, not just in her heart, but in the hearts of all those around her. And in this shared understanding, Ava found a sense of belonging and peace, knowing that she was part of something greater than herself, a timeless tapestry of life, love, and wisdom. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon and the watchful gaze of the stars, Ava's story lulled the village to sleep, wrapped in the warmth of heritage and the comforting embrace of home. Story 93. Once upon a dreamy night, the forest stirred with the gentle whispers of ancient trees. Their branches swayed in a mesmerizing dance, guided by the cool zephyrs that carried the scent of damp earth and pine needles. Beneath the canopy of emerald leaves, a world of hidden wonders unfolded, a realm where the veil between the natural and the mystical grew thin. Among the twisted roots and mossy hollows dwelled a clan of woodland sprites, guardians of the forest's delicate balance. Their gossamer wings shimmered with stardust as they flitted from tree to tree, tending to the intricate web of life that pulsed through the woodland realm. One such sprite, a wise old elder named Willow, possessed a deep reverence for the cycles of nature. With each passing season, she witnessed the ebb and flow of the forest's rhythms, attuning her very essence to the harmonies that bound all living things together. On the eve of the summer solstice, when the woodland was alive with the songs of nightingales and the gentle glow of fireflies, Willow gathered the young sprites beneath the boughs of an ancient oak. Its gnarled trunk bore the marks of countless seasons, a testament to the enduring wisdom it had witnessed. "My little ones," Willow spoke, her voice like the tinkle of a forest stream, "tonight marks the turning of the wheel. The sun will reach its zenith, and the world will bask in the radiance of midsummer's magic." The young sprites listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder, as Willow wove her tale. "Long ago, before the forests grew dense and the creatures roamed free, our world was but a seed, waiting to blossom. It was the spirits of nature, the very essence of earth, air, fire, and water, who breathed life into this realm, nurturing it with their infinite love and care." Willow's words conjured visions of ethereal beings, their forms shimmering like aurora borealis, dancing amidst the primordial mists. The sprites could almost smell the rich loam of newborn soil and feel the caress of the first gentle breezes. From that moment forth, a sacred pact was forged between the spirits and the living world. They would guide the rhythms of the seasons, orchestrating the intricate melodies of life, death, and rebirth that echo through the ages. As the solstice moon rose high above the forest canopy, its silvery light filtering through the leaves, Willow's tale reached its crescendo. And so, on this most sacred of nights, we celebrate the height of summer's glory. The spirits of nature weave their magic into every blade of grass, every flutter of a butterfly's wing. They empower us, their humble guardians, to tend to the delicate balance that sustains all life. With a wave of her tiny hand, Willow summoned a shower of golden motes that danced upon the evening breeze. The young sprites gasped in delight as the motes swirled and coalesced, forming intricate patterns that shimmered with ethereal radiance. "Listen closely, my children, and you shall hear the heartbeat of the forest. Feel the thrum of life pulsing through your very beings, and know that you are one with this ancient rhythm." As the sprites closed their eyes and surrendered to the magic of the moment, they could sense the ebb and flow of energy that bound them to the woodland realm. The rustle of leaves became a symphony, the scurrying of small creatures a percussive accompaniment to nature's grand opus. From that night forth, the young sprites carried within them the wisdom of the ages, an understanding that they were mere caretakers of a wondrous cycle that had unfolded since the dawn of time. With each turning of the wheel, they would honor the spirits of nature, tending to the intricate tapestry of life that flourished beneath the watchful boughs of the ancient forest. Story 94. In a cozy forest glade, where sunbeams danced through the canopy of ancient oaks, there lived a most peculiar family of critters, the tinker-twitches. They were a rowdy bunch of rabbits with an insatiable curiosity and a knack for finding mischief at every turn. The youngest of the litter, Nigel, was a particularly rambunctious fellow, with twitchy whiskers and a penchant for inventing bizarre contraptions from whatever odds and ends he could scavenge. His latest creation was a giggle-giler, a whirring, whizzing gizmo designed to tickle anyone within a 3-foot radius into fits of uncontrollable laughter. One bright morning, Nigel decided to test his invention in the clearing near their burrow. He flipped the switch, and the giggle-giler whirred to life, releasing a flurry of feather-light puffs that danced on the breeze. At first, the effects were delightful. squirrels chuckled from their perches, and the blue jays chirped in merry peals, and even the wise old oak trees seemed to shake with silent laughter. But then something unexpected happened. The puffs kept multiplying, swirling into a riotous tornado of ticklish giggles that swept through the forest. Before long, the entire woodland was consumed by non-stop laughter, from the tiniest field mouse to the mightiest bear. Even the stoic rocks were quivering with mirth. Nigel watched in dismay as his delightful invention spiraled out of control. He knew he had to act fast before the relentless giggles drove the entire forest mad. Thinking quickly, he rummaged through his satchel of odds and ends and cobbled together a serenity siphon, a curious cone-shaped device with a long snout meant to suck in all the rogue giggles. With the help of his siblings, Nigel lugged the serenity siphon into the eye of the giggle storm and switched it on. The machine sputtered and groaned as it inhaled the swirling gales of laughter, slowly restoring calm to the frenzied forest. At last, the final giggle was slurped up, and a hush fell over the glade. The critters peeked out from their hiding spots, looking rather rumpled but deeply relieved. Just then, the serenity siphon gave an almighty belch, expelling a single, squeaky hiccup of mirth that set the entire forest courtling all over again. From that day on, the Tinker Twitches were more cautious with their harebrained schemes. But every now and then, when the mood struck, they'd break out the giggle giler for a good laugh, though only for short, controlled bursts. Because as any wise forest dweller knows, the world needs more giggles, but everything in moderation, and perhaps with a serenity siphon on standby. Story 95. In the quaint village of Glenshire, nestled between rolling emerald hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Marin. Her days were filled with the gentle hum of meadowlarks and the soothing rustle of leaves. The village, with its cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages, was a tapestry of history, woven with threads of timeless tradition and quiet wisdom. Marin was known for her curiosity and her gentle heart, always eager to learn the stories whispered by the winds and the secrets held by the ancient stones of Glenshire. Yet she felt a yearning, a soft but persistent pull toward something deeper, something tied to her own roots that she couldn't quite grasp. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves spiraled down like a dance of amber flames, Marin's grandmother, wise and gentle as the old oaks, called her over. Her eyes twinkled with the light of many seasons. "Marin, my dear, it's time you learned about the legacy of our family," she said, her voice a warm embrace. Curiosity blossomed in Marin's heart like the first crocus of spring. Her grandmother led her to the attic, a place filled with the scent of cedar and the soft glow of dust-moted sunlight. In a carved chest, intricately adorned with symbols of nature, vines, stars, and flowing rivers, lay the artifacts of their ancestry. The first was a delicate pendant, a moonstone nestled in a silver crescent, shimmering like a pool of moonlight. "This," her grandmother explained, "was crafted by your great-great-grandmother, a healer known for her wisdom and compassion. She believed the moonstone held the power to guide and protect those who wandered in the night." Next, she revealed an ancient journal, its leather cover soft and worn, filled with pages of flowing script and sketches of plants and stars. Within these pages, her grandmother continued, are the thoughts and discoveries of our ancestors. They understood the harmony between the earth and the sky, the cycles of life and renewal. Marin's fingers traced the lines of the journal, feeling the connection through each page, each word a bridge to the past. As she read, stories of courage, kindness, and harmony with nature unfolded, each a lesson that resonated within her heart. One story spoke of a long-ago winter when the village faced a harsh storm. It told of how the villagers, guided by the knowledge of the ancestors, used their understanding of the land to find sustenance and shelter. They shared what little they had, their unity a beacon of hope and strength. Inspired by these tales, Marin felt a newfound sense of belonging. The legacy of her family was not just one of survival, but of thriving through wisdom and community. It was a reminder that she was part of a tapestry woven with love and understanding, stretching back through time. As days turned to weeks, Marin began to incorporate these lessons into her own life. She learned the art of healing with herbs, tending a garden that flourished under her care. She shared her knowledge with the villagers, fostering a sense of community and connection. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose, Marin sat with her grandmother by the hearth. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow on their faces. "Thank you for sharing this with me," Marin said, her voice filled with gratitude. Her grandmother smiled, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "The legacy of our family is now part of you, my dear. Remember, it's not just about what we inherit, but how we choose to carry it forward." Marin nodded, feeling the truth of those words settle gently within her. She understood now that her journey was not one of seeking, but of embracing what had always been there, a legacy of love, wisdom, and unity with the world around her. As the night deepened, Marin lay in her bed, the pendant resting against her heart, the journal by her side. The moonlight streamed through her window, a silvery cascade that wrapped her in a serene embrace. She closed her eyes, feeling a profound peace, knowing she was part of something timeless and beautiful. And so, in the quiet of the night, surrounded by the whispers of her ancestors and the gentle lullaby of the crickets, Marin drifted into a dream-filled sleep, secure in the knowledge that she was never truly alone. She belonged to the earth, to the stars, and to the unbroken chain of love that was her heritage. Story 96. In a small village nestled between whispering pine forests and glistening streams, there existed a place where magic danced lightly in the air, like the first snowflakes of winter. The village was known as Lumen Hollow, a name that resonated with warmth and wonder. Here, the thatched cottages with their crooked chimneys exhaled curls of smoke that carried the scent of cinnamon and pine, and the cobblestone paths echoed softly with the footsteps of its gentle inhabitants. Among these villagers was a curious young girl named Anwen. Anwen had hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with curiosity and kindness. She lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village with her grandfather, a wise storyteller whose tales of old filled the air as sweetly as the lavender sachets tucked beneath their pillows. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the rustling of fallen leaves and the distant honk of geese flying south, Anwen noticed something peculiar. The sun, usually bright and steady, was flickering like a candle in the wind. Its golden rays danced erratically, casting playful shadows that seemed to move and shift with a life of their own. Puzzled, Anwen decided to investigate this strange occurrence. Gathering her knitted scarf and woolen hat, Anwen set out on a path that wound through the village like a ribbon. She greeted her neighbors, who were bustling about their daily chores, and explained the mystery of the flickering sun. Most villagers chuckled kindly, attributing it to the playful antics of the wind or the mischievous nature of the season. But Anwen's curiosity was not so easily satisfied. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air grew crisp and the sunlight dappled through the canopy above, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Here, among the moss-covered stones and the songs of hidden birds, Anwen felt a magical presence, something ancient and wise. She knew she needed guidance from someone who understood the language of the forest. She made her way to a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches sprawling like the arms of an old friend. At the base of this oak lived Bramble, a gentle creature with fur as soft as silk and eyes as wise as the moon. Bramble was a being of the forest, a mix between a hare and a fox, with the warmth of 1,000 sunrises in his heart. He was known for his ability to listen to the whispers of the earth and the sky. "Bramble," Anwen called softly, "have you noticed the sun's peculiar dance today?" Bramble lifted his head, his ears twitching thoughtfully. "Ah, young Anwen," he replied in a voice as smooth as honey, "the sun's flicker is indeed a curious thing. It speaks of a disquiet in the balance of things." Intrigued, Anwen sat beside Bramble, her fingers finding comfort in the velvety texture of his fur. What could cause such a disquiet? She wondered aloud. Bramble closed his eyes, listening to the rustle of the leaves and the murmur of the brook. "The answer lies with the star weavers," he said, "guardians of the sky's tapestry, who weave the patterns of light and shadow." Anwen's heart leaped with excitement. She had heard tales of the star weavers, mystical beings who tended the heavens with threads spun from moonlight and dreams. Yet, she had never imagined she might meet them. With Bramble by her side, Anwen began her journey to the hilltop, where the star weavers were said to gather. The path was lined with ferns that tickled her ankles and mushrooms that glowed faintly in the twilight. As they climbed, the air grew crisper, and the stars began to twinkle into existence, each one a tiny lantern in the vast velvet sky. At the crest of the hill, Anwen beheld a sight of pure wonder. The star weavers, ethereal and graceful, moved in harmony, their hands weaving invisible threads that shimmered like silver dew. Their presence was serene, their faces welcoming as they noticed Anwen and Bramble's approach. One of the weavers, with hair like starlight and eyes deep as the midnight sea, stepped forward. "Welcome, child of the earth and friend of the forest," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze. "We have felt your curiosity and sensed your kindness." Anwen bowed slightly, feeling the warmth of the weaver's gaze. "I have come to understand the flickering of the sun," she explained. "It seems to puzzle and concern the villagers." The weaver nodded, her expression thoughtful. "The sun's dance is a reflection of a small tear in the fabric of our weaving," she revealed, gesturing to the shimmering threads. "A star has strayed from its path, causing the sun's light to falter." Anwen listened intently, her mind already working to find a solution. "Is there a way to guide the star back?" she asked, her voice filled with hope. The weavers exchanged glances, their faces soft with admiration for the young girl's determination. "Indeed, but it requires a gentle touch and a pure heart," the weaver replied. "Would you be willing to help?" Anwen nodded eagerly, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. "I would be honored." Together with the weavers and Bramble, Anwen learned the art of guiding light. She watched as they spun threads of moonlight, weaving them into a gentle net. With careful precision and a heart full of intention, Anwen cast the net into the sky, guided by the whispers of the weavers. The errant star, a tiny speck of silver against the indigo expanse, shimmered as if in recognition of the warmth and care reaching out to it. Slowly, almost hesitantly, it returned to its rightful path, nestling into the pattern of the sky like a lost puzzle piece finding its home. As the star settled, the sun's flicker ceased, and its golden light shone steady and true once more. The forest sighed in relief, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and promise through the air. The star weavers thanked Anwen with smiles as radiant as dawn. "You have shown great wisdom and kindness," the starlit weaver said. "The balance is restored thanks to your heart." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her, a glow that seemed to match the steady light of the sun. With Bramble by her side, she descended the hill, the path now illuminated with the moon's gentle glow. As they reached the village, Anwen could see the flickering lamps in the windows of the cottages, each one a beacon of warmth and welcome. She knew that when she returned home, her grandfather would be waiting by the fire, ready to hear her tale and weave it into a story of wonder for the village. And so, the mystery of the flickering sun was solved, not through might or force, but through wisdom, friendship, and the gentle guidance of a young girl who believed in the magic of the world around her. As Anwen nestled into her bed that night, the stars twinkling in their rightful places above, she dreamed of the sky's tapestry and the gentle guardians who wove its light. And in her dreams, she knew that she, too, was a part of that magical world, a guardian of kindness and wonder in the heart of Lumen Hollow.